You turned the Battle of Songhu into a game for the anti-war competition, while everyone thought you truly lost your mind. Only you knew this was the way to make people in parallel worlds realize the preciousness of peace. After finalizing the game details, you posted beta test recruitment info on the official website. The Eastern Meat Grinder of World War II CGU release days earlier had already skyrocketed the game's popularity. The beta recruitment announcement instantly topped the trending charts upon release. As soon as Zhou Xiaoyi started streaming on Douya Live, tens of thousands of viewers flooded her channel. Being the first streamer to discover the Eastern Meat Grinder of World War II game CG, she naturally reaped the traffic benefits. The barrage of comments frantically spammed Eastern Meat Grinder beta recruitment is open. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi quickly reassured her audience with a smile. Don't worry everyone, I've already applied for the beta test. Zhou Xiaoyi swiftly downloaded the game into her virtual pod. As the download completed, the live stream transitioned into the game along with her perspective. A scene appeared before her eyes while a brief narration played in her ears. Since the September 18th incident, Japanese invaders have encroached upon China's northeast, establishing the puppet state of Manchukuo. Yet their ambitions grew insatiable after occupying the northeast and northern China. They set their sights directly on Songhu, even arrogantly claiming they would conquer China within 3 months. Now, all Chinese people stand united, forming an anti-Japanese united front. Millions of troops marched to the battlefield, sworn to crush the invaders' ambitions in one decisive blow. The scene of 1 million troops marching to the battlefield appeared. Even though Zhou Xiaoyi had seen this CG before, she was still deeply moved. The scene then shifted to a densely packed residential block, where a group of police officers stood firm, gripping their pistols with determined gazes fixed ahead. Across from them, enemies wearing navy blue helmets and uniforms crouched behind sandbag fortifications, clutching Type 38 rifles with bayonets attached, alongside light and heavy machine guns. Facing these well-equipped foes, the police armed only with pistols and a few rifles showed no fear, resolutely standing their ground to prevent the enemy from advancing even a single step. On August 9th, Japanese invaders sent officers to forcibly breach Hongkou but were killed by the security forces. The scene then shifted to the Huangpu River, where naval guns roared from warships, relentlessly bombarding the shore with scorching shells. On land, Chinese defenders bravely fought under the artillery fire, continuously repelling the enemy forces. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and flames. On August 13th, the Japanese invaders brazenly launched their offensive, firing the first shots of the Battle of Shanghai. After witnessing these gripping scenes, Zhou Xiaoyi was eager to dive into the game. The live chat was flooded with messages urging her, hurry up and start the game. Let's crush these aggressors. This CG is infuriating. How could China be bullied like this? If it were me, I'd fight back immediately. Zhou Xiaoyi didn't respond to the chat. Instead, an enter game option appeared before her. After clicking confirm, her vision went dark. When it returned, she found herself in a war-torn street, clutching a Mauser rifle. The sounds of mortar explosions and machine gun fire filled the air, while dark clouds loomed overhead, drizzling rain turning the ground to mud. This was the Battle of Bashi Bridge, a proactive strike by the nationalist forces to eliminate the Japanese invaders in Shanghai and seize the initiative. It marked the first clash between Chinese and Japanese troops in the Battle of Shanghai, heralding the start of the campaign. Zhou Xiaoyi received 2 missions. Mission 1 was to seize the Batsi Bridge and block the Japanese Marine Corps. Mission 2 was to survive for 2 hours. Seeing the tasks, Zhou Xiaoyi froze, thinking to herself, what does survive for 2 hours mean? Are they underestimating me? The livestream audience also started discussing the mission. Survive for 2 hours? That's way too easy. Must be a beginner's task. While reading the comments, Zhou Xiaoyi was suddenly knocked to the ground by the shockwave of an explosion from a nearby artillery shell. She rolled several times before stopping. That hurt so much, she screamed. Why is the pain feedback in this game so intense? Where can I turn it off? Dazed, she gritted her teeth against the pain, grabbed her Mauser rifle, and ran to a street corner to take cover. At that moment, a soldier who appeared to be a medic ran over. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyi bleeding from multiple wounds, he immediately tended to the more severe injuries. Noticing this, Zhou Xiaoyi reached for the medic's medical kit, but the medic scolded her. What are you doing? Don't touch that, these supplies are critical. Reluctantly, she put the kit down. She had wanted to test whether the medical kit worked like in other games, where clicking to use it and waiting for a progress bar would restore health. But this game clearly wasn't like that. Moreover, she realized there was no health bar in the game, nor any UI icons in her field of view. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyi saw many soldiers charging toward the battlefield ahead, carrying submachine guns and Mauser rifles. They were dressed in uniform German-style military attire, equipment Zhou Xiaoyi was familiar with. Zhou Ida, why are you still sitting on the ground? If you're fine, hurry up and follow. A furious shout came from nearby. A soldier wearing a steel helmet was looking at her, and from his shoulder insignia, She could tell he was a squad leader. The shout snapped Zhou Xiaoyi back to the game. It took her a while to realize he was calling her, as her in-game name was Zhou Ida. She quickly picked up her rifle and followed the other soldiers in the charge. Ahead, machine guns continuously suppressed the Japanese invaders on the other side of the Batsi Bridge, while mortars behind relentlessly bombarded enemy positions. The soldiers advanced with difficulty under enemy machine gun and artillery fire. By the shore, Japanese naval vessels received coordinates from ground forces and unleashed fierce naval gunfire toward the nationalist troops' location. Zhou Xiaoyi rushed to the bridge and fired 2 shots before seeing soldiers around her fall one after another. A bullet grazed her face, and the warm sensation made her freeze for a moment. In that split second of hesitation, a barrage of artillery shells suddenly rained from the sky. Before she could react, a shell exploded at her feet. Her vision went black, and before the pain could even set in, a game over prompt appeared. Mission failed to capture the Batsi Bridge. Survival time, 17 minutes, enemies killed, 0, game rating, 0. Staring at the results, Zhou Xiaoyi's face flushed red with disbelief at her own performance, especially the 0 rating, which made her feel deeply humiliated. The livestream audience fell silent as well. Watching from a god's perspective, they had witnessed her entire gameplay. Out of the 17 minutes, more than half was spent treating wounds after being hit by artillery fire at the start, while actual combat and charging until her death took only 5 minutes. Viewers flooded the chat. This is brutal. Only 17 minutes of survival? Is this game even meant to be played? It's pure suffering. The game doesn't even have a UI. Did they release an unfinished beta? Try again. I refuse to believe you can only last 17 minutes. Zhou Xiaoyi closed the game over screen, revealing the standard game interface with 3 options: campaign mode, simulated battlefield, and settings. Spotting settings, her eyes lit up, and she quickly opened it to find the pain adjustment slider. Although the virtual pod had a pain limit safeguard to prevent actual injury, the earlier agony still left her shaken. Afterward, she glanced at campaign mode and simulated battlefield. She first clicked on campaign mode, where the Battle of Shanghai option appeared. Opening it revealed a list, with only the Battle of Batsi Bridge being clickable. She immediately selected it and started matchmaking. The matchmaking bar displayed 42 out of 100, indicating that the simulated battlefield required 100 players to begin. Suddenly, the chat exploded. Streamer, go check out brother Wang next door. He's charging onto the bridge and still alive. The combat is insane. After this message, many viewers rushed to brother Wang's stream. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi grew anxious and quickly switched to his live stream. On the screen, Wang Yi crouched behind a guardrail with an old Mauser rifle, using the terrain to minimize the risk of being hit by bullets. Around him lay numerous corpses, their mangled and bloody appearance unsettling, but he endured it, even using the bodies as makeshift shields. Guys, I'm way too nervous right now. This spot is way too dangerous. I've never played such a brutally realistic shooter before. No health bar, no UI, and the pain feedback is so intense. All I have is this crappy rifle, relying purely on iron sights. Wang Yi said to his livestream audience as he chambered another round and fired. Thick smoke enveloped him, the scorching flames making the air blisteringly hot. The sky remained overcast with dark clouds, and he didn't dare stand up or even move an inch. Wang Yi is not a fool. The enemy machine gun is still frantically strafing. If he ventures out, he's a direct target. Just then, the ship's guns on the beach went off. Cannonballs continued to fall on their own positions behind Wang Yi. A broken hand slammed into the side of his head and he picked it up, his face dramatically changing. Holy, this isn't going to block me live, is it? The viewers of the live broadcast were also startled by the broken hand. Their god's perspective clearly saw that the severed hand was from a corpse that had been blown up and landed on Wang Yi. Chapter 009, White Knuckle Combat. This game is indeed too bloody. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang was playing all 18 banned games, the live broadcast room would probably have been blocked long ago. That broken hand really scared me. Our god's perspective looks so scary. Brother Wang's first perspective with a bad heart shall not be scared out of a heart attack. There was a lot of pop-up talk. This world likewise has underage protection. Only this time of year has stricter underage protections and adult content is largely invisible to minors. Live broadcast is the same. Once involved in the 18 forbidden content, underage pressure cannot enter the live room. Wang Yi had just been joking around, but the game was far more bloody than he'd ever imagined it would be. Most of the gun games he'd played had at best a red blood spray when he hit someone. Only horror games have severed arms and legs, but they don't do it this realistically. Now, this one anti-war game was made so real that he could hardly tell if it was reality or a game. The battlefield was littered with corpses. There is also pain where the body hangs. If he hadn't still been able to see the live pop-ups, he would have mistaken himself for being on a real battlefield. At this time, Zhou Yang was also watching Wang Yi's live broadcast. He saw the pop-ups from the live viewers, especially the one talking about a heart attack. This one he had to take seriously, just in case someone with a really bad heart plays this game and gets scared out of their wits. That's not good. So a disclaimer must be added. He then continued to watch the broadcast. The sound of the system dinging kept coming from his mind, and he felt very wonderful. Emotional value +10, +5, +15. As the beta begins, these anchors get into the game. The system beeps in his head didn't stop. Not only that, but those who watched the live broadcast could occasionally contribute a little bit of emotional value to him. Looking at the deposits with over 100,000 emotional values, Zhou Yan was very satisfied in his heart. Although these emotion values were not much compared to the items in the mall that could easily have millions of emotion values. But emotional value isn't harvested once and then it's gone. Rather, like leeks, you can still cut after a crop. Now that the internal test hadn't been going on for long, he had harvested so much emotion value. That's going to make mad money when the game is officially released later. Zhou Yang continued to look at the live broadcast. This Wang Yi has some level. It's not bad to be able to hold out until now. However, with the Japanese firepower, the 8 bridges could not be completely captured by a single battalion. Even if the special forces came, under absolute firepower suppression, they couldn't hold it if they captured it. And this battle is just an appetizer. The later battles are the real meat grinder. Wang Yi groped on the bridge until the artillery fire ceased and both sides had exhausted their ammunition. Behind Wang Yi, the remaining fighters raised their rifles and loaded their bayonets, ready to engage the Japanese in alley and white-knuckle combat on this side of the street. Wang Yi also saw the Japanese invaders across the bridge holding 38 large caps with bright white bayonets mounted under the muzzles. Wang Yi fished his bayonet from his waist and mounted it on his gun. It was a good thing he had studied these guns before and knew how to load a bayonet, or he would have been blinded straight away. Looking at the small life in front of him, Wang Yi's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. The viewers in the live room were all quiet for a moment. Is this a white-knuckle fight? With a rushing kill sound behind Wang Yi, all the warriors who could move began to charge. In front of Wang Yi, thousands of Japanese invaders also rushed forward with bayonets. Kill the chicken, give. Wang Yi's eyes went straight to red as he looked at the ghosts rushing over. Brothers, I'll fight. There's no going back for him now. The enemy was right in his face, charging toward him with a bayonet. Wang Yi felt like his adrenaline was secreting like crazy, and the wounds on his body didn't even hurt anymore. Charge! Wang Yi held his bayonet and stabbed out towards the nearest ghost. But the bayonet mounted on his gun was too short, and the thrust missed. The ghosts who were attacked by him reacted and immediately stabbed at him with their bayonets. The bayonet on the ghost's 38 large cap was a good deal longer than his Mauser bayonet. Facing the stabbing bayonet coming at him, Wang Yi stepped in at the limit and dodged the stabbing blow. He didn't quite dodge it, however, and got a long gash in his body from the bayonet. Wang Yi only felt a pain, but the crazy secretion of adrenaline made him forget about the pain. He immediately raised the bayonet in his hand and stabbed into the body of the ghost in front of him. His bayonet was short, but it had the advantage of being flexible, and the ghost's bayonet was longer and heavier, not as flexible as his. Just then, more ghosts surged towards him. It was good that reinforcements behind them came quickly. As soon as the two sides made contact, a fierce white-knuckle battle began. Wang Yi killed for 10 minutes or so, and retreated to the alley while killing. He ran to a corner of an alley and sat down, breathing heavily. Holy, how can this game still be tiring? Wang Yi felt physically exhausted and was directly dumbfounded. Other games just set a stamina value. This game has no bloodstains or stamina values. It's all about realism, isn't it? At that moment, Wang Yi saw another ghost running out from the street corner. Instinctively he raised the bayonet in his hand and charged with all his might. Just before he could stick his bayonet in that ghost, a gunshot broke the silence of the alley. Wang Yi glanced down at the wound on his chest and cursed furiously in his heart. Holy, you can't afford to play. Intense pain traveled from his chest to his entire body, and Wang Yi's consciousness went black. Game over. Mission failed. Failed to capture the 8 bridges. Survival time 1 hour and 59 minutes. Killed 5. Your bravery was commendable, but it still didn't change the outcome. Game rating, 60. Failed mission? Game rating of 60? See the result. Wang Yi was somewhat unable to accept it. He had worked so hard to kill the enemy, and he had failed in his mission. The previous one's failure was even worse, because he didn't expect to be able to capture the 8 bridges at all. After all, it can't be done by one person. It's just that the survival time of the latter one is actually that much worse. It made him very upset. Wang Yi let out a sharp pop. The viewers of the live stream went crazy as well. Holy, killed 5. 1 minute short of completing the mission. Brother Wang is brave. After watching so many live streams, it's Wang who is closest to success. Wang is really Han. Next door Zhou Xiaoyi 17 minutes to end the game. 5 minutes to rush up and get blown up. Seeing this pop up, Zhou Xiaoyi, who was watching Wang Yi's live broadcast, directly exploded with anger. Blackie, which pot is not mentioned? Joe Showy live broadcast. Her fans are laughing like crazy. Clearly brushed up. Ha ha ha. Joe Showy held back her red face. What are you laughing at? Laugh. I'm not bad for a girl to play like this, okay? If you guys were on it instead, you might not be better than me. Joe Showy was furious. This time she had lost a lot of face. At this moment, Joe Showy glanced at the game interface that was still matching. The number of matches had now come to 74. 26 more people to match in. Don't worry guys, I just didn't get used to it before. When I'm back there I'll definitely be better than the front. Chapter 010 Anchors Who Broke Defense. Wang Yi snapped back from his reluctance. He had never been so stifled playing a game. Subsequently, he was like Joe Showy before him, exited to the game's main page and then found the online mode. Seeing this online mode, Wang Yi's face showed surprise. He clicked match straight away. As an FPS player, he plays games with teammates. This time, with his teammates, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to accomplish this task. Guys, that plot mode doesn't suit me. I prefer multiplayer co-op to solo. You guys just watch. 100 teammates. Maybe we can actually take this octagonal bridge. After all, this quest says capture, not occupy all the time, and capturing for a second counts. Zhou Yang was a bit surprised when he heard Wang Yi's words. This kid was pretty smart, guessing the mission completion method so quickly. Only, the online mode is not easy to take down. The difficulty is much higher than the plot mode. Once it's about to be taken, the Japanese will swarm over it. Zhou Yang could already think of the scene when they came across this situation. They've got to break defense for sure. As long as the defense was broken, he would be able to gain emotion. A few more whole times. You can glean a few more leaks. He then left Wang Yi's live room, ran to the live feeds of the other internal players. Right now, all over the internet, there are 200 anchors broadcasting live, the Eastern meat grinder of World War II. The rest of the internal players are either not online or not live. But this way Zhou Yang was satisfied. He didn't expect everyone to be live streaming this game. Glancing at the progress of the other anchors, some of them were just getting into the game. There were also those who, like Zhou Xiaoyi as well as Wang Yi, were waiting for online matches. The rest were disbelievers and continued to challenge the 8 Bridges battle solo. They didn't believe they could even last 2 hours. It's just that these disbelieving internal players die faster than once. Some of them even got their defenses broken outright. At this time, Zhou Yang came to a live broadcasting room called Experience the Oriental Meat Grinder. Old Black breaking defense daily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this game so disgusting? Garbage game. Except for death or death. Play the egg ah. In Old Black's live broadcast room, the audience heard Old Black's broken defense, and each of them haha taunted. Their favorite part of the day is watching the Old Black man break down the defense, then taunt him like crazy. As an Old Black man whose highlights are his broken defense, he has always eaten off of it. Only today, he really had his defenses broken. Just getting into the game, he lasted 20 minutes before a shell took him away. That's really not a good feeling to be bombarded with shells. The pop-ups are still taunting like crazy. Originally he thought it would work the whole good show, rested for a while and giddily took on another challenge. The result was 15 minutes of being hit in the head by a stray bullet from nowhere, and straight up nothing. It wasn't a painful death the second time around, just an unexplained one. Then unbelievingly he just fired a third one and ran into the alley for an alley fight. As a result, while running, a ghost suddenly appeared in the alley and gave him a few stabs. This time the death was truly tragic. 2 stabs to the abdomen, 1 to the heart, and finally a slit throat for him. Just don't give him a hard time. He was tortured alive. Straight up, he really broke his defense. The key to this third hand, he only survived for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Brothers, don't laugh. This time I really broke the defense. You guys can't experience that feeling. It's too damn torturous. I'm going to fire another handful, and I'm going to find the ghost who just killed me and torture him hard. Old Black's face was a bit ugly, and his voice was even more vicious. As soon as Old Black's words fell, the haha mocking pop-ups in the live broadcast immediately disappeared. As much as they like to play, that's all knowing that Old Black is in the whole show effect. They were also happy to accompany the Old Black man for the whole show effects. This time, Lao Hei said he really broke the defense, and the audience saw Lao Hei's face and immediately realized that Lao Hei wasn't lying. They were well aware of Old Black's death just now. They also flirted with the idea that this was a horrible way for Old Black to die, and now he's really broken his defense. The physical senses of this game are all on full blast, and the little kid that just gave me a few slashes felt just like the real thing. I dare say, this TM would have to break defense for anyone else. Hearing Old Black's words of breaking defense, Zhou Yang grinned. Emotional values plus 30, plus 35, plus 40. This Old Black contributes a lot of emotional value to him. Other anchors are only 1 or 2 dozen. He is twice as much as the other anchors. Such a treasure anchor. he must pay attention to it, and be sure to give him more experience with the game. With that thought in mind, he swiped a super rocket for Old Black. This super rocket is worth 2,000 Chinese coins. Anchor worked hard. Cheers, I love watching you play this game. Make sure to torture that little life that killed you. Zhou Yang smiled and sent a pop-up. When Old Black saw Zhou Yang's pop-up, his face, which was still very melancholic, immediately smiled. Thank you Big Brother for the super rocket. Big Brother atmosphere. Big Brother, you said you want to torture that little life. Old Black, will definitely fulfill Big Brother's request. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this and also shouted out the boss atmosphere. When Zhou Yang saw that Old Black changed his face so quickly, he also had to sigh with emotion that Old Black's professionalism was quite good. Treat your boss consistently. Okay, I'll brush you off with a few more super rockets when you're done torturing that little day. When Old Black saw Zhou Yang's pop-up, he was like a chicken blood. He's an anchor with millions of followers though, but the live stream usually only holds a few thousand people, most of whom are still fun-seeking viewers. There are very few owners who can actually pop rice. The one super rocket that Zhou Yang swiped for him today topped his gift income for the day today. If he could keep this boss, he wouldn't have to live a miserable life. After sending this message, Zhou Yang left the live broadcast room. He'll have to keep looking for other potential anchors. Old Black alone, a potential, couldn't explode much emotional value at all. Old Black looked at Zhou Yang's money. Why would Zhou Yang not look at Old Black's ability to earn him emotional value? After a round of shopping, Zhou Yang swiped super rockets in several live streams. These are the ones he thinks are potentials. World War II's Eastern Meat Grinder, the day of the internal test. Eaton Group, the game development studio of the Ming Dynasty Meat Grinder. Zhang Yida came to inspect the development progress of the game. Everyone cheers. Other people's games have begun internal testing. You guys look at copying, won't you? At least come up with some results. If it drags on any longer, you can all quit. Zhang Yida's tone was serious as he urged the game to progress. Yes, we understand. The head of the studio nodded repeatedly. Zhang Yida is their superior. What their superior says, they do. I'll give you all a bonus if you can do it before the game starts. Leave the studio. Zhang Yida returned to his exclusive office, turned on my cell phone and watched the anchor related to the Oriental Meat Grinder. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you can win 100 battles. For such a dark horse, Zhang Yida had to pay attention. Chapter 011, Simulated Battlefield. After watching Old Black's live stream for a while, Zhang Yida frowned slightly. This game looks like it's really real, and it's particularly bloody. Other than that, the visual impact is really strong. He speculated in his mind. Could it be that the makers of this game were trying to make the players sick of war by relying on real and brutal war scenes? If that's the case, then they can do it. It's not like it's terribly hard to do, after all. It's just that this kind of extreme realism has always been something that most game producers have shied away from. Because of the too realistic game graphics, there are so many details that need to be keyed in. Picking at details is adding cost and production time. And the more realistic the graphics, the more demanding the player will be. The more you like to blow off steam. Not many people are usually willing to do this kind of thankless work. Not to mention the particularly realistic and gory imagery that is sure to dissuade a lot of scared people. There's also the fact that there's no connection to minors. You know, there are a lot of minors in China. Zhang Yida felt that in order to get the first place in the anti-war competition, the underage audience should definitely be taken into consideration as well. The original game they're betting heavily on at Eaton Group is with underage in mind. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a little contempt for the game. While the storytelling in this game is good, the gameplay isn't very good. How many players play it when it's so hardcore? Zhang Yida then continued to look for other anchors who were live streaming the Oriental Meat Grinder. Soon he arrived at Zhou Xiaoi's live room. The reason why I stopped was because Zhou Xiaoi was streaming the online version of the 8 Bridges battle. After more than an hour of matching, Zhou Xiaoi finally saw that the number of matches underneath had reached 100. Immediately afterward, the text of a successful match surfaced on the screen. With a flash of blackness before his eyes, Zhou Xiaoi once again arrived at the scene of the 8 Bridges battle. Opening her eyes, Zhou Xiaoi realized that there was a big, dark man next to her staring at her, and he was still very close. Holy, who are you? Zhou Xiaoi was taken aback. Are you a player? The big black man asked. Zhou Xiaoi sniffed and looked surprised. You too, who are you? I'm Wang Yi. Wang Yi? I'm Zhou Xiaoi. Why are you so dark? Wang Yi's face was a bit odd when he saw the creamy-looking Zhou Xiaoi in front of him. He did recognize Zhou Xiaoi, and a strong sense of contrast was born when this face was contrasted with Zhou Xiaoi's one. I'm a random character. Isn't it up to me to decide if I'm black or not? That said, it seems like I'm still a squad leader. Wang Yi patted the rank on his arm. As a veteran gamer, he was watching other people's live streams while he was matching. and then detailing the fact that the rank system of the army inside this game seems to be different from their modern one. After combining the live broadcasts of various anchors, he gathered information about these ranks. What about me? Zhou Xiaoyi subconsciously glanced at the rank on his shoulder. Wang Yi glanced at him and spoke faintly. Don't look, you're just a small soldier. Zhou Xiaoyi's face fell when she heard this. How come I'm a pawn every time? Inside Zhou Xiaoyi's live broadcast room, the fans immediately talked when they saw that Zhou Xiaoyi actually ran into Wang Yi. Sister Yi, you're so lucky, you actually met Brother Wang. With Wang leading the way, can you break 17 minutes? Sister Ye? Anchor, you mustn't drag Wang back. Try to die later. Zhou Xiaoyi got angry when she saw that the viewers in the live broadcast were questioning her strength. Don't you guys put me down like that. That was an accident up ahead, alright. Zhou Xiaoyi wailed in his heart. This was a lifetime of black history. Wang Yi couldn't hear Zhou Xiaoyi's voice communicating with the live stream audience, but he was able to see the pop-ups in his live stream. Brother Wang, take our Sister Ye to take off. She's too difficult. This can be had. Although Sister Ye is a vegetable, but she is beautiful. Brother Wang, you have to grasp it. This shall not be abducted for us as the king's wife. Wang Yi saw these pop-ups and the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't wait for him to answer them. When there was the sound of gunfire and artillery in the distance, the battle has begun. At that moment, an officer in an officer's uniform came running up. Wang Dano, what are you guys still doing over here? Why don't you hurry up and bring your class to follow? Wang Yi saw the rank on the officer's arm and immediately stood still and shouted, yes, platoon leader. He then looked towards Zhou Xiaoyi and waved his hand to signal her to follow. Zhou Xiaoyi gripped the rifle in her hand tightly and followed behind Wang Yi. We have to gather the players now, or else playing each one won't work. Wang Yi brought Zhou Xiaoyi with him and said as he ran, how can we gather here? We players are mixed in with the NPCs. We can't tell them apart at all. Zhou Xiaoyi asked. It's easy, look at that dorky one over there. He must be a player. Wang Yi said as he pointed to a distant soldier who was leaning against a wall corner and looking left and right. Saying that, Wang Yi waved his hand towards the man, signaling him to come over. After the man came over, Wang Yi smiled and asked, is it a player? The man's eyes lit up at the words. Holy, yes I am. Finally a kindred spirit. My name is Wang Yi. What's yours? My name is Qian Lei, Bean Sprout Anchor. Qian Lei said with gusto. He then looked at Zhou Xiaoyi and said, you're a player too? Zhou Xiaoyi nodded. Then with a puzzled look at Wang Yi, how did you see it? It's simple. Look at the behavior. Look at the eyes. The eyes of NPCs are different from the eyes of players. Their eyes look resolute. Wang Yi explained. What about the players? The look of wisdom. Wang Yi couldn't say what that felt like, but he was able to clearly feel the difference between players and NPCs. There's also the fact that NPCs act as if they have a goal. Only we players would be wandering around without knowing what for. After Zhou Xiaoyi heard this, she instantly understood. I see. So let's go find the players now. No, we can't run around. The NPCs over there are staring at us. Wang Yi shook his head. He had been paying attention to the NPCs around him. He realized that these NPCs seemed to be intelligent. Not the kind of NPCs that just have a fixed dialogue. Rather, they are separate individuals like people. At this time, a young soldier ran up to him. Wang Yi froze for a moment, then he heard the soldier speak. Squad leader, Zhou Ida, why did you guys run here? The brothers are waiting for you. Wang Yi wanted to say something, but suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to know the soldier's name. At this time, a panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Name, Li Yen. Age, 20. Attached to, Private, 2nd Platoon, 3rd Company, 1st Battalion, 262nd Brigade, 262nd Regiment, 88th Division, German Armed Forces Division. Place of origin, Zhejiang Province. Biography, 1917. XX 1937. 8. 13. Chapter 012, Hardcore Games. Wang Yi saw this panel and directly froze. Why hadn't he seen this before? Is there a specific condition required? However, in this situation, it was clear that there wasn't much time for him to think about it. Ahem. Li Yen, you kids still say it. Where did you guys just run off to? I can't even find you guys. Don't hurry up and call them over to gather. Wang Yi quickly responded, substituting this role of the class president. This soldier named Li Yen sniffed and didn't dare to refute Wang Yi. Yes. He then turned and ran off to yell for someone. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyi next to him looked at Wang Yi with a surprised face. How do you know his name? There are panels. Don't you have any? Wang Yi said quite rightfully. Ha, panels? Zhou Xiaoyi looked confused. Next to him, Qian Lei did likewise. No, aren't we playing the same game? Qian Lei asked, somewhat confused. At this time, Wang Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be because I'm the squad leader and have a higher rank? That's why I'm able to see their panels. seems like a possibility. Zhou Xiaoyi couldn't think of any other possibilities and could only accept this. At this time, Wang Yi saw Li Yan running over with 5 or 6 soldiers. Squad leader, everyone is here. Wang Yi swept over with a glance, and his heart became astonished, because all of these soldiers looked as if they were players. They looked left and right, their eyes drifting. Wang Yi wanted to check their panels, but he couldn't even view them. And there's only one possibility left, and that's the player. It was because he had just tried to check the information panels of Zhou Xiaoyi and Shen Lei when he couldn't. In that case, wouldn't he only have one NPC in this class? Li Yan. Holy, is that how it works? Wang Yi was a bit dumbfounded. Squad leader, the people have been brought. What are we going to do now? Li Yan said as he looked at Wang Yi. Follow the other classes. After Wang Yi finished speaking, he led them towards the location of the 8-character bridge ahead. Wang Yi is still the first time to be a squad leader. Before he was a small soldier. Directly punch and do it on the line. But class president he really didn't know what to do. After running forward along the streets and alleys for a couple of 100 meters, Wang Yi heard the dense sounds of gunfire and artillery around him. At that moment, a figure suddenly sprang out from the corner of the street. A few people were so scared that they brought up their guns, glancing at the man. It was one of his own, and at the moment he was covered in blood. Save me, the man said, and collapsed to the ground. Behind him, a few more navy blue ghosts caught up. Seeing this, Wang Yi immediately ordered, "Meet the enemy." He pulled the bolt and loaded the gun in one fluid motion. Gunshots rang out down the street. Those ghosts just heard the gunshots and 2 of them fell down. The remaining 4 quickly ducked behind the wall, raised the Type 38 rifles in their hands and began to counterattack. Next to him, Li Yan quickly pulled the wounded lying on the ground behind a safe cover. Zhou Xiaoyi originally wanted to meet the enemy as well, but when she thought of her own marksmanship, she instantly felt that it was better to forget about it. Seeing Li Yan pulling that wounded soldier over, he also took out bandages to give that wounded soldier first aid. She volunteered to step forward and try to help. "You quickly tie the wound on his leg, don't let him lose too much blood," Li Yan said in a hurry. Zhou Xiaoyi sniffed and took out the straps from the bag she was carrying, but the next moment she realized that she wouldn't be able to use it. She took a look at Li Yan's bandage wrapping technique, then immediately learned how to tie bandages for wounded soldiers. Just as soon as she put her hand on the wound in the wounded soldier's thigh, she felt a handful of blood. The bright red blood hit her mind. It was the first time she had seen so much blood so close. Her face went a little white and she froze in place. Li Yan saw Zhou Xiaoyi froze and shouted, "Zhou Ida, what are you frothing for? Don't tie it up yet. Do you want him to bleed to death?" Zhou Xiaoyi came back to her senses and started tying it up with her hands and feet. "It's just that the more you do it, the worse it is to tie it." Seeing this, Li Yan pushed her away and then started tying it up himself. He did not know what Zhou Xiaoyi froze. Before not still good. How the first time on the battlefield this look. Zhou Xiaoyi sat on the ground, suddenly feeling so useless. Can't even do something that simple. Brothers, am I useless? I can't shoot a gun. I can't even tie a bandage. At this point the pop-ups were flying up from the audience of the live broadcast. Is it necessary to make this game so hardcore? You have to learn how to bandage to play a game. Yeah, it's not your fault. It's that the game is too hardcore real. Yeah, we wouldn't have done it in our place. Pressed, what's wrong with that NPC? How can he be so rude to the lovely Ye-san? What do you mean? The game's Ye-san is still cute? Seeing the pop-ups from the audience, Zhou Xiaoyi's heart felt a lot better. Yeah, it's not like she's the only one who won't. Thinking about it, she perked up again. At this moment, Wang Yi immediately flung 2 grenades over after firing a few shots. After 2 explosions, he turned his head to Li Yan and said, "Quickly carry them away. This side is not safe. If the opposite side throws a few grenades at us later, it's not easy to run with the wounded." "Yes, squad leader." Li Yan picked up the unconscious wounded man on his back and walked towards the depths of the alley. Wang Yi, on the other hand, led the others to retreat back while fighting. Ghosts are appearing here, which means there must be more behind them. A small group of them that was detached from the larger force. Once they encountered a large number of enemies, they were not able to fight hard at all. After seeing Li Yan carrying the injured away, Wang Yi looked at the players following him and said with a smile, "You are all players, right?" As soon as his words fell, the faces of the players behind him changed in unison. "Don't look like you've seen a ghost. We're all players," Wang Yi said helplessly. "How did you know I was a player?" one of the players asked. Speaking up, Wang Yi sniffed and told them how he had discovered that they were players. Introductions were made by the way. Holy, it can still be like this? What's wrong with this game? Minions don't have human rights. I want a panel too. Does this game depend on dog luck? Hearing the whining of a few players, Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand. "Okay, stop whining. There are 100 players in this game, and now we only have 8 here, and we don't even know where the rest of the players are. After saying that, Wang Yi was somewhat helpless. I was originally thinking of gathering 100 players to see if I could capture the 8 bridges. Can't even get the people together right now. At this time, Wang Yi suddenly saw the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room brush up. Anchor, don't look for them. They're almost done dying. Some of them had their spots back and were sent to the head of the line just after they got into the game. We went to the other live streams and 100 anchor players are now down to less than 50. Wang Yi was very shocked to see this. More than half of them are dead so soon. The feeling wasn't that the battle wasn't intense enough, but that their squad was sleepwalking plus paddling in the background the entire time. Chapter 013, The Ghost's Pursuit. This online mode also doesn't allow for resurrection. As soon as you die you are completely out of the game, with one less player dead. The firepower of the opposite side of the small day is also too strong. I see that the other anchors have been pressed, and once they go up, people are gone. Brother Wang, it's basically hard for you to win this round. The fans were still talking, and Wang Yi sighed helplessly after reading the pop-ups. Several other players were similarly informed by fans of the number of people now in the game. It surprised them all a bit. How many minutes have passed in this game? Not even half an hour and half of them are dead. No, the players are half dead. Won't those NPCs die even more? If we keep paddling like this hand will definitely be gone. Wang Yi opened his mouth. His words caused several other players to nod their heads. Okay, let's take the initiative then. We always have to wrestle. Wang Yi stopped backing up. Li Yan saw them stop not far away and didn't continue to back up. He laid the wounded on the ground. There was still a war going on. They were detached from the main force and pressed for medics. There are many gunshot wounds on this wounded man, and Li Yan doesn't know if he can hold out. Li Yan returned to Wang Yi. Wang Yi stopped chatting with a few players at once. Squad leader, what's the matter? Are we going to keep pulling back? Wang Yi shook his head and said, prepare to attack. You take care of the wounded. Li Yan immediately shook his head. Squad leader, I'm going on too. That wounded man, he doesn't need me to take care of him. One less me is one less firepower. Looking over to the wounded man over there who had fallen into a coma and didn't know if he was dead or alive. It was completely unnecessary for him to stay and take care of it. Without a doctor, it's up to God whether this wounded man will live or not. Once they split up to run the show, one less person in their squad of 9 was one less firepower. Wang Yi also glanced at the wounded man, lying motionless on the ground. There was no difference between looking so far away and a corpse. If we leave him here, there's a high probability that he'll be lifeless. Zhou Xiaoyi spoke up at this time. Li Yan sniffed, looked at her with complicated eyes and said, even if I don't leave him here, what can I do by guarding him? Without a doctor, do I guard him to death? Zhou Xiaoyi instantly stopped talking. Yeah, it's useless for Li Yan to guard here. The battle is being fought now, and those who can move are fighting. Okay, let's hide him first. Wang Yi agreed. The only reason he agreed was because he suddenly remembered it was a game. If you want to win yourself, every single combatant matters. Not to mention that Li Yan was still an NPC, and his fighting strength was much stronger than that of them, the players. Soon, Li Yan hid that wounded man in an alley. Then a few people rushed towards the front line. Having no wounded to worry about, they moved quickly. Walking around a corner, they came across a couple heads of brats. The heads of these ghosts moved warily forward along the side of the street. The ground, everywhere, was marked by the aftermath of shell bombardment. Wang Yi didn't know what position these people of his were in. Although he had a map on him, he couldn't read it at all. Fight! Wang Yi shouted. Players shoot immediately. Zhou Xiaoyi was also handling the rifle in a less skillful manner. Shooting was really tough for someone like her who had never used a gun. A few other players weren't much better. They've played gun games where all they have to do is just load the magazine and empty it. Nowadays, when you come across these old antique guns, one is not very good at it. On the street, the attacked kitty marines immediately leaned against the doorways of the stores along the street, using the walls as cover. The player's marksmanship is just sensational, with bullets mostly missing the enemy. Only a few of the ghosts were hit in the body, but none of them were fatal. Then the kitties started to fight back. The ghost's shot was accurate, and a bullet grazed Wang Yi's scalp. Wang Yi felt his scalp go a little cold, as if there was blood flowing down. Holy, this mother asterisk almost blew my head off. Wang Yi immediately squatted down and patted his chest, his heart palpitating. That feeling of death was very clear just now. Squad leader, are you alright? After Li Yan fired a shot, he crouched down and saw Wang Yi's blood flowing down from his forehead. No, it's fine. Wang Yi took a deep breath, his heart beating violently. Bang! A gunshot. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground. When Wang Yi looked over, he saw a player fall to the ground. There was a bloody hole in his forehead, and blood mixed with a white, tofu-like object flowed out, eyes glazed over with the feeling of death. Seeing this scene, the players around him were dumbfounded. There are snipers? Wang Yi's eyes snapped open when he saw this. Zhou Xiaoyi covered her mouth, her heart beating violently. She fought back the churning in her stomach, panic in her eyes. This player was right next to her, and she had just tried to get up, only for this player to get up faster than her. As a result, he's dead, got shot in the head. The player's brains were spilled all over her. If she'd been one step faster, she wouldn't have been the one to die. That's when the intense gunfire started. Wang Yi, who was familiar with firearms, immediately heard that it was the sound of a light machine gun. His face was a little hard to see. This was dangerous. Suppressed by machine guns and with snipers on the other side, they had no way to probe for a counterattack. Shift position. Wang Yi opened his mouth, then quickly led them backward. Zhou Xiaoyi snapped out of her shock at this time and stood up, only to find that her legs were weak. Hurry up! When Li Yan saw Zhou Xiaoyi lagging behind, he immediately ran over and pulled her to run. They had been gone for less than a minute when the ghosts came to where they had originally been, and there were a large number of them, more than 20. Wang Yi led them to fight while retreating. Now he was no longer thinking of rushing up to take it. He was lucky to be alive. Only, Zhou Xiaoyi's legs had just been softened by fear. Now it is not fast at all. Li Yan pulling her, the same cannot run fast. Wang Yi was very helpless in his heart when he saw this, but if he were to give up the two, he simply couldn't do it. The ghosts coming after them saw the two and immediately opened fire. Li Yan pulled Zhou Xiaoyi to turn into the alley, and Wang Yi immediately threw 2 grenades out. The ghosts who were catching up saw the grenades and rushed to pull back, but it was just too late. The force of the 2 grenade explosions toppled 7 or 8 ghosts to the ground. 3 or 4 heads of ghosts were blown up on the spot, and the remaining few were lying on the ground wailing. Dear. A ghost squad leader with a pistol in his hand saw the scene and became directly furious. Immediately, he ordered the others to go after him and kill them all. At this time, Li Yan pulled Zhou Xiaoyi to continue running. Use the alleys to hide from the enemies. Zhou Xiaoyi suddenly saw that the uniform on Li Yan's arm was stained red. Are you hurt? It's okay. Run. Don't stop. Li Yan didn't frown for a moment. His expression was serious. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi could only continue to run. Her legs were no longer weak now, but she now felt very guilty in her heart. If it wasn't for her own drag, Li Yan definitely wouldn't have been injured. Chapter 014 I won't survive. Kill me. It couldn't be helped. Facing an enemy several times their size, it wasn't wise to fight head-on. In an alley fight with them, pulling is the best plan. Now there were only 8 of them left, and the enemy was at least 30 or 40. No good. There are ghosts on the left too. The player walking in front suddenly shouted. Wang Yi's face changed at his words. There are ghosts in front and behind. This is not giving them a chance to live. Put up a fight. Let's charge out. Wang Yi gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious face. It's not a good idea to not spell it out now. They're surrounded. If they don't fight, they'll all be destroyed. Several other players heard Wang Yi's words and also shouted. Put up a fight. They suck anyway. If they can't beat them, big deal. Next hand. After being chased for so long, they couldn't help but feel stifled in their hearts. They loaded their guns with bayonets, threw 2 grenades out quickly, and then probed to shoot the enemy on the left. The ghosts on the left were also confused by the sudden grenade. By the time they reacted, Wang Yi and the others had already run past them. These ghosts quickly caught up. Wang Yi and the others who had just escaped the encirclement had not yet breathed a sigh of relief when the gunfire from behind rang out again. High intensity, long distance, prolonged running has stretched them to their physical limits. This was still the virtual body they were using. If it were their real bodies, it would be a struggle to run 1,000 meters, not to mention the fact that they were now carrying 12 pounds of weight and running for so long. Zhou Xiaoyi didn't need Li Yan to pull her at this time. She could also run, but Li Yan is not doing so well, because his arm was still bleeding now, and running all the way up his arm was draining the blood out of it at an accelerated rate. His face was a little pale, and he had just been wrapping his shirt tightly around his arm above the wound to prevent too much blood flow. Wang Yi realized at this time that Li Yan was injured. Finding a temporary cover, Wang Yi walked next to Li Yan. He took out a bandage and wrapped it around Li Yan. It's only called a bandage to put it nicely, but in reality it's just tying up the arm to keep it from bleeding too much. There was no medicine pressed on them. Can you still walk? Wang Yi asked. Yes, squad leader. Enduring the pain of his wound, Li Yan firmly nodded his head. At that moment, the ghosts closed in again. Suddenly, Wang Yi saw 2 black shadows being thrown over. After seeing the thing clearly, he immediately pounced on Wang Yi, while shouting get down. With 2 explosions, a few wails rang out. Zhou Xiaoyi's face turned pale when she saw one of the players who had his leg blown off. The bloody scene hit her mind. She was lucky she didn't get hit by a grenade, but others are not so lucky. Ah, it hurts. Kill me. The player wailed on the ground covering the lower half of his broken leg. At this time, Wang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. He felt some pain in his back, as if he'd been caught in a wave of flying shrapnel. His eyes were red as he saw the wailing player shouting over and over to kill himself. That player was unlucky that the grenade exploded by his leg. Next to him was another man who had his hand blown off. The tendons were attached to the flesh, but the bones were broken. The player didn't wail, but rather said nothing and sweated profusely. At this time, Li Yan stood up. He walked over to the player with the broken leg. When the broken leg player saw Li Yan, blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth for him to kill himself. Li Yan sniffed with grief in his eyes. Pick up a pistol. A shot rang out and a gunshot hole appeared in the player's temple, ending his suffering. Zhou Xiaoyi was frozen in place. She couldn't believe that Li Yan had actually killed that player. Why did you kill him? She spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. He won't live, and it would be better to end his suffering sooner rather than let him die in agony. If I turn out to be like him, I hope that you guys will let me be relieved as well. Li Yan's voice was very heavy. His words silenced Zhou Xiaoyi. Wang Yi also felt stuffy inside. At this time in Wang Yi's live broadcast room, the audience heard Li Yan's words and all fell silent. It took a few moments for someone to post a pop-up. He's just an NPC. Ah, for him, that's his comrade in arms. How hard it should be for him to send his own comrade in arms with his own hands, even though I know it's the right thing to do. Why is it so hard inside me? I would have chosen to do the same if it were me, I guess. No, I'm just watching a live game. It's getting me emo. It's just that, in this situation, there's no room for them to continue to grieve. The ghosts are coming. The other player with a broken hand had a pale smile on his face when he heard Li Yan's words. I can't run anymore. You guys hurry up, I'll break the back. Although his arm was broken, he couldn't feel much pain, but he knew full well he couldn't run away. Instead of being chased to death, stay and him. Seeing this, Wang Yi ruthlessly said, go. It's a player anyway. It's not like they're really dead. There's no need to get particularly hung up on it. At this time, in this player's live room, the audience bristled with tears. They had never seen such a picture of self-sacrifice. There were even brushes of old wolves going all the way. I'm carrying the wolf looked at the pop-ups all the way to the top and had black lines all over his forehead. No, I'm playing the game. I can't even run in this situation anyway, so I might as well change a few more ghosts and buy them time to retreat. When he finished, he looked around the corner of the street. Wait for the ghosts to come up. The blood was still flowing from his hands. He could feel the strength draining from his body. Soon, he saw a few ghosts in navy blue clothing come into view. The ghosts walked up to him. At this time I was carrying a wolf covered in blood, leaning against the corner, looking very miserable. He saw the ghosts and grinned, revealing white teeth. The sound of bared teeth rang out. The ghosts' faces snapped into horror. And I am carrying wolf's arms. He was holding several grenades. At such close range, these ghosts can't hide. With a roar, the grenade exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The 5 or 6 ghost land soldiers who approached were blown up on the spot, their limbs in pieces. Wang Yi, who had just run not too far away, heard the explosion and his face changed. But at this point, they had temporarily escaped the ghosts' pursuit. At this time, Wang Yi saw what was happening in the pop-up. Old Wolf pulled the grenade and went down with the devils. Brother Wang, avenge Old Wolf. He died so tragically. Brother Wang, can you guys win? Don't let the Old Wolf die in vain. Wang Yi didn't respond to the pop-ups. Now they're down to 6 men and a wounded man. It was a matter of whether or not the few of them could survive, let alone win. Who's there? Just as Wang Yi was silent, a sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. We're from the second company. At that moment, several people came out of a rotten room. By the way they're dressed, they're all on their own. We're from the third company. Aren't you guys from the second company attacking up front? Why are you guys here? Li Yan looked at the several people. His brows furrowed. Chapter 015, did Huaxia win? The men had injuries on their bodies and a grayish appearance. We can't attack. We're scattered. The rest of our platoon's brothers are all dead. One of them said with pathos. They had airplanes. They had naval guns. And a lot of brothers were blown up and strafed to death. There are ghosts everywhere around us now. We have to go and join the larger force. One of the more seriously injured warriors spoke. Wang Yi took a look and actually had the same rank as him. It's a squad leader. Good. After saying that, Wang Yi hurriedly asked the others to carry this injured squad leader and continued to move through the streets and alleys. It wasn't long before they heard a firefight nearby. Arriving near the firefight point, Wang Yi instantly saw dozens of Chinese fighters relying on sandbags along the street wall to fend off the attack of the Japanese invaders in front of them. Let's go help. Wang Yi's few people bypassed the firefighting area and came to the edge of their position. What class are you in? Just as they approached the position, they were spotted by the scouts. If they hadn't seen the uniforms on them, the scouts might have taken them for the enemy. We are from the second squad of the first platoon of the third company. Li Yan replied instantly. We're broken up. The scouts heard authentic Chinese and immediately let them into position. At that moment, an officer in an officer's uniform approached. "I'm Company Commander Zhao Zhang of the 2nd Company, and I'm temporarily substituting for you now." "Yes, Company Commander." Wang Yi did not hesitate and directly nodded his head. Even if he didn't say anything, Wang Yi would have followed them. Opposite, the Japanese attack was strong. Wang Yi and others were sent to the front line of combat the next moment. Damn, this game is still playing. Ha, the artillery, the machine guns just don't stop. Wang Yi had just reached the back of the bunker when he heard a soldier beside him curse angrily. Pure torture. Another voice said agreeably. Wang Yi looked at the pop-up screen and asked the audience how many players were left now. Just 12 players. Wang Yi fell silent for a moment when he heard this figure. Their players were too weak. 100 players, that's how long it took, and there were very few left. On this battlefield, they can't change anything at all. Facing the enemy's machine guns and naval artillery, they were not able to put up a bit of resistance. Zhou Xiaoyi and a few other players followed. Li Yan, on the other hand, was taken by the medics to simply treat his wounds. The two players who had just spoken immediately stopped talking when they saw Wang Yi. "We're players too. There are less than 12 players left, 5 on our side, plus 2 or 7 on yours, and the remaining few should be somewhere else." The two players were a bit dumbfounded when they heard Wang Yi's words. "What? There's only 12 left?" Wang Yi nodded. If they hadn't opened the game by not rushing to the front, they'd probably have ended the game by now. There was a loud bang as the shells landed on the houses in the street. A large amount of building debris was blown up and dust rose from the sky. The violent shaking caused Wang Yi to lie dead on the ground. The shells kept pouring in. After the artillery plowed the ground, the kiddies once again attacked. When Wang Yi came back from the shelling, he saw the two players next to him lying lifeless on the ground. Blood was flowing on the ground. That's when the ghosts rushed over. Seeing this, Wang Yi copied the light machine gun next to him and lay down on the sandbags to shoot towards the ghosts. Having used the Mauser rifle, he now felt that the light machine gun was better than anything else. Wang Yi was having fun with his machine gun when a mortar shell flew in the distance. It blew up next to him. It didn't hit him, though, but he didn't feel good about it either. Not far away, Zhou Xiaoyi shot a gun and then lay on the ground for a while. The audience in the live broadcast room were all speechless when they saw Zhou Xiaoyi playing like this. "Sister, yeah, can you stop being such a wimp and just do it? Anchor, you're playing this way. It's so suffocating to watch. I want to play the game instead of you. Don't be like this, guys. Ye-san is a girl after all. She was scared silly a few times just now. It's good that she can keep playing." Zhou Xiaoyi didn't pay attention to the pop-ups at this time. The various scares from earlier had long made her treat this place as a real battlefield. On the flank, a small group of Japanese troops crept around the edge of the position. They saw the Chinese warriors and spoke directly. The flanking attack immediately startled Zhao Zhang. The flanking defenses are weak at this point, but he had almost no soldiers left in his hands. Only the wounded men who had just been replaced could be sent over to hold off the enemy. Why haven't the reinforcements come yet? Zhao Zhang's face was a bit ugly. The enemy was several times the size of their company, and if they didn't come to support him, he would have to abandon his position and pull back. On the other side, the viewers of Zhou Xiaoyi's live broadcast saw from God's perspective that there were a few ghosts heading her way. Crazy reminded Zhou Xiaoyi in the live broadcast. "Sister, yeah, watch your back. Anchor, watch your back. What a rush. Why don't the anchors read the pop-ups?" Just then, a figure appeared in the live broadcast screen. The audience was thrilled to see the figure. That was Li Yan, who had just arrived over here and immediately spotted the little kid circling back. He threw a grenade. The sound of the explosion made Zhou Xiaoyi look over, and when she saw the little brats, her face suddenly turned white, and she felt some fear in her heart. "Are you okay?" Li Yan inquired. "It's fine." Zhou Xiaoyi shook her head. "The brats have circled back. Let's be careful." Li Yan finished, his eyes staring at the alley like a torch. When he saw the little devils that popped up, he shot them one at a time, and his marksmanship was very good. The ghosts who circled back saw that they couldn't rush out, throw grenades directly. At this time, the grenade popped up between Zhou Xiaoyi and Li Yan. Li Yan's face changed. It was too late to pick it up and throw it away. He could only lie on the grenade with his whole body. With a muffled sound, Li Yan was blown over and rolled on the ground a few times. Blood and flesh splattered on Zhou Xiaoyi's face. This sudden accident made her freeze, and when she reacted, she hurriedly ran to Li Yan's side. Seeing that Li Yan's intestines were blown out, his chest was bloody, and his limbs were twisted. Zhou Xiaoyi's face paled as this bloody scene appeared before her eyes. Zhou Xiaoyi shouted in panic, "Li Yan, are you alright? Don't die. You really don't die." Zhou Xiaoyi's eyes were red, and her hand kept trying to stuff back the intestines that Li Yan had turned out. She didn't expect that Li Yan would actually use his body to press the grenade. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. "Holy, he's pressing right on the grenade. I didn't even react." This man is too ruthless. He obviously could have dodged, but he pressed on in order to save Ye-san. It's so tragic. I can't watch it. Li Yan had glared. His throat rolled, and raised his hand to say something. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi hurriedly cried and brought her ears over. You say it. You say it. I know. You are not like us. You come from a place where there is no war. Bright red blood was flowing from the corner of Li Yan's mouth. Zhou Xiaoyi was struck by lightning at the words and froze in place. What's that supposed to mean? The audience in the live room was also confused. Do NPCs still know the players? What's going on here? Is it an egg? Can you tell me if WAC won? His hand dropped feebly before his words could fall. The gaze that was still glowing was completely dimmed. Zhou Xiaoyi looked back and saw Li Yan, whose voice had disappeared. Suddenly I felt some pain in my heart. Behind him, a shot rang out. Zhou Xiaoyi felt her consciousness become blurred. At the end of the sight, the ghost soldiers swept past them. Chapter 016, Stupidly Knifed. When Zhou Xiaoyi returned to his senses, the game settlement interface failed the mission to capture the 8 bridges. Survived for 2 hours and 37 minutes. Number of kills 0. You did poorly in this battle, but survived okay. Game rating, 50. Zhou Xiaoyi ignored the page. Her thoughts were still stuck on Li Yan's death just now and the words that came out in his dying moments. The death of Li Yan kept surfacing in his mind. It hadn't occurred to her that someone would actually not want to die and press their body against a grenade. Did Wachovia win? She wants to know too. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience had gone crazy. Knife. Too much knife. Li Yan died in front of Sister Ye to save her. I have been cried by the knife. People are numb. Is this an internal egg? That said, Li Yan's last sentence. Did Huaxiao win? I should have one. If the game planner writes about losing, I'm going to carry a knife over there and make him change it. What should? That's for sure. If the planner dares to write defeat, he won't want to mix in China. Zhou Xiaoyi slowed down from the shock of Li Yan's death just now. Seeing the pop-ups made it even more emo. Brothers, I'm the one who got Li Yan killed. Without me dragging his feet, he definitely wouldn't have died, Zhou Xiaoyi said, her eyes reddening once again. She was already more emotional. The thought of Li Yan dying because of herself. She then felt very guilty inside. Sister E, don't be sad. Li Yan is not an NPC. Yeah, look on the bright side. Maybe you'll run into him again the next game you start. I'm from next door. I looked at Li Yan's information panel. Without the anchor, Li Yan wouldn't have survived that day. The moment this pop-up came out, the live broadcast instantly went silent. What do you mean? Zhou Xiaoyi asked, a little confused when she saw the pop-up. That is, isn't Wang able to see the NPC's panel? The time of Li Yan's sacrifice in his life was that day. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi did not feel good in her heart. The pop-up was silent once more. Then doesn't this mean that even if you run into Li Yan again in the game, Li Yan will still die that day and never get rid of his fate of death? I was wondering if I could change his fate when it's released to the public. So screwed up? The Book of Life and Death? You can only live until that day? When Zhou Xiaoyi saw the pop-ups, she was only still slowing down and she became even more sad. She had just thought that the next time she ran into Li Yan, she must not drag him down. As a result, this is a direct death sentence for Li Yan. Guys, I'm in a bad mood. Off the air. After Zhou Xiaoyi finished speaking, she didn't care that there were still hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live room, and directly went off the air. At this moment, Zhou Yang looked at the end of the live broadcast. He shook his head helplessly. He had just been watching Zhou Xiaoyi. After all, he was the first anchor to discover his game's CG. Definitely need a little more care. As a result, he didn't expect that Zhou Xiaoyi was still the first player to unearth the colored eggs. In the game, he buried a lot of eggs. These egg trigger conditions are randomized. The purpose of this egg triggered by Zhou Xiaoyi was to knife the anchors and players a bit. He had just gained a lot of emotional value. Not only from Zhou Xiaoyi, but also from the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast. Among them, Zhou Xiaoyi contributed the most emotional value. One person topping several other anchors. Even more than the old black guy in front of me. It looked like it was really giving her a stupid knife. Zhou Yang was a little worried about Zhou Xiaoyi's psychological condition. Looking at the few words that the live broadcast ended, Zhou Yang turned his head to Wang Yi's live broadcast room. This side Wang Yi has already just learned that Zhou Xiaoyi is gone, along with no Li Yan. This made Wang Yi immediately confused. Just before he could think much about it, several ghosts came up behind him. These ghosts were the same ones who had just killed Zhou Xiaoyi and Li Yan. The audience in the live broadcast room saw these ghosts and were frantically brushing for Wang Yi to avenge Zhou Xiaoyi and Li Yan. The viewers in Zhou Xiaoyi's live room flocked to Wang Yi's live room. The number of people in the live room, which already had hundreds of thousands of viewers, came to millions all of a sudden. Wang Yi saw these few ghosts and directly picked up the light machine gun in his hand and swept it up. Haters gonna hate each other. Kid, I'm here. Your grandpa. Wang Yi laughed as he swept away. 3 or 4 ghosts were killed by him on the side of the field. The remaining dozen or so ghosts immediately sought cover while throwing grenades. Seeing the grenade, Wang Yi immediately went prone. These ghosts were obviously an elite group, or else they couldn't have broken into the position so easily. After a few explosions, a few ghosts poked their heads out to see what was going on. As a result, 2 of them were taken away by a pike of bullets from Wang Yi, who had been waiting for a long time. The ghost officer leading this squad was a bit furious at the sight. They were actually stopped by one. "Blow him up for me." The ghost officer told all the ghosts to throw grenades. At this time, Wang Yi finished shooting a pike of bullets, and his heart was very happy. Just the next second he saw a dozen grenades flying from the sky. He blushed at the sight. TNND, using so many grenades to deal with him alone. He got up and tried to dodge, but couldn't at all. As his vision went black, game over. Failed mission to capture the 8 bridges. Survival time 2 hours and 50 minutes. Number of kills 9. As an army basic squad leader, you did not fulfill your duties, leading your team sleepwalking in the first and middle periods, but your late combat valor is noteworthy. Game rating 60. Seeing this comment, Wang Yi sighed. There was no disagreement, as he did paddle in front of him. As a squad leader, what to do was not known. Zhou Yang saw that Wang Yi had also ended the game and did not continue to watch. He came to Old Black's live room. At this point, the old black man continues to challenge. "Guys, I've killed that brat 3 times now. It's so cool." The old black man hemmed and hawed. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were a bit speechless when they heard Old Black's words. "Old Black, don't kill it. So vindictive. Why are you still playing when there are people next door who have gotten through the game? You keep killing. The brothers on the air are going to run out." Zhou Yang was very surprised when he saw the pop-up screen. Got a pass? He had just been watching the live stream and hadn't paid much attention. Seeing this, he immediately turned on his computer and logged into the backend of the game. At first glance, there was a pass. This is because the conditions are set up so that you just have to capture it. You don't need to keep occupying it. So there is a pass possibility, just a little bit harder. But now, it's only 7 hours before the test begins. Just 1 pass already. Opening the player clearance record of the game record, Zhou Yang immediately checked it out. He wanted to see exactly how this player managed to pass the level. Taking a look at the ID of this pass player, it was called Oldka. Seeing this name, Zhou Yang was somewhat familiar. He took out his cell phone, did a search, and it came up. Oldka Games, a gaming tech anchor who plays FPS wargames and has over 5 million followers. The predecessor also followed this anchor, so it was this one. Zhou Yang was surprised. Chapter 017, Internal Test Update. Speed up and watch the Oldka's pass video. Zhou Yang couldn't help but admire that this old Kuei was powerful, worked skillfully with the NPCs and used some tactics, successfully knocked the Japanese off the bridge, although it was only occupied for a few minutes before it was shelled, but it's still rare and valuable. On the contrary, the other anchors, which is playing the game, is simply live broadcasting all kinds of death. As a technical anchor, what Lao Kuei likes most is to challenge the difficulties. At this time, in Lao Kuei's live room, more than 100,000 viewers frantically swiped their pop-ups to celebrate Lao Kuei's successful clearance. Ha ha ha, old Kuei, you're the first of all the internal players to pass the level. I saw an anchor who played 7 or 8 times, and the more he played, the more he broke his defense, and it just cracked me up. Old Kuei really didn't let me down and managed to pass the level. Planner, what's so difficult about this? Suggest the planner to enhance the difficulty. It's only the first day of the internal test and it's been passed. Zhou Yang came to Old Kuei's live room and saw these pop-ups. He ignored it. Tough talk now. They'll be honest when they're abused and skeptical in a few days when it's open beta. Not to mention that this octagonal bridge fight was just an appetizer. The later battles are the real meat grinder. If it weren't for the fear that getting on too high of a difficulty copy would dissuade them at first, he definitely wants to give them a good experience. The second day of the internal test. Zhou Yang had just gotten up when a call came in. He picked it up and saw that it was Yang Ruoshuez. Hey, Sister Yang, what's up? E-Tang Group's new game is in beta. I didn't think they would actually dare to come out. It's alright, they can copy if they want to. Just this much time. What can they copy? Zhou Yang was unimpressed with the E-Tang Group. They couldn't have copied it all for themselves. If it does, all the better. He backhanded it and copied it back to make a new tour. Afterwards, Zhou Yang opened the hot search list. This next day, the Eastern meat grinder of World War II was once again on the hot seat. It's taken over several hot searches directly on the Hot 100. Hashtag World War II Oriental meat grinder is incredibly difficult. Is this a game a human can play? Hashtag Eastern meat grinder. Real war. Hashtag the average game survival time is 10 minutes. This game is so hardcore. Hashtag He had seen until the end of the hot search list before he saw the hot search about the internal testing of the new game of the E-Tang group. Seeing this, Zhou Yang was even more relieved. In the morning, Zhou Xiaoyi was on air again. After a night of adjustments, she was back to her old self. Just after the broadcast started, pop-ups were swiped in the live room. Sister, yeah, someone passed the 8 bridges yesterday. Lauka passed the game in 7 hours, breaking the record, surviving for more than 4 hours, with a game rating of 90 points. Yeah, that's the most outrageous figure I've seen. Originally I thought this game was hard. And sure enough, the big boys are still the big boys. Zhou Xiaoyi looked at the pop-up screen and quickly understood what was happening. Huh? How did he get through? Did someone record a video? Zhou Xiaoyi asked with some surprise. There's a video, but you probably won't learn it. Yeah, I was confused watching that operation by Oldka. I have a feeling that Lao Kuei was in the military or he wouldn't know so much. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi immediately gave up the idea of studying. Forget it, single-player mode wasn't for her. If she really had to do it on her own, it would be a monkey's errand to get through. You can play online anyway, or you can just have someone take yourself. Sister E-Tang Group's new game is being tested internally. It's said to be a counterpart to World War II's Oriental Meat Grinder. It's said to be an unlimited number of internal tests. Do you want to go apply for it? Zhou Xiaoyi saw the pop-up and shook his head. Or not. I'd rather go play a crap game than a copycat game from the Eaton Group. Now so much of this traffic is brought in by the Live East Meat Grinder. What if I go live with something else? What if the traffic drops off? What's more, it's not like everyone doesn't know what kind of virtues the Eaton Group has. If she really had to give a live broadcast of the game to the E-Tang Group, her reputation would probably have to be stigmatized. Let's just keep broadcasting the Eastern Meat Grinder today. Saying that, Zhou Xiaoyi opened the game. I just opened the game and realized that the game was updated. Updated? Updated what? Zhou Xiaoyi immediately glanced at the update. New mode, copy mode, resurrection is possible within copy mode. Rank system, get high game evaluation. You can get rank value, improve rank. You can unlock more game features. After reading these 2 items, Zhou Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. The copy mode can be revived. And this is perfect for rookie players like her. One life she can't really pass. Players on the livestream were very surprised to see this update. This update was just released, right? After all, they hadn't seen the update notification on any of the other livestreams. So immediately, some viewers ran to other broadcast rooms to tell the various anchors about the game update. The ones that are playing the game are even going straight to their deaths and then quitting the game for an update. I've died so many times anyway. I'm used to it. This update was quick. It took Zhou Xiaoyi a few minutes to update it. She then couldn't wait to open the game. Entering the game, she immediately found the entrance, copy mode, in the game lobby. Tapping on the copy mode, what met her eyes was still the 8 bridges battle. The corners of Zhou Xiaoyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Why is it still this one? I feel like these 2 updates are just patches. She didn't continue to dwell on it though, and just clicked start game. With the same opening, Zhou Xiaoyi couldn't wait to follow the NPC and rush up to deliver a wave of death. Wanted to see if it could be resurrected. Zhou Xiaoyi rushed to the front row, holding a rifle and brazenly charging forward. Li Dongyang, don't run so fast. There seemed to be someone behind her shouting at her, but Zhou Xiaoyi didn't care that much. She was hell-bent on running to her death and trying to resurrect. She then rushed to the bridge in the face of enemy fire. Before she could fire a shot, she was immediately strafed by several machine guns. It was a good thing she'd turned off her pain senses. If it weren't for the pounding sensation on her body, she might have thought she hadn't been hit. As her vision went black, 3 large red letters appeared before her eyes. You're dead. Then she looks for the option of resurrection and wants to be resurrected. Only the next moment another string of words floated in front of her. Li Dongyang, 1914 to 1937, a native of Hongdu, enlisted in the 88th Division of the German Arms in 1934, died on August 13, 1937. He fought bravely and was the first to charge the enemy's position and died heroically. Zhou Xiaoyi finished reading the text. She was confused for a moment. What's going on here? At this moment, the pop-up screen reminded her that it seemed like someone had just called her Li Dongyang in the game. Sister Ye, will the copy mode be one life representing a new identity? Yeah, I remember Sister Ye. Isn't your game name Joita? Really? What's the amount of game text that would have to be? Each one gives an introduction with a record of his biography. That's not right. Why do I feel like what's recorded on it is mainly battle experiences? You guys, do you think that Ye-san would have had a different outcome if she hadn't sent herself to her death just now and lived to see the next day? Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi felt that the pop-up had a point. Guys, I'll try a few more times and see. Saying that, Zhou Xiaoyi continued to click on the text. That's when another text appeared. Letter to the family. At the knee of the head of the family, I've been ordered to guard the Bashi Bridge. The Japanese have invaded the territory and there's a lot of artillery fire. All the men in my company are determined to die, and will not let the enemy take one step. I hope you won't be too sad if I die. The people of Shanghai have been displaced, and my gun was raised to protect my compatriots. The youngest sister is very young. Please, too old people to worry about. Wife, if the change of suit. There is no need to stop. Late at night, the rain stopped a little, but the only sound is the tide of the Huangpu River like a cry. Unfilial son knocking on the door. On the 8th day of the 7th month of the 26th year of the Republic of China. Chapter 018. Read this letter to the family. Zhou Xiaoyi fell silent. Likewise, the viewers in the live stream quieted down at the same time. Just then, an image appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoyi. In Hongdu City, a family letter was sent to Li Dongyang's home. When Li Dongyang's parents received the letter, their faces were filled with sadness. His wife and sister did. The person delivering the letter lowered his head. His face was heavy. Please express my condolences. Li Dongyang was sacrificed for his country. The country's descendants will not forget them. After the person who sent the letter left, Li Dongyang's parents, wife and sister returned home. Both hugged and cried. There is a country before there is a family. The country is in trouble. My son sacrificed for the country. He deserves to die. My father's eyes were red with sadness. The screen ended, and Zhou Xiaoyi finally saw the option to rejoin the battle. It was just that at this moment, she just didn't have the heart to continue joining the fight. The image was heartbreaking for her to see. Even the viewers in the broadcast room felt a bit inexplicably hard. They didn't have many wars in China. Things like sending a son to war and receiving news of his death and a letter from his family are even more almost unheard of. If the introduction of Li Dongyang's life in front of them did not feel anything, then the telltale letters and sacrificial notices that followed were hard on them. There's a country before there's a family. That's a good way to put it. Oh, tears, head over heels for a game with so much meaning. Can you make it a movie? I want to watch the movie, not play the game. If there was no war, would Li Dongyang he not have died? And also be able to have a happy family? Just then, an audience member suddenly speculated. Do you guys think this is going to be a one-death release? Zhou Xiaoyi was sad in her heart, and when she saw this pop-up screen, she felt very likely in her heart. If that's true, this is too much torture. It's possible. Why is the game plan so doggy? No, I'm just a rookie who can't get through with one life and wants to get through with a few more. Is that how it works? Oh, do you have to get stabbed even if you resurrect? Planning is not human. At the moment, the crowd is breaking down a bit, cursing the game planner in the live stream. As it happened, Zhou Yan was also in the live broadcast room. He saw the pop-ups and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Breaking defense is good. The more they break defense, the more emotion he earns. Now he had a lot of emotional value saved up. The things in the mall were also able to be afforded, but Zhou Yang wasn't going to buy them. He was going to save them for making a new game. In the live broadcast room, Zhou Xiaoyi suddenly saw such a pop-up. Sister E, do you think that before Li Yan died, did he also leave a family letter? After he died, would his parents and relatives also be so sad? After reading this pop-up, Zhou Xiaoyi directly froze. For a moment, though, her eyes went straight to red. No, you guys. The other viewers in the live room were also confused when they saw this. Good lord, this dude can't bring up any pot without bringing it up. This is chasing after Zhou Xiaoyi's knife. Dude, don't you dare give ya the whole off-air thing again. I'll punch you if Ye-san goes off the air. 6 You are chasing the anchor to kill The anchor yesterday is estimated to dream of Li Yan. The viewers of the live broadcast were delighted. At the same time, the other anchors' live rooms, they all experienced the copy mode at the first time. Then, when they die, they see that sue the family in death notice. One was silent. Having given them a physical knife in the game earlier, they now have to give them another knife in the psyche. Plotting is really a dog. Why don't we call him Old Dog? Calling him an old dog is cheap. He should be pulled out and flogged every day. One of these anchors is more resentful than the other. Eaton Group, after a few days of hurried production, their masterpiece, Ming Dynasty Meat Grinder, against the Oriental Meat Grinder of World War II was born. Their game is about the overhead Ming Dynasty, where there was a big war and then a lot of people died. And naturally, the game is about players engaging in great battles, dueling with Ming equipment in hand. Only because of the time constraints and the heavy workload, everything they moved out for this internal test was rushed out. But even then, they made a better game than most of the anti-war games entered. After all, Tang Group is at least a big family. Resources and manpower are not something that individuals in small studios can compare to. At this moment, Zhang Yida was staring at his cell phone. He was watching the Ming Dynasty Meat Grinder's internal livestream. This time the Eaton Group, spent a lot of money on publicity. Heavy money was slammed down and managed to raise the heat on the game. It's just that the Hot 100 rankings don't make him very happy. Zhang Yida found the person in charge of the game, and the person in charge, Huang Jin, immediately walked over. Your game production is still moving too slowly. Look at the quality of this internal test. That's the quality. The competition starts in a few days. Are you competing with others with this? The resources are given to you. Don't let the company down. Zhang Yida looked at the live broadcast of their company's game, and the highest number of people was only 30,000 to 40,000 people watching. Most of the rest are a couple thousand. Compared to the number of people in the live room of the live Eastern meat grinder, it was a heaven and a hell. Even then, he saw a viewer on the air saying that their home game was not interesting. Getting into the game is all about killing and dying too quickly. It's also done very bloody realistically, but they can't play it right. It was clear to Zhang Yida just by looking at the live feed, so he looked like he hated it. After all, he wasn't blind, so he was naturally able to see the difference between the two games. Only pure real gore is not going to attract players. After all, not everyone is a psychopathic violent maniac who gets very excited at the sight of blood and gore being real. Hearing Zhang Yida's words, Huang Jin immediately lowered his head in assurance. We're definitely catching up on improvements before the game. Time passes slowly. Wang Yi live. After the update, he experienced the copy mode and then decisively continued to challenge the plot mode to go. He wanted to be the second internal player to clear the 8 bridges. So, he had been brushing the 8 bridges for a day, and had long been familiar with the terrain. Survival time is also getting longer. In the meantime, he also learned a little bit about the backstory of this storyline battle. Knowing that this is just a skirmish, only the subsequent plot was unknown to him, which made him a bit curious and more looking forward to the public beta of this game. Guys, one more challenge and we're off the air for the day. After Wang Yi finished speaking, he entered the game once again. Entering the game, he was still starting small. At this point, though, he knew what he had to do and volunteered to follow the squad leader. Then under the command of the platoon sergeant he began to close in on the 8-legged bridge. After playing so many hands, he had pretty much figured out the way to pass the level. The most important thing is that you can't be afraid and at the same time, you can't just run away. One must follow the command of the NPCs inside to attack, as individual abilities simply don't come into play much in a battle like this. There is no way he could have taken on hundreds or thousands of people single-handedly, and that's with outdated equipment and outdated firepower. Chapter 019 Firing a gun with his life. Wang Yi glanced down at the equipment he was wearing, realizing that he was carrying what appeared to be an army green wooden box, and not far from him, Wang Yi saw a man carrying something that looked like a mortar tube. Is he turning into an artilleryman? It's not like any of the previous openings in this game. Before the opening was all about charging normal infantry. Now it's actually artillery. Only, Wang Yi suddenly realized that he couldn't fire a gun. He's good at playing with guns, but artillery is not the same thing. Artillerymen can't hit people at all if they don't go through the system. It. Guys, I'm actually opening with artillery in this one. Wang Yi couldn't help but spit it out with the viewers in the live broadcast room. He then spoke directly to the audience for help. Any of you brothers know how to fire a cannon? Teach me online. At this time, there was suddenly a pop-up screen reflected in Wang Yi's eyes. I'm a retired artilleryman, and this mortar I would. The principles are pretty much the same. I'll give you a brief explanation. Seeing this pop up, Wang Yi's heart was relieved. Only when he saw the pop-ups coming from behind that viewer, he looked directly confused, because there was a little bit of what was being said that he couldn't understand. The audience at this time could also see that Wang Yi couldn't read it. Ha ha ha, Wang is opening with a sky crash this hand. It's fine, maybe you're not the one firing the cannon. After all, I see that you are carrying what looks like artillery shells. Brother Wang, you should be transporting artillery shells. Indeed, don't look at this crowd. The one who fired the gun was probably just 2. When Wang Yi saw the pop-ups from the audience, he could only pray in his heart that he wasn't the one who fired the gun. At that moment, Wang Yi then saw the artillery platoon commander walking over and shouting towards the soldiers who were resting on the ground. It's time to go, let's move position. Wang Yi saw this and stood up. Then he felt that the mortar shells on his back were a bit heavy. Following the platoon leader in shifting positions, they traveled a kilometer or 2 before arriving at their new position. Putting down the wooden box behind him, Wang Yi almost didn't die of exhaustion, but that was fine with him. After all, the one carrying the barrel of the gun was even more exhausting. After resting for a few moments, Wang Yi saw the squad leader begin to arrange for them to get the artillery positions in place. Others carrying mortar parts put the mortars together. It only took about 10 minutes to set up the position. Wang Yi glanced at the mortars in the position and realized that there were just 2 mortars. That's a shabby configuration for an artillery platoon. An artillery platoon is just 2 guns. And he looked at the mortar shells he was carrying, and everyone's together totaled just over 60 shells, split between the 2 guns. It's only about 30 rounds a gun. Viewers of the live stream noticed this as well. 666. Is this artillery platoon so shabbily configured? I see that this platoon of 20 or so has only 2 guns, and everything is carried by manpower, so how come they don't even have a vehicle? The artillery platoon configurations in this game are so much worse than in our modern era. And this is still the German armored division, the most elite unit. By the way this game is set up, wouldn't those local common armies that show up afterward not even have guns? It's possible. Isn't this era of China an agricultural country? It seems normal to not be able to produce artillery. So how are they going to win the fight? Wang Yi looked at the pop-up screen and sat there for a while, then looked at the squad leader next to himself and asked, "Squad leader, are we just going to stand guard? The battalion commander's order hasn't arrived yet, so it must be guarding. You expect us to charge?" The squad leader shook his head and said, "It's our turn to play when the front hits. Can't we take the initiative?" Wang Yi asked in disbelief. "Initiative? How do you want to initiate?" The squad leader looked at him with a strange expression. "Go ahead and shell them." "No, are you boys out of your minds today? The infantry isn't on yet. What are we on? We've only got 30 shells to a gun. Take the head initiative," the squad leader said, and heavily slapped Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi immediately touched his head. These 2 strokes from the squad leader were quite painful. Just now he made a stupid mistake. His battle mindset was still stuck on the first few times he had charged the bridge. If you fire first, do you think the brat's artillery and ship's guns are for food? The squad leader glared at Wang Yi again. Wang Yi stopped talking. A moment later, though, the platoon leader suddenly stood up and peered into the distance with binoculars. "There's a fight going on over there. Prepare to load," the platoon leader shouted. The squad leaders around them who had just been sitting immediately stood up, then ran to the mortar. "Fire 3 rounds from each gun and withdraw immediately afterward." Saying that, the platoon leader determined the direction of the angle of the firing based on his experience. Wang Yi saw 3 shells hit in sequence. After the 3 artillery shells were fired, Wang Yi then saw the squad leader immediately start dismantling the mortar. "What are you waiting for? Quickly put the shells on your back." The squad leader immediately scolded Wang Yi when he saw that he was still standing still without making a move. He returned to his senses and picked up the ammo box on his back. Though I don't know why the squad leader seems to be in such a hurry, but Wang Yi knew. Never mind why. Just listen to the squad leader. Immediately after the mortars were dismantled, the platoon leader ordered an emergency move to the position. Wang Yi immediately followed and shifted his position with an ammo box on his back. Having just run out of his original position for but a moment, Wang Yi heard a whistling sound. Immediately afterwards several shells fell from the original position, and the explosions raised a cloud of smoke. Holy! Wang Yi's eyes widened. No wonder they had to retreat. This would have been directly blasted into bloody foam if they had retreated too late. And the brats across the street are really ruthless. A dozen shells coming through. It's like they know where they are. It didn't need to be said that Wang Yi knew it was because the sound of their firing just now had revealed the location. Now you kid know why we don't take the initiative, right? The squad leader looked at Wang Yi with eyes full of deep meaning. Wang Yi immediately nodded his head. Got it. He can understand it too well now. He'd been blasted by covering fire before. But that kind of artillery fire isn't very intense. But that artillery coverage just now was not only dense, it was also targeted. How is this artillery still a dangerous service? Obviously hiding in the back. Watch out. There's an airplane in the sky. Hide. A sudden shout came from the distance. Wang Yi was pulled under the street corner before he could react. It was followed by a rumbling sound. Several airplanes flew over and dropped bombs towards the area. Even one of the bombs was thrown directly onto the house not far from Wang Yi. The blasted building debris grazed his head and smashed into the wall next to him, giving him a start. Looking at the bricks that were bigger than his fist, Wang Yi was shocked out of a cold sweat. Almost got his head blown off by a powerful flying brick. If he gets shot in the head, he'll have brains all over the place. Wang Yi wanted to check if the plane had flown away, but was immediately pulled back. Don't go out. The squad leader had just finished speaking, but in a matter of moments, the ghost's airplane turned around and came back. There were several more loud explosions. The buildings and ground around them shook. Wang Yi cursed in his heart. Is this ever going to end? Chapter 020, triggering a new copy. Eagle strikes the sky. Wang Yi felt that he was quite stifled in this game, because the press is not engaging. A few shots and you're being chased by airplane shells. The difference between the two sides is just too great. This artillery platoon of theirs has as much firepower as nothing. No wonder that when he had played infantry charge earlier, he had been bombarded by enemy artillery, but had not seen his own artillery open fire. The sentiment is that the home artillery is as good as none. There was no artillery suppression with this amount of shells going down. Not to mention they have to run after a few shots, or you'll get blasted by the enemy. The task of capturing the 8 bridges depended entirely on infantry charges. The Japanese, on the other hand, had a 3-way coordination of air, land and sea. NND. Almost got blown up. Squad leader, don't we have an airplane? Wang Yi asked as he looked at the squad leader next to him with a palpitating heart. I don't know. I heard we bought a lot of airplanes from foreign countries, but I don't know where they are, so I guess they're flying in the sky. The squad leader looked out at the sky, which was gray and cloudy. The weather is not so good these days. It's raining in Shanghu. Come on, don't count on airplanes. We have so few airplanes. How can we possibly show up here? Let's just hurry up and get out of here. After saying that, the squad leader stepped on the mud on the ground and continued walking towards the front. Wang Yi could only follow. After changing positions, they continued to fire a few more rounds. Then it immediately shifted positions. It went on like this for 3 or 4 rounds, with Wang Yi following and running several positions. There's not much stamina left in anyone. This artillery work, you have to change places after a shot. Inside the live feed, Brother Wang, you're playing the game like a lost dog. You have to run after 3 rounds or you get shelled. Pure abuse. This one's a no-go. Wang should stop wasting time. There's no way you're going to win by snogging. What snogging? Wang Yi looked at the pop-up screen and wanted to kill himself. This is a game he really doesn't see any hope of winning. Just as he was thinking about killing himself, airplanes roared in the sky. That's our airplane. The squad leader next to him suddenly shouted. Wang Yi snapped his head up. The height of the airplane wasn't very high, and he was able to clearly see the flag affixed to the plane. It's exactly the same as the flag on their shoulders. The audience was immediately drawn to the exclamation as well. Tears in my eyes. I finally saw the airplane. Holy, that's a pretty retro airplane, huh? Say, can you fly an airplane in this game? I'd like to fly a plane to blow up ghosts if I could. Wang Yi looked at the airplane with some excitement in his heart. After being chased and bombed by airplanes so many times, it's finally time for a homegrown plane. Just then, there was a sudden blackness in front of him, and then a picture appeared. That's a picture of airplanes engaged in the air. This situation made Wang Yi freeze. What is this? Did he trigger some quest? The viewers of the live broadcast were also mesmerized by this scene. Chinese Air Force. Weak against strong. Blood spilled in the air. During the Battle of Songhu, the Chinese Air Force fought valiantly with fewer men and achieved remarkable results. Gao Jihan, our planes are inferior to the enemy, but our will is stronger than the enemy's. The valor of our Air Force has emboldened the enemy. Congratulations to the player who triggered the copy. Chinese Air Force. Eagle strikes the sky. A new copy of the Eagle's Tower is now open. Seeing these 2 beeps, Wang Yi froze in place. In the live room, the water friends were directly boiling. Holy, new copy. Is this new copy flying an airplane? Brother Wang, go and experience it. Just came in and saw the new copy. 2-6. At this moment, the number of viewers in Wang Yi's live broadcast room went crazy, and pop-ups were flying. On top of that, other internal players who were playing popped up with notifications of new copies. They were confused when they saw that there was a new copy. They thought that the internal test was just an 8-bridge battle, but they didn't expect to play a new one. At this time, Zhou Xiaowei had just died once, and as a result, he saw that a new copy had been updated. She immediately exited to the homepage and then turned on script mode first thing. Seeing a new copy of Hercules lit up, the eagle strikes the sky. She couldn't wait before clicking on start game. Brothers, unexpected joy. I didn't expect a new copy to be updated just after I died. Now I'll take you through the new copy. Upon entering the game, Zhou Xiaowei found himself in a closed and narrow confined space. Glancing at the various instrument buttons and joysticks in front of him, Zhou Xiaowei was filled with confusion. No, where am I? Glancing outside the glass enclosure, the sky above was clear and cloudless, with clean white clouds churning below. Holy, why am I in the sky? Zhou Xiaowei let out a gasp of surprise, then quickly realized that she was on an airplane. It's over. I don't know how to fly an airplane. I'm not going to fall, am I? I don't want to fall to my death. Zhou Xiaowei wailed on the airplane. The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy when they saw this scene. Is Ye-san unlocking a new way to die again? Zhou Xiaowei had no time to care about the live broadcast at the moment. She looked at the buttons and joysticks in front of her with confusion. What are these buttons? What do they do? Just then, a panel suddenly popped up in front of her. Whether to switch to simplified driving. When Zhou Xiaowei saw this, she instantly understood what it meant. It's good to simplify. The game plan isn't that bad, at least it's simplified for her. She immediately chose yes. After a moment of picture blurring, then Zhou Xiaowei realized that the originally complicated and incomparable operation room in front of him had immediately changed its appearance. The original dense number of buttons is much smaller. Those unintelligible gauges became easy to understand data like flight altitude and flight speed, lift and lower, back and forth, throttle up, throttle down. Even Zhou Xiaowei, who had failed subject 2 7 or 8 times, was able to read it. Bro Mo, I'm confident again. Wait for me to familiarize myself with airplane operation, haha. With a smile on her face, Zhou Xiaowei confidently began to maneuver the plane. Watch me make an airplane turn. Zhou Xiaoyi held the joystick and started to turn to the left. The plane began to turn to the left as she maneuvered. But because of the left turn inertia, Zhou Xiaoyi's hand pressed the joystick down a bit. The result was that the airplane immediately dove to the lower left. Aha! Help! Zhou Xiaoyi screamed at the situation. The viewers in the live broadcast room were shouting anxiously when they saw the scene. Sister Ye! Raise the joystick! It's over! It's going to crash! I knew I couldn't trust the anchor to be strong. Ye-san is going to be the first player to crash her copy. The plane swooped downward and dug into the clouds. It was foggy all around. All cumulonimbus clouds. In the blink of an eye, the plane broke through the clouds and came below them. Below, the darkened city of Shanghu. Zhou Xiaoyi flew the airplane, and she felt her eyes rise and ache, and her eyes were red. Seeing this, she panicked and let go of the joystick. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyi saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and she gripped the joystick and pulled back. The plane suddenly lifted up only a few hundred meters above the ground. Zhou Xiaoyi's eyes went black, and the maximum acceleration force made it very difficult for her, but it felt like the plane was lifting and finally not falling down. Zhou Xiaoyi's thumping heart only calmed down quite a bit. Oh, almost got dropped into a pulp. Zhou Xiaoyi's heart palpitated as she cried out to her fans. The waterbenders were a bit speechless at this. How do you keep from crashing if you don't? Chapter 021 The East Wind Project. Zhou Xiaoyi maneuvered the plane to lift upwards. The throttle was pressed to the bottom by her. The sudden increase in speed and the tremendous acceleration force came from Zhou Xiaoyi, causing her back to lean tightly against the back chair. Her eyes became floridly white and it was so hard that she kind of wanted to throw up. She let go of the throttle in a hurry, and the plane slowed its climb. It took a lot of relief from her brain fog and blackness. By the time she was able to see the food in front of her, the plane had climbed out of the clouds and was flying smoothly over them. Zhou Xiaoyi flattened the joystick and the plane stopped climbing. She saw that the plane was at an altitude of 2,000 meters at this point. That's when the radio suddenly came on. Wings, what's your situation? Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi hurriedly replied. It's okay. Copy that. Continue with the East Wind program. At this time, the panel appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoyi once again. You're a member of the 2nd Brigade of the WAAF. Mission 1. Assist in bombardment of Japanese naval headquarters at Hongkou, code name Dongfeng. 2. Assist in bombardment of Huangpu River warships, code name Thunderstorm. 3. Assist in land force attack. Seeing the mission, Zhou Xiaoyi froze. No, what's with all the quests? Assisted in the bombing of the Japanese headquarters in Hongkou. Where's Hongkou? Zhou Xiaoyi was filled with confusion. Just then several airplanes suddenly swept by not far away. One of the airplanes tilted left next to Zhou Xiaoyi, which seemed to mean that it was telling her to follow. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi didn't care and immediately followed. Following these airplanes all the way, Zhou Xiaoyi gradually familiarized herself with the operation of the airplanes during this period. If she were to do it again, she certainly wouldn't have nearly crashed like she did in the beginning with the distorted maneuver. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoyi saw that the airplane in front of him was diving downward. She followed immediately. In addition to this, a portion of the aircraft is climbing upwards. Zhou Xiaoyi followed the fleet through the clouds. She watched as the plane's altitude slowly dropped to about 1,500 meters high. By now they had come under the clouds. From high in the air, Zhou Xiaoyi was able to see the city below. At this point in time, the urban area of Shanghu was dotted with low-rise buildings, and the ground appeared to be empty. In many places there was rolling black smoke and the ground was murky. Is this the game 1937 Shanghu? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also very shocked to see this scene. Why are the houses in this most prosperous Shanghu so short? It doesn't look as good as our current county. What are you thinking? This is a city from almost 100 years ago. The houses in our China back then weren't as high as they are today. Is the city all gone? How come I can't even see anyone? When there's a war, surely people run away, or stay and wait to die? The plane continued to fly forward, still slowly dropping in altitude. The view from below became clearer and clearer. Zhou Xiaoyi saw someone moving underneath. They suddenly stopped and looked up into the sky. Bro Mo, the perspective on this airplane is really good. Zhou Xiaoyi had completely forgotten that she was now on the battlefield at this point, as she looked at the Shanghu city underneath and admired the scenery. This journey was all peaceful and uneventful, all of which caused Zhou Xiaoyi to develop a sense of relief. Just then, the radio went off again. Prepare to implement the East Wind program. The voice pulled her thoughts back to the game. At this moment, below, in the Japanese naval headquarters at Hongkou, Okawachi is commanding the Marines to hold Hongkou, and he was facing an attack by the 87th and 88th Chinese German armored divisions. The two German armored divisions had been attacking for a day and a night, and set out in two directions. Among them, the The 1st Battalion of the Basagio battle sacrificed nearly half of its men before occupying the east side of the Basagio bridge, but the ghosts at Honko stubbornly resisted their attack by relying on their strong defenses. There are countless fire points on the Japanese Naval Command building. The Devils had deployed a large number of machine guns and artillery and were in a high position with a wide view, surrounded by low buildings and flat land. 2 divisions of fighters had trouble breaking through in the face of such firepower. The day before, the Japanese battleships along the Huangpu River had fired 1,000 guns and inflicted a large number of casualties on them. In order to storm the Japanese naval headquarters, 2 divisions mobilized 150mm heavy artillery and shelled the Japanese headquarters building. But the effect is not very obvious. This was because once the artillery opened fire, it was countered by the guns of the Japanese battleships along the Huangpu River. This caused the artillery units to shift. Yesterday the commanders of 2 German armored divisions received word of today's Air Force bombardment of the Japanese naval headquarters, slowing down the attack somewhat. At the Japanese Naval Command building, Okawachi and a group of Marine officers stood in the command room. This command room is so sturdy that even if the building is bombed, the command room will not be affected. At this moment, a ghost officer suddenly came over. His Excellency the Commander, we have just intercepted the Chinaman's radio, the contents of which Your Excellency is requested to view. The officer handed Okawachi a telegraph paper. Okawachi took a look at it, and there were only a few words on it. Implementation of the East Wind Program. Okawachi saw the paper and frowned, because he didn't know what this East Wind Program was. There was something unsettling in the back of his mind. In these 2 days, the Chinese army attacked fiercely. He would need to sustain himself on 3,000 men until the landings of the army, which would not be easy. Just then, another officer came running up. His Excellency the Commander, our battleships have spotted the Chinaman's planes. That's when Okawachi reacted. The enemy is going to attack itself. He immediately ordered the anti-aircraft guns to prepare for air defense. At this moment, Zhou Shui arrived over the battle area in his airplane. She suddenly saw something familiar. Hey, guys, is that the 8-way bridge there? The aquanauts in the live room sniffed and were confused. Ah, where? Are you sure you saw it right? How come we didn't see it? I think I saw it. No. How did Jay recognize that there was an octagonal bridge there? Zhou Shui didn't pay attention to the pop-ups in the live broadcast, because at this point she still needed to focus on flying the plane. As for why he recognized it, I guess she had died so many times that she had some familiarity with the place. Plus, at the moment, she was flying just a few hundred meters high, and her vision was still relatively clear. The familiar bridge at the bottom was instantly visible to her. Seeing the ghosts over there on the west side of the bridge, Zhou Shui could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. She'd been abused before, and now that she was flying an airplane, it was a straight-up descending blow. Grrrrrrr, let's see if I don't abuse these brats to death. Zhou Shui laughed strangely. An image of what she had experienced earlier resurfaced in her mind. She instantly began a dive sweep. Only, as she dove down, a barrage of bullets from the airborne machine gun hit her forlornly. It hit the building directly next to it, and it almost hit friendly fire by mistake. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't hold their breath. Sister E, why don't you change your target? I'm afraid that you haven't killed the enemy, but you've hit your own people first. Yeah, you're really not a very good pilot of an airplane. When Zhou Shui saw the pop-up screen, her face flushed furiously. She felt very embarrassed. Chapter 022, today, it's either life or death. Zhou Shui didn't dare to retort, because she had just come really close to hitting one of her own. This is going to really hit the fan, and she's going to have to be court-martialed for sure, so she immediately flew the plane elsewhere. The plane she was flying was a fighter jet, single pilot. She made a big circle and left the 8-way bridge. She then saw from the airplane that there was constant artillery fire below. A constant stream of bombs erupted in brilliant sparks on the ground. Zhou Shui clearly saw that there was a 5-story building over there. Bombs were dropped all around the building. No, that's not a very accurate throw. Zhou Shui watched as the bomb blew up for half a day without doing much damage to that building. She piloted the plane and prepared to go over and take a look. As a result, just as she approached, numerous air-braking sounds flew towards the airplane she was in. Zhou Shui only felt the airplane shake, and then she smelled a burning odor. Immediately after that, the plane's windshield cover shattered and the plane actually fell uncontrollably towards the ground. Ah, help! Zhou Shui was completely flustered. She's going to crash before she even knows what's going on. At that moment, below, an airplane could be seen plummeting toward the ground with flaming black smoke. With a boom, you're dead. Mission to assist in bombing of Naval Command completed. Bombing of Japanese ships in Huangpu River not completed. Assist in ground attack not completed. Kills 0. You're drawing some of the fire despite paddling the whole time, which is worth recognizing. Game rating, 60. Zhou Shui looked at the ending screen in front of her with a confused expression. No, What happened to the brothers? How come I'm not here? Zhou Xiaoyi asked with a slightly blanched face. The viewers of the live stream quickly told her the cause of death. Ha! There are still anti-aircraft weapons. Ha! The audience was very speechless when they heard Zhou Xiaoyi's words. It's no bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can a place as important as the Naval Command not have air defense weapons? Not to mention the fact that there were enemy ships not far away, and the guns on them weren't a meal. Guys, I'm not the fastest to crash, am I? Zhou Xiaoyi suddenly popped out a sentence. Ha ha ha, you're not, and someone is dying faster than you. I saw that someone had already cleared it. The difficulty of this new copy's quest doesn't seem to be very high. Indeed. Ye-san, if you don't run in front of someone's command and send them to their death, I guess this copy will pass. Seeing that she was indeed not the first to crash, Zhou Xiaoyi was relieved. That's a lifetime of black history if you crash at the earliest. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyi glanced at the time and realized that it was getting late, so she immediately opened her mouth. Alright guys, it's getting late today. I'm off the air. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoyi went off the air at light speed. The viewers looked at the darkened live room in a daze. At this time, Wang Yi's live broadcast room. Originally he was going to play the last hand and get off the air. As a result, a new copy was suddenly triggered. In that case he would have to play, so he decisively worked overtime. Compared to Zhou Xiaoyi, the progress on his side was a bit slower. After all, he hadn't ended the game when he triggered the copy. At this point, he had only just entered the game. As soon as you enter the game and open your eyes again, Wang Yi then found himself in a somewhat dimly lit room. The soft yellow light of the incandescent lamps illuminated only half of the room. There were several people sitting in the room at the moment, and they were all resting with their eyes closed. Outside, the wind is howling and the rain is pouring down. At that moment, shouts suddenly rang out from outside. Emergency assembly, everyone stop resting. Soon the panel popped up in front of him. You're a member of the 4th Brigade of the WAAF. Mission 1. Block Japanese bomber groups and prevent them from bombing Chinese airfields. 2. Assist or shoot down Japanese bombers. Seeing this mission, some viewers in the live broadcast room were immediately puzzled. How is this mission of Wang's different from the other anchors? I see that every anchor seems to have a different quest. Is this copy a randomized quest? Seems like it. I just came from Lao Kei's side. On his side he is flying bombers to bomb the Japanese headquarters. It also needs to damage at least 50% of the building. It's massively difficult. Brother Wang, this mission doesn't look too difficult. Compared to old Kuei's mission, this one of Brother Wang's doesn't seem too difficult indeed. Wang Yi paid attention to the pop-up screen, and in his heart, he was a little curious about the difficulty of old Kuei's mission. But at this point he had to continue the game, and could only put down the curiosity in his heart for now. The few people in the room who had just been resting with their eyes closed all opened their eyes. Then they all got up and headed for the door. Wang Yi immediately followed. I just opened the door to my room and the wind was howling outside. Beans of rain slapped into the room from the doorway. At that moment, a man who wasn't very tall and was wearing a combat uniform came running through the rain. Wang Yi saw his face clearly. His face was rounded, but his features were angular and his eyes were stern. Urgent mission. Just received word that the Japanese have sent bombers from Taipei to try and bomb our airfield. We need to take off immediately. Captain, this rain is too heavy to take off. Cut the crap. If you can't fly, are you going to watch them bomb our airfield? The man's voice carried an uncontradictable meaning. Yes, assemble at once. Wang Yi didn't say anything, but followed the people in front of him and ran to the airport in the rain. There are many fighter jets parked on the airfield. Wang Yi looked at the fighters and realized that he didn't recognize any of them, but by looking at the shape you can tell it's one of those old biplanes from the very backward early days. Wang Yi followed those team members in front of him and braved the rain to the open space of the airport, assembled in one piece. When the first captain who had just come forward, Wang Yi checked his information. Gao Zhiheng, affiliation, Brigade Commander of the 4th Brigade of the Chinese Air Force, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Chinese Air Force, the Northeast Flying Eagle, the Air Force God of War. Biography, 1907, 5, 14 to 1937, 11, 21. As a Chinese Air Force, how can we let the enemy's planes fly over our heads? Seeing this information panel, Wang Yi couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Holy, that's awesome. That audience in the live room was also very surprised when they saw this information. The 4 Heavenly Kings of the Air Force? Are they that good? Northeast Flying Eagle, Air Force God of War. Boy, Brother Wang has run into a big brother. That's not right. How come this big brother's only a few months away? Do all war gods fall? Seeing the words of the pop-up screen, Wang Yi also came back to his senses. Noted that bio. The heart couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How could such a powerful god of war die? It was a little hard for him to believe. Without waiting for him to continue thinking more, Gao Zhiheng in front of him spoke. Men, without further ado, This is the first battle we have fought since we came to Songhu. Today, the country is in trouble, and the Japanese invaders have a clear intention of killing us. As a son or daughter of China, we should be loyal to our country. Today, it's either life or death, but I want to feel no shame. My body, airplanes and bombs. When with the enemy troopship positions, Gao Zhihang's voice was very firm and high. When Wang Yi heard these words, he was also shaken. His heart was very touched, and the feeling of fervor and excitement was born from his heart. After saying that, Gao Zhihang turned around and boarded the fighter plane behind him. Inside the live broadcast room, the water friends were also touched by Gao Zhihang's speech. It's so well said. As a son or daughter of China, one should contribute one's share to the country. Although my salary is only 3,000, the country needs me and I won't hesitate to contribute. How can we live in peace without our now strong motherland? At least we're at peace now. If it was a war, we certainly wouldn't be better off than we are now. I'm reminded of the saying, rise, the people suffer, die, the people suffer. If there's a war, it won't do any of us commoners any good. Wang Yi found a random airplane and tried to climb up, but immediately a man pulled him back. Wang Dano, what are you doing? Your airplane is over there. A voice rang out from behind him. When Wang Yi turned his head, he saw a youth with a somewhat handsome appearance. He subconsciously checked the youth's information. Chapter 023, The Perfect Air War. Wang Yuan, Affiliation, Pilot, 22nd Squadron, 4th Brigade, Chinese Air Force, Heroes of the August 14th Battle of Songhu. Biography, 1912 to 1940. Seeing this youth's name, Wang Yi was a bit stunned. I didn't realize it was still my own family. However, he didn't think much about it, but followed the direction Wang Yuan pointed and saw a biplane fighter. He quickly ran over. Boarding the plane, rain lapped into the cockpit. Wang Yi quickly closed the glass cover, isolating the pouring rain from the cab. Looking at the pile of buttons and instruments inside the airplane, Wang Yi thought to himself, this can't be to let himself really fly the airplane, right? Once he thought of the hardcore gameplay ahead, Wang Yi felt that the possibilities were very high. Brothers, it's a good thing I played flight simulation for a while before, or else I wouldn't be able to handle this airplane. Wang Yi spoke while operating the airplane. Just now he pretty much figured out how to take off. On the airfield, other fighters were seen taking off quickly. Wang Yi followed the fighters in front of him. They were a swarm. After the smooth takeoff, Wang Yi was relieved. It would be embarrassing if it didn't fly. After taking off and climbing all the way up, looking at the dark clouds, Wang Yi was a little shocked. Taking off in the middle of a rainstorm is still too shocking for this first view. It's just that the visibility in this rainstorm is really not very good. Wang Yi's heart was a little flustered. He struggled to keep up with the fighters in front of him. If he didn't, it would be easy to get lost in the middle of a rainstorm like this. The storm took off. They're being really bold. So desperate? And it's still this old biplane that doesn't even seem to have a radar and relies purely on the naked eye to recognize direction and track the enemy. It's fine on a sunny day. But this rainstorm, brother Wang, you're really not afraid of crashing. Be careful not to get struck by lightning. The lightning over there looks pretty scary. Wang Yi's nerves were tense. Glancing at the pop-up screen, he was even more nervous, especially seeing the look of lightning and thunder not far away. If this is really chopped, it shall not be electrocuted into barbecue meat. It didn't fly for too long before Wang Yi saw the airplane in front of him suddenly spread out in formation. Then they climbed upward into the clouds. Wang Yi similarly followed and drilled into the dark clouds. Just as he entered the midst of the clouds, the surroundings darkened all of a sudden. In this environment, Wang Yi was slightly nervous in his heart. Luckily, he could still see the team fighters in front of him. The heart was slightly more at ease. Flying along the clouds, suddenly a blinding light appeared in front of Wang Yi's eyes. It was followed by the rumble of thunder. Dense raindrops struck the glass cover of the airplane with a snapping sound. This is entering the cumulonimbus cloud. Their planes were so small in the clouds. It's like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean. Fragile as it is, it was as if a single cloud flip could knock them into the clouds. I don't know how long it took, but Wang Yi's senses were numb. Light finally appeared before his eyes. They climbed out of the clouds. Alive. Finally, Wang Yi saw the turquoise blue sky and scorching hot sun above his head with an excited look on his face. There's no way around it. That feeling in the midst of the lightning and thunder is just too real. A heart kept hanging in his throat. After climbing out of the clouds, the fighter group flew close to the clouds. Wang Yi couldn't tell the direction and could only follow the airplane in front of him. Just then, the radio suddenly went off. Enemy bombers sighted. Block them immediately. Wang Yi was instantly energized when he heard this voice. He immediately looked up into the distant sky. As expected, he saw a series of small black dots. It wasn't very clear to see, but you could vaguely see the black dots moving. The fighters ahead began to climb upward. The bombers were at a much higher altitude than they. The fighters needed to climb upwards. Go after those bombers before they realize it and shoot them down. Seeing these black dots, Wang Yi was very excited. Brothers, finally we see the ghost planes. Let's see how I crash them. Saying that, Wang Yi maneuvered the plane to keep climbing upwards. A huge acceleration force acted on Wang Yi, but Wang Yi was able to withstand it. As the plane continued to climb, he got closer and closer to the black dots. The black dots' appearance was also becoming clearer. Those were larger bombers, and their Hawker 3 fighters looked a little small in front of these bombers. Of course, being small has its benefits. Flexibility and mobility are the advantages. Don't any of these bombers have fighter escorts? The little devils are too much for them. Brother Wang, this mustn't give them all a shot down? To engage in a sneak attack without a fighter escort is too arrogant. Wang Yi gripped the joystick, his finger pressed on the firing mechanism of the onboard machine gun, and swept past the bombers he was aiming at. One sweep, circle around and keep coming back. The same goes for other fighters. Now this ghost bomber group is like a lamb to the slaughter, without the slightest ability to fight back. Only, the firepower of their fighters was just a bit weak, and it doesn't aim very well in the air. Not many enemy bombers could be hit by a barrage of bullets. Wang Yi was even more so. Although he had played flight simulation games before, the plane he flew was completely different from this one. Wang Yi familiarized himself with his hand and continued a pirouette, aiming to strafe the bombers in the distance. At that moment an identical Hawker 3 fighter swept past him and strafed a bomber in the distance. The fighter jet slightly flicked to the left, which meant something like telling Wang Yi to follow him. Wang Yi didn't read it, but he knew that two airplanes cross-sweeping a plane had a higher probability of crashing that way. So, it went back and forth like that several times, and finally a couple of bullets hit the fuel tank of that bomber. With an explosion, the fuselage of the bomber burst into flames. The bomber then dropped uncontrollably towards the ground. The ghost crews on the bombers parachuted for their lives. Both Wang Yi and the other fighter ignored the parachuting ghosts, because it's more important to annihilate these bombers than to fight these devils. Of course, the ghost bombers weren't stupid. They immediately chose to turn around and run away the first moment they spotted the Chinese warplanes. At the same time, counterattacks began using the airborne machine guns. The bombers touched the fighters and there was no resistance at all. Running away is the best option. It just takes time for them to turn around. That's enough time for Gao Zhihong and the others to play. The Japanese had more airplanes than they did, but they were not afraid in the least. Even if we all die together, we can't let the Japanese bombers reach the airfield. Wang Yi's expression was focused, and he was thoroughly immersed in the air battle. Even though there were no enemy fighters in the way, it wasn't easy for them to destroy the enemy bombers, because the difference between the two sides' airplanes is too great. The firepower of the Japanese bombers was not bad, and it looked like it was more than they had. Wang Yi could only rely on the fast movement of the airplane to avoid the enemy's machine gun attacks. On the other fighter plane, Gao Zhihong saw the downed Japanese bomber with a smile on his face. This is the first one, but he wasn't satisfied with that. He wanted to shoot down as many of these fighters as possible. It's just that their planes have a very short range of 460 kilometers, but enemy bombers have a range of up to 4,000 kilometers. So now he had to return to the airport to refuel, or run out of fuel would be dangerous. On the other side, Wang Yi did not see the airplane's fuel drop below half, and as he continued to fly, the rate of fuel consumption was becoming progressively faster. If the fighting continues, the fuel will soon drop to alert levels. At this point he turned a corner and resumed his attack on the ghost bombers. On the other hand, Gao Zhihong on the other side fell into the clouds and prepared to return. The location where the two sides were engaged was not very far from the airport. Other planes of the 4th Brigade continued to intercept enemy aircraft, and all of them have been successful in battle. Wang Yi was able to see that there were significantly fewer enemy bombers. Just as Wang Yi was still preparing to continue his attack, the fighter's fuselage suddenly shook. He hastily glanced at the airplane's gauges and was outright dumbfounded when he saw that the fuel gauge was near the bottom. Holy, it's over. I wasn't paying attention to the fuel. How is this fuel depleting so fast? No, brothers, why didn't you guys warn me? It's over. I'm going to get dropped. Wang Yi maneuvered the plane into the clouds, his mouth frantically shattering. The live broadcast audience heard Wang Yi actually blame them for not reminding him. There was a rush. Brother Wang, you don't read the pop-ups yourself? You're addicted to fighting ghosts, and you're blaming us for not seeing it? You fly an old biplane and don't know about the range sensation? Wang Yi looked at the pop-up screen at this time and hurriedly opened his mouth. Stop it. I was wrong. Am I saved here? Chapter 024, blah, 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 blah. Zhou Xiaoi. It's hopeless. You're still crashing here. Why don't we try a forced landing? And with any luck we'll still be alive. If you can't, you'll parachute. Wang Yi could only helplessly choose to make a forced landing when he saw the idea that his water friends had come up with. If you can't make a forced landing, you'll have to parachute. Wang Yi maneuvered this old biplane Hawk 3 and once again rushed into the black thick storm clouds. Between the lightning and thunder, the airplane, which was about to run out of fuel, glided through the clouds. The plane's altitude also began to drop wildly from 2,000 meters. Wang Yi was so nervous that sweat oozed from the palms of his hands holding the joystick. The wind was blowing hard in the storm. The manic air current slapped the airplane's wings, causing it to constantly rock from side to side. The sun was blazing above the clouds and the light was blinding. Temperatures plummeted beneath the clouds, and it was dim and sightless. The danger of a forced landing is high when you run out of fuel, even on a clear day with clear visibility. Not to mention the fact that now, in the midst of a raging wind and rain, his vision was obstructed and Wang Yi was still a half-assed pilot. The plane was getting lower and lower and the fuel was completely bottomed out. A forced landing is now only possible by taxiing. Wang Yi saw the airport from afar, and its appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. Being able to make a forced landing at an airport is definitely preferable. If it were any other place, the probability of a crash would be very high. Wang Yi adjusted the angle of his flight, aligning himself as best he could toward the airport runway. However, an unpowered fighter simply couldn't make too much of a turn or it could easily just crash. The plane plummeted down a bit. Directly, Wang Yi's face turned pale with fear. He almost wanted to jump out of the plane. Well, the next second he stabilized the plane and it continued to glide forward. But after it happened some more distance, he realized that the plane didn't seem to be able to slide onto the runway at all. Wang Yi was still a little undecided, and hesitated in his heart to jump out of the parachute. After hesitating for 10 seconds or so, he decided he'd better jump. Just then, the plane suddenly dropped vertically downward. Before he could open the glass cover, the plane had crashed to the ground. "You're dead. Look at the big 3 words in front of you." Wang Yi was directly silent. Ha ha ha, does this count as a wave death for Wang? Yeah, it was clear that we could have survived. And we crashed. Wang is going to emo, so everyone should stop laughing. Mission completed by blocking Japanese bombers from attacking the airfield and assisting in destroying Japanese bombers. Number of kills 0. Number of assisted kills 1. You are a decent flyer and do well by helping to shoot down enemy fighters, but you become the only Air Force plane to crash in this air battle. Game rating 70. Seeing the words, "the only one who crashed," Wang Yi felt very harsh, and the audience laughed even harder at the words. Ugh, guys, whatever. This copy I at least cleared once. The only crash is the only crash. I'm tired of playing today. Off the air, ow. After saying that, Wang Yi went straight off the air, leaving hundreds of thousands of viewers watching a black screen on the air. 2 days have passed since the internal test. Zhou Yang glanced at the game's backstage. All 2,000 internal beta players have basically gone online to play. Over the course of the 2 days, these players played a whopping 36,000 total hours, an average of 8 hours each per day. Of course that's because they're basically anchors. After all, it's their job and it's not unusual for them to work 8 hours a day. There are even those who broadcast for 16 hours a day, and if not for the virtual pods, they wouldn't dare to do so because they are prone to sudden death. Meanwhile, the internal players had died almost 50,000 times in total. On average, everyone died about 25 times. Zhou Yang had seen the most exaggerated one of the internal players die 50 times a day and still hadn't broken his defense, which was outrageous. After checking out the person's tour record, it was a bit embarrassing to watch Zhou Yang, because that dude had all kinds of bad luck and often died within minutes of starting the game. The deaths are one more bizarre than the other. This could be a huge hit if it was made into a death collection. In the past 2 days, he had already made all the major battles that would follow the Battle of Songhu. Zhou Yang was prepared to conduct a public beta on the day the tournament started, in time to begin the first battle of the Songhu War, the Battle of Hongkou. The 2 days of internal testing are small copies, not the big mainline copies. Smaller copies are much less difficult and less likely to dissuade players. If you go straight to the big ones and abuse the player to death without any hope of winning, you're probably going to be discouraged straight away. Zhou Yang didn't want to scare the players away. Otherwise, how else would he earn emotion value? He had earned small hundreds of thousands of emotional value in the past 2 days. If he waited for all those viewers watching the live stream to join in the game, the emotional value he could earn would surely double exponentially. Maintaining a trick the player in before killing them. Thinking so, Zhou Yang couldn't help but have a smile on his face that his treacherous plan was about to succeed. Online, World War II's Eastern Meat Grinder is getting hotter and hotter. On the anti-war match Hot 100, the hot search about the game is high on the list at the moment. Under the hot words, netizens are going crazy. Some of the anchor players of the internal test have posted their experience. I feel that the other games currently in the competition are less interesting than WWIA's Eastern Meat Grinder. All those games are as good as hanging on to them. The game is one thing, the plot is another. The game and the plot are too cutthroat. Let's just say the game is fun, but I can't sense where it's anti-war. Soon, 5 days had passed in the internal test. There are only 2 days left until the race begins. Zhou Yang closed the internal test. In the live rooms of the major anchors, the anchors were a bit reluctant to leave. The audience was equally a bit dismayed, though they knew they'd still be able to play 2 days later, when the Counter-Strike tournament began. But they've all made a lot of money over the last few days of broadcasting the internal test, and their fans have gone up a lot. This kind of good life, they really can't give up. Although the last few days of play have been all kinds of death and abuse, but watch the traffic go up and the live feeds get bigger and bigger. They ache and are happy. Joe, shall we live? At this point she was talking to the audience. Ooh, bro Mo. The thought of not being able to play this game for the next 2 days makes me so sad. However, the viewers in the live stream didn't eat her up. Yes, Anne, stop pretending. You must be happy that you can't broadcast this game for 2 days behind you. Yeah, I've been feeling miserable watching you perform all sorts of deaths the last few days. It's okay, we can see Ye-san happy again in 2 days. I hope the game is planning a big one for the public beta. I want to see other ways for Ye-san to die. Joe Shoei's face instantly collapsed when he saw that the audience clearly didn't believe him, and even wanted to continue to see him perform a new method of death later on. Brothers Mo, believe me, I'm really sad. After all, if I don't broadcast for 2 days, there might be a lot of Brothers Mo will leave me. She was telling the truth with that statement, but then again, she wasn't telling the truth with the statement before it. It's a contradiction anyway. While thinking about the flow, I'm afraid to continue experiencing various ways to die. Chapter 025, and the Western Meat Grinder? In the end, thinking about it, Joe Shoei still compromised on traffic. A little abuse is just a little abuse, and it's not intolerable as long as it makes money. On the other side, Wang Yi was also chatting with his fans about his experience in the past few days. Then the experience of Joe Shoei's various ways of dying. His touring experience is so much better. Passed at least 2 copies of the beta. The only thing that's a little hard to get through is the 8 bridges battle. After a few days of playing in the internal test, he realized that the 2 copies were actually able to link up with each other. Based on what those NPCs in the game said, Wang Yi was able to sense that the worldview of this game was very large. Guys, it's been a pretty good experience these past few days. I actually like the plot more than experiencing the game. Those NPCs are really real, like real people. Talking to them is much more interesting than playing the game, and I get to learn a lot of stories about the background of the game. In a villa on the outskirts of the imperial capital of China, Zhou Yang came in front of this villa, which was prepared for him by Yang Ruoxue, because the game's heat spike made Yang Ruoxue very happy, so Yang Ruoxue gave him a villa directly. Of course, the villa wasn't given to him for nothing. Rather, he's come to the empire and has no place to go. If you stayed in a hotel every day, it would cost a lot. It just so happened that Yang Ruoxue had a villa in the suburbs, so she gave it to him directly. Zhou Yang didn't refuse either, because he has confidence in his game, and other games in the competition. Officially on sale. It's all earned back. It was Yang Ruoxue's request that he came to the imperial capital this time. This was because she was very confident in the game after reading the data performance of the game's internal testing in the past few days. In the counter-war tournament, if you make it to the top 10, you can travel to the imperial capital to claim your prize after the tournament. There will be an official awards meeting where the winners will be personally presented with their awards. This made Zhou Yang feel helpless. He himself hadn't even entered the top 10 yet, and Yang Ruoxue couldn't wait for him to come to the imperial capital. But now that he was here, of course he was both. Coming inside the villa, Zhou Yang put his luggage away. He then turned on his computer and uploaded the game to the official website of the anti-war match. Anti-war games are rated primarily by player reviews. Rate the game's anti-war rate based on player ratings. The higher the anti-war rate, the higher the ranking of the game. The scoring mechanism for anti-war rates is very strict. No swiping of ratings is allowed. Once found, you will be disqualified from the competition, and it will continue to be reviewed from time to time after the game. After all, the prize for first place is a whopping $100 million, and a national anti-war medal will be awarded. It was only after resolving these matters that Zhou Yang was able to breathe a sigh of relief. To take first place, he might not have been absolutely confident, but getting into the top 10 is having that confidence. The day after tomorrow is the day the race begins, and all results will depend on that day. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang outside the villa's entrance. Zhou Yang walked over to open the door, and a person who surprised him greatly appeared at the door. Sister Yang, what brings you here? In the doorway, a woman with delicate and beautiful features stood there. She had a tight white shirt on top, and the 2 fullnesses of her chest were tightly bound and crying out for attention. The lower body is a wraparound skirt with black silk. A pair of straight and round legs attract eye-catching. You kid came to the imperial capital. I definitely have to come and meet you. I am at least your investor. Can't I come over to care about you? Yang Ruoxue's pair of beautiful eyes were tinged with winks as she blankly glanced at Zhou Yang. She had come over to see Zhou Yang because she was a little nervous and excited as the competition was approaching. Wanted to make sure with Zhou Yang if there was any certainty. It just so happened that the two of them hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they came over. Ah, Sister Yang. Of course this is fine. Please come in. Zhou Yang sniffed and hurriedly greeted Yang Ruoxue as she entered the villa. Yang Ruoxue was met by Zhou Yang 3 years ago, when Zhou Yang had just graduated. Zhou Yang did not go through the social beatings, full of enthusiasm to do their favorite game industry. The result was 3 years of doing and pouncing. It just so happened that a few months ago, China kicked off its anti-war propaganda with an anti-war civic contest. Eager to make a mark, he contacted Yang Ruoxue, looking for her to invest in himself. Speaking of which, Yang Ruoxue and he were on good terms. Otherwise, Yang Ruoxue wouldn't have been able to invest tens of millions of dollars in him. It's just that the predecessor wasn't competitive, and if he hadn't crossed over, the tens of millions would have had to be lost cleanly. Zhou Yang believed that if the predecessor lost these tens of millions of dollars, the relationship between the two would almost be over. Sister Yang, I've also just arrived. There's nothing in this house, so I can only boil some plain water for you. Zhou Yang greeted Yang Ruoxue and sat down on the living room sofa. It's okay, I just came to see you. No need for any hospitality. You also hurry up and sit down. Yang Ruoxue hurriedly waved her hand and said, Good. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa with some restraint. It couldn't be helped that ever since he crossed over, his communication with Yang Ruoxue had always been online. This time, Yang Ruoxue suddenly came over offline, and he was somewhat unprepared. Zhou Yang, the competition is in 2 days. I want to ask if you're all set? It's been ready for a long time. Sister Jan, the games for the competition are done. I've uploaded them to the official competition website, and I'm guessing they'll be reviewed today. Receiving Zhou Yang's assurance, Yang Ruoxue's heart was inexplicably quiet. Although $30 million wasn't a lot for her, she didn't want Zhou Yang to casually lose it all. Alright, Zhou Yang, I believe in you. If our game makes it into the top 10 this time, apart from the $30 million I invested, all the extra income will be given to you, Yang Ruoxue said with a smile. Ah, Sister Yang, this isn't too good. You invested so much money in me and you don't take a penny. Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. If Yang Ruoxue did that, then he was taking advantage of a great deal. After all, the capital to make the game is not his. Before he made the game, the one who took the risk has always been Yang Ruoxue. So when Yang Ruoxue treated him badly when he first crossed over, Zhou Yang could understand. It's fine, I'm actually not that bad. Yang Ruoxue acted unconcerned. When Zhou Yang saw this, once he thought that Yang Ruoxue had casually given away this villa, it seemed that she was indeed not very short of money. He didn't know the price of this villa, but in the imperial capital, even in the suburbs, $10 or $20 million should still be worth it. Why don't you take some of it? After all, I wouldn't have any chance of making this game without your investment. Sister Yang, Zhou Yang didn't feel too good about taking advantage of the situation like this. No, you can't just make one game. I still want the income from the games you make later. Hey, that's true. Zhou Yang remembered that Yang Ruoxue had shares in their game company. Zhou Yang himself took 51% while Yang Ruoxue took 49%. Zhou Yang was also a bit surprised by this share distribution. If he hadn't crossed over himself, the predecessor would have been a complete and utter soft touch. That's not all. That being said, have you thought about what you're going to do in the next game? Yang Ruoxue had a smile on her face before she suddenly asked. I've been thinking about this one for a while. What is it? Yang Ruoxue asked curiously. Isn't this game of ours called World War II's Eastern Meat Grinder? Zhou Yang said with a mysterious smile. Well, and then what? Is it hard to believe that there's a Western meat grinder? Yang Ruoxue asked speculatively. Bingo, you got it right. Chapter 026, Official Public Test. It's still true. Ha? Yang Ruoxue said with wide eyes in great surprise. Yes, but the game will still have to wait for the anti-war match to finish before it has time to come out. Zhou Yang nodded. After doing the Battle of Songhu and the defense of Jinling in the main east, he could start a new project. As for the rest, more on that later. After all, if you do too much of the same type of game, players will get tired of it, and you have to give them something different to experience. It's fine, Zhou Yang, do whatever you want. I'll definitely support you strongly. Just let me experience it first when the time comes. Yang Ruoxue smiled. These days, she's also playing World War II's Eastern Meat Grinder. Only she was the GM. All sorts of invincibility plus locks, and ruthlessly tyrannized the brats inside the game. Good. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, Yang Ruoxue went back. 2 days later, 8 a.m. The first day of the competition. The official anti-war match website is open for game downloads. All players can download the game for free to play, but after a game has been played for more than 2 hours, you have to pay for the game. This is to protect the rights of game producers. After all, some games really don't have a long flow and can be fully experienced in a couple hours. Those who don't want to pay can quit the game within 2 hours. Zhou Yang paid attention to the entry backstage of the official website of the anti-war match at the very first moment. At this time in the background, the number of hits and downloads for World War II's Eastern Meat Grinder was soaring. Every 10 seconds or so, there are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of downloads. It's a game that not only game makers are looking forward to, but gamers are looking forward to it as well. After all, it was an official competition led by Huaxia, and the attention was huge. Because of the attention from the beta, the game broke 1 million downloads in just a few minutes. There is also a real-time list of downloads in the anti-war game. At this time, World War II's Oriental Meat Grinder is high in the top 3. In the front of the game 2 or Eaton Group. After all, people are at least big companies, and the game has been publicized for months from the time the tournament was held until the tournament started now. The real money is being slammed down, and it's definitely working. Etang Group. Zhang Yida looked at the real-time downloads list. When he saw that the Eastern Meat Grinder was actually in third, he couldn't help but frown. He admitted that the game was good, but to actually make it to the top 3 was something he hadn't expected. Now on the download volume list, 6 of the top 10 are all their Etang Group's games. Thousands of soldiers crossing a single bridge. The more people there are, the greater the probability. It's a good thing that the game is still quite a few downloads away from being overtaken by their company's second and first place. Only the contest is not about downloads, but about anti-war rates. More downloads don't mean a higher anti-war rate. Only a higher anti-war rate will get you an award. His heart was vaguely disturbed. The company is in the race for first place. As long as you take a first place, no other game's ranking matters. At 8 o'clock, Zhou Xiaoyi opened the live stream at the first opportunity, and then downloaded the official game of World War II's Oriental Meat Grinder from the competition's official website. After 2 days of adjusting, she was somewhat eager to play the game again. Just after opening the live stream, thousands of people flooded into her booth. Only the number of people was significantly less than the previous days, but she could understand. After all, the game was officially open for testing today. People have been dying to experience the game for a long time. Now can still in his live room. Basically are working people or early 8 college students. The game is finally officially in beta. But unfortunately I'm still struggling to get to work. It's hard for me to be an early 8 college student. 2. Sister yeah, hurry up and see what's been updated for the public beta? The pop-ups were flying from the audience in the live room. They can't wait to see what's in store for the game's public beta. Zhou Xiaoyi saw the pop-ups and was equally curious in his mind about the contents of the public beta. Surely it can't be just a few small copies like the beta. As expected, just turned on the game. After quickly skimming through the newbie tutorial, she was finally on the game's homepage. Then Zhou Xiaoyi noticed at a glance that the public beta's game homepage was completely different from the internal beta. Hey guys, I seem to still have this rank. I thought the internal beta was completely censored. Zhou Xiaoyi saw that in the column of his military rank, the words private were clearly written. Immediately exclaimed. The audience was speechless at this. Sister yay, this is the lowest rank, the recruit rank, right into the game. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyi felt very embarrassed. Ha, is that what it is? I wasn't paying attention. Whatever, let's look at something else. Saying that, Zhou Xiaoyi found something different again. That's an extra campaign mode. Tap on battle mode, and a new copy appeared inside. Honko Battle. Tapping on this battle, a large string of text appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoyi, which was the introduction to the battle at this point. On July 7, 1937, after the July 7 incident, the Japanese accelerated the war in North China. At that time, the Chinese national government opened a second battlefield in Shanghu with the intention of forcing the Japanese to disperse their forces, which attracted international attention. August 9, 37, Honko Airport Incident. Japanese officer was killed when he ran through the barricade, the trigger for the Battle of Songhu. On the 11th, the 87th and 88th German armored divisions of the National Army moved into Shanghu. On the 13th, the Japanese fired the first shot on the west side of the Bashi Bridge, and the 1st Battalion of the 523rd Regiment of the 88th Division counterattacked. The Battle of Songhu begins. The Chinese German Ordnance Division fought with about 30,000 men and suffered about 12,000 casualties, while the Japanese fought with about 4,000 and suffered about 1,500 casualties. The battle was ultimately lost when 2 Japanese divisions landed on Shanghu, and the National Army was forced to retreat with heavy losses, calling in reinforcements from various local armies across the country. After reading this introduction, Zhou Xiaoyi probably understood what happened in the battle. Boy, bro mo, why do I feel like I'm reading a history book when I read the introduction to this story? It's as if what's written here is real history. Zhou Xiaoyi couldn't help but lament. And then there's the fact that the battle damage ratio is way over the top. 30,000 against 4,000 can produce an 8:1 battle damage. In Joe Shoei, 30,000 hits 4,000. Isn't that an advantage for me? How can you still fight like this? The viewers of the live stream heard her sentiments and agreed. It does feel that way. I noticed it the other day during the internal beta. The background setting is so detailed. If we really play this as our previous history of China, will we feel something else? I'm really tickled to see it, and would love to know what happened afterward. That battle loss ratio is indeed exaggerated. How hard is it to fight to get that kind of battle loss ratio? Joe Shoei briefly scanned the pop-ups for a few moments before entering and tapping on the battle. She entered a matching screen. You can actually invite friends? It's just that I don't have any friends. Joe Shoei was a bit surprised to see that she was actually able to invite her friends. Sister, yeah, add Wang's friend and invite Wang. Wang, he hasn't started matching yet. Yes, let Wang take you go. When Joe Shoei saw that her fans were so passionate in their requests, she opened Wang Yi's live broadcasting room. Then he saw that Wang Yi was on the matching page just like her. At this time a friend request called Wang Dano was added. Joe Shoei immediately agreed. The group invitation was successful. At this time Wang Yi pulled another person in, Lao Kuwei. He then opened the match. Match in. Joe Shoei looked at the number of matches at the bottom, a full 3,000. The number straight away made her eyes widen. Holy, guys, this battle mode is actually a 3,000 man battle. Chapter 027, Honko Battle. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked to see that the number of matches was actually 3,000. 3,000 players? Is this going to let players dominate the battlefield? I Lu a good boy. Brothers, I want to go online. In the game our China was beaten by the brats so badly. Now we 3,000 players still can't abuse the brats? It's hard to say. 3,000 players isn't a lot. In the game the national army can take more than a third of the casualties with 30,000 fighting for 000. Are we players sure we can do it? With our modern tactics, can we still fail to defeat the brats of 100 years ago? Don't you guys boost the enemy's morale and kill your own? There was a lot of chatter from the live audience. At this moment, Joe Shoei and the others had already been successfully matched and were entering the game. Because it was the official public beta, the players online in the game now had long exceeded 1 million. Even with 3,000 matches, it didn't take much time. It only took a minute or two to match. This made Joe Shoei endure a sigh of relief. This matching speed is really fast. 100 people matched me for more than an hour during the internal test, and now 3,000 people matched successfully in a minute or two. The viewers who were posting pop-ups were also immediately attracted to the live broadcast. When Joe Shoei opened her eyes again, she suddenly heard an exclamation of shock from the side. Holy, it's really coming in. Are you all players? I'm a new player. Someone please show me the ropes. I'm a new player too. Are there any internal veterans here? Joe Shoei saw a group of people who were curiously surveying the surroundings, jumping twice every now and then. At that moment, a panel popped up in front of everyone's eyes. Congratulations to player Wang Dano, who has become the commander of the 245th Regiment of the Independent Brigade. Wang Yi was directly confused when he saw the words on his panel. What's going on? I'm a captain now? Is it that big of a game? While Wang Yi was confused, the viewers in his live broadcast room were also confused. 666. Brother Wang, you've gotten rich. You've actually become the head of the group. Outrageous. I thought our players were all pawns. How come there's still a leader? Outrageous. What kind of dog luck is Wang? On the other hand, Joe Shoei's panel showed that she was in the regimental medical platoon. She glanced down at her costume, which was indeed that of a medic. It also carried a first aid kit, just like the medic she'd seen carry before. At this time, someone told her in the live stream about Wang Yi being the head of the group. What? He's the chief? I'm just a small soldier? Joe Shoei's eyes widened. It was a contrast that hurt, and originally she was quite happy in her heart about becoming a medic. No need to go charging after all. Now she heard that Wang Yi was a regimental commander and she was still a junior soldier. It's really a human comparison. Is this position randomly assigned? Or are there any conditions? Joe Shoei was a bit unconvinced. Random, I guess, but Sister Ye, if you were to be the leader, you're afraid you could bring thousands of people into the pit. Yeah, it's not that we don't want you to be but you don't want to lose the game, do you Seeing that the audience didn't believe in themselves, Joe Shoei was self-aware. Really, she seems to be able to lead everyone into the pit when she's made head of the group, and it was one thing if the other players still didn't listen to her or not. At that thought, she immediately didn't care. Where is Wang Yi now? I want to go find him and follow him to safety. Joe Shoei immediately asked the audience, but the audience doesn't know that either. Joe Shoei could only give up for the time being when she saw this. At this time, a new text appeared in Zhou Xiui. Battle mission, destroy the Japanese Marines in Shanghai and prevent the landing of Japanese divisions. This was followed by an individual mission, treat 10 wounded. On Wang Yi's side, his task was different from Zhou Xiui's. Regimental mission, lead troops to annihilate 200 Japanese troops. Seeing this task, Wang Yi's first thought is that this task is not simple, but he suddenly thought of the backstory of the Hongkou battle. There must be a reason why people hit 4,000 for 30,000 and all casualties are 12,000. It probably wouldn't be very easy for his own regiment to annihilate 200 men. Afterward, he glanced at the pop-up screen. Learning that Zhou Xiui's mission was as simple as saving 10 injured people, he was immediately numb. It's the higher the position, the harder it is, right? Wang Yi sighed. At that moment, suddenly an officer in a sergeant's uniform came running up. Regimental commander. The brigade commander's orders require you to go to the command headquarters immediately to discuss the combat mission. Seeing this, Wang Yi immediately asked him to take himself to the command headquarters. Come to the command post, which is located inside a 4-story building. Wang Yi walked into the command building, the command conference room, where a number of officers were sitting at this time. Wang Yi arrived late and sat in an empty seat. Another person then walked into the conference room. When Wang Yi saw that person, he directly froze. That guy looks a bit familiar. Looks like old Kuei. Wang Yi was not sure, so he immediately asked the audience to confirm it. It turned out that the man was none other than Old Ke, and also the leader of the 246th Regiment. Lao Ke likewise found out, so the two sat facing each other, wide-eyed. On the main seat, a middle-aged man with a rigid face sat on it. He had a serious face, and his entire body had an aura of unruffled authority. By order of my superiors, my independent brigade needs to cooperate with the 87th and 88th Divisions in attacking the Japanese Naval Command at Hongkou, and make sure to wipe out the enemy and prevent the Japanese from landing on Shanghai. Let's discuss the specific details of the battle here. What do the two leaders have to say? Li Zhang said and suddenly looked at Wang Yi and Lao Kuei. The two of them sniffed and froze directly in place. How do they know what to do? They are just two stinking game players. As for military strategy, basically know nothing. Wang Yi froze in place, not knowing how to answer. At this time, Li Zhang sighed and smiled helplessly. You're all players, right? When Wang Yi heard this, a stunned look appeared on his face. Brigadier, you too? Li Zhang nodded. Our table is all. I had thought that you two were NPCs and perhaps knew something about the game, but now, it turns out, it's really a two-way street. Why don't we just take a step and see what happens? Wang Yi said helplessly. It'll have to do. Li Zhang nodded helplessly. After all, they have no information whatsoever right now. Let's introduce ourselves to each other. My last name is Li. My first name is Zheng. My name is Wang Yi. You guys can just call me Old Kuei. Old Kuei did not give his real name, but it didn't matter to everyone. After all, it was a game, not a dating convention. Right, Li Zhang, aren't you a brigade commander? A brigade headquarters might have some kind of classified information or something. We can get information from the top of these things. It seems like there is. Let's look for it. Li Zhang instantly reacted after Wang Yi reminded him of this. He then began to look around the conference room. Seeing this, Wang Yi and the others followed along and searched. Chapter 028, Attack on the Airport. In a few moments, however, they had identified a pile of telegraphic documents. Through the documents, they learned a few things. Here's a newspaper. Look at the top of it for the registration. Lao Kuei brought a newspaper and glanced at the date, which was July 8th. There was a big headline on it, and it was clearly about the July 7th incident. The July 7th incident, the Japanese army deliberately provokes. Our army rises up to resist. Last night's shelling was another naked imperialist aggression against North China. They used the disappearance of soldiers as an excuse, but they are really trying to repeat the same old trick of September 18th. My 29th Army soldiers have defended the homeland with their flesh and blood, and their loyalty and bravery have brought tears to their eyes. There is no turning back from what is happening today. Only the compatriots of the whole country will go to the national disaster together. According to news from the front, the enemy used armored vehicles and field artillery to attack Wancheng, and many of the city's houses were destroyed and the people displaced. Our defenders attacked the enemy's position at night with a greatsword team, recaptured the railroad bridge, and killed dozens of the enemy. Spreading the newspaper out, Wang Yi and the others looked at the news recorded in the newspaper. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast rooms of several anchors likewise saw the clear handwriting in them. Is this the report of the July 7th incident? So it seems that this little life is really deceptive. There is no way. According to the game introduction, this time of China is an agricultural country, facing the small days of industrial countries. Equipment and weapons are too far behind. But even so, the sons and daughters of China are not afraid of sacrifice. Defending the land and defending the country is the responsibility of all. This game is so meticulously done. The newspapers are whole. This gameplay of discovering the background of the game within the game is pretty good. After reading the newspaper, Li Zhang's brows also furrowed. Seeing the paper gave him the feeling that it had really happened. It was his first time playing this game, but he had seen these anchors live before. When he saw the live broadcast of the Chinese army facing a small day, because of the equipment gap, he could only use human lives to fill the battle line. He had a mouthful of fire in his heart. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door. "Come in." Li Zhang opened his mouth. A messenger ran over. "Brigade Commander. An urgent message from the 87th Division requesting that we leave immediately now and attack the flank of Honko Park in 2 hours' time while it is still dark." Li Zhang sniffed. His face solemn, immediately stood up and glanced at the time on his pocket watch. It was 4 p.m. at this point, but I don't know what number it was. "In that case, let's get going." Wanya's few people nodded gravely at his words. The players present then walked out of the conference room. Li Zhang immediately told all the soldiers to gather. At the moment, these player soldiers didn't realize that most of the soldiers of the entire brigade they were in were players, and only a small portion were NPCs. Among them, even the top brass of the brigade are players. I didn't expect this brigade headquarters to actually have a vehicle. Rare. Li Zhang looked at the army green truck in front of him and couldn't help but lament. Just now, he learned of the armament of the entire brigade, of which there were 2,000 rifles, 100 light machine guns, 40 heavy machine guns, 15 82mm mortars, and 30 60mm mortars. And then it wasn't. It's a pure infantry brigade, and there wasn't much ammo. Not enough at all once the battle got heated. And he also went and looked at the guns that were equipped and they were very old. Li Zhang wondered if the gun wouldn't jam a bit after one shot. I couldn't tell from watching others live before, but now that I've gotten my hands on it, I feel like a piece of with this gun. Fighting ghosts with this gun? If we drop the chain, we'll have to wait for death, won't we? But they can't. It's all they have. They'll make do with what they've got. Zhou Xiaoyi watched from his spot as the new players around him each looked around curiously. As a veteran player of the beta, she was very calm. Brothers Meng, look at those unseen looks of theirs. When they fight later, won't they be scared out of their wits? Zhou Xiaoyi stood calmly while chatting with her water friends in the live broadcast room. Yes, Anne, why are you pretending? I remember you weren't like this during your internal test. Ha ha ha, Ye-san don't die the fastest again later. How can that be? I'm a medic and I don't need to charge. Are you guys cursing me? Zhou Xiaoyi said indignantly. No, we definitely want you to live to the end. Ye-san, the live streaming water user denied it in a hurry. At that moment, the platoon leader of the medical platoon approached. Everyone gather and get ready to go. Zhou Xiaoyi hurriedly followed. In a few minutes, though, the team was off and running. Hordes of thousands of people began to make their way toward Honko Airport. On the way, suddenly an airplane flew overhead. Take care to stay hidden from enemy planes. It was a good thing the weather was overcast. The airplanes in the air couldn't easily see the people on the ground with the naked eye alone in the dim vision. As long as the movement stops, it will be difficult for airplanes to detect it. Only after the plane had flown over did the soldiers continue to start moving. As they entered the battlefield, the sound of distant artillery fire became clearer. Most of these players are playing the game for the first time, and it was still just after the newbie quest to come into a battle like this. I'll go. This environment is too real. A medic beside Zhou Xiaoyi marveled. Zhou Xiaoyi glanced at the drizzling sky, which was cloudy. As we continued, the overcast clouds thickened and the surroundings became dim. That feeling of black clouds coming over the city. A startling rumble rang in her ears, leaving her somewhat confused as to whether it was the sound of a shell exploding or thunder in the sky. In such an atmosphere, the entire team gradually stopped making any unnecessary noises. Ahead, the advance guard has arrived at the airport perimeter. At the rear command headquarters, Li Zhang received the news from the front messenger. Immediately a message was sent to friendly troops informing them that the independent brigade had arrived at the appointed place. In a few moments, however, friendly telegrams were sent back. Your department's mission, at all costs, is to attack the airfield and destroy the enemy's vital forces. Seeing this mission, Li Zhang could only summon Wang Yi and the others and start discussing how to attack the airport. Inside the makeshift command center, the dim light of candles reflected on several faces. In front of several people, several maps hung. These are the current map of the urban area of Shanghu, the topography, and the distribution of the enemy and our forces. First, send people to map out the fire points and sentry points near the airport. Then we'll make plans. Lao Kuei spoke up. He did know something about the military. Not much, but it was better than nothing at all. This will do. On top of that, we need to gather all the mortars and heavy machine guns in the brigade. We'll need the firepower of these heavy weapons to suppress us while we attack, or we might not be able to charge in. There is also the fact that the battle line should not be drawn too long. It is better just to select a point and rush in with a few thousand men, and fast. Or the longer we wait for the brats to react, the more danger we'll be in. The brats and their ships, guns and airplanes are no slouches. Li Jiang nodded when he heard old Q's words. By the way, I found something. Wang Yi suddenly took out something like a map. He spread the thing out on the table. A sewer map? What's the point of that? Old Kuei frowned. I found out that there is a section of this sewer that leads straight to the airport. We might be able to send a team of people to bypass the airport through the sewer and give them a surprise attack. Wang Yi spoke out his suggestion. Then do you have a specific program? Li Jiang said with a slight frown. Yes, just now I researched it with someone else. Wang Yi smiled and nodded. In the live broadcast, viewers were spitting at Wang Yi for taking the viewers' suggestions and using them directly. Alright, in that case, I'll leave this task to you. Old K, you'll be in charge of the ground assault mission. Do you guys have a problem with this division of labor? If not, then let's just do it. If so, speak up now. No more. Wang Yi and Old Kuei shook their heads. The two then left separately. On the other side, Lao Kei's 246th Regiment was the vanguard. He rushed to the front line as soon as he was ordered to do so. Having just arrived at the front line, he immediately sent his men to scout the area around the airfield. Chapter 029, Intelligence Detection. At the moment, the night is hazy. Dark clouds in the sky blocked out most of the light. A platoon of men quietly touched down very close to the airport. Old Black, don't run so fast. Aren't you afraid to die? Are you? Why, it's like a shot in the dark. A large man with a beard, a submachine gun in his hand, quickly rushed into a trench not far in front of the airport's fence netting, taking advantage of the night. Poking my head in. It turns out that the fence mesh is pretty high. He was going to run out and over this fence netting, but it turned out there were actually spotlights not far away. The spotlight shone through and almost spotted him. Good thing he was on the ground in an instant. Unnoticed, when the spotlight left, he immediately retreated back into the gutter. Just in the gutter, it was full of dark, dirty, smelly sewage, and Old Black stepped inside such sewage with a frown on his face. Even though he knew it was a game, he was still uncomfortable with the feeling of crouching in the gutter. Next to them, a couple of men walked up, and the one at the head of the group spoke in a small, grumbling voice. Old Black, I let you run so fast you almost got caught. Hey, Lao Lu, you don't say. Look at this fence net. Really damn high. It's not easy to go over. We are just here to scout. Do you still want to rush in and kill them? Lu Yan looked at Old Black speechlessly. He was still relatively life-thirsty, and with just the 20 or so of them, charging in would be looking for death. Just do what we were meant to do. Let's not risk anything else. Lu Yan was more stable. They were able to explore this mission from the periphery. There was no need to rush inside. Okay. Old Black could only helplessly agree when he heard Lu Yang's words. They then moved slowly forward in the stinking ditch, while holding binoculars to check out the ghostly guard towers and fortification distribution in the airfield. I Lu, a good boy. The brat, this firepower configuration is really luxurious. Every other distance is a heavy machine gun. If we have this configuration, shall not kill crazy. Old Black holding binoculars while looking at the side. TSK. Lu Yang's face darkened as he heard Old Black's broken thoughts from the side. This is a bit difficult. It feels like it's a bit hard for us to attack from the front. How many lives must be piled on this firepower to charge in? Lu Yang frowned slightly. I heard that the other regiment wasn't going to attack through the sewers, so maybe it'll work. Old Black waved his hand and said, as soon as Wang Yi and the others negotiated their battle plan, he learned of it. It's just that he thinks the sewer takedown is a little less plausible. What if the ghosts know it too? And if they're waiting for a rabbit, won't one of them go and die? Might as well be in a head-on charge. If both sides attack together, they might be able to get in. After scouting along the main point of attack, Old Black and the others figured out the fire configuration and sentry points on this side. They then immediately returned to the troop station and told Lao Kuei all the information they had detected. After Lao Kuei learned about the firepower configuration points, he decided to select a few death squads to rush up and open the barbed wire fence first. Also move the artillery over to suppress those heavy fire points. You also have to pick out some snipers, and the first time you launch an attack you have to knock out the spotlights on the enemy sentry towers. Otherwise, in the darkness of the night, it would be easy to be discovered. On top of that, you need to send someone to destroy the enemy's radio station at the first opportunity to prevent the enemy from requesting support from the ship's artillery. Otherwise, with the ship's guns, they wouldn't have been able to attack. Lao Kuei had seen the power of a ship's cannon, and a single shell could make a large crater several meters into the ground. On the other hand, Wang Yi also sent people into the sewers near the airport, then scout down the sewers towards the airport. But unlike Old Kuei, he was personally following along to explore. The live-streaming waterboys thought he didn't have a bitter heart-on, but Wang Yi didn't care. Think of this environment as an early acclimatization. After all, If it worked, he'd still have to go into the sewer. Along the dark and smelly sewer, Wang Yi held the oil lamp in his hand and moved forward by the bright light of the oil lamp. He was holding a map of the sewers. The good thing is that although the sewer line is intricate, but there is a line marked on it to be able to go to the end, so it's not so easy to get lost in a roundabout way. Wang Yi didn't know how the diagram came about, but it worked. I don't know how long they had been walking, but they came to a sewer manhole below the airport. Looking at the iron nameplate now in the sewer wall, the blackened and rusted writing on it could still be clearly seen, clearly inscribed, Hongkou Airport. Wang Yi immediately sent someone up to investigate. A warrior endured the slimy filth in his hands and the stench that hit his face as he climbed up the iron ladder, slightly toppling the sewer manhole cover. He glanced around, saw a ghost soldier on patrol, but that ghost didn't notice anything unusual about the sewer manhole cover. Suddenly, a ghost came toward him. When he saw this, he immediately and slowly lowered the manhole cover, then back to the bottom of the sewer. Chief, it is indeed the interior of the airport up there, and I saw several ghosts patrolling. He hurriedly reported to Wang Yi. Wang Yi sniffed and an excited smile appeared on his face. Very well, let's go back now. With that he quickly walked back. Mark the road as you walk back. Soon they returned to the temporary quarters of the troops. Upon seeing a few people coming out covered in filth and still reeking of a bad odor, the player warriors who greeted them around them couldn't help but take a few steps backward. There's no way around it. The smell coming out of the sewer is horrible. And it's raining now, and the rain is washing all the filth from the ground into the sewers. Wang Yi also had some of the odor that he couldn't stand, and hurriedly went to find water to rinse off. Brother Wang, you really don't have a bitter heart on. Who's the head of the group that goes into the sewers to scout in person? Wait, Wang, do you still want to charge? Can't you sit in the command room when you're a captain? Have to go into the sewers. The viewers of the live broadcast were not quite able to understand why Wang Yi had to go into the sewers himself. Wang Yi didn't explain to the pop-ups because his character just wasn't the type to be able to sit back and loom. He prefers to go forward in hot blood. At the same time, he also understands the reasoning that he is a chief who is afraid to charge. Only know to hide in the rear of the meticulous words. How can the soldiers under him with the chief of the unity of mind? Now that he's tagging along on the reconnaissance, he's making a direct statement. Of course he wasn't stupid enough to risk his life. He had just made sure it was safe before he let the soldiers go up to explore. Once if he was discovered, he was able to run away. After feeling the odor dissipate quite a bit, he immediately sent someone to inform the brigade headquarters of the news. Provisional command of the Independent Brigade. Li Zhang looked at the map in front of him, his brow still pondering on how to fight. Although he had previously discussed it with the two Wang Yi, he still wanted to find a better way in his heart. At this time, the messenger sent by Wang Yi and the messenger sent by Lao Kuei arrived at the temporary command headquarters at the same time. Chapter 030, Death Squad. Learning of the information that the two had detected, Li Zhang looked to several staff officers on his staff. Do you guys have any ideas? Let's all brainstorm a bit. These counselors were all players. In fact, Li Zhang still wished that these counselors were NPCs. At least there's some advice for yourself. As a result, now, a few people would just stare at each other wide-eyed. Since the tactic of sewer raiding is feasible, I think we can have one regiment first hold back the main attack on the front, and then send another regiment into the sewers to raid the ghost's interior. One of the players spoke eloquently. The few remaining people who saw this echoed him. Seeing this, Li Zhang sighed in his heart. Also know that you can't count on these staff officers right now. What you guys are talking about does work, but there's also the consideration that the odds are that the ghosts also know that the sewers can lead straight to the airport. Battles are not to be taken lightly, and the worst is to be expected. If the ghosts have an advance ambush around the sewers, as many as go out will die. The best way is still to send elite squads to make a surprise attack, and all other troops to attack head-on, Li Zhang said, tapping his finger on a point on the map. Here, there is also a ghost airfield from which ghost planes are likely to take off. This location is too close to us. If we don't end this airport, once the ghosts react, their planes will immediately be able to take off, which will be very detrimental to our attack. Then do we need to send a squad over here for a surprise attack as well? A staff officer asked. Let's get the guard company on it. All the forces that can be used. Li Zhang spoke. Good. In that case, go ahead and give the order. On Wang Yi's side, the regiment's temporary command headquarters. Upon receiving the brigade's combat mission, he did not object, just took a walk down the drain. He then realized that the sewer space was very limited. Not many people were able to get in. It's fine if there are fewer people, but once there are more people, it's not good to conduct a raid. Thinking of this, Wang Yi looked at the messenger and told him to go and gather a few battalion commanders. Waiting for several battalion commanders to come to the command post, Wang Yi immediately gave the order for each of their battalions to pick out 10 daredevils and form a death squad to enter the sewers. The 3 battalion commanders sniffed and immediately went back to select their manpower. but in 10 minutes or so, the hands were picked. After glancing at the time of the combat mission, Wang Yi took another look at the time of the wristwatch on his wrist. It's 6 in the afternoon. The night was not yet completely dark, and there was still some light in the sky. It's time to go. Wang Yi came outside the regiment's temporary command headquarters. The 30 selected Daredevil members were already standing in the clearing outside the command post. These people had all volunteered for the job, and they looked at Wang Yi with fiery eyes. This exciting and important task stirs their hearts to challenge. Brothers, you have a tough task ahead of you. There are only 30 of you, and once you break into the interior of the airport, there will be no one to back you up. Perhaps none of you will survive, but all will remember you. Now, anyone who wants to quit can do so at any time. After saying that, Wang Yi looked at them, but none of them stepped forward. Very well, in that case, off you go, and good luck, everyone. The 30 daredevils then entered the sewers under the leadership of their captain. Wang Yi equipped them with the best equipment in the regiment, just to add some probability of success. Although Wang Yi's heart is actually not much of a bottom, but how do you know if something can succeed without doing it? If we don't fight, who's to say we'll lose this battle? Wang Yi was not willing to lose just like that. Just because the battle is lost doesn't mean he will lose. After the death squad entered the sewers, Wang Yi immediately led the 245th Regiment towards Lao Kuei's 246th Regiment to converge. Their two regiments need to be the main attack. By the time Wang Yi arrived at the 246th Regiment's quarters with his men, not far away, the fire and rumble of artillery fire meant that the battle had already begun. Lao Kuei hasn't started to act yet. After Wang Yi rejoined Old Kuei, he looked over to the place where the fire was blazing and frowned slightly. Old Kuei, what's the situation over there? That's the 88th Division's troops over there. They've already exchanged fire with the devils. We're going to start fighting too. Let's go. Lao Kuei didn't continue to talk more to Wang Yi. He left the command post and followed his troops to the position near the airfield. The night was thick and there was heavy rain in the sky. This night is not destined to be peaceful. In the heavy rain, Old Black and Lu Yang crawled on the ground in the dark. Behind them were more than 20 men. They were the first of the death squads designed to blow through the barbed wire fence. When the bombs go off, it means the battle has begun. At the end of the sky, fires glowed in the thick night air. The blinding white light of a searchlight swept over the airport's barbed wire, illuminating the rags and coagulated blood clots hanging from it. Old Black spat the mud out of his mouth and waved his hand behind him. 6 dark figures crept forward at once. Engineers' shears stuck in their straps. Orange lights flickered on and off in the firing holes of the machine gun bunkers in the distance. Cut! At Old Black's command, several figures behind him got down on the ground and cut the barbed wire. The sound of wire being cut was particularly harsh in the darkness of the night, but luckily the sound of pouring rain muffled the harshness. A muffled grunt suddenly came from the far left. It turned out to be a member of the team who had his palm pierced by a barb, but was biting down on his shirt without making a sound. The second grid was nipping at the heels of the runway 5 meters away, and 2 tankers were being pushed to the hangar by enemy ground crews. Load the explosives. Lu Yang pulled out the explosives wrapped in oilcloth from his arms and was just about to have them sent up when the searchlight on the sentry tower suddenly swung back. Get down! Old Black's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. All of them were dead to the ground. The white light from the spotlight swept over their backs, illuminating the blackened muzzles of guns in the sandbagged fortifications 30 meters away. Cold sweat dripped down the Old Black man's spine. It's just too dangerous. He felt his adrenaline spike. Whatever, just blow it up. I'm going out on a limb. Old Black looked at Lu Yang and shouted in a small voice with his mouth wide open. With that he violently ripped open the collar of his shirt to reveal 6 wooden-handled grenades strapped to his body. I'll take the second squad to draw fire. Lao Lu, you guys go around from the ditch and hide. Look for a chance to blow up the power grid inside. Good. Lu Yang nodded vigorously. With the spotlight sweeping through once more, the kitty sentry on the guard tower noticed something strange on this side. The barbed wire fence on this side had actually been cut out of a large opening at some point. They immediately raised the alarm. It's now! Old Black charged inside the barbed wire fence with a dozen men, snaking forward, bullets chasing their heels and lifting dirt. 3 meters from the grid, shots rang out all around. There was a sudden heat in his right leg and he was shot. With that thought, Old Black gritted his teeth and pulled the grenade fuse from his chest, then rolled violently on the ground. It's just that the kid's machine gun bullets are faster. He had only just reached under the arrival grid when a machine gun bullet pierced his body. In the next moment, the air wave of the explosion toppled the power grid. Inside the barbed wire fence, bursts of gunfire rang out. The sound of the explosion was the charge. Lao Kuei, in the rear, immediately had the artillery fire toward the place of the explosion. The sacrifice of these 24 daredevils was worth it. Lu Yang was lying in the stinking ditch, and his eyes were red when he saw Old Black holding the grenade and exploding it together. He looked at the machine gun in his hand. when the ghost tankers over there were still getting ready to go into storage. He raised his machine gun and swept it toward the ghost's tanker. The fireballs from the tanker trucks hit by stray bullets lit up the airport like daylight. Seeing this, Lu Yang didn't care about the stray bullets around him. Clutching the explosives in his hand, he rushed through the barbed wire fence, then placed them under the grid that hadn't completely collapsed yet. Pulling the safety, the ground shook with a boom. The originally collapsed power grid was directly lifted off by the shockwave of the explosion and fell to nowhere. The shockwave of the explosion has not yet cleared. The advance guard, closely followed by the rear, had then reached the gap that had been blown open. They'd been watching Daredevil in action. They were very touched to see the rest of the Daredevil team draw fire, 2 people actually holding a bomb to blow the barbed wire and electric fence away. The warriors rushing behind them saw blood everywhere. All of their faces changed in shock. They were all still seeing such a bloody scene for the first time. The remains of the barbed wire fence still had half a bloody coat hanging from it, washed down by the torrential rain. At this moment, the ghosts throughout the airport were attracted by the alarm. Chapter 031, The Medic Who Couldn't Save a Life. Only, before many of the ghosts could react, they were blown up by the shells behind them. After a round of shelling, the second company of the 1st Battalion in front had stormed inside the airfield. When they saw the ghosts' fire point, they immediately attacked with fire. At this point, the machine guns in the dark fort began to spray tongues of fire. Caught off guard, many of the soldiers of the second company who had just rushed into the airfield were swept by machine guns and fell like cut wheat. The other players who had just followed up saw the scene, and each one of them was overwhelmed with fear. This scene is just too much. People are really no different than grass in front of these weapons. A barrage of heavy machine guns went down, and all those who had just been standing lay on the ground. To add to the horror, people hit by heavy machine gun bullets are almost always dead. Broken limbs and flesh were flying everywhere. All of these first-time battlefield players couldn't help but vomit. It's just that it's a battlefield, and the enemy doesn't care if they spit or not. Tons of machine gun fire were still pouring toward them. Mom! A portion of the players burst into tears. How spirited they were before. How scared they were now in the face of machine gun fire. At the end of the day, they haven't experienced this kind of war. There is no reverence for war. They've been treated like a game since the beginning. Didn't take it very seriously. Just felt fresh and curious. Now this bloody scene impacted their minds and souls, and many of them were directly filled with fear. What are you waiting for? Charge! Standing still and waiting to die? At this time an angry roar rang out. Where is your backbone? Even if you die, you'll die on the charge, not standing still and waiting to die. These two roars woke up quite a few people by shouting, and with a clench of their teeth and glowing red eyes, they charged straight up. It's not just death. It's better to stand and die than to rush. I'll take one of them with me even if I die. The man who had just roared was a tall, strong man. His name is Lu Hongtao and he is the company commander of the second company. Reality status as a veteran of the Chinese military. The scene in front of him shocked him, but for him, it wasn't enough to scare him. It was only when he saw that those players actually froze in place and cowed because of the bloody scene in front of them that a nameless fire welled up in his heart. This little scene is intimidated. If we really encounter a war, it's not just waiting to die. As a soldier, he wasn't sure what those who wanted war were thinking, but when he saw the performance of those players in front of him, he knew that once the war came, those people would definitely die the fastest. However, there are those who dare to rush and those who want to run away. A few people were startled and panicked and had to run back. Seeing this, Lu Hongtao took the pistol in his hand and fired a few shots towards the fleeing men. Those who run away from the battlefield, kill without pardon. The shots didn't hit the fleeing men, but they stunned them. The fighters that kept coming behind them were a bit unsure when they saw the ones that escaped. Charge up! If you dare to run again, the next time you won't be hitting the ground. Lu Hongtao shouted angrily. Those few that wanted to escape sniffed and could only grit their teeth and go straight on. But in his heart, he resented Lu Hongtao. Only seconds after they had rushed up, they were engulfed by the enemy's pouring bullets and collapsed on the storm-tossed ground. Blood stained the rain on the ground, but the fighting didn't stop there. By nightfall, the entire company of over 100 men ended up rushing in with another 40 or so. Lu Hongtao was lucky not to die. He led the remaining fighters to capture one of the ghost's fire points. After leaving 2 men to watch, the rest of the group continued forward. The other players who followed behind saw the ground littered with broken limbs and arms, blood staining the earth. Their hearts were very touched, and holding back the churning in their stomachs, they could only forcefully choose to ignore it. In the rear, the medical platoon that Zhou Xiaoyi was in also rushed up in the rain. It was equally difficult for them to accept the sight of corpses all over the place. Zhou Xiaoyi was fine. After all, she had seen it all before. Now she was just a little uncomfortable seeing it. See if there are any still alive, Zhou Xiaoyi shouted. Then they immediately walked over to the bodies, trying to see if any of them were still alive. Up ahead, the gunfire started up again. Zhou Xiaoyi turned over each body. wanting to see if there was still a possibility of salvation. Just the more she turned it over, the heavier her heart became. All dead. All dead. None of them are alive. When the other medics of the medical platoon saw the scene, some of them even directly dry-heaved in place. The viewers in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, went straight to silence. Before, they were shouting that they were definitely better than Zhou Xiaoyi on their own. Now it looks like it doesn't seem to make a difference if they're on. There's a live one over here. A voice rang out, and Zhou Xiaoyi immediately walked over. As expected, there was one more alive. Only even alive. He was very miserable in that condition. An arm and a leg are broken. And there was still hot blood dripping from underneath him. Do you have any hemostatic pills? Stop the bleeding pills out and use them. Yes, it's here. But how does it work? A group of medics looked at the medicines in their hands, but none of them could use them, because they never learned to stop the bleeding and bandaging. It's also not like other games where you can just click to use it and be able to autodose. Beneath him, the still living man's heart despaired as he heard their words. Give me a break. His voice broke. He didn't want to bleed to death like that. Since I can't save myself, I'll give myself a hard time. How is this going to work? When the surrounding medics heard his words, none of them dared to make a move. If they were allowed to charge those brats, they'd still dare. But to their own people, they really don't dare. Come on. Before the man could finish, he lost his voice. The medic holding him tested his nostrils, and after realizing that he was completely out of breath, his entire body jolted. He's dead. The medic's voice trembled a little. What are we calling ourselves medics if we can't save him? They can't save a life. How can they call this a medic? Beside them, more warriors passed by, rushing toward the interior of the airport. This medic felt a terrible pain in his heart. He looked at the corpses all over the place and for the first time felt the desperate powerlessness in his heart. If a real war comes, he can't save anyone. When Zhou Xiaoyi heard his words, she opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. At that moment, someone ran up with a bloody man on his back. Where are the medics? Quickly save lives. Our company commander is wounded. Zhou Xiaoyi looked at the bloody man and realized that the man was covered in blood, and his clothes were all cut into rags by shrapnel. What happened to him? Why is he hurt so badly? Zhou Xiaoyi asked in surprise. The company commander was blown up by a grenade. Can he still be saved? The soldier who carried Lu Hongtao over asked anxiously. We can't save it, Zhou Xiaoyi said, lowering her head in great shame. How come you guys couldn't save it? Aren't you guys medics? The man couldn't believe it, but he quickly remembered something else. He gave a bitter smile and said, you guys try to save as much as you can. A dead horse is a living horse. Zhou Xiaoyi was even more ashamed in her heart when she heard his words. She shifted Lu Hongtao on the ground inside the dark fortress, where it was drier. Looking at the dense wounds on Lu Hongtao's body, Zhou Xiaoyi's dense phobia was offended and she didn't know where to start. Taking the hemostatic medicine, Zhou Xiaoyi could only sprinkle wherever the bleeding was. After the hemostatic medication, the obvious bleeding was finally gone. However, Lu Hongtao's face was still very pale. Anyone with eyes could see that he was in a bad way. We can't do anything. We can't save a single person, a medic said demoralizingly from the side. The youth standing next to Lu Hongtao's face was a bit ugly when he heard their demoralizing words. Who says a medic has to be able to save lives and won't go kill demons if he can't? Kill all the ghosts so no more people get hurt. Chapter 032 Burning Sewers. The youth's words awakened the dreamers present. Yeah, just because they can't save someone doesn't mean they can't kill them. If you can't save the wounded, can't you kill the devils? Anyway, they weren't afraid to die. And if they died dragging a ghost to hell, wouldn't they get a few less of their comrades wounded? Zhou Xiaoyi heard the youth's words and likewise came to a startled realization. We know what to do. The sound of gunfire is still going off outside. The audience of the live broadcast was equally touched by the youth's words. What a way to kill to save a life. Killing to save a life. On a battlefield like this, even if you have medicine and really know how to heal, it doesn't really help much. There aren't many people that can be saved in a battle at all. Winning gives you a chance to live. Losing then you can only die. Dozens of people died in just one charge. Flesh and blood is still too fragile in front of a torrent of steel. On the other side, the underground tunnels of Daredevil. They rushed right out of the sewer entrance when they heard the loud rumble of an explosion. They were carrying plenty of equipment and ammunition. A few shots went down and knocked all the ghosts patrolling around them to the ground. They were all specially selected elites from the entire regiment, practiced in marksmanship, and were better shots than the others. With everyone being short, these are considered tall, although they succeeded in their sneak attack. But it also drew the attention of the ghosts inside the airport. When the ghosts realized that they were a squad of more than 30 people, a squad of ghosts immediately came over to surround them. Originally the Daredevil crew thought everything was going to go well. Only when they saw the ghosts' heavy machine guns, they all stayed dumbfounded. The heavy machine gun fire was all over the place. directly pressuring them not to dare to risk their heads. The offense was thwarted at once. No way. The ghosts are firing too hard. We can't charge up. Two of the daredevils were swept by machine guns because they couldn't get back in time, and their blood stained the ground. They took advantage of the night and hurriedly retreated, dragging the two injured men with them. Luckily, the ghosts were afraid of being shot back and didn't dare to pursue for a while, so they were able to retreat to a safe place. Withdrawing to safety, their faces were a little hard to see. Looking at the two wounded daredevils, they could only bandage their wounds with bandages to stop the bleeding, but this is merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. No good. The devils are coming. Be careful and prepare for battle. There are too many ghosts. We have to hurry or we'll all be accounted for here. A youth with a dark face spoke. At that moment, the injured two spoke up. Ahem. Don't worry about us. You guys hurry up and retreat. We'll pat our way back. But, don't be hurt. We're a death squad. If we hesitate we won't be able to leave. Good. The ebony-faced youth sniffed and nodded with a serious face. Right. Weapons for you guys. We'll just keep 2 grenades. The wounded man on the ground handed the youth a supply of weapons in his hand. This won't work. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the man on the ground laugh and raise his hands. A hand that was clearly only his arm. His palm was gone. The other arm was also penetrated by a machine gun bullet. You see how I can still shoot with this hand? Grenades I can fire with my mouth. We're all going to die anyway. Might as well pull a few ghosts on our backs. It's not a bad way to die. The youth was silent. Take care, brother. Take care. As they left, the sound of 2 grenades exploding rang out behind them. But they're not out of danger yet. More ghosts were still chasing towards them. Soon they were back at the sewer entrance. We can't just pull back. We have to kill at least some ghosts. But there's no cover in this place. There's no way we can fight. They originally wanted to find the ghosts' warehouse, but it turned out that there were too many defenders inside this airfield. The sewer plan is a total bust. Let's go into the sewers. And if the devils dare to come in, if one comes in, we'll kill one. The captain leading the group is called Li Chang, a small anchor. However, because of becoming the captain of the Daredevil team, at this moment, the number of viewers in his live broadcast room had unknowingly come to tens of thousands. Good. With that, they began to withdraw into the sewer one by one, while others were on the side of blocking the pursuing enemy. Rainwater from the ground continues to enter the sewer through the sewer inlet. Everyone is drenched in this dirty water. Just after Li Chang reached the sewer, the gunfire above became intense. Li Chang and the others waited below, but the people above didn't come down again. Immediately afterward, he smelled a rush of blood. It seemed to run down the rain from above. Light the oil lamp you have with you. The rain at his feet was blood red. Move back. Li Chang immediately led his men away from the sewer intersection to prevent the ghosts above from throwing grenades down. Above, the ghosts moved the bodies of the daredevils who had stayed behind to pad their backs, then looked toward the sewer entrance. A ghost officer stepped forward. Baka, why isn't this sewer entrance guarded? Do you want to commit harakiri? The ghost officer cursed at the ghosts behind him. The ghost officer then looked toward the entrance and motioned for someone to go down. But the ghosts weren't stupid. No one dared to go down first, so he threw a few grenades down to see if he could blow up Li Chang and the others underneath. But Li Chang and the others were prepared and hid in the corner of the sewer. Hearing the sound of the grenade exploding, Li Chang was secretly glad. It's a good thing I didn't stay there just now or I would have lost it. Both sides waited for 2 or 3 minutes before the ghost officer saw no movement below. Then he sent someone down to check it out. That's when a ghost came down the sewer shaft. Seeing this, Li Chang quickly waved his hand for them to calm down. When this ghost came down, it turned on the headlight on its helmet because it was pitch black in the sewer. Turns out there wasn't anyone to be found. It did not dare to go on, and it once raised its head and shouted 2 birdsongs to those above it. Li Chang couldn't understand, but he was able to guess that he was shouting for the people above to come down. At that moment, several more ghosts came down from above. Seeing these 7 or 8 ghosts, Li Chang no longer hesitated and immediately shouted, "Fight!" Grenades were thrown and the sound of light machine guns continued to ring out. Those 7 or 8 ghosts were all wiped out before they could react. Those ghosts above who were just about to climb down hurriedly scurried upwards, but they were still knocked down by the quick-eyed Li Chang. In Li Chang's live room, the crowd is going crazy with good fight. They just love to watch Li Chang kill ghosts, and some of them came from other live broadcasts. Now that I've heard that Li Chang's side is an underground raid, the death squads are coming over to see how they're doing, because the casualties of the frontal action were just too heavy. Watching them was heartbreaking and helpless. At this time, although Li Chang's side had also lost several people, their battle results were also very good. Just now in this wave, they killed nearly 10 ghosts without injury. The ghosts above were furious and threw another grenade towards the sewer, but Li Chang and the others were hiding in the corner, so they couldn't blow up at all. It went back and forth like this for several waves. and the ghosts dropped more than 30 corpses. The bodies at the bottom were about to fill the sewers. Li Cheng looked at the corpses and was very pleased with himself. He could imagine those ghosts furious, but there was nothing they could do to him. Just then, Li Cheng suddenly smelled a strange odor. "Do you guys smell anything?" Li Cheng frowned and turned his head to the team member next to him and asked. "Smells like the smell of gasoline." Li Cheng's expression changed just as the words of the team member next to him fell. "No good. Run. They're trying to burn us," Li Cheng shouted, then ran towards the back of the sewer. Just then, boom! Sparks from the grenade explosion ignited the gasoline in the sewer. Because of the torrential rain outside, the gasoline had long since been washed out in front of them by the rain. The blazing flames were coming at them fast along the rainwater from the sewers. Li Cheng had only one thought in his mind at the moment. Hurry up and run. Chapter 033. It was just that their running speed was still quite a bit slower than the speed at which the flames were spreading. How did Li Cheng not expect that the ghosts actually moved gasoline and attacked with fire? At this moment in the live broadcast room, the viewers were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Holy, this ghost is too vicious. Fire in the sewer. It's over. Ghosts even burned the corpses of their own people. It's so anxious to watch. All I can do now is pray that the anchors and the guys get away with it. Li Cheng took out a piece of paper as he ran. That's the sewer road map. With the aid of the headlamp he had just stripped from the ghost, he checked his route. If you run fast, you still have a chance to escape. Everyone is running as fast as they can at the moment. No one wants to get caught in the fire. They would rather rush up and be machine-gunned than burned alive. Just then, a sudden shriek came from behind him. Turns out one of them was caught in the fire. Soon the flames spread to a second person, and then the third, and the fourth. When Li Chen saw this scene, he glared angrily and stared in anger. The flames spread first from their feet and then ignited their clothes. The one at the end of the line suddenly fell and soaked in the water. The gasoline floating on the surface of the water wrapped around the man at once. Then his entire body was wrapped in flames. Unable to stand the flames burning him, he simply pulled out his pistol and finished himself off. Even so, Li Cheng did not dare to stop. Just then, they came to a cross corner. Li Cheng used the light to look at the direction of the water flow, and immediately turned to the right. Watching the streams of fire pass by and the burning heat come over you, the flames lit up the entire sewer. Li Cheng was breathing heavily. There's a sense of coming back from the dead, but at this point he was feeling a little short of breath again. The burning gasoline making the already low oxygen levels in the sewers even lower. They can't continue on this side or they'll suffocate if they don't burn to death. The combustion of gasoline produces a lot of exhaust fumes and also consumes a lot of oxygen in the sewer air. Keep going. Li Cheng gritted his teeth and continued to walk forward. Behind them, only a dozen or so people followed. Now that he thought about it, Li Sung felt that returning to the sewers was a bad decision. Who knew that these ghosts were so heartless that they directly set fire to the sewers, not even caring about the corpses of their own people? Li Cheng and the others didn't know how long they had been running and where they had gotten to. By the time they found an exit to get out, the rain was pouring down around them, but the lights were on. Where is this place? Seeing this scene, Li Cheng and the others were directly dumbfounded. At the moment their faces were still scorched black. There were hardly any pedestrians on the road at the moment, but the stores on both sides of the street were all lit up. It was through a sewer opening in the street that they came out. At that moment, a black vintage automobile passed by. Li set up a horse and led the men to hide in a side alley. The alley was very dark and the people in the car didn't notice them. At this moment, Li Cheng and the others didn't know where they were, but they knew in their hearts that this place was definitely not a battlefield. Where is this? Captain, this is the lease. A voice suddenly sounded in the alley. Li Cheng held his gun and looked very alertly to where the sound was coming from. It was coming from one of the canopies in the alley. There was a man sitting under the awning. You're the National Army from across the street, aren't you? Why are you over here? Hurry up and leave or you'll be arrested if the foreign lord finds out. The man continued. Master Yankee? Who is Master Yang? Li Cheng frowned. Ha ha, a foreign master is a foreign master. The biggest in the concession is the foreign master. The man's voice was hoarse and he laughed bitterly. We came here by accident and we don't know how to leave. Can you tell us what the tenement is? Li Cheng asked curiously. He was more curious as to what the man was talking about in terms of rentals and foreign lords than he was worried about being arrested. Ahem, since you guys want to know, then I'll reluctantly tell you about it. However, I can't possibly tell you for nothing, the man said, stretching out his hand and making a gesture of asking for money. Seeing this, Li Cheng didn't say anything and touched himself, pulling out a few silver dollars, which he had felt on his person earlier. At first I thought it was something important, but later I realized the thing was money. Even though he had no use for the money, he didn't throw it away. Now seeing that the man wanted money, he threw these silver dollars over. The man picked up the pieces of silver dollars, somewhat stunned. I didn't expect you guys to be quite generous, Army Master. The concession is literally the place that is rented out. The foreign masters are those foreigners. This place is occupied by foreigners. It's those foreigners' place. The man spoke lazily. Doesn't anyone care about this? Just let them take it up for no reason? Li Chung frowned. Pipe? Who's going to manage it? The officials? They won't manage. Usually, this place doesn't allow us Chinese to go in, and there's a sign saying that Chinese and dogs are not allowed to enter. It's just that there's a war going on at the moment. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to get in. When he heard the sentence that no Chinese or dogs were allowed to enter, an inexplicable fire rose in Li Cheng's heart. The others next to him were equally exasperated. Are these foreigners so arrogant? Insulting us so much in our territory? Good lord. Hearing that raised my blood pressure. What the hell kind of plot is this? Why is everything so stifling? Where did this hire a plot planner to blacken China so much? The viewers in the live broadcast room were going crazy with anger when they heard this man's words. For a while, this live broadcast was recorded and edited into a video by them, and it was transmitted to the internet. At this moment, Li Cheng's brows were furrowed. What's going on here? What else could be going on? Those foreign lords are so high and mighty that they look down on us Chinese. What countries are those foreign lords you speak of? Which countries? All of them. Deception is too much. Next to him, a daredevil's face was filled with anger. Oh, that's nothing. They're pretty good compared to the brats. The man shook his head. Well, I've finished talking to you. You guys should leave. In case the foreign police officers come later, don't drag me down with you. The man urged them to leave. Seeing this, Li Chun didn't continue to dwell on it. Just after they walked into the alley, there was a loud boom in the distance. Seeing this, Li Cheng and the others hurriedly ran towards the place where the sound came from. A roar from the front had just dropped, and then another sounded from behind. They came to an open area and were able to see fires blazing in the distance. In the distance, artillery fire rages. Behind them are neon lights and song and dance. Who's there? At that moment, a shout came from behind them. Li Cheng turned his head to see that it was a few people wearing black and white uniforms that seemed to be police officers. These few policemen saw that Li Cheng and the others were carrying guns behind their backs, and their hearts were instantly alerted. Chapter 034 Half of the casualties. You know, the concession is not allowed to allow the Chinese army to enter. Once you're caught, you'll be arrested. These few policemen who looked like Chinese people were also dumbfounded when they saw Li Cheng and the others. They never thought they'd actually run into a situation like this. But let them arrest someone. They wouldn't dare. Because Li Cheng and the others were carrying guns, they were just lapdogs. There was no need to commit to fighting for their lives. After all, their lives are their own, and no one cares about them if they die. This is a tenement. How did you get in here? One of the policemen shouted boldly. We accidentally broke in. Where can we get out? Li Cheng said with a slight frown. The cop sniffed in relief. We can get you out of here, but you'll have to unload your guns first and we'll hold them for you, or you won't get out. The police didn't want any more trouble, and the soldiers looked like the same Chinese army that was fighting outside. As long as they weren't causing trouble in the tenements, they turned a blind eye and didn't try to make things difficult. When Li Cheng heard the rent-a-cop's words, he hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. They're not sure what's going on here right now, so they can only listen to these cops first. However, the guns were given to them, but the bullets were unloaded. Prevent them from turning on themselves. As for the pistols on their sides, Li Cheng was not worried. Soon led by these policemen, they came to the exit of the tenement. At the exit of the tenement, there is a barrier. Li Sung was able to see many soldiers whose appearance was clearly Western. Seeing this, he was immediately alert. At this point, a police officer went up and talked, then waved a hand toward them. The officers handed the equipment back, sent them out of the tenement. At the moment, leaving the tenement, they looked at the pitch blackness before them. The darkness was like a devouring abyss, and they stood still, not knowing where to go. Let's go, back to the battlefield. Li Cheng finished his speech and left the entrance of the tenement with his men in the pouring rain. At the airfield, the main force has attacked the interior of the airfield, but the ghosts in the airfield fought back very tenaciously. The Japanese naval ships on the river turned the direction of their guns, and with a bang, a fire cut through the darkness of the night, and the searing heat of the fire vaporized the raindrops. Then it blasted straight into the airport floor. Around them, warriors who couldn't dodge in time were instantly engulfed by the explosions, their corpses almost non-existent. One ship's cannon shot took dozens of people straight away, even hundreds of meters away. The shockwave from the explosion made it impossible to stand still. On the ground, a large crater several meters in size remained in place. The surviving people around them were directly dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What kind of cannon is this? One shot is so powerful. Only, before they could react, the next shot follows. In the rear, Wang Yi just moved his command forward to the exterior of the airfield, and then there was this scene. The sky boomed loudly as several ships' cannons sent the charging players deep into the fire. The game had no death notifications, and he had no idea how many people had died. He looked at the sea of fire, a fire that was difficult to extinguish even in the midst of a downpour. In Wang Yi's live broadcast room, the water friends all lost their voices when they saw the scene. The temporary command post is on a 4-story building with a sweeping view of the airport in the distance. The sound of the ship's guns opening in the distance was also very clear. Shells from the ship's guns continued to rain down on the airfield positions they had taken. The players who stormed the airport were instantly met with near devastation. It had been so hard to fight that a few shots from the enemy's naval guns had cost them dearly. The battle raged from night into the early hours of the morning. Faced with such a cruel battlefield, the players in the midst of the battle had long forgotten their identity as players. They brought themselves into it. Think of this place as a real battlefield. Seeing his comrades around him who had just been charging with him fall to the ground, they had no time to grieve before the enemy's artillery fire proceeded to pour around them. Captain, the men have suffered heavy casualties. There are only a dozen men left in the 3rd Battalion. At that moment, a messenger ran up to the command post and spoke sadly. As a messenger, his mission was dangerous. It was necessary to weave through the artillery fire to pass orders battle to battle back and forth. What about the other 2 battalions? Wang Yi took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth to ask. All lost a third of their lives in battle as well. The messenger continued to answer. Wang Yi's face closed his eyes with some pain. It's only been a few hours of fighting and he's lost half of this regiment. It was still taking advantage of the torrential rains that prevented enemy planes from taking off to attack. The ghosts are so heavily set up at the airfield that dozens of men will die for every fire point they capture. Even then, they weren't able to advance deeper into the airport. The ghosts' naval gunfire is too strong. Retreat. Wang Yi gave the order to retreat. There's no point in adding to the casualties when you can't fight your way in so far. Everyone was very tired from these hours of offense. When the order to retreat arrived at the front line, the players who were preparing to continue their charge immediately deflated. Tight nerves loosened at once at the sound of the retreat. They quickly retreated to the airport barbed wire fence. The ghosts didn't continue to counterattack. After fighting for so long, the mental pressure on both sides is also very high. When they saw the Chinese army retreating, the ghosts were relieved, because the Chinese soldiers' fighting style of bravery and charging with human lives scared them as well. In the temporary garrison, Zhou Xiaoyi looked at the injured people all over the place. The extent of their injuries varies. It was unusually quiet inside the garrison, with occasional hissing and grunting from the pain. Zhou Xiaoyi and the medics of the medical platoon went up to give them a simple bandage. It's something they've just learned, and it's not skilled yet, but it's better than not being able to do anything at all. In a corner of the temporary garrison, the only dozen men left in the 3rd Battalion lay sprawled on the ground. The floor was merely covered with a cloth. Each of them carried a dense wound all over their bodies. His clothes were covered in blood. At the moment their eyes were dull, staring blankly ahead. He wondered what he was thinking. They had a whole battalion, 500 men. It's just the dozen of them left. Each of them had witnessed their brethren next to them fall in a pool of blood, even their corpses. Brothers, it's obvious that I'm playing a game. Why is it so hard for me to feel good inside? They all died in front of me. There was nothing I could do to save them. I can't even protect myself. The brutality of war has long been visualized. Zhou Xiaoyi walked up to them and saw a banner erected next to them. It had the words 3rd Battalion written on it. It's just that, compared to the other battalions of 200 or 300, the dozen or so of them in the 3rd Battalion looked very lonely and forlorn. You guys, are you alright? Zhou Xiaoyi softly opened her mouth to inquire. Hearing Zhou Xiaoyi's voice, they raised their heads as if mechanically. The kind of lifelessness and blank despair in her eyes startled Zhou Xiaoyi. The viewers in her live room were also struck by such a look. Why is it so hard for me to look into their eyes? I remember a battalion that used to have a couple hundred men, right? Now there's just a dozen of them left. What would we do if we ran into a war like this? Zhou Xiaoyi ignored the live broadcast as she looked at the dozen or so people. Her eyes reddened and there was only heartache in her eyes. Chapter 035, Your determination is commendable. She didn't go up to charge in this battle, but it wasn't easy for her to watch from behind. She used to die early the next handful of times, now actually live to fight another battle. Are the wounds on you guys okay? Does it need to be bandaged? Zhou Xiaoyi spoke. It was only when they heard Zhou Xiaoyi's voice that they came back to their senses. They then shook their heads. At the gate, there are people patrolling and standing guard. The conditions at the temporary stationing site were poor, and with the rain, there were some low temperatures. Never mind that it was August, but they felt a little cold. On the other side, Wang Yi rejoined old Kuei. Lao Kuei told Wang Yi about the casualties in his regiment. Nearly 1,000 dead. The two regiments were now down to less than half strength. It's only been a couple hours. And how many kills there are, they don't know, but they suspect there probably won't be many. In the early hours of the morning, they rendezvoused with Li Zhang, the brigade command headquarters where Li Zhang was. At the moment, only had a dozen or so guards with wounds as well as staff officers. Old Li, What's the situation on your side? Is there an enemy? Wang Yi saw those guards with injuries and quickly asked. No, I sent the guard company to bomb the Ghost's airfield, but they only retreated back a dozen or so. Everyone else died, and only 3 airplanes were bombed. Li Zhang sighed and said. His tone was full of exhaustion and helplessness. Send out a company of 150 or so men with a casualty rate of up to 90%. Your 2 regiments must have had a high casualty rate as well. Yes, our 2 regiments together only have 1,200 men. Wang Yi nodded. By the way, how's the 88th Division doing? Li Zhang sniffed and shook his head. I'm not sure. They haven't replied to us, but I don't think they're doing too well either. The next day, time speeds by. Less than half an hour has passed in the outside world at this moment. The flow of time in the game is different from reality. This is where the virtual pods of this world go black. The flow of time in the virtual world is not the same as reality, and because of this, many games in the day and nighttime and the same as the reality are 24 hours, but the reality of the past time is an hour or even 10 minutes. Fast and slow can be directly adjusted according to their own needs of the game time flow. Of course, again, this is limited. It's impossible to regulate the flow rate indefinitely or you'd be mentally deranged. The maximum value set for the virtual pod is 1:365. Zhou Yang adjusted the game time flow of the battle mode to 148. That means 2 days inside the game and only an hour in reality. This is so that players don't come out of the game as soon as the reality has passed for days. It's only been just over an hour since the public beta started. Zhou Yang then harvested a lot of emotional value, and that emotional value is growing faster and faster. 1 hour earned more than his previous 5 days of internal testing combined. Not only that, at the moment the internet is full of video games and articles on the topic of World War II's Oriental Meat Grinder. The game is completely on fire, and one of the hottest videos was called Inventory Game WWI's Eastern Meat Grinder Game Background. The video is an hour long and had 1 million likes in just 1 hour of posting. At the moment, Zhou Yang was watching this video. Watch the video author's introduction, which also clips a lot of the game's CG. The causes and consequences of the Battle of Songhu have been combed out by the author of the video. As you can see, the CG of this game, as well as various in-game videos have mentioned the terms September 18th and July 7th incident, as well as the fact that the time was in the last century, 100 years ago, not far away from us. Both terms should express events that should be quite far apart in time. Together with the CG at the beginning of the game that said 14 years of resistance, we can be sure that the war was 14 years long. This game planning is not a small plan. We don't know if all the wars of the last century added up to a year. It's hard to imagine how many people will die in this fight for 14 years. This Battle of Songhu was the first major battle, which means there must be other battles behind it. After watching this author's combing and guessing, Zhou Yan also admired that this video author was still a bit of a level. At least a lot of the guesses were good. Even some of the content was guessed without him giving a hint. Only, the war is not that short, excluding the 14-year War of Resistance, followed by the War of Storming the 16-nation Allied forces, as well as the war against Vietnam, and the war against San. There's even a dueling confrontation with Big Brother. This continued until late in the century, when peace gradually settled down. After watching this video, Zhou Yang opened the system panel. Seeing a balance of more than 10 million emotional values, Zhou Yang felt very relieved. He then opened Zhou Xiaoyi's live broadcast. At this moment, the game has come to the 4th day. Zhou Xiaoyi is on his way to charge. It's all dead. It's all dead. The battalion commander is dead and the company commander is on. The company commander is dead and the platoon leader is on. It's all dead. Then the minions are on. They medics can charge too. These days, they're dying over 100 people a day. Everyone was numb as they watched the dwindling number of troops. No one knows when they will die, but as soon as they saw the ghosts, they rushed forward without hesitation. There was only one thought in his mind: kill the ghosts and take revenge. On the 5th day of the game, Wang Yi looked at the only dozen people left beside him and received a message from Li Zhang. Enemy reinforcements have landed. The battle is over and you can retreat. Retreat? Can I retreat? Wang Yi smiled bitterly, holding a flag in his hand. This is the flag of their 245th Regiment. Wang Yi planted the flag in his hand on the airfield, and around him, there were corpses all over the place. There were ghosts in this, but more of our own people. Wang Yi was bathed in blood as he looked into the distance. It was as if he saw a dense mass of ghosts swarming this way. Are you guys scared? Wang Yi looked at the dozen or so brethren beside him and smiled. No fear. A dozen people shouted in unison. After fighting for so many days, they had long ago become fearless of life and death. Good. We will never be prisoners. We'll die standing up. Wang Yi laughed out loud. On the other hand, Lao Kuei was in a similarly unenviable position, as he rushed with his remaining 2 dozen or so men to the defense line just outside the Ghost Naval Command. At the moment, Fighting alongside him were soldiers from the 87th and 88th Divisions. He watched as a company of fighters rushed toward the Naval Command building across the street against the heavy machine gun fire on the building. Only, in the face of intense enemy fire, most of the fighters of this one company fell in the way of the charge. This short distance of over 100 meters was like a heavenly moat, making it difficult for them to cross. Countless corpses lay along the journey. They had attacked in front of the command building 2 days before, but it was this distance of 100 meters or so that cost the fighters of the 87th and 88th Divisions hundreds of sacrifices. The 87th and 88th Divisions even brought in 150mm howitzers that had just been purchased from Germany in order to capture this naval headquarters building. Keep blasting away at the building, trying to destroy the fire points in the building. It's just that the ghosts have made the building an impregnable fortress. The soldiers of both divisions had to pay a great price for every step forward. At this time, news suddenly came from the rear. Ghost reinforcements have landed, demanding their immediate retreat. The soldiers in the trench heard the news. Looking to his companion who had just rushed up to him, his heart grieved. This order to retreat came too late. The soldiers who rushed up there all died in vain, but there was no way they could save those companions. Game over. Li Zhang looked at the ending screen in front of him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's finally over. He didn't die, but his emotions were very mixed. Is the difference really that big? Why it's so hard? The mission to block the Japanese landing failed. The brigade destroyed 327 enemies. The number of casualties 2977. You were unable to change history, but your determination to defy death and fight to the death is commendable. Battle rating, 80. Seeing these words, the depressed air at Li Zhang's chest immediately surged to his heart. 327 enemies were killed, and 297 were killed in action. That statistic is so jarring. He quit the game. The virtual pod opened and Li Zhang stepped out of it. In the room where the virtual pod was located, there were many certificates of honor and medals of honor hanging densely on the walls. On top of one of the certificates it says, Chinese Major General Li Zhang. He looked at the certificates and medals of honor. It feels very harsh. He went outside the room, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. Chapter 036, New Battles. Wang Yi looked at the game over screen, his eyes stunned. Haven't gotten back from the game yet. He only slowed down when he saw that his personal mission was complete. The regiment annihilated 201 enemy men. Seeing this number of annihilators, Wang Yi was clear that if it wasn't for Old Kuei's 246th regiment topping the charge, their regiment actually couldn't have taken so many heads. Lao Kuei and his regiment were charging with their lives, drawing fire. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast was congratulating Wang Yi for completing his personal mission. But Wang Yi couldn't be happy. In his mind, it wasn't considered mission accomplished. It took the lives of so many people to get this number of annihilations. What if more ghosts are coming? How much does that take? Guys, the anchor is off the air today, and the aftermath is not small. Saying that, Wang Yi closed the live broadcast, then exited the game and walked out of the virtual pod. While only a few hours had passed in reality, days had passed in the game. It's been too long of a few days of experience, more than he had experienced in his days of internal testing. It's hard to get over it. He was a little lost in his emotions. Gotta slow down. Not only him, but the rest of the players after the game was over. They had a heavy heart after this battle. This battle was fought too hard. They were near regimentation, but only killed 300 or so demons. Such a result is hard for them to accept. The result of this battle was edited by a number of people and posted online. 3,000 players, just 300 kills. Are they players that weak? Only when they watched the video, they were all silent. Because the difference in strength is too great. Is the gap between agricultural and industrial countries that big? The more I watch, the harder it gets. Pure infantry fighting a three-dimensional army of land, sea, and air. Even if this were God, he wouldn't be able to beat it, right? This army equipment gap is too big. Even if everyone special forces to take this kind of equipment is just a death sentence. One ship's gun can take away dozens. Pure infantry is a target. Descending strike this is. If we were to replace our modern army with this division level of the brats, it wouldn't take a day to plow up all their land. How do you think China will win in this game? I don't see any hope. The online comments were all lopsidedly unfavorable to the game's ability for China to beat the brats, because the disparity makes it impossible for them to figure out how to win. Zhou Yang frowned when he saw these comments. These comments are so pessimistic too, but it's normal when you think about it. If he did not know this history, he would not have been able to imagine how the revolutionary martyrs of the past had remained steadfast in their beliefs to save their country even when they saw no hope of victory and were close to despair. It is important to realize that before the Battle of Songhu, all sectors in China were pessimistic about victory in the war. And the Battle of Songhu fought out the blood of the Chinese nation and the determination of the Chinese nation to unite against the war. Although the Battle of Songhu was not won, its significance is irreplaceable. It seems like it's not just the game, but the plot has to be science fictionalized for these players as well. Not to say it's a simple CG, otherwise players can't read these. Thinking of this, Joe Young immediately called up memories of the resistance from his memory. Then he logged on to the Civic Creation platform and wrote out all the historical passages before the Battle of Songhu, then uploaded it to the backstage of the anti-war competition, setting up an update for tomorrow. Time quickly came to the next day. Early in the morning, Joe Shui opened the live broadcast. She was similarly in no mood to continue broadcasting after that game yesterday, so after an hour or two of nattering to the Waterboys on the air, he went off the air. She was a bit sleepless all last night. Just as she opened the game, she realized it had updated. Checking the update, she was a little surprised, because the game was actually updated with game-related episodes. Earlier in the game, she had played the game and never understood why Kadeko had to fight Wacha. Now that there was actually an update to the game's plot, then she was definitely going to take a good look at it. On top of that, the game actually opens up a new campaign. She just experienced a battle yesterday and today? Compared to the plot, Joe Shui was more curious about this new battle at the moment. Tap on the description of the battle. Joe Shui stared wide-eyed. The Battle of Lodian, Mill of Flesh and Blood. After attacking Shanghu on August 13, 1937, the Japanese army attempted to outflank the Chinese army and landed in the area of Luodian and other areas on August 23, pushing straight to the northwest gateway of Shanghu. Luodian is a strategic place leading to the city of Shanghu, and controlling this place can cut off the retreat route of the Chinese army, so it has become the center of contention between the two sides. In the Battle of Luodian, the Central Army came out in full force, supported by local armies from all directions. The battle was characterized by melee and alley fighting, and the battlefield was known as a mill of flesh and blood. The Chinese army fought about 60,000 soldiers in this battle and suffered nearly 30,000 casualties. Although the Battle of Luodian ended in tactical failure, its tragic struggle greatly inspired the nation's determination to fight the war. After reading the introduction to this battle, Joe Shui had already felt the weight of the words flesh and blood mill. This battle was a more grueling battle than the battle at Honko. She had already experienced the brutality of war once, and now there was a second one that was even worse. It's chasing after her to kill her. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw the introduction of the Luodian fight. I thought the number of casualties from the Honko battle was high enough, but I didn't realize there were more. This is not nonsense. The game CG introduced but invested 75 million. Casualties nearly 300,000. This is only part of it. Heartbroken Sister Ye. Just after the experience yesterday, today it's back again. Do you guys think that Sister Ye will not dare to experience it again? After all, everyone knows clearly how tragic the battle was yesterday. Joe Shui saw the words of the live broadcast audience. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let's take a look at the game's plot, which was just updated today, and experience the new battle later." After saying that, she exited the battle mode interface, then turned her head to find the newly updated plot description. She was going to watch these episodes and then check out how the other anchors were playing before choosing whether or not to enter the game. The viewers in the live broadcast room heard Joe Shui's words and didn't force her to play. After all, they, the viewers, watched yesterday with trepidation and dreariness, not to mention Joe Shui's personal experience. If it freaks out the electronic pets, they won't be happy. Joe Shui then clicked on the plot introduction. As her eyes went black, her consciousness entered an image. She opened her eyes again and realized she was in the middle of a downtown area. It was just that the sights around her felt very strange, having never seen them before. Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale. Today's latest newspaper. The Northeast has established a pseudo-Manchukuo. Wang, big trader. Joe Shui came to her senses in a flash when she heard the newsboy's call. That's when a newspaper floated to her feet. She picked up the paper and looked at its contents. Just before she could finish reading everything, the image in front of her changed again. A new city this time, with traffic all around. Every now and then there are cars passing by. Seeing the architectural scene around her, Joe Shui suddenly realized that this place was not Shanghu. Again, a newspaper floated to her feet. This time she learned to be smart and held it up for a few seconds before and after she picked it up. Let the viewers in the broadcast room record the newspaper. And so she changed place after place, taking newspaper after newspaper. Gradually the pieces of the historical puzzle come together. Chapter 037, Ranking Number 1. Read the descriptions of these episodes. Joe Shui and the viewers of the live broadcast have learned a lot about this history. I didn't realize that this was actually an invasion. Does weakness lead to beatings? Luckily, our Huaxia is strong. I knew it. The wolfishness of the little days has not changed since the beginning of time. We have to be on our guard now. And if there are any mischievous intentions, we have to press them straight to death. The audience was swarming. Though they don't have such a history in their history, the small days have been wolves since the beginning of time. Constant harassment of the Chinese coast. They believe that once Huaxia declines one day, the small days will surely come up and take a bite. As much as I don't want to fight, if it's a small fight, this one I'll be on. Yeah, if we do go to war, we'll make sure to kill the little day. I've been looking at them for a long time and went into the game to kill ghosts. Zhou Yang woke up early in the morning and opened the backstage of the anti-war match. Today is the day to get out the anti-war rate. The contest judging will last a total of 10 days anyway. The combined anti-war rate for these 10 days determines the final ranking of the game. Zhou Yang couldn't wait to tap on his game's background data. He looked to the column for anti-war rate. 177,000 ratings. 95% anti-war rate. Seeing this data, Zhou Yang instantly had a wide smile on his face. Sure enough, it was not what he expected. That's a good statistic. After all, with over 100,000 people rating, it's impossible for everyone to be anti-war. There will always be those warmongering fans, but he doesn't need these warmongering fans to be able to support the anti-war. He just needs those ordinary, normal people to be able to support the anti-war, and that's enough. Zhou Yang took another look at the number of game downloads, and the number had already surpassed 30 million. It's only been one day and the download speed has surpassed 30 million. Such a score is already among the best in a long line of anti-war games. Yesterday's anti-war tournament was 1 million games on the shelves, and the players couldn't get enough of them. Not at all. Zhou Yang then clicked on the leaderboard of the first day's anti-war rate. Instead of starting at the bottom, Zhou Yang pulled straight to the top. At first glance he saw the name of his game. Heck, it came in first place. The second place only had an 83 anti-war rate, which is a huge difference, and third place dropped to 71. It took all the way to 10th place to get just under 60 anti-war rate. The rankings of the charts are all based on the number of raters and ratings. There isn't going to be a situation where a rating is number one with a 100% anti-war rate. Instead, the number of raters is more demanding. The fact that the scoring numbers are high and the anti-war rate is still high is what proves that the game is indeed truly anti-war. When Zhou Yang saw this leaderboard, his heart immediately put down his heart. None of them can fight. At that moment, Yang Ruoshua's phone call came. Zhou Yang, how were the numbers yesterday? I saw that the game you made was number one on the anti-war list. Yang Ruoshua's voice was a bit excited. That's a first. All first in the country. Yesterday's numbers were good. We're solidly in the top 3 in this tournament. Zhou Yang smiled. Okay, I'm fine. I saw that the game has been updated again, so I'm going to experience what you just updated today. Yang Ruoshua said and hung up the phone. Seeing this, Zhou Yang was somewhat helpless. That battle in today's update is a mill of flesh and blood, and the last time I experienced a plot I was scared out of my wits, so I'm not asking for trouble. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoyi came to Wang Yi's live room. Just after entering the live broadcast room, he realized that Wang Yi had only just opened the game. Matching. Brothers, just started the broadcast. My home network isn't very good. The game is slow to update. Wang Yi explained the reason why he started the broadcast late. Actually, it's because he was up late last night. After playing a handful of games yesterday, it straight up screwed up his mood. The good thing is that when you wake up, your worries are all gone. Another energizing day. The new battle isn't still the big battlefield, is it? It's just for us players to change the ending. After reading the battle introduction, Wang Yi asked with some worry in his heart. He had already seen the firepower configuration of the ghosts, and the difference in the level of weapons between the two sides was too great. Even if they were players, it wouldn't make a difference if they came in, even more if their equipment was still that crappy. The main thing is, the players don't know anything. Not a real soldier after all. Thousands of players came together and could only do a double take. I don't even know what to do. That mode with thousands of players just isn't something an average player like them can play. There was no cooperation from the press, and there were even those who disobeyed orders. That's a model that should be left to the military. There is cooperation in tactics between the soldiers of the army, and people still actually learn combat medical techniques. That big battlefield mode yesterday wasn't something our ordinary players could play. We should have let the army try it. Wang Yi spat out. That's right, the players aren't cooperating with each other. I've watched a lot of anchors live and realized that most players don't know anything. If you really want to go into battle, you can only wait for death. Right, so I have the self-awareness to be adamantly against war. If we let our Chinese army come, they won't necessarily be able to beat it. I don't think the NPC army has even fought. With such a huge gap in equipment, they can only fight for their lives. Maybe, what if we can beat it? Why don't we go and appeal for our Chinese army to give it a try? I'm coming too. Subsequently, these netizens did what they said they would do. They have run to the official websites of the various military districts of China under the item. Request that they pass the Hongkou Battle of World War II's Eastern Meat Grinder. For a while, the various military regions of China were dumbfounded. What's this? What's with all the people who've been tweeting about them? And what the hell is this game? There were also a number of netizens who sent private messages to various military accounts with videos of various anchors touring the internet. General base of the military region of the Eastern Military District. A group of military executives watched the video in the conference room. After watching the video, the highest military governor at the head of the military region looked at the various generals below. Tell me, guys, what are your thoughts after watching this video? At that moment, a middle-aged general in an army green uniform stood out. The battles fought inside this video are a mess. It's all about charging in on human lives. There's no tactics whatsoever. So what if then you guys come? The supreme officer spoke faintly. Let's do it. We'll definitely fight better than the army in the video. The middle-aged general said with conviction. Now that the nation's netizens want to see the performance of our Chinese army, we naturally cannot ignore their demands. Since you're so confident, I'll let you guys have this performance. I hope you can prepare well and not lose the face of our Chinese soldiers. Guaranteed it won't. The middle-aged general's eyes were resolute and his heart was filled with confidence. Okay, I'll have someone contact this game company. You get ready in the next 2 days. On the other hand, Wang Yi matched for several minutes and entered the game. When he looked before him, he realized he was in a trench. Wang Yuan, what are you waiting for? Hurry over, the ghost planes are coming again. Suddenly an urgent voice reached his ears and he didn't react before he was pulled by the arm and ducked inside an earthen hole dug into the side of the trench. Before he could react, the sound of an airplane whirring came from the sky. This was followed by a rumbling explosion. Wang Yi came back to his senses and was directly numb. This has just opened up to being bombed by airplanes. Mission, scramble for Loden. Failure of the mission if the number of deaths is higher than 5. Random deployment per death. Seeing this quest introduction, Wang Yi froze. He had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 038 Tragic Luodian. At this moment, the violent vibrations from the explosion above his head made Wang Yi a little dizzy. In the live room, the audience saw the mission description. If you die more than 5 times, you fail the mission. What does that mean? You can still revive? I think the other modes before had resurrections, but that sent a knife once for each death. So this can't be the same, can it? The game description says it's a mill of flesh and blood. Is the ability to revive meant to give us players a handful of games that don't end too quickly? Most likely. I guess it's because I'm afraid the players will die too quickly. Wang, come on, don't die too fast. When Wang Yi saw the pop-up screen, he also understood why this person in front of him had just called himself Wang Yuan. 5 deaths? Then I don't want to die even once. Let's see how I pass the level with 0 deaths. Wang Yi was also energized by this quest to win. Not only do I want to get away from the death pass, but I also want to kill a few more ghosts. Wang Yi continued to let out big words. That's when the explosion stopped. Wang Yi hurriedly climbed out of the dirt hole and shook the dirt from his body. Looking around, the trench was only about a meter deep. Smoke filled the perimeter. Wang Yi was able to see that he was now on the outskirts of a town, with the town behind him. There are still a number of roaring fires left from the explosions on the town's houses. A number of bodies could be seen lying on the ground around them. It's like a picture of hell. Even though he had seen a lot of such scenes before, he still felt a bit uncomfortable in his chest. But this is the real battlefield. It won't change just because he doesn't want to see it. Wang Yuan, why did you come out? Hurry back, the airplane hasn't completely left yet. At this time another urgent cry came from the earthen cave. What? Wang Yi turned his head to look at the man. Before he could continue to ask, the whine of airplanes in the sky came back. Seeing this, Wang Yi instinctively scurried back inside the earthen cave. Another familiar bombing sound. Wang Yi went numb. He looked to the person next to him, and it was then that he got a good look at the man. The look was quite young, as if he had only recently come of age. Wang Yi subconsciously checked his information, found out his name was Rock Lee and he was only 19 years old. The bombardment outside subsided again. That's when Li Yan spoke. There, now it can go out. How do you know the airplane will still come? Wang Yi suddenly asked. You're new here. You don't know that in the past 2 days the ghost planes have been blowing up twice. And when they're done, the ghosts come charging up. Li Yan's young face was full of blackness, and he spoke with a bland expression, as if it had long been sparse. After the airplanes bombed, the defenders around the area crawled out of their dirt holes. Their faces were grim, and they lay down on the edge of the trench with their rifles raised. The ghosts are coming, Li Yan said, similarly raising the old rifle in his hand. Wang Yi sniffed and his face became serious. With the old rifle in his hand, he leaned against the side of the trench and looked into the distance. In the distance, a dense mass of colored steel helmets stood out. The ghosts are sneaking forward. Right at this moment, Wang Yi's pupils shrunk. The long, dark barrels of the guns and the sound of the roaring engines were particularly piercing. Tank. The ghosts sent the tanks. Behind the tanks followed the ghosts' infantry. It's Steptan synergy. Wang Yi's face instantly became ugly. It's a hard battle to fight. He knew very well that he had no anti-tank weapons on his side at all. If we can't get rid of these tanks, this position won't hold at all. In the live room, the viewers were very surprised to see the tank. First time I've seen a ghost tank. This is not good for Wang. Why does this tank of the ghosts look so small? It's a bit brittle. Even if it's brittle, it's not something that one can fight. Where did he get an anti-tank weapon? Unless he hugs a bomb and goes up to die with it. The ghosts' tanks are coming. Wang Yi looked to Li Yan next to him and warned. I know. Yesterday the other positions were the ones the ghosts' tanks came to and that's why they didn't hold. Aren't you afraid? Wang Yi asked with a furrowed brow. What are you afraid of? Coming to this battlefield. I never thought of going back alive. My old folks are dead. And now it's my turn to meet them. But before I meet them, I'm going to kill more demons to avenge them. Wang Yi's chest was a bit stuffy when he heard Li Yan's words. Just then there was the sound of cannon fire in the distance. Shells kept falling from the sky and blossoming on the ground. Loose soil was lifted by the explosion, along with limbs and broken flesh. Holy! Wang Yi couldn't help but curse. He hadn't realized that this place actually had ship's guns. He had seen the power of the ship's guns before. Just then a shell from a ship's cannon landed a few dozen meters away from him. The shockwave lifted Wang Yi down into the trench. At the bottom of the trench, it was still muddy, with red blood mixed in. At this time, the ghost tanks were still approaching the position, and the sound of machine gun fire rang out from the position. Bullets poured onto the ghost tanks in front of them. The ghost infantry hid behind the tanks and most of the bullets couldn't hit them. Although the ghost tanks looked like they were brittle, these tanks were able to withstand the machine gun fire. The ghost infantry hid behind the tanks, and the defenders in the position couldn't do a thing with them. Instead, the tank's gun was aimed at the machine gun position, and a shell went down. The machine gun positions that were firing wildly went out at once. The machine gunner was killed by a shell, but the next moment, some other fighter topped it, and he picked up the machine gun and continued to strafe toward the distant ghosts. Tai Zhu, don't you want to die? The ghosts' tanks are still there. Behind that warrior, his companions were shouting desperately. Then the cannon sounded. Tai Zhu, who was holding a machine gun, was blown away by a shell and fell into a ditch. The man immediately ran to Tai Zhu and hugged him. I found Tai Zhu not breathing and covered in blood. Ah! He yelled up to the sky. Little devils, I'll fight you. He leaned the body of Iron Pillar against the edge of the trench. Rushing to the machine gun position, he lifted the blown-up machine gun, assembled the bullets and then swept wildly toward the ghosts not far away. When he saw the ghost tank's gun muzzle turn to his side, he immediately let go of his hand and flopped down in the middle of the trench. The tank broke the machine gun with one shot. He then picked up his rifle and hurried along the trench in the direction of the tank, as the ghost tanks approached the foremost position trench. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the trench. He held several grenades bundled into a cluster grenade and tried to rush the tank. The ghosts behind the tank saw this and immediately fired towards him. Dozens of bloody holes suddenly appeared on the man's body, and his running body fell to the ground. But the grenade in his hand had been pulled. With the last of his strength in his body, he threw the cluster grenade under the tank's tracks. He shouted, "Come on, little devils, go with Grandpa to the funeral. Huaxiao will definitely win. Grandpa is waiting for you in hell." As the grenade exploded, the tank's tracks were blown off. Several of the ghosts behind the tank were caught in the blast and fell to the ground. With the first comes the second. Behind them, people kept jumping out of the trenches and rushing toward the ghost tanks, clutching cluster grenades. When the ghost infantry saw the Chinese soldiers rushing towards them with bombs in their arms, they had fear on their faces and shot towards them frantically. Stop them from rushing to the tanks. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi clenched his fists. Chapter 039, Backward Equipment. Then fight for your life. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi's heart surged with anger towards the ghosts. His fist hit the ground hard, stained with blood. All this blood is in their bodies. The viewers of the live broadcast saw the same scene. Ooh, so heartbreaking. Stiffening a tank with your flesh. Would anyone really do that? Is this worth it? Trading your life for an enemy tank? I would have done the same thing. Yeah, there's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not when it comes to protecting your family and your country. If the country is gone, how can our home exist? Next to him, Li Yan watched the warriors in front of him charge the ghost tanks without fear of life and death. Clenched his fists hard too, because that's how his old folks rushed the devils and fell under their machine guns. In just 10 minutes, a dozen ghost tanks had their tracks blown off. Although it cost a great deal in casualties, the attack of the ghost tanks was stopped. The ghost infantry could no longer continue to hide behind the tanks. Attack! The ghost's infantry officer gave the order to attack. These ghosts charged towards the position like mad dogs. The first trench was taken by the devils, followed by the second and the third. It was soon approaching the trench where Wang Yi and the others were. Those tanks behind the ghosts had their tracks blown off. but the tanks were still able to continue firing their guns. There were also ghost engineers who were scrambling to repair the tank's tracks. Wang Yi saw this scene and knew that he couldn't let these engineers salvage the tank tracks, or this really must not hold. He took the rifle in his hand and tried to shoot the ghost engineers, but it's just a shame that when he fires a round, he hits nothing. The gun has such a short range and relies purely on machine sights that it can't hit anyone at too great a distance. Even Wang Yi suspected that there was something wrong with the gun's accuracy. Li Yan took the gun in his hand and had a large knife at his waist. The large knife was one he had picked up from the bodies of other already dead comrades. Their equipment is just too outdated and scarce. The ones with guns were in the minority, and most were armed with large swords. Those who had just gone up to charge had no guns or machetes. They only had grenades in their hands. This big knife is for you. Li Yan picked up another big knife from the body of his already dead comrade next to him and handed it to Wang Yi. Wang Yi turned to look at the large sword in his hand and was stunned. What did you give me the big knife for? The gun you have in that hand is not good. When the ghosts rush up later, it's not as good as a big knife, Li Yan explained. Wang Yi heard his words and took the large sword in his hand, because he also felt that the gun in his hand was too difficult to use, and it took 7 or 8 seconds to shoot a round. When the ghosts come rushing to his face, with this rate of firing, he'll surely have to go without. He weighed the large sword in his hand. It was quite heavy. There was still blood on the big knife blade. Wang Yi didn't know if this was the blood of the enemy or his own people. Let's go block those ghost engineers. We can't let them fix the tank tracks. Wang Yi looked at Li Yan and said, okay, I'll join you. When Li Yan heard Wang Yi's words, he immediately nodded. He was also well aware of the tanks. Facing these iron kingpins, a bullet hitting them can only leave a mark. Once they come over, there's no one to stop them, only grenades to blow them up, and that would only blow up the tracks, which wouldn't do much damage to the people inside the tank. If there were only tanks that would be fine, but with the addition of infantry, they couldn't help the tanks at all. With infantry following along, it would be extremely costly to destroy the tanks. Tactics like infantry-tank coordination are almost invincible tactics against countries that don't have anti-tank weapons. Such a tactic was able to deplete their vital forces in large numbers. Wang Yi led Li Yan closer towards where the ghost tanks were, and all along the way were the bodies of his comrades after being bombarded by airplanes and artillery. Passing by any survivors, Wang Yi took them with him, because there's strength in numbers. By the time they arrived not far from where the ghost tanks were, a dozen people had already gathered around Wang Yi. They all survived. Wang Yi looked at the collected weapons and ammunition, which they had picked up on the road. Because of the scarcity of weapons and ammunition, they had to collect as much as they could. Otherwise, you can't rely on a big sword to rush up and fight the ghosts' tanks and gun-toting infantry. This will just end up dead. Wang Yi is still a bit shy about his life. I don't want to give an early account of my first life. You know, this fight was going on for 10 days. Lying down in the trench, Wang Yi raised his head to observe the situation around him. There are still comrades fighting around. The tanks were constantly shelling towards the points of fire on the position. Each shelling took the lives of several Chinese soldiers. NND. These brat tanks are disgusting. Make sure you blow up those tanks. These tanks look pretty backward, and the head entrance seems to open from the outside. Wang, climb straight up and blow them up for me. Wang Yi parted his mind to look at the pop-ups. His eyes lit up, and then he looked at the top entrance of those tanks. If we climb up there, we might actually blow up these tanks. Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately discussed with Li Yan and the others behind him. This way, and then that. Did you hear me? Wang Yi looked at them and said, understood. Li Yan nodded his head a few times. At this point, most of the ghosts had rushed into position. It didn't even occur to them that there would be a small group of Chinese soldiers running behind them, ready to sneak up on their tanks. At this point, only the ghost engineers on the tank side were struggling to repair the tracks. Just as they were in the middle of their cultivation, a smoking stick suddenly flew from the sky. A grenade fell at the feet of a ghost engineer. The ghost engineer sensed something flying and turned his head to see that it was actually a grenade. Ah! He shrieked, and then the next moment, an explosion went off, blowing him away. A mist of blood drifted through the air. Kill! Wang Yi shouted. Li Yan and a dozen others rushed out from the trenches. Those ghost engineers reacted and panicked, taking out their guns from their backs and trying to counterattack. Only by the time they took out their guns, Wang Yi had already rushed to them. A knife slashed down and a ghost's head fell to the ground. Holy, am I that strong? Wang Yi also didn't expect that he chopped down and directly cut off the head of that ghost. The blood of the severed head of the corpse of the ghost continued to gush and spray on Wang Yi. The bloody scene sent his adrenaline soaring and his heart racing. The other ghost sapper next to him fired, but didn't hit him. Wang Yi snapped his head up to look at that ghost, who was directly scared out of his wits when he saw Wang Yi, who was covered in bloodlust. The crotch of those yellow pants underneath him was wet. Straight up he pissed himself. However, Wang Yi didn't care so much. He plowed through the large sword in his hand and slashed at it, breaking the ghost's neck. The ghost engineers around these tanks were then cleared out. Inside the ghost tanks, the ghost tankers were still engrossed in firing their guns and didn't realize that they were being approached. Wang Yi took 2 grenades and climbed onto the tank, opened the entrance lid to the tank. The ghosts who were firing their guns sensed a bright light coming in from the top and subconsciously looked up. As a result, we saw 2 grenade-like objects being thrown in. Upon seeing the smoking grenades, they jumped up and tried to escape the tank. Then several explosions went off. All the ghosts inside were sent to the west. Chapter 040 Letter from Home. Handkerchief. Wang Yi opened the tank's lid, and the ghosts inside were all dead. Blood splattered across the tank's cab, and the blood-colored smoke hadn't cleared. He turned to the other tank and, as he had done, threw 2 grenades right into it, then jump off the tank. The next second, the tank entrance lid was opened and a ghost tried to climb out, but unexpectedly the explosion rang out, and half of the ghost's body was blown up into the sky. His internal organs shattered and fell to the ground. A brief rain of blood fell from the sky. Even though Wang Yi had already seen a lot these days, he was still startled by this scene. He dodged in a hurry, fearing that he would be hit by the ghost's corpse. After solving the ghosts inside these 2 tanks, not far away, the ghosts next to the other tanks spotted them. At this time, the ghost tanks that were lying down turned their guns around and turned toward them. Seeing this, Wang Yi quickly shouted, "Take cover, hide behind the tank." He then hid behind the tank. There was a cannon blast, and Wang Yi could feel the tank in front of him being moved backward by the shell. Li Yan and he hid behind a tank. Everyone else who could hide did so, and those who couldn't ran to the edge of the trench and rolled down in a heap. The shells of those ghost tanks were like money, desperately pouring towards them. Holy, are the ghosts crazy? Not just slaughtering 2 tanks of ghosts. Wang Yi cursed in the live broadcast. At this time, the ghosts who were attacking in front also heard the movement of the artillery bombardment behind them. Only they saw it, but there was no way to get back to help. They were being held up by the desperate Chinese fighters in their positions. Once he was distracted, he would be hacked to death by the great sword in the hands of the Chinese warrior. And because the tanks were being held up, the machine guns in the position were clattering again. A large number of ghosts were killed by the sweeping fire of machine guns. Seeing this, the ghosts' tanks hurriedly turned their guns. But at that moment, Wang Yi was out again with his men. They immediately rushed to the nearest tank and a grenade sent away the sapper next to the tank. Then repeat what you did before and throw the grenade into the tank. Once the other ghost tanks reacted, they continued to hide behind them. Ghost tanks were brittle, but the guns of their own tanks couldn't penetrate their own tanks. In this way, the ghost tanks hit the distant machine gun fire, and Wang Yi advanced. Once you hit yourself, the machine gun fire point is immediately replaced by a new one. It was as if the 2 sides had formed a tacit understanding. Only, between this pulling and pulling, a large portion of the dozen or so people following beside Wang Yi was also missing. They had blown up over 8 tanks by this time. Now the ghost tank soldiers are not stupid. They are clear that they have to destroy Wang Yi and others in the face first, or they will be finished sooner or later. Dead teammates don't die themselves. The ghost tankers no longer cared about those machine gun points in the position, but shelled towards the tanks where Wang Yi and the others were. Some other ghosts climbed out of the tanks, charged towards Wang Yi's position where they were. Wang Yi slumped to the ground, and the dirt kicked up by the explosion slapped against his body. Inside the live feed, the netizens saw that the brats were continuously charging towards Wang Yi's side. It's over. Wang is dead. Next life. It's just a shame they're all going to die here. Alas, Wang can still be resurrected. But these NPCs are truly dead when they die. Yes, I see they're all so young. I'm still in school at my age. While they're on the battlefield fighting in blood, suppressed by artillery fire, coupled with approaching infantry, Wang Yi couldn't do anything at all. Next to him, a soldier was shot through the head by a ghost bullet as soon as he ventured out. Blood flowed all over the place. Watching this warrior die in front of him was a little hard on Wang Yi's heart. I can't. The ghosts have too much firepower. Behind Wang Yi, a soldier shouted. At this rate, we're all going to die here. He continued. What are you afraid of? The big deal is death. After killing so many ghosts, we have enough. Li Yan leaned on the tracks of the tank and said with a ragged breath. On closer inspection, his leg was injured. Wang Yi noticed this and asked with concern. Is your leg okay? It's fine. I can't die. I can still kill ghosts. Li Yan shook his head. He tied the wound with a strip of cloth torn from his body to prevent it from bleeding all the way through. At that moment, the sound of the ghost tank's gunfire stopped, but Wang Yi knew that the ghost's infantry was coming up. Otherwise the artillery fire wouldn't have stopped. The ghost tankers were afraid of accidentally injuring the infantry. Prepare to fight, Wang Yi said with a calm demeanor. At this moment, he had just become the backbone of the few remaining people present. They all listened to Wang Yi. Li Yan looked at Wang Yi and suddenly fished out a handkerchief from his pocket, which seemed to have words written on it. Opening his mouth, he said, Wang Yuan. There may be no way for me to get out of this position alive. If you can survive, help me send this handkerchief back home." Wang Yi sniffed and frowned. "What are you talking about demoralizing? You will surely live." "Ahem. I know in my heart whether I can live or not. I don't want to leave any regrets. You hold the handkerchief for me. If I survive, you'll give it back to me. If I don't make it out of here alive, take it away for me. I believe you can survive." Li Yan seemed like he was saying his last words. Wang Yi heard his words and couldn't ruthlessly refuse. "Okay, if I can survive, I will help you send the handkerchief back home." Wang Yi nodded heavily, then took the handkerchief in Li Yan's hand, tucking the handkerchief into his arms. Wang Yi felt that the weight of the handkerchief weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. Li Yan sniffed and a smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was relieved. The netizens in the live broadcast room were touched by Li Yan's words. "Alas, it's so heartbreaking to die on the battlefield when you're clearly in your best youthful years. It can't be helped. If the country is in trouble, who can stay out of it? I'm also 19 years old, but if the country needs me, I won't hesitate to come forward." Most of the netizens in Huaxia are patriotic. They may not have experienced the war, but they are proud of the strength of their country. "Brother Wang, you must help him send the handkerchief back." "Yeah, it's definitely a token." Wang Yi saw the comments from the netizens and then turned his head to look at Li Yan and the others beside himself. They all had younger faces and looked younger than him. These warriors who were even younger than him had firm eyes at the moment, and even on top of the battlefield, there wasn't a trace of fear of death in their eyes. He lived in a peaceful time when his country was strong and no country dared to invade them. But they are different. They are facing a weak motherland, foreign enemy invasion, and a time of national crisis, when the world is in danger. All men and women, young and old, have the duty to defend the land. It was only then that Wang Yi understood the words. "The ghosts are coming." A voice broke Wang Yi's thoughts. At this moment, several ghosts approached the tank. The tank had been bombed so indiscriminately that the front had long since been deformed. The ground was charred and black, and still rolling. These ghosts stared very nervously at the back of the tank. Just then, something suddenly fell from the sky. The ghosts fixed their eyes on the grenades. One of the ghosts cried out and rushed to the ground. As the explosions rang out, Wang Yi took the .38 large cap in his hand and shot towards the ghosts. The .38 gauge was snatched from the ghosts in front of him. It can't be helped. The guns that came with it before were just crap. Calling it a burning stick is a compliment to that gun. It's not as good as a big knife. Look at Brother Wang, or this .38 cap is good. Before Brother Wang's gun that is an old antique. I only saw it on the museum. That's right, the weapons of our Chinese army are too poor. I can see that there are a lot of people who have no weapons and only have Molotov cocktails in their hands. I've even seen one with a hoe, and that's too hard. The netizens are buzzing. With such conditions of resistance, they could only see despair, but these warriors still went on, fighting for their lives. Chapter 041, Live a Good Life for Me. Although the small life was very trashy in their eyes, in those days, for HWA, the small days are an almost unbeatable foe. They could only fill the battle lines with their lives, trading 5 or even 10 lives for one ghost. The gap between the was and the small days of that time was just too great to see hope. Wang Yi took away a ghost with one shot. It wasn't much of a 3/8 cap, but it was enough for him. Any more than a burning stick. But for people like Li Yan, it was the first time they had used such a good gun. They were somewhat uncomfortable shooting with their 38s. Shoot at the ghosts. But in a few moments, the ghosts that rushed to the face were killed. Watch out for grenades. Wang Yi saw the ghosts throwing grenades and hurriedly shouted. The grenade fell next to one of the fighters, who saw it and kicked it away. Only just as he kicked his foot up, the grenade exploded. That leg of his was blown off in a flash. Ah! The intense pain caused him to cry out. His body was hit by shrapnel from the grenade explosion, which was densely embedded in his body. He was suddenly covered in blood. He writhed in agony on the ground. The next moment a shell fell beside him. The blown-up body rolled to the side. Wang Yi saw this scene, a mouthful of anger deposited in his heart. Another man tried to carry this brother's body back, but the ghost's bullets kept shooting at the body, leaving him no way to get past it. Holy, these ghosts are so disgusting. People are dead and they still want to destroy the bodies. That's not wanting to leave anyone alive, is it? Wang Yi didn't allow himself to see this scene. He was afraid that he couldn't help but rush out. But to rush out now is to die. These ghosts were forcing them out. They had been blocking the back of the tanks, and the ghosts were going to have to pay a big price to eliminate them. The ghosts' attack continued, and the artillery began to press, constantly bombarding the tanks where they were hiding. Boom! The violent blast shockwave shook Wang Yi to the ground. He felt groggy in the head. When he came back to his senses, he looked in the direction from which the explosion had come. His eyes went red, because the explosion was not far from the tank next to it. There were 4 comrades hiding behind that tank, but at the moment, the tanks are burning with fire. The dirt around the tank was blown away and a large crater appeared in front of his eyes. The 4 comrades who had stayed there were nowhere to be seen. Wang Yi immediately guessed what was going on. What's going on? Li Yan looked over at the tanks over there dumbfounded. I can't believe that the 4 people who were alive just a moment ago are now corpses and bones. The tank was martyred. Wang Yi explained with sad eyes. Martyrdom? What does that mean? Li Yan didn't understand Wang Yi's words, because he had never seen a tank martyred. He hadn't even seen a tank airplane before he went into this battle. The first time he set foot on a battlefield and saw airplanes and tanks, he had no idea how horrible they were. But when he saw his countrymen die one by one in the bombing of airplanes and shelling of tanks, he realized that these things are murderous demons. When Wang Yi heard Li Yan's words, he couldn't say anything for a while. There's just no time to explain it to him now. They're dead. Blown up. We can't continue to stay back here. In case this tank is martyred as well, then we're screwed, Wang Yi said, suddenly realizing something. That tank was hit in the ammo bay by a sustained barrage. If this tank in front of them had been hit too, there would have been no bones left. As luck would have it, the next moment the continuous shelling began again. The ghosts wanted to destroy Wang Yi and the others by hitting the ammunition compartment of this tank. On top of that, those engineers of the ghosts were constantly shooting and throwing grenades towards this side. The shelling by the ghosts continued for some time and then suddenly stopped. Wang Yi was puzzled and waited for several more minutes before the shelling continued. He quietly poked his head out, only to see the ghosts retreating. Suddenly, shots rang out behind him. Wang Yi looked over and actually had a comrade come over to support him. A team ran up to them. At the moment, there were only 3 people left here in Wang Yi. Retreat quickly. The ghosts might be shelling later. One of the leading company commanders waved his hand, telling them to hurry back to the trenches. Good. Wang Yi carried Li Yan on his back, then ran towards the trench. Li Yan, this time we were lucky and didn't die. While running, Wang Yi said with a smile, yeah, not dead. Li Yan smiled in the same way. Only the next moment, he suddenly coughed. A mouthful of warm blood covered the back of Wang Yi's neck. Wang Yi jerked his body to a standstill and turned his head in a panic. Li Yan, what's wrong with you? Wang Yi's voice was a little shaky. No, it's fine. Li Yan's voice was a little weak. Wang Yi suddenly felt wet behind his back. He hurriedly put Li Yan down, and then he saw, Li Yan's chest was stained red. Wang Yi was confused. When was Li Yan injured? The viewers of the live stream were also confused. No, I clearly didn't see him get hurt just now. Me too. When did he get hurt? Li Yan isn't going to die, is he? What are you crowing about? Don't talk nonsense. Li Yan is in a bad way. He was still spitting blood from his mouth. Is there a doctor? Wang Yi shouted in panic. Behind him, the company commander saw Wang Yi stop and immediately ran up. Wanted to ask what had happened. But when he saw Li Yan spitting blood, his words stayed in his throat. He should have ruptured his internal organs. It's better to be in mourning for this amount of blood vomiting. I think the shockwave ruptured his internal organs during the shelling. No, how come Wang is fine? He's just injured internally. Tough luck, I guess, and who's to say? Wang Yi's eyes reddened when he saw the pop-up words. Obviously the ghosts are retreating. Obviously Li Yan is able to live. Why does fate play such a trick on people? Help! Help me send my stuff to my parents. Their son didn't embarrass them. The more Li Yan spoke, the faster the blood flowed from his mouth. Wang Yi was so anxious that he was in tears. You stop talking and I'll mail your stuff to your parents for you. Good, good. Live well for me. After saying that, Li Yan's eyes widened and he was completely still. Wang Yi trembled and put his hand in front of his nose. Li Yan's breathing stopped. Wang Yi clenched his fists, but then loosened them. He was deeply powerless in the face of death. Closing Li Yan's round eyes, Wang Yi carried him back to the trench. He's going to carry Li Yan off this battlefield and find him a grave. Can't let him die without a body. The Wachovia people value this the most. People will go to hell when they die, and those who remain in one piece can be reincarnated. But how many people are corpses on this battlefield? So they can't enter hell. They can't enter reincarnation. Will they stay on Earth? Silence, or silence. The company commander following behind him didn't say a word. He had been used to such scenes for a long time. A few days ago he was a pawn, but his squad leader, platoon leader, and company commander all died, so it was his turn. The blazing sun in the sky was already high overhead. It had rained 2 days before, and in such a hot and humid environment, the corpses all over the place would rot, and if they were not handled in time, they could cause a plague. In the sky, the ghost shelling began. Dense shells poured down. Chapter 042, Exchanges. Wang Yi carried Li Yan's body on his back and hid in a dirt hole in the trench. The sound of exploding shells continued to ring out. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the live room. They also thought that Li Yan had survived. As a result, Li Yan didn't make it through. The phrase "live well for me" brought them to tears. For crying out loud, why did you knife us like that? How can you vomit blood when you've clearly survived? Was this planned on purpose? The same thing happened last time, just had to die in front of us? Alas, there are too many accidents and too few miracles. The shelling continued for more than 20 minutes before it stopped. Wang Yi leaned against the hole in a daze, letting the dirt cover him. At that moment, the company commander from earlier approached. Wang Yuan, are you alright? Time to retreat. The company commander spoke, his voice tinged with anxiety. He's afraid Wang Yi is dead. Pull out now? Wang Yi came back to his senses and climbed out of the hole, looking at the company commander and asking, yeah, we're taking too many casualties. We're not going to be able to hold it this afternoon. Let's pull back and some other troops will take this place back at night. The company commander answered his question. Good. Wang Yi nodded. At this point, the surviving fighters gathered and retreated toward the rear. They were holding the most forward position with a full regiment, but they were knocked out of formation in one morning. Only the remnants of their army were left. On the way back, Wang Yi was still carrying Li Yan's body. You can't run fast with his body on your back. Why don't you find a place to bury it over here? The company commander stopped and looked at Wang Yi and said, I want to find a good place for him to be buried, so I can find a grave later. Wang Yi shook his head. These days, there are not tens of thousands, but thousands of people who have died on the battlefield, and they are all buried on the battlefield. Bury? Do the devils still bury bodies? Nonsense. The ghosts are also afraid of the plague. If they don't bury the bodies, if they start a plague, everyone will be finished. The company commander bristled and snorted. There was just a touch of sadness in that snort. After all, on the battlefield, most of those who die are their own people. The bodies of our own people had to be collected by our enemies, or were they buried for fear of causing a plague? I'd still like to find him a good grave to bury him in and put him in the ground. Alas, it was good luck that he ran into you. If I were to die, I guess there would be no one to collect my corpse. The company commander had a bitter smile on his face. Wang Yi listened to the company commander's words with mixed feelings in his heart. Company commander, do you regret coming to the army? Regret? Where's the regret? In this world, it's more difficult to live without being a soldier. Then why do you want to fight the ghosts? Wang Yi continued to ask. Why fight the devils? Now the brats are invading us and killing us all the way. My hometown northeast was occupied by the devils a few years ago, and built a laborious manchukuo there. My family was all killed by those sons of ES of theirs. Why do you think I fought the devils? The company commander said. His face could not see any sadness. His tone was very flat. These brats have been arresting people all over my old hometown, and I almost got caught in the first place. And if it hadn't been for my regimental commander, I'd have been captured and sent off to who knows where. It's just a shame that the chief is dead. He used to talk about fighting his way back to his old stomping grounds, and it turned out. The company commander didn't continue. Wang Yi was silent. They retreated all the way inside the town. When the town's defenders saw them, they all came over to greet them. A regiment of troops guarding the front line eventually withdrew back. Only 100 or so men. You know, a regiment of at least 1,000 men. A warrior saw Wang Yi carrying a corpse and asked curiously. Wang Yi answered them one by one. They were silent as they listened. On this battlefield, there were people to collect their corpses, something they didn't dare to think about, because none of them know if they'll make it back alive. At noon, the ghosts occupied the most forward position. Then the offense was suspended. In the afternoon, there were worse battles to be fought. All the way out of town, Wang Yi found a piece of land that was slightly higher and quieter and set up a monument for Li Yan. Tomb of Comrade Li Yan. Company commander, what number is it today? Wang Yi turned his head to the company commander and inquired. Today, I count. Today is the 26th year of the Republic of China, the 23rd of July. This month is still the month of ghosts. I hope Brother Li Yan's heroic soul can rest in peace. The company commander murmured. Wang Yi engraved the date with a bayonet, which he had pulled from a ghost. When they retreated, they stripped a lot of weapons and ammunition back from the ghosts. It's a pity that there's no wine, or else I could have gotten a drink for my brother. The company commander looked at Wang Yi sitting on the ground inside. Company commander, do you know where Raozhou is? Wang Yi suddenly spoke. Raozhou, this I know. It's quite far from here. We passed by there before we came to Shanghu. Why are you asking this? Li Yan's old home is over there. He asked me to send something home for him when he was alive. I want to send it to him after this battle. Wang Yi pulled out the handkerchief with the slightest trace of blood from his bosom. Look at it this way. After this battle, if we make it back alive, I'll take you with me to Raozhou to give something to his family. The company commander smiled bitterly. If only we could survive. Wang Yi looked to the company commander and nodded vigorously. The two then left. Only a lone grave was left, standing alone in the desolate plains. Perhaps many years from now, this lone grave will be covered in weeds and encased in dirt. Wang Yi returned to the compound and they rested over here. Because the troops were crippled, those remnants they had left disabled were sent to the rear, and those who were healthy were integrated into other friendly ranks and continued to fight. Unfortunately, Wang Yi is healthy. He had little but a few traumatic injuries. The same goes for company commanders. Wang Yi also learned the name of the company commander. Huang Gingchang. Nice name, Brother Huang. We've been assigned to the same regiment. What about this 16th division? That's it. All Hunan Army. One division. Hunan Army? Aren't you from the northeast, Brother Huang? How come you're in the Hunan Army? Some years ago the team ran all over the country. Behind the team in Guangfu fought no more. Not many people. And could not return to their hometown. So they ran to the Hunan Army. Huang Gingchang explained. Is the Xiang Army poorly equipped? Wang Yi thought of the greatsword he had held in his position in the morning. Hanyang maid, it's not that bad. We're a little better than our brother units elsewhere. The two chatted. And soon, someone came to claim them. Bring them to the new team. They were organized into a regiment of the 16th Division. This regiment has just come off the front and lost a lot of men. However, it was much better than the regiment that Wang Yi was in, and had not been beaten out of its establishment. There were other teams woven in with them. There are even broken up teams. When they were rescued, they were organized in place to rescue them. It's all about fighting ghosts anyway, and it's the same fight on any team. After they rested for a day, they were sent to the southeast side of the battlefield the next day to block the ghost attack, because yesterday afternoon, the Lodian position was occupied by the devils, but later that night, friendly units took the position back. Without the suppression of fire from enemy airplanes and artillery at night, the ghosts could not hold. Chapter 043, Fight even if you can't win. Before going to the front, Wang Yi came to Li Yan's grave and buried his handkerchief under the tombstone. That way, even if he dies, he can come back for the handkerchief. How did you bury the stuff here? Huang Jingchang followed along. If I'm not dead, I'll come back and dig. The two then left. Returning to the group, the two rushed to the battlefield. Front line, early dawn. Wang Yi looked at the early dawn in the east. Huang Jingchang stood beside him. I wonder if I can see the sun like this again tomorrow? Huang Jingchang sighed. Will do, Brother Wang, Wang Yi said. And in his heart he didn't know whether he was saying this to comfort Huang Jingchang or himself, because he may not even be able to survive on his own. Well, I will live and fight back home alive. Huang Jingchang finished his speech and picked up the 38 large cap he captured yesterday. The gun was captured by themselves and not turned in. Yesterday he was a company commander, but today he's a pawn again. The battlefield is the fastest place to get promoted if the establishment is still around. As long as you live, it's not a problem to get promoted to chief for a day. The position they held today was not outside the town, but inside it. The sun had not yet fully risen when the line of ghost planes came from the sky. Wang Yi hurriedly found a trench to hide in, where there were simple air raid shelters. It can't carry a bomb, but it can reduce the damage from the blast shockwave. The town was littered with ruins. Yesterday's bombardment by the demons had damaged most of the town's buildings, as the bombs came whizzing in once more, densely covering the town. Far off in the distance, on the beach, the ship's guns of the small days were constantly shelling towards the city. These naval guns of the little devils are full of power, and the largest caliber of them can level the area of a soccer field with a single shot. A smaller caliber is capable of leveling a basketball court. The smallest can make large craters several meters in size. A nightmare for infantry. There's no ability to fight back at all. Wang Yi was blown to bits. The mind wonders where is the home plane? Why don't they come and intercept it? But then it occurred to him that there didn't even seem to be a few of his own airplanes, and the ghosts have many times as many airplanes as the Chinese. Not only that, the ghosts have ships' guns, and tanks, and Wachovia. Nothing. A feeling of powerlessness welled up in his heart. He also thought about changing the ending of the game. But how could an individual change such an ending? It's a competition between the combined strengths of two nations. It's not something he can personally reverse, unless it's a modern army crossing over with equipment. Otherwise, defeat is almost certain. What's the best way to fight a must-lose battle? Wang Yi was a bit confused. Next to him, Huang Jingchang noticed Wang Yi's abnormality. As the explosions continued outside, he patted Wang Yi's shoulder. Wang Yuan, what's wrong with you, Brother Huang? What do you say? Have we won? The devils have tanks, airplanes, and artillery. We have nothing. How can this be a winnable fight? Wang Yi said with his head hanging down, when he knew the battle was doomed to be unwinnable. He didn't know how he was going to keep fighting. So what if you can redeploy? Resurrecting 5 times doesn't change anything. Huang Jingchang's heart was sullen when he heard Wang Yi's words. He took a deep breath and spoke. Even if you can't win, you still have to fight. This is our home, our country. Now the devils are coming to us to burn and loot, wanting to destroy our country and our seed. Even if I die, I'll bite off a mouthful of the ghost's flesh. If we don't fight, do we let our descendants fight? Where can we escape to if we don't fight? If we don't dare to fight, Huaxiao will really die. Huang Jingchang's words were like a giant hammer that hit Wang Yi's heart, dispelled the confusion in his mind. Even if you can't win, then you still have to fight. Big deal. Inside the live broadcast room, Chinese netizens heard Huang Jingchang's words and pop-ups flew wildly. It is so well said that we must fight even if we can't win, because behind us is our country and our home. This is how the children of China should be. There is a country before there is a home. If the country is gone, then what home do we have? If there's a war someday and I can't beat it, I'll be on it. I don't want my son's offspring to go through it. It's a family feud, and if the little day really dares to make a move, I'll have to join the army to destroy them. The netizens were already looking at the little days in a bad light. After all, they've been bad since the beginning of time. Every time during the period of decline of the Chinese dynasties they came to the coast of China to burn and loot. There are a lot of local netizens on the coast who hate the small days, and their ancestors suffered from them, especially after seeing the video of this game. The hatred for the little day reached its peak. Brother Huang, thank you for waking me up, Wang Yi said thankfully. He hasn't experienced a broken home, but he has experienced a lot of life and death in the game. He's going home with what's left of Li Yan. If he could, he'd like to take Li Yan's remains home with him. Chinese people are all about returning to their roots, but how many people have died in their homeland because of the war, especially those of them who have traveled thousands of miles to the battlefield? The bombardment lasted nearly half an hour. The already dilapidated town was even more desolate. The explosion ignited the building, leaving debris everywhere. Wang Yi and Huang Jingchang climbed out of the improvised air raid shelter. Looking around, there were a number of corpses lying across the ground, flames burning from the flaming bodies. They were all unlucky enough to be caught in the blast and end up dying horribly. There is no telling how many casualties there were from this round of artillery coverage, but they can't afford not to defend. If they don't, the devils will be able to drive straight to the rear. Even if we have to pile up human lives, we have to stop the ghosts here. At this point, the surviving soldiers climbed out of the trenches. Many people were stunned at the sight of the hellish scene around them. The surrounding buildings were shaking and almost leveled. With such indiscriminate bombardment, they will be able to hold out for a few days. Ghost tanks are coming. In the distance, someone shouted. Everyone's face changed when they heard the tank, because tanks mean great casualties. The tanks advanced slowly through the streets of the town. One small warrior saw the tanks, homemade incendiary bottles in his hands, and crouched nervously on the second floors of the buildings on either side of the alley. Other than that, he had no other weapons on him. Ghost tanks approached, and behind them, ghost infantry followed closely. The alleyway is so narrow that a single tank takes up almost the entire alleyway. Some fighters popped up and tried to block it, but the tank passed with a shell, and the fighter was directly killed, as the ghost tanks continued to advance. Seeing this, the little warrior holding the flask in his hand immediately threw the flask in his hand towards the pile of ghosts. The flask cracked on the ground, and the kerosene it contained splashed out in all directions, creating a sea of fire on the ground. The cautious ghost spotted him immediately and fired toward him, but didn't hit. Instead, the flasks shattered open and a number of ghosts got kerosene on them. The flames followed the kerosene, setting several of the ghosts ablaze. For a while the screams and wails of the ghosts in the alley continued. The little warrior who had escaped with his life ran to another building in one breath, then picked up the Molotov cocktail on the ground and kept throwing it towards the ghosts underneath. Chapter 044, The Death of Lodian Town. For a moment, the alley was filled with wailing. The ghost infantryman kept trying to slap out the flames on his body, but kerosene burns and is hard to put out. Together with the fact that there was quite a bit of kerosene on the ground, the flames got bigger all of a sudden. The ghosts who were contaminated with kerosene were directly burned alive. The other ghosts next to him didn't even dare to approach. This scene deeply irritated these ghosts who were not affected by the wave. They were so scared that they backed away, their hearts overwhelmed with fear. Baka, catch that man. I'll break him into pieces. The ghost officer was furious. That Molotov cocktail almost burned him just now. The palpitating ghost officer lost his mind straight away. But the little warrior was dexterous, and after dropping the incendiary bottle, he ran away in a puff of smoke. The ghosts rushed up to the second floor of these buildings and pushed open the doors to the rooms when suddenly a bared sound rang out. The ghosts felt bad. However, the next moment, explosions rang out. The 3 or 4 ghosts who entered the room were all blown up. This is true of several other buildings. As soon as I opened the door, I was blown up. They didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. Ichiro Yamano's face changed for a moment when he heard the explosion. At that moment, a ghost soldier came out of the building. His Excellency, the squad leader, we didn't catch the man. And just now, as soon as we opened the door, 4 soldiers were blown up. Baka, the ghost squad leader kicked down the ghost. Wastes, all of them. At that moment, the tank in front of us started up again. There was no way the ghosts were going to stay and delay. Still, this delayed the ghosts for almost half an hour. The tanks kept advancing and the defenders in the position could not remain indifferent. Otherwise, if they let the tanks go by, there's no way for them to defend it. The tank was not fast, but oppressive. Wang Yi and Huang Jingchang climbed up to the second floor of a building and watched the tanks approaching in the distance. No way. No one can block this tank as it rushes over. Wang Yi frowned slightly. Ghost tanks can't be dealt with unless they throw grenades in from above. The viewers of the live stream were equally nervous. There are no anti-tank weapons in the game. This tank is too invincible. Difficult to do. Do we still have to blow up tanks with human lives? If only this game had kryptonite to sell some modern weapons. If I had this feature, I'd take 2,000 out of my monthly salary of 3,000 for kryptonite. I really can't see our Chinese army being abused like this. Yeah, it's okay to let the game company make some money if that amount of money gets them fewer casualties. They've seen too many examples in front of them. In the face of tanks, the only way to blow them up is by people rushing up with no lives. And that's all it takes to blow up the tracks as much as possible. Because the grenade's power couldn't even break through the tank's armor. It's the shrapnel that kills grenades, not the explosive power. To blow up a tank, you have to use the kind of explosives that have high explosive power. Wang Yi saw the pop-up screen at this time and thought that if the game really came out with a kryptonite mode, he would definitely kryptonize, but he felt it was unlikely. If they do come out with a kryptonite mode, he might not like the game. Without waiting for him to continue thinking more, an explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Some fighters jumped from the second floor clutching cluster grenades, fell to the ground and were crushed by tanks. An explosion passed, and the ghost's tank went straight out. Seeing this scene, even though Wang Yi had seen a lot, a sadness still rose in his heart. This tank had its tracks blown off and the ghost infantry behind it panicked, because there were no more tanks, which meant they needed to charge up there themselves. In this alley, the ghosts are in the light and Wang Yi and the others are in the dark. With each push, the ghosts had to pay a huge price. Tanks can't do much in the middle of a town like this. Only that Great Plain is good for tanks, but for the Chinese army at this time, even if tanks don't play much of an advantage in the middle of a town, they are still a huge threat. The ghost infantry began to charge. Grueling battles were constantly taking place in all parts of the battlefield. Ghost tanks advanced through the town. The defenders in the city resisted stubbornly. Every now and then, a Chinese soldier would rush out from a corner, clutching a cluster grenade in his hand and rushing toward the tank. Ghost officers see these brazen, holding grenades over the self-bombing infantry. Heart-shocked, these Chinese are not afraid of death? Knowing it's a death sentence, you have to rush forward. Such explosions rang out from all parts of the city, and they had no other weapons but the grenades in their hands and a passion for blood. The battle was fought from morning to noon. The ghosts are retreating. All the tanks of the ghosts that had entered the towns were on their backs. Before leaving, the ghost officer ordered that all the tanks be blown up. Even if it's blown to scrap metal, we can't keep it for the Chinese. Wang Yi saw that the ghosts had withdrawn and a smile appeared on his face. It's so nice to be alive again for another morning. Just didn't wait for him to be happy for too long. The sound of an airplane whirring suddenly came from the sky. On top of that, dense artillery shells began to fall from the sky. A bomb landed next to the building Wang Yi was in. The building shook violently from the shockwave of the explosion. Wang Yi had just gotten up from the ground when he felt as if the house was about to collapse. No good. The house is collapsing. Run! Wang Yi hurriedly shouted. Huang Jingchang came back to his senses and ran along with him. The few people with Wang Yi also came back to their senses and wanted to escape the building. Wang Yi had just reached the entrance of the first floor when bricks fell from his head. The brick hit him near his feet and nearly knocked him over. Wang Yi hurriedly moved away from the house. The next moment the house collapsed, but there were still 3 people inside who hadn't come out. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi panicked and ran over. Looking at the ruins, he kept picking at the broken wood and bricks on the ground, trying to save the people buried underneath. At that moment, Huang Jingchang walked up and took his hand. Run, they're hopeless. Wang Yi sniffed, stopped his hand movements, and stood up, then follow Huang Jingchang to escape the shelling. In the sky, the ghost bomber pilots watched the ground burst into flames as bombs blew a building into rubble. There was an excited smile on his face. It saw many people on the ground fleeing and rushed over in its airplane, dropping a bomb over them. The bombs fell out of the air and headed straight for them. At the bottom, Huang Jingchang heard the sound of bombers. He subconsciously looked up. A black dot was found falling straight down towards them. Wang Yuan, quickly hide. The ghost bombs are coming. Huang Jingchang's voice was very anxious, but the shells were falling faster. Didn't wait for Wang Yi to react and make a move. Wang Yi only felt that he was pounced on, and then a huge force pushed him away. There was a constant spattering of masonry debris slapping against him all around. The roar of the explosion deafened his ears for a moment. The ringing in his ears continued to echo in his head, waiting for him to come back to his senses. The surrounding area was already in ruins. Chapter 045, The Sick Man of East Asia? Wang Yi returned to his senses. Suddenly it occurred to me, how is Huang Jingchang doing? Only when he turned his head, he saw Huang Jingchang lying motionless on the ground. Wang Yi was in a bit of disbelief. Brother Huang, are you alright? Wang Yi crawled over while calling out to Huang Jingchang. Only Huang Jingchang didn't respond. Brother Huang, didn't you say you would take me to Raozhou after the battle? Wang Yi crawled to Huang Jingchang's side, one hand raised tremblingly. At the moment, Huang Jingchang's face was covered in scorched blackness, and his face was covered in wounds and blood, and in his abdomen, a blood red. His clothes were in tatters, and blood was still bubbling out of his wounds. Seeing the bleeding wound, Wang Yi felt very disturbed. He had obviously seen a lot of people die, but when someone he knew died in front of him, he still had trouble accepting it. In the sky, the ghost bombers were still whistling. The entire battlefield was like a purgatory, with the battle raging and smoke filling the air. The smell of death is all over the place. After the artillery fire, the ghostly hordes pressed on once more. Wang Yi looked at Huang Jingchang on the ground. His chest did not have any rise and fall, as if he was a statue. Brother Huang, Brother Huang. Wang Yi patted his face, but there was no response. Wang Yi was able to feel as if the heat from Huang Jingchang's body was constantly being lost. The body was unusually cold on what was clearly a scorching September day. He saw today's sun, but there was no way today's sun could warm his body anymore. Wang Yi held Huang Jingchang's body and leaned against the collapsed broken wall. In the distance, the ghosts slowly approached the area. They looked at Wang Yi and Huang Jingchang in his arms. A ghost officer stepped forward. Wang Yi raised his head and looked at him expressionlessly. I didn't expect that there were actually those who were able to survive such a bombardment. I admire you. Ichiro Yamano looked at Wang Yi and slowly spoke. Wang Yi understood what he said, but he didn't react. Come on, I'll give you a chance to duel with me. The corners of Yamano Ichiro's mouth rose, his mustache pointing in the middle of his person, and he looked at Wang Yi with contempt. Wang Yi sniffed, and a flash of anger rose in his eyes. This little kid is so arrogant. The viewers in the live broadcast room all became righteously indignant when they heard Ichiro Yamano's words. Holy, this little kid is too arrogant. NND. I wanted to rush in and cut him when I saw it. Brother Wang, don't be a wimp. Brother Wang, if you don't slaughter this brat, I'm going to be unable to sleep tonight. Wang Yi drew the large sword hanging behind his back. This greatsword he had purposely sharpened a few times before going into battle. The blade of the great sword glowed with a morose, ghostly light in the sunlight. When Ichiro Yamano saw Wang Yi draw his greatsword, he also drew the katana hanging on his waist. Today, let me behead you with the precious sword bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. Ichiro Yamano continued to speak arrogantly to the extreme, totally did not put Wang Yi in his eyes. Wang Yi held a mouthful of anger in his heart. Thinking of Li Yan's death yesterday and Huang Jingchang's death today, Wang Yi only felt hot blood surging, one hand gripping the large sword tightly, his arms' veins bulging. The ghosts around them scattered, leaving an open space for the two. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yi picked up his large sword and slashed towards Yamano Ichiro. Only, the slash fell short. It was a good thing he had collected his force in time, but Ichiro Yamano cuts back. Wang Yi's pupils shrunk as he tried his best to dodge, but the blade still cut through his body. A long wound appeared on his back. Blood flowed from the wound. Pain spurred his nerves. Ha ha ha, they are really weak. Ichiro Yamano laughed, a mocking smile on his face. Sick man of East Asia. These words reached Wang Yi's ears and were extraordinarily harsh. The netizens were all enraged when they heard Ichiro Yamano's taunts. Damn, Wang, if you can't slaughter this brat, I'm going to have to go offline to get real with you. This brat is so damn rampant. Holy, no, I'm going to get on the game and find this little brat. Him to death. Netflix has recorded this, the first time it was uploaded to the internet. For a while, the video was like a heavy bomb. A stone stirs up 7 waves. It directly set the Chinese network on fire. Players who swiped the video have entered the game with one goal in mind, to find this Yamano Ichiro and then cut him into pieces by 1,000 cuts. They've never seen such arrogance. If they can't slaughter this brat, they're not going to be able to sleep. On the other side, Wang Yi's blood pressure rose, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot. Ichiro Yamano laughed once more as he watched Wang Yi's furious look. That look was as if he was treating Wang Yi like a monkey. Wang Yi didn't hesitate and slashed up once again. His moves were swift and without fancy, but every one of his slashes was blocked or dodged by Ichiro Yamano, and the wounds on his body gradually increased. He's still a far cry from Ichiro Yamano, because Ichiro Yamano was a samurai who specialized in katana. Wang Yi has played some martial arts fighting action games though, but those games either autocast or simplify the casting action. Pressing is not a martial art at all. The cuts on his body were bleeding, but Wang Yi didn't say a word. Ichiro Yamano and Wang Yi were bored after a few moves and decided not to keep their hands off each other. He held his katana in both hands and charged towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi did not dodge as the katana plunged straight into his abdomen. A sharp pain came from the abdomen. Wang Yi's forehead was sweating like a pillar, but at the moment a smile was on his face. The greatsword in his hand swung down violently, using all his strength. A head rolled to the ground. The head on the floor stared in disbelief, as if to say, "How is this possible?" The ghosts around them shouted back, "Colonel Yamano is dead." Intense gunfire rang out. Countless bullets hit Wang Yi's body, and the body with the knife stuck in its abdomen fell to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt the heat drain from his body. Consciousness is also fading. "I have avenged you." In the live broadcast room, the netizens saw this scene and were deeply shocked by Wang Yi. They didn't expect that Wang Yi would actually use this practice of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging himself. They were aware that Wang Yi hadn't been able to adjust his pain sensation. He endured such pain and struck down Ichiro Yamano. This willpower was unimaginable to them. This same video was recorded by them. After this video was uploaded, it quickly spread throughout the entire Chinese network. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoyi, who had just finished the game, saw her fans asking her to watch a video. What video? Let's see. After Zhou Xiaoyi finished speaking, he opened the browser built into the virtual pod, then searched for videos of what fans are saying. The sick man of East Asia? The little kid was so arrogant that he was decapitated by a ruthless man. Chapter 046, Company Commander. I want to see what Shanghai looks like. Watching the video, an angry look surfaced on Zhou Xiaoyi's face. Be pissed off. This brat is too arrogant. Seeing Yamano Ichiro's contemptuous expression, Zhou Xiaoyi felt a mouthful of anger smothered in his chest. It took a long time to get out. Can the planner come up with a mode to violently beat the little brat? And single this little brat out. I want to violently beat it up. Zhou Xiaoyi clenched her fists in indignation. These days she played the game with a lot of powerlessness. The gap between the two sides is too big. How to play is losing. The netizens in the live broadcast room were equally empathetic when they heard Zhou Xiaoyi's words. If this mode comes out, I'm definitely playing it. Yeah, I'm the best at fighting ghosts. Kneel down and beg for a new mode. I want to see the brats get abused. I'm going to be unable to play without a new mode. As long as a new model comes out, I'll play it if it costs me money. At this moment, Zhou Yang saw the comments of these netizens in Zhou Xiaoyi's live broadcasting room. He saw this video when it exploded in popularity. No way. Once that video came out, the email private messages on the game's official website are going to be overrun by netizens. He looked at the densely packed emails and went straight to numbness. Read a couple of emails asking him to check out the video. And then there's the cursing of the plotters for writing whatever the hell the plot is. Zhou Yang then closed the mailbox. The rest of those emails he didn't even dare to read. It looks like the game can't keep giving players too much high pressure all the time. Otherwise the players are going to break the big defense. And in case they abandon the game, then he won't have any emotes to earn. He's got to let the players unleash it. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang searched in his mind. It's just that, in the midst of the Battle of Songhu, I can't seem to find the right one, because the Battle of Songhu was only tragic. If you want to let the player unleash a little and have a blast, you can only jump out of the Battle of Songhu. But stepping outside of the Battle of Songhu, such a battle is pretty hard to find. We can't do a Battle of Pingle, can we? Thinking about it, he thought it would be a good idea to just make a new game. Eventually, he found the right content. He decided to make the Pacific War of World War II. The United States of America gets beaten up in the early part of the game, but later on, the American army relies on equipment suppression to thump the Japanese throughout. This way players should be able to have a blast. High pressure followed by release. Emotional value earned at both ends. Zhou Yang opened the system and entered the Pacific War into it, allowing the system to customize it. Pacific War content customized successfully. Unlocking costs emotion value, 5000000. Seeing that string of zeros, Zhou Yang directly froze. $50 million. That much? He still underestimated the system's offer. It also overestimates the value of sentimentality. No wonder everything in the mall sells for millions of emotes. The original inflation rate is too high. Thinking about it though, something as easy to obtain as emotional value certainly wouldn't be worth very much. He now has over $30 million in emotional value deposits. Most of these mood values were gained in the last 2 days. 50 million emotional value, earned in a couple days. Zhou Yang wasn't very worried either. Zhou Xiaoyi continued to watch the video, wanting to see if Wang Yi could kill this little kid. Finally, upon seeing Ichiro Yamano decapitated by Wang Yi, she felt a great sense of relief. It's just a shame that the video is coded or there would be no way to post it. The mood is soothing. Zhou Xiaoyi decided to open another hand. Not to kill a few ghosts swore not to broadcast. Wang Yi looked at the blackness in front of him, and a panel popped up. Is it redeployed? Wang Yi chose yes without hesitation. With a trance before his eyes, he opened his eyes once more and realized he was sitting on a mound of dirt. It was early morning at the moment. Early dawn. Wang Yi glanced at the side, where several people were lying. Not far away, a night watchman was napping. Successful deployment. Current status. Company Commander Wang Li. Company 1, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Regiment, 57th Division, Cantonese Army. Current mission, support Luodian. Arrive at Luodian battlefield within 3 days. In the Battle of Luodian, the Central Army suffered heavy losses of its elite and requested support from all local armies throughout the country. On August 28, Hunan troops took the lead in the battle, while Cantonese troops joined the battlefield in early September. Cantonese Army? Company Commander? Supporting Rodan? Wang Yi was stunned. He suddenly remembered the original CG of the game. Wasn't what was being shown at the time the various local armies from all over Huaxia running to Shanghu to support the battlefield? This just happened to include the Cantonese Army. So, now he's one of these Cantonese soldiers? The netizens in the live stream also reacted. Brother Wang, is this the Cantonese Army? First it was the Hunan Army. Wasn't Wang the Hunan Army in front of him? Now it's the Cantonese Army again. This is going to be another battlefield. Is the Xiang Army from before finished? Why else would they need support? Wang Yi's heart didn't feel good when he saw the words of the netizens. Company Commander, you're awake too? A voice suddenly rang out from the side. It wasn't loud, as if he was afraid of waking the others next to him. Wang Yi turned his head and saw the person who spoke. It's a young guy. Wang Yi checked his information. His name was Zhao Shang, and he was only 19 years old. Wang Yi instantly remembered Li Yan, obviously both at their best age, but they had to run to the battlefield. At this age, you should be studying in college and enjoying your youth to the fullest. There are great years ahead. He looked towards Zhao Shang, hoping in his heart that he would be able to return alive. Awake, Wang Yi responded. The bright light in the sky kept rising. The little bit of light allowed one to vaguely see some of what was in front of them. One by one, the warriors lying on the ground woke up. Even the ones that aren't awake will be woken up by the ones waking up next to them. Wang Yi got up and patted the dirt on himself. Conditions on the march were limited, with the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. It's a good thing it's summer and the nights aren't cold. So sleepy. These days we sleep for 2 hours every day. We're about to die of sleepiness. A warrior who had just been woken up complained twice. Hold on for a few more days, and when we get to the front, we'll surely have time to rest. The sun had not yet risen when they started to continue their journey. The large force stretched for miles and miles, with countless supply wagons, heading for Songhu. While rushing, Wang Yi chatted with the viewers in the live broadcast. The day passed, and in between they rested for only an hour or so. The battalion commander gathered the entire battalion and camped on the spot. Brothers, hold on for one more day and we'll be in Shanghu. Now, set up camp on the spot. After the dismissal, Zhao Shang came next to Wang Yi. Smiling at Wang Yi, he opened his mouth and asked, Company Commander, we're almost at Shanghu. Well, I know. What's wrong? Smiling so happily, Wang Yi put down the heavy weight on his body and asked suspiciously, we're almost in Shanghai, and I'm happy to think that I'll be able to see what the busiest city in our China looks like. I used to hear people say that millions of people live in Shanghu, with lots of foreigners, and that it's very busy and prosperous, but I've never seen it. Zhao Shang replied with a smile. That's it, nothing to see. Company Commander, how do you know? Could it be that you've been there? Zhao Shang's eyes widened, his eyes filled with doubt. Haven't been there, but have seen pictures. Wang Yi realized something and quickly shook his head. A photograph? What's that? Zhao Shang didn't know what a photo was. Wang Yi opened his mouth without making a sound. Chapter 047, with a big knife. You can attack a ghost command at night. Wang Yi didn't know how to explain to Zhao Shang, because he realized that this era of China was too backward. People are illiterate and the illiteracy rate is very high. Looking at Zhao Shang's appearance, there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to understand even if he was explained to him. Wang Yi simply didn't bother to explain. Alas, you don't know, and I can't explain it to you. You'll see it when we get to Shanghu. Wang Yi waved his hand. Late at night, the party was still making their way. They traveled almost day and night. Wang Yi felt like his legs were going to break, but he couldn't stop. He was afraid that if he did, he would never be able to walk again. Everyone is holding out, and it's 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers from Guangdong province to Shanghu. Even though some of the way was by train, most of the way still required them to walk on their feet. It's been hot and pouring rain all along the way. The clothes on his body were covered in mud and water. They didn't have time to stop. They needed to get to Shanghu as fast as they could to support the battle in Shanghu. Wang Yi was still the first time he had rushed so much, and this real experience had both good and bad effects. Good in that it's real and bad in that it's too real. It went on until the wee hours of the morning before the battalion commander let the group rest. Wang Yi fell asleep unimaginatively. Even then, there was a vigil. These vigils are night vigils, and during the day they lie on flatbed trucks to be pulled around. The next day before dawn, Wang Yi automatically woke up. It's like this body comes with a biological clock that has to get up at this hour. Then, hurry. And so, another day passed. They were only about 100 miles from Shanghu. At this distance, it doesn't take a day of hasty marching to get there. At this time, they stopped advancing. Battalion commander, aren't we rushing today? Wang Yi found the battalion commander. It was a man with a dark face and sharp eyes. The first time Wang Yi saw him, he felt as if the battalion commander's not-so-tall frame contained a huge amount of energy inside. Battalion commander Lu Sanju saw that it was Wang Yi and smiled back. Yes, we won't be rushing during the day today. The higher-ups told us to rest and recuperate. We're too tired from rushing during this period of time. It's a big no-no for a tired division to go straight into battle. The situation at the front was not so urgent now, so they were not allowed to go to war immediately. So, rested for the rest of the day. The sun had not yet set, and the party was once more on its way. At night, there are a lot of mosquitoes over here. The climate is still relatively hot this season in Songhu. Despite the fact that it's already September, the sun isn't any less toxic. It's not very warm for a nighttime drive. Plus not having to worry about detection by the little kids' airplanes and being able to get to the battlefield quickly before daylight came. After resting for the rest of the day, Wang Yi was in a much better state, physically energized. The night walk was much faster than the previous 2 days. The evening of the second day, they finally made it to the Rodian neighborhood. Today's weather is still good. Through the sunset in the sky, Wang Yi saw familiar buildings, familiar places. Only, today's Luodian's is a lot more dilapidated than some days ago. The buildings, which were not very tall, were basically razed to the ground. Zhao Sheng came next to Wang Yi and looked at the ruins in the distance. Company commander, is this Shanghu? Zhao Sheng was a bit in disbelief that the piece of rubble in front of him was actually that most prosperous city in China. Shanghu, yes, that's Shanghu there. How did it become like this? Zhao Sheng looked at the broken walls as if he could imagine what they originally looked like. Ghost plane artillery bombing. Company commander, how do you know? Don't you ask. Oh, Zhao Sheng didn't ask again. Instead, he stared blankly at Rodian in the distance. They were on slightly higher ground and were able to see into the distance. How could Zhao Sheng not think that the Shanghu he wanted to see day and night would actually look like this? The formerly prosperous Shanghu became smoky because of the war. There are ruins everywhere. People who once lived here have fled. Either they fled to the field or to the tenements. Wang Yi didn't accompany Zhao Sheng here to continue watching. He had already seen the bustle and disrepair of Shanghu a long time ago. He returned to the camp. At this time, a communication soldier came to Wang Yi's side. Orders from above. There's a combat mission tonight. Need to pick 200 daredevils. Wang Li, you're on the list. A combat mission? And me? Wang Yi was confused. No, he had only just arrived and was about to start fighting. Are you in such a hurry? But there was no choice but to accept this order. What a daredevil. Where should I report? Report to your battalion commander. The correspondent said, and left. Wang Yi sniffed and could only go to the battalion commander. Finding the battalion commander, Wang Li immediately opened his mouth to ask what the situation was. Tonight, we'll go for a night attack on the Ghost's command headquarters. Us? 200 people? Wang Yi couldn't believe it. Ghost command is something to have 200 of them sneak up on. Yes, we already know where the Ghost's command headquarters are. If the night attack can be successful, we'll be able to disrupt the rhythm of the Ghost's attack. Battalion commander Lu Sanju slowly said. So what kind of gear do we have? Just the equipment on your body? What other gear do you want? And is there artillery support? Artillery support? What are you thinking? Our entire division doesn't even have a few machine guns. And you want artillery support? That's something only the Central Army has. How can we afford to play with that? Lu Sanju glared at Wang Yi with a look as if he was looking at a little cutie. When Wang Yi heard Lu Sanju's words, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He glanced at the greatsword he was carrying on his back, relying on this greatsword to sneak up on a ghost command. Was this a joke? You call this a death squad? This used to not be a surefire team. Lu Sanju seemed to have guessed what Wang Yi was thinking as he continued to speak faintly. If we can succeed, then we can have fewer of our brethren die. Of course, you can choose not to go. It's not mandatory. Wang Yi sighed in his heart when he heard Lu Sanju's words. The big deal is to waste another life. Not going is definitely not an option. They weren't afraid, and if he was, wouldn't he be a coward? It's just a death. There's nothing to be afraid of. Battalion commander, I'm definitely going. Good, I wasn't wrong about you. Lu Sanju smiled and nodded his head when he heard Wang Yi's words, because under normal circumstances, Wang Yi, the company commander, was able to not go. After all, he was a basic officer, or a veteran with experience in leading troops. During the night, Zhao Sheng realized that Wang Yi hadn't come back, and immediately asked the companion next to him, do you know where the company commander went? I don't know. I think the battalion commander called them away. This way. Zhao Sheng was vaguely uneasy in his heart for some reason. It's like something's going to happen tonight. The night is getting darker. Wang Yi and the rest of the death squad, totaling 200 people, taking advantage of the night, with a big knife on his back, a grenade on his belt, quietly felt his way into the town of Rodian. Chapter 048, Kill the one in officer's uniform first. There was a big battle here during the day. The smoke has not yet completely cleared. Ghost patrols were frequent, and the death squad had just entered the town when they ran into a ghost patrol. Because the recent encounters between the Chinese and the ghosts have been, during the day, the ghosts covered with fire. The tanks and infantry followed, and took the Luodian position, and at night, the Chinese army will take the opportunity to forcefully attack the position, take the position over. So much for pulling repeatedly. Countless lives have been devoured by this mill of flesh and blood. There were 10 people in the ghost patrol, and it wasn't easy to get rid of the patrolling ghosts. So, when he could, Lu Sanju decided to hide to prevent being discovered. After all, their objective was the command headquarters of the ghosts. There was no need to delay on the road and increase the risk of exposure. The one leading the team this time was Lu Sanju. Wang Yi did not expect that the battalion commander would actually take the initiative to act as the leader of the death squad. For this, Wang Yi has great respect, undaunted by danger and sacrifice in defense of his country. This kind of infiltration mission made Wang Yi's adrenaline run wild. No one dared make a sound other than the sound of breathing. In the live room, netizens felt the atmosphere as if they were there. Not a breath of air. Bypassing the ghost patrols, Lu Sanju was able to find his way even in the darkness of the night with his excellent sense of direction. Wang Yi followed the group around left and right. Soon, they arrived at the target location, a clan shrine. This clan house can be considered one of the few buildings in the town that is still well preserved. That's exactly why it was occupied by the ghosts and became their command headquarters. Lu Sanju stared at the ghosts not far away. With a wave of his hand, a few daredevil warriors took their machetes, sneaking along the corner toward the ghost standing guard at the door. With 2 swishes, the ghost standing guard at the door was wiped out. That didn't make much noise the whole time. After resolving the 2 ghosts, a few warriors waved towards Lu Sanju. Go! Lu Sanju shouted in a low voice. The large group then followed and rushed into the clan shrine. At this time of the day, most of the ghosts were sleeping, except for the one standing guard for the night. Even the officers of the ghost commanders did likewise. Lu Sanju takes Wang Yi inside the clan house and starts looking for the ghost officers. The most important part of their mission at this time was to decapitate the ghost officers and kill them all, so that they could paralyze the command of the ghosts. Split up! Lu Sanju immediately spoke. Wang Yi led the way and opened a room. Inside, a number of ghosts were sleeping, with matting on the floor. Wang Yi picked up the big knife and directly raised his hand. The still sleeping ghosts died unexplained, never to see the next day's sun again. Ah, enemy attack. Wang Yi seemed to hear the shouts of the ghosts, but it was immediately followed by screams. On the other side, Lu Sanju didn't expect that there was actually a ghost who slept lightly. They just opened the door and woke up. This sound of enemy attack directly woke up the ghosts in the room, in addition to the other rooms. It's just that it's done. There's no choice but to kill. With a gunshot, the whole shrine was a mess of ghosts. That's a ghost officer. Kill. Some fighters saw the ghosts in officers' uniforms and immediately rushed forward. Now, kill a ghost to get your money back, and kill a ghost officer to make a lot of money. The officer was only just getting dressed at the moment, as were all the ghosts around him. They never thought that a group of Chinese soldiers would actually kill their command. Kill the ones in ghost officer uniforms first, Lu Sanju shouted. Now that it's all been discovered, let's make it quick. Prioritize killing the ghost officers. In the front, a ghost officer heard Lu Sanju's words and hurriedly took off the ghost military officer's uniform on his body. Leave only white pants and white shirts. Then he pulled over an ordinary ghost infantryman next to him and stripped him of his clothes. After putting on the clothes of a normal infantryman, he grabbed his katana and tried to run. But the next moment, another voice came, and ghosts with katanas, that kind of must kill. Inuyasha Mori heard this and dropped his katana again as well. Now do whatever you want as long as you live. The fat ones of that size should be killed too. They must be ghost officers. Lu Sanju kept reminding. Inuyasha Mori is very desperate because he is just body fat. It's all pig fat from eating too much. The Daredevil team members immediately memorized Lu Sanju's words when they heard them. But at this time they are killing crazy. See the ghosts, no matter whether it is an officer or not, cut to death. Inuyasha-san frantically escapes. When Wang Yi saw him, he felt 9 out of 10 that something was wrong and immediately chased after him. Soon he caught up with Inuyasha Mori. Limited by his size, Inuyasha Mori's escape was slow. Wang Yi kicked him to the ground. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Inuyasha Mori frantically begged for mercy. He was speaking Mandarin. Wang Yi understands and wants to slash. But then he thought, maybe this ghost has some use. Knows the secrets of the ghosts or something. After all, This ghost understands Chinese language, so it's good to communicate. It's easy not to kill you. Where are your battle maps? What is the combat deployment? Speak up and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I don't mind torturing you. Wang Yi's eyes were fierce and threatening. Inuyasha Mori was very afraid of death and did not hesitate to agree to Wang Yi's request. I'll cooperate. I know where these things are. Seeing this, Wang Yi immediately put his large sword against his back and led him to Lu Sanju. Explained to Lu Sanju what had happened. Lu Sanju was overjoyed. Wang Li, your kid has made a great achievement. Then, led by Inuyasha Mori, Lu Sanju and Wang Yi found the Ghost's combat command room. It contained the Ghost's battle maps, as well as some military secrets. Most of the writing above the military secrets was in Chinese characters, and Wang Yi was able to read some of it. When he saw the word confidential, he immediately put it away. Inoue Mori is still being held. Wang Yi would have liked to just kill, but he realized that the ghost was in a pretty high position. Maybe it'll be useful when we retreat later, so he was kept. Just as these map files were put away, there was intense gunfire and grenade explosions from outside. Not good. Time to go. Lu Sanju's face changed and he immediately opened his mouth to give the order to retreat. Now that the ghosts that should be killed have been killed, it is more important to bring out the maps and secrets that have now been acquired. Wang Yi was also aware of this and escorted Inuyasha Mori outside. At this time, the soldiers of the Death Squad were fighting the devils with their machetes. There are still some advantages to fighting with a large sword in the pitch black of night. In addition to machetes, they have grenades. On top of that, they picked up a lot of ghost equipment. With Lu Sanju announcing his retreat, everyone retreated as they fought. Only, the ghosts patrolling around wrapped up. In addition to these patrolling ghosts, more ghosts were awakened. In such a chaotic situation, Inuyasha Mori was completely useless and would even drag them down. So Wang Yi tied a grenade to Inuyasha Mori. Don't kill me. Really don't kill me. I'll be able to help you translate those documents. Inuyasha Mori's words immediately made Wang Yi react as if that was the case. Asterisk. Count on you dogs to talk fast. Wang Yi cursed then pulled Inuyasha-san towards retreating outside the town. You better run fast or I'll just kill you. Chapter 049, The Ghost's Frantic Counterattack. Inuyasha Mori heard Wang Yi's threat and was so intimidated that he nodded his head. Wang Li, you guys withdraw first and take the stuff and prisoners out safely. Next to him, Lu Sanju opened his mouth. Battalion Commander, what about you? I'll go back and command the battle. The other soldiers are still exchanging fire with the ghosts. After Lu Sanju finished speaking, he immediately ran towards the sound of gunfire. Seeing this, Wang Yi could only retreat first. Taking Inuyasha-sen with him, Wang Yi withdrew to a safe place very smoothly. The town was met by one of our own outside the town. After they heard the incessant sound of gunfire within the town, they immediately killed their way into the town to receive the daredevil fighters. How is the situation? The receiving battalion commander saw Wang Yi and the others and opened his mouth to inquire. There's still a fight going on inside. We'll escort the loot and prisoners out first. Wang Yi panted. Afterwards, Wang Yi looked at the direction of the town. Lu Sanju had not come out yet. He was a little nervous in his heart. Explosions continued to ring out in the town, and it looked like the battle was fierce. The battalion commander who had come to meet them immediately rushed in with his men, exchanged fire with the devils trying to surround the support. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long before Wang Yi saw someone coming out of the town. It was Lu Sanju. Behind him were a number of daredevil fighters. Behind them, one after another, a number of people withdrew. Finally, a breakdown. 200 people went in and only 80 or so came out, and mostly wounded. However, they had a good battle. Not only did he kill a lot of ghost officers, but he also obtained a lot of confidential documents of the ghosts. Also captured a ghost who knew Chinese. Looks like an officer too. Wang Yi looked at the 200 people who went in, and now only less than half of them are left out. Many of these familiar faces remain inside forever. Netizens are still touched by this scene, even after seeing it a lot. So many people went in, and they ended up pulling back less than half of them. No wonder it's called a death squad. With such a high casualty rate, what is it if not a death squad? Knowing it was death, I chose to go anyway. If this were me, I probably wouldn't dare. Lu Sanju saw Wang Yi, with blood on his face, and smiled. Let's go back first. The 2nd Battalion and the others will give us cover. Good. When they withdraw to the camp, the time had come early in the morning. The east is about to dawn. The sun's light is slowly pouring over the earth. Wang Yi and the others had just returned, and Division Commander Huang Jifu immediately came over to receive them. Looking at the injuries each man carried, Huang Jifu's eyes were slightly red. Welcome back. You're all good. Lu Sanju stepped forward and showed Huang Jifu the loot gained from this night attack. The battle wiped out 50 of the enemy, and here's the loot we brought out. Good. Very good. You guys have worked hard. You are all heroes of Huaxia. This mission was accomplished well. You all go and rest. Huang Jifu nodded with a smile. The most valuable of these, naturally, were the relevant operational drawings, as well as some of the ghosts' operational intelligence. Although the night attack was more costly, it was a victory. Inside the live feed. No, over 100 dead and only 50 ghosts killed. You call that a job well done? Why don't you call it? A lot of the people killed, and there are ghost officers. And officers can be worth a lot more than ordinary ghosts. Going deep into the enemy's hinterland and sneaking up on the ghosts' command headquarters is already very good to have such a result. You think it's a descending blow? It's rare enough for such equipment to achieve such results. Seeing the noisy netizens on the air, Wang Yi was speechless. Really think they are 200 people to fight 50 people? Ah, that is the command headquarters of the ghosts. There are at least thousands of ghosts around. If they had retreated any later, they would have been surrounded and wiped out. It has been very rare to have such a battle. Wang Yi didn't care about the live broadcast anymore. After a night of fighting, his spirit was already sleepy. He returned to the company he was in. Zhao Shang was very happy to see Wang Yi return, but seeing that Wang Yi fell asleep as soon as he returned to the camp, he didn't dare to disturb him. Wang Yi slept until 3 in the afternoon. He was woken up. Being woken up, Wang Yi opened his eyes with some impatience. He then tried to see who had woken him up. At first glance, it was Lu Sanju. Immediately lost his temper. Wang Li, you kid finally woke up? Sleeping so dead? Lu Sanju said in a good-natured manner. Isn't this because I was too tired last night? Wang Yi scratched his head. He then glanced around and realized that the campers had packed their backpacks. Battalion commander, what's going on here? During the day our regiment took down part of Luodian town. Now we're going to the front line. Lu Sanju explained. Going to the front again? Thinking of all that had gone before, Wang Yi was a little tired of the war. Because it's too exhausting. Yeah, gone. Lu Sanju sighed in his heart when he saw that Wang Yi was not in very good spirits. Following the troops, Wang Yi once again returned to the Luodian position. Zhao Shang followed him. Company commander, what were you doing last night? Zhao Shang asked curiously. Went to kill the brats. Wang Yi looked at Zhao Shang with the look of a curious baby and replied helplessly. Wow, company commander, you're amazing. Zhao Shang said adoringly. Company commander, do you think we'll make it back alive? Wang Yi didn't reply to him, because he doesn't know either. After experiencing the war for so many days, Wang Yi knew very well that on this battlefield, very few people could survive. Almost 1 out of 10. Many of the soldiers could not even make it back 2 hours in the face of the indiscriminate bombardment by the devils. He was able to redeploy, but Zhao Shang and the others couldn't. When they're dead, they're really dead. Oftentimes, Wang Yi couldn't tell the difference. Was this really a game? Or is it a real world? Is experiencing real history? Taking advantage of the night, they entered the middle of the town of Luodian. After last night's sneak attack, the ghosts have increased their forces. The command was attacked in a sneak attack, killing several officers and even a squadron commander. This is a great shame for them. Japanese Army Command. When the news reached the command, a group of army generals were furious. Baka, kill through the command by 200 men. What a shame. If you can't destroy this Chinese army tomorrow, you'll all commit harakiri. The next day, as the sun rose, a gunshot shattered the quiet of Rodian town. Enemy attack. The news of the attack on the front line came back from the division quarters. Huang Jifu woke up from his sleep, his brow furrowed at the news of the enemy attack. It's but dawn now, and the devils are attacking. His mind was vaguely disturbed. On the other side, Wang Yi also woke up. The position their battalion was in was not in the front line though, but news of the enemy attack soon reached them. A rumbling sound rang out in the sky. The ghost bombers were coming. Seeing the bomber, Wang Yi's face became a bit ugly, recalling bad memories. What's with the ghosts attacking so early today? Could it be for revenge? Chapter 050 New episode, Battle of Treasure Mountain Defense. Ghost bombers drop bombs toward neighborhoods occupied by the 57th Division. Explosions continue to ring through these neighborhoods. Wang Yi heard the voice and immediately stood up. Move. Spread out. Find a place to hide. Wang Yi looked to his men and shouted in a hurry. Facing the ghost bombers, they had no little ability to cope. The only thing you can do is hide, and then it's up to fate. If you get blown up, there's nothing you can do but be unlucky. This feeling of powerlessness is the worst. Company commander, I'll join you. Zhao Shang hurriedly followed. Wang Yi did not refuse. Soon, he found a place to hide, which was next to a ruin. The collapsed building formed a triangle, with enough space under it for several people to hide in. The sound of bombers continued to whiz by in the sky. The explosions were getting closer to them. Not only airplanes bombed, but ships bombarded and artillery covered. This time the ghosts seemed to be fighting like they were in a hurry. The intensity and duration of the bombardment lasted ridiculously long. Wang Yi and Zhao Sheng hid under this triangle, not daring to go out at all. Explosions continued to ring around them, but the shells didn't hit them directly. In the face of such indiscriminate bombardment, Wang Yi could only pray in his heart that the casualties of his troops would be smaller. Intense artillery fire resounded through the neighborhood. A shell hits the side of the building where the two men are. The shockwave of the explosion directly blew Wang Yi out. In the live room, the viewers looked at the darkened live room screen and were confused. No, what's going on? Why is the live feed blacked out? Where is everyone? Wang dropped out? What's going on here? It can't be that something happened to Brother Wang, right? Was that cannonball that powerful just now? It straight up made the anchor whole. The viewers in the live broadcast room were directly dumbfounded as they looked at the pitch-black screen. Well, it didn't take long for the image to reappear. There's just something different about the picture this time. When Wang Yi opened his eyes, he realized that he didn't seem to be in Luodian town anymore. You're awake? A gentle female voice rang in his ears. Wang Yi then saw a female nurse walk over. Where am I? Wang Yi asked with some confusion as he felt a slight headache. This is Baoshan Hospital. Why? The nurse looked at Wang Yi suspiciously. Baoshan Hospital? Wang Yi was a bit confused. Just then, a panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the player for triggering a new plot. The Battle of Treasure Mountain Defense. Episode description: The Battle of Baoshan, September 1st to September 7th, 1937. The Battle of Baoshan was one of the most tragic battles in the Battle of Songhu, in which the 3rd Battalion of the 583rd Regiment of the 98th Division of the National Revolutionary Army of China, Battalion Commander Yao Ziqing, was ordered to defend the county town of Baoshan in Shanghu, facing the absolute superiority of Japanese troops in firepower. The bloody battle lasted for 7 days and nights, and finally the whole battalion of more than 500 officers and men were martyred. 500 brave men died defending the city, and the whole battalion was martyred. After reading the plot introduction, Wang Yi was a bit confused. Is this a new episode for yourself? Isn't he still in the running for Rhodians? The viewers in the live broadcast room all boiled over when they saw that Wang Yi had triggered another new episode. 2-6. Wang has triggered a new plot here. The new copy last time was also triggered by the anchor. This time again right. Looking at the description of the new plot, this battle seems to be very grueling. Will Wang be able to withstand it? Specialized in chasing Wang Hola, the front knife finished, and now comes a more ruthless. This plot looks like something. It should be a battle that happened at the same time as the Rodian battle. Wang Yi saw the pop-ups from the audience, and they didn't know what had just happened to them. All I know is that his live screen went black and then he came here. No. Can I go back to Rodian's game after this new episode? Wang Yi spoke to the audience, but the audience couldn't give him an answer. Wang Yi only wished that he could return to the battle at Luodian. After all, there was still one thing he hadn't accomplished. Wang Yi tried to stand up, but realized that his body was a bit weak. Ugh, don't move. You're not well yet, the nurse shouted in a hurry. It's okay, I know what's going on with my body. Wang Yi struggled to get up and sat on the edge of the bed. Then it was realized that he seemed to be hurt, and his stomach hurt vaguely. Lifting his shirt to see a long gash on his abdomen. Look at your wound, it's not even fully healed yet. It'll take at least a couple days for it to fully scab over, the nurse admonished. Wang Yi sniffed and fell silent. He still had the Rodian battlefield on his mind and wasn't very enthusiastic about this new plot. That's fine for now. This episode will lie. At the Imperial Villa, Zhou Yang came out of the virtual pod. He just added a DLC to the game. This DLC is about the defense of Jinling, and will be unlocked when players play through the later stages of the Battle of Songhu. Players can choose to purchase or not. Subsequently, he may update with more DLC as appropriate. Leaving the bedroom, Zhou Yang came to the living room. He opened the game's backend to check the game's sales. Don't look at the high number of downloads of the game, but the number of downloads doesn't mean that the game is popular, because without sales, the heat is empty. It's only something real if you're willing to spend money on the game. Although Zhou Yang cared more about the emotional value than making money. But having money and not having money are still two different things. It's best to have money, after all. In this world, it takes just as much to have money. Took a look at the downloads, but it was only a couple hours. The number of downloads has come to 50 million. It looks like the gold is coming out of the number 1 anti-war ranking. This ranking is accessible to all. Just search for anti-war matches and the first thing you'll be able to see is the Eastern meat grinder of World War II. Zhou Yang didn't continue to dwell on this data as he looked at the game sales. Number of players purchased for the game, 2348508. Seeing this number, even Zhou Yang could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This means that at least half of all people who downloaded it bought the game. The pricing for his game is medium pricing, with one copy selling for 288. In this world, game pricing is categorized into 3 grades, with less than 200 being 1 grade, 200 to 500 being 2 grades, and 500 or more being 3 grades. Most of the games on the list are in the first slot, and quite a few are in the second slot, with only the kind of big studio games that dare to be set in the third slot. For example, the games of the Eaton Group are basically third gear. It's also just stuck on the third gear line and set at 588, but that's not exactly cheap. However, the average Chinese citizen in this world has a minimum monthly salary of more than 5,000. And this pricing is not cheap, but you can still afford it by biting your teeth. Zhou Yang's mind was in a daze as he looked at the sales. That's dozens of small goals. Isn't this an overnight success? With that kind of money, he's perfectly capable of lying down for the rest of his life. Holding down the excitement in his heart, Zhou Yang calmed down a bit. This was just the beginning. That must be a lot of money for a regular guy like him, but for those who are really rich, it's not much. They invest more than that casually, so he has to keep working on it. Just then, a phone call came in. When Zhou Yang looked at the phone, it was an unknown caller. One look at the caller's number, and it's only 4 digits. Zhou Yang was puzzled and subconsciously picked up the phone. Chapter 051, the city is broken and the mountains and rivers are there. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Yang? A rough, strong male voice came from the other end of the line. Zhou Yang froze for a moment when he heard the male voice, then he immediately replied, "Yes, I am." He then asked suspiciously, "May I ask who you are?" "I'm from the Eastern Military Region of China, and I'm calling this time to cooperate with Mr. Zhou Yang." Zhou Yang was very surprised when he heard this. What's going on here? The military districts all here? It's not a scam call, is it? Cooperation. What cooperation? Zhou Yang did not hang up immediately, but wanted to hear what this person who claimed to be from the military region would say. Here's the deal. The man on the other end spoke at once. Zhou Yang realized what was going on after hearing this. It turned out that the people from the military district wanted to work with him, giving them a separate model, and then they arranged for the troops to go in and practice, because he made a game war that was just too real. Such a real war, they can't even touch in reality. Most of the soldiers in the current Chinese forces are just theory plus training. Not many have experienced the baptism of real combat, so they want to throw the troopers into this game for some experience. It's not like there weren't games like this before, but those were either unrealistic or bored the soldiers. But Zhou Yang made this Eastern meat grinder of World War II. Not only is it real, but it's a wawa that makes your teeth itch when you look at it. We said we were anti-war. Now the whole thing is kind of like inviting war. We wanted to challenge ourselves with the game's equipment to see if those ghosts were really hard to beat. Yes, this is very simple. I can get it done for you today. Zhou Yang directly agreed. He also wanted to see how strong the Chinese army in this world was. After all, this world has barely seen a major war in recent times. There are only localized conflicts. The kind of wars where hundreds of thousands, millions of people die are almost non-existent. Many times hundreds or thousands of people died and the war was over. Because if too many die, the public will pressure. But with the solidification of classes, the gap between the rich and the poor is widening. There will always be people who are not willing to stay at the bottom. After all, a well-fed person will always have nothing to do. Alright, Mr. Zhou Yang, we'll be in touch again later. After that, the other party hung up. Seeing this, Zhou Yang went to eat a meal first. The pattern wasn't hard to make and didn't take long, so he wasn't in a hurry for now. This would be interesting if the military joined the fray. After all, a professional army must be better than those players. He had seen a number of players play the game these days, but they had all performed very poorly. But this was normal. After all, most of these players were ordinary people who hadn't received professional training. Thinking of this, he was somewhat looking forward to the military's performance in his heart. I wonder how the combat quality of the Chinese army in this world is, and if it can be the same as the Chinese soldiers in the previous world. On Wang Yi's side, he had been lying down for almost 2 days. Just when he thought he would be able to lie down forever. Early that morning, he was approached by a man in military uniform. Wang Yi, the battalion commander, urgently ordered that all men with minor injuries must go to the wall. Your wound has healed. You must go to the wall now. Wang Yi was dumbfounded when he heard the man's words. What's the deal? Anyone with minor injuries has to go to the wall? Before he could ask what was going on, he was led to a campsite. After changing into a military uniform, he saw a dozen men like him around him with guns in their hands. They followed the man to the walls. At this time, smoke filled the city walls. An aura of solemnity spread around. Is this another war? Go, get on the wall. The man led him up the wall. The walls of the city were littered with broken bricks, building debris. When a burly man saw Wang Yi and the others coming up, a serious expression immediately appeared on his face. You're finally here. Old Du, these people will be placed under you for the time being. Your side is short of people. Okay. The burly man named Lao Du nodded. Wang Yi checked old Du's information. Lao Du is called Du Sheng, a native of Jia City, Zhejiang Province, and holds the position of company commander. He then took a look at the message of the man he had just seen. Sun Dali, a native of Guizhou, The position was unclear, but Wang Yi felt that his status should be quite high in this battalion. Wang Yi looked around at the information of the people around him again and realized that there were people from everywhere. South of the sky, up to the northeast, down to Guadian. Hello guys, I'm Du Sheng. I'm your company commander from now on. Du Sheng looked at Wang Yi and the others and spoke. This company of his was said to be a company, but it actually numbered only 70 or 80 men. And it should be realized that a company with a full complement of men is 145. Now they're nearly half gone. Now, to give you your assignment, make sure to hold Baoshan. If the devils want to take Baoshan, they'll have to step over our corpses. Du Sheng's face was very serious, and the perseverance in his eyes was overflowing. Wang Yi was assigned to a city head. He plopped down next to the women's wall and looked out over the walls. At that moment, he suddenly saw the ghost's figure. It seems to be coming this way. The ghosts are coming. Wang Yi immediately shouted a warning. Stay away from the city walls. Du Sheng's voice came. Without hesitation, Wang Yi stood up and retreated backwards. He had just left the walled area when, not long after, a deafening roar rang out. Du Sheng's face immediately turned ugly. It's the sound of heavy artillery. The ghosts have transferred heavy artillery. Du Sheng finished. A few more shells exploded with a roar. Wang Yi felt that the city walls under his feet were shaking, as if they were similar to collapsing. The explosion of the heavy artillery was too powerful. Wang Yi managed to slow down his stance, only to hear someone yell out, "The city wall has fallen." Hearing this voice, Wang Yi was confused. Du Sheng's face, on the other hand, changed dramatically. The walls are collapsing. Go and guard the gap. We can't let the devils get into the city. After saying that, his footsteps did not stop and he immediately ran towards the bottom of the city wall. Wang Yi followed closely behind. Soon, they came to the place where the wall had fallen. The ghost's heavy artillery shelled the gap a few more times. Another piece of the wall, which had already collapsed a good part of the way, collapsed. The gap has also gotten bigger. Du Sheng looked at the gap and didn't dare to do anything rash. After all, if the ghosts fired another salvo, they'd be cannon fodder if they went over there. But it was quick, just 10 minutes. Du Sheng heard a roaring sound. Ghost tanks are coming. Get on the explosive packs. We can't let the ghost tanks enter the city. Du Shanda shouted. Immediately, 2 soldiers ran towards the gap in the city wall with explosive packets in their arms. They're going to bury this pack in the gap in the wall. And if the ghost tanks dare to come in, they'll just blow them up. In addition to this, there is the preparation of incendiary flasks. Wang Yi held a flask in his hand and rushed to the gap in the city wall. Looking out at the city from the gap in the wall, the ghosts' tanks and infantry were coming this way towards the gap. Chapter 052 Weapons Akatsuki. The sight of the ghost tanks with their blackened gun barrel ports was chilling to look at. Wang Yi visually measured the distance and realized that it wouldn't take long for the ghosts to reach the gap. Wang Yi looked at his comrades behind him who were burying the explosive packages and hastily reminded them, "Ghosts, the tanks and infantry are coming, so hurry up and bury them." The soldiers who were burying the explosive packets heard this and accelerated the movements in their hands. Soon the dynamite packets were buried. But the ghosts' tanks and infantry are coming too. Wang Yi hastily retreated to the side of the city wall. A few Molotov cocktails were thrown towards the gap to restrict the ghost infantry from entering it. The ghosts' infantry were startled by the sudden incendiary bottles. The flames from the incendiary bottle splashes covered the entire gaping hole, leaving the ghost infantry with no way to get down. But the ghost tanks were undaunted. A tank crossed the burning flames and came toward the gap. Behind him were several identical tanks. The tank's tracks crushed over the flames, extinguishing the flames that were burning. Some infantrymen tried to follow, but the extinguished flames were not expected to reignite immediately. Wailing erupted as ghost infantrymen with gasoline stuck to the soles of their feet drew fire. Inside the city, listen to the roar of the tank engines grow louder. Wang Yi was a little nervous in his heart. Next to him, a soldier held a detonator in his hand, just waiting for the tank to come in and detonate it straight away. The gap in the wall allows only one tank to enter. If we can blow up this tank, there's no way for the other tanks to come back in. Holding a city is better without tanks. Wang Yi held his breath, only to see the long barrels of the ghost tanks enter the gap in the wall, and then the tank's half-body appeared in front of Wang Yi's eyes. Bomb! With a shout, the soldier next to him decisively pressed the detonator. Wang Yi immediately got down. An explosion went off. The sound of the ghost tank's engine came to a screeching halt. The tanks were paralyzed directly in the gap. The ghost infantrymen following close behind outside the walls were caught in the wave and fell. The ghosts then looked at the slumped tanks and were outright dumbfounded. The ghost officer's face turned blue when he saw this scene. Now that the tanks can't get in, they'll have to charge with human lives. Having come this far, the ghosts are definitely not going to pull back. As the ghost infantry entered the gap, the fighters crouching on either side opened fire straight away. For a while, the sound of gunfire continued to ring out. The battle lasted half an hour. After dropping hundreds of bodies, the ghosts retreated in a panic. The scrap tanks were blocking the gap, and there was no way for the tanks behind them to get in. Wang Yi hid in a private house in the city and saw the ghosts retreating. He let out a deep breath. He was relatively lucky and didn't suffer any injuries, but of the dozen or so men who were with him, several remained under the walls forever. He had long since become numb to such a parting of life and death. Outside the city, the command headquarters of the Ghost 3rd Division, anger surfaced on Division Commander Fujita Ii's face when he saw one of the retreating troops. A small Baoshan city blocked his 3rd Division for 4 days. But the good thing is, today it was finally attacked. Inside the city, Wang Yi guarded the gap. After seeing that no ghosts had entered, he didn't let his guard down. But it's not so good if the other caved-in openings in the wall. The other collapsed vents weren't as easy as this side. Ghost tanks have entered the city through other collapsed openings. The National Army fighters guarding the gap all retreated into the city's alleys, using them to block the ghosts. Ghost tanks traveled through the city, constantly bombarding the buildings. At a gaping hole, Battalion Commander, pull back a bit, we have us over here. A warrior looked towards a youth wearing an officer's uniform with silver-framed glasses and spoke. Withdraw what? I, Yao Ziqing, would never do such a thing as standing behind my brothers, so don't you guys try to persuade me anymore. The youth glared at the warrior. The warrior sniffed and nodded helplessly. This battalion commander of his own always liked to be at the front of the line. They were all touched, but they were also all very worried. After all, on the battlefield, bullets don't have eyes, and who knows if they'll be accidentally wounded. Although the demons have attacked the city, our men are still here. As long as we don't die, then the devils can't occupy Baoshan for a day. I, Yao Ziqing, swear to live and die with Baoshan, Yao Ziqing shouted. The surrounding warriors stood up when they heard his words, shouting, swear to live and die with Baoshan. Ghost tanks and infantry are still advancing on the city. Yao Ziqing led the fighters, using incendiary bottles and explosive packets to block the tanks' advance. At each place, the explosive packets were buried, and the ghost tanks were not able to see the location of the packets because of the blind spot in their field of vision. Utilizing such an approach, the ghost tanks kept getting down. Together with their familiarity with the layout of the streets in the city, the ghosts who entered the city were tricked. They had no idea where the enemy was, and with every step they had to worry if a Chinese soldier would rush out and throw 2 grenades at them. On the other side, Wang Yi was also circling the ghosts. The ghosts that had retreated earlier recharged. 7 or 8 of them guarded the gap and held out for more than 3 hours, using guns and explosives and Molotov cocktails in their hands. The gap was littered with ghostly corpses, and flames burned over them. Not a single ghost dares to come in through here again. Watching the sun outside gradually rise overhead, Wang Yi collapsed to the ground. 3 hours of intense fighting had left him physically and mentally exhausted. In the afternoon, more disbelieving ghosts entered through the gap. Wang Yi saw these ghosts and immediately pressed the detonator. The dynamite packets buried in the pile of ghost corpses went off with a bang. The dozen or so ghosts that had just come in were directly blown to the ground. Wang Yi didn't wait for them to stand up and quickly picked up his gun to refill it. Wang Yi, it's bad. There are ghosts coming behind us. At this time, a soldier ran over and shouted in panic. What's the situation? Looking toward the warrior, Wang Yi frowned. Those ghosts seem to be coming in from other gaps. We should leave or we'll be surrounded. We don't have much ammo left. That warrior had a bit of sadness in his brow. The few remaining warriors gathered nearby. There were only 7 or 8 of them now, and there was no way to fight if they were surrounded. Wang Yi sniffed and could only retreat to the city with them. Outside the city, the command headquarters of the Ghost 3rd Division. Your Excellency Division Commander, our troops have already attacked Baoshan City, but the resistance of the defenders in the city is too tenacious, and our troops have suffered quite heavy losses, making it difficult to take it down today. The ghost officer next to him reported towards Fujisui. Baka, before the day after tomorrow, you must take Baoshan Castle for me, and tomorrow, you will use the red barrels for me, and make sure that all the enemy troops are wiped out. Yes, the officer immediately nodded. Fujitsugue looked at Baoshan City in the distance. A mere 500-man Chinese army had stopped tens of thousands of them for 4 days. It's a strange shame. In order to breach the city, he had to use a secret weapon. Chapter 053, As long as we live, the devils can't cross Baoshan. As the sun sets over the mountains, the ghosts evacuated Baoshan City. At night, Yao Ziqing gathered the remaining warriors. Yao Ziqing looked at the group of brothers standing in front of him and shouted, Report! 1, 2, 3, 289. The voice fell, and there was no next person to chime in. In a few days, they lost nearly half of their men. There was silence all around. Wang Yi's face was serious. Inside the live feed, alas, it is still too difficult for 500 men to defend a city. Yeah, the ghosts have tanks and heavy artillery. That city wall is like paper mache. 2 or 3 cannons and it's blown away. At this rate, within a few days, people will be dead, right? This is not nonsense. The ghosts outside look less than 10,000. 500 people, how can they fight? Let's just see how long we can hold out. In the place of a god, 500 people couldn't possibly beat 10,000 people. After all, those 10,000 people couldn't be killed by 500 people even if they were a pig. On top of the open space, Yao Zicheng looked at the brethren in front of him with a serious expression. Brothers, the ghosts were repelled by us again today, and although we sacrificed many of our men, it was worth it. As long as the ghost reinforcements can't get past Baoshan for a day, then our brother troops can kill more ghosts and die less. It's worth it to trade our lives for the lives of thousands of our fellow soldiers. Now the devils are invading our country and killing our loved ones, and if we let them through, our loved ones, our compatriots, will be killed by them. What do you say? Can we let them through? Yao Zicheng's words struck deep into their hearts, and a wave of anger surged in Wang Yi's heart when he heard his words. Can't, he shouted. As soon as his words fell, the hundreds of warriors next to him followed suit. Can't. Yes, I can't. Yao Zicheng raised his right hand when he heard their words and shouted the same. As long as we're alive, the devils won't be able to cross Baoshan for a day. Tomorrow's battle will be even tougher, and the devils are sure to step up their attacks. Perhaps a good part of us will die tomorrow, but are you afraid? Fear not, the warriors shouted in unison. When they chose to stay at Treasure Mountain, they had long ago put life and death out of their minds. The enemy outside the city was dozens of times their size and well equipped, but even then, they were undaunted and remained steadfast in the city. Very well, now, dismiss, rest, and those on watch stay and don't let your guard down. We still have a tough battle to fight tomorrow. After Yao Zicheng finished speaking, he gave the order to disband. Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Today's battle had made him extraordinarily tired. In the live broadcast, netizens also heard Yao Zicheng's speech, protecting the family and defending the country. Isn't that what our warriors are all about? It is because of their existence that we can have peace and stability in China. Soldiers are always at the front of the line, because behind them are their friends and compatriots. It is said that soldiers are the most worthy of our respect. I didn't think so before, but now that I think about it, I really feel ashamed of myself. If there were no soldiers defending our country, how would we be able to live such a peaceful life? Yeah, I still often see on the internet that there is a war going on outside of our China. Although it's not a very big war, those ordinary people, displaced and without food, it's heartbreaking to watch. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Fortunately, our Huaxia is very strong now, and there are so many soldiers defending the country. Wang Yi fell straight to sleep after returning to his quarters. Time quickly came to the second day. Early in the morning, Wang Yi woke up. He was woken up by hunger. The growling of his stomach was almost earth-shattering, and it wasn't just him alone, but others as well. There is no food in the morning. They have been besieged by the devils for the past few days. What's outside can't get in, and what's inside can't get out. In just a few days, they had consumed most of their food. Ammunition is fine, but food is very scarce. This food also needs to be prioritized for the wounded. Since yesterday, their food has been very scarce. Each person is able to share a very small quota. Wang Yi stood up and left the room. In the morning, against his hunger, Wang Yi came to the city wall. He frowned tightly. He's not afraid of death or pain, but then he was afraid of being hungry. After all, as a modern man, there are no worries about food or drink. Never starved myself. The result is now actually experienced in the game. Oh brothers, I'm starving to death. Do you guys know what I've been eating for the past 2 days? Soybeans with fried rice, chewing raw and hard and that water, it all smells like gunpowder. I saw quite a few people with diarrhea. By the way, that rice is still moldy. I've never eaten anything so bad in my life. Wang Yi couldn't help but complain to the viewers in the live broadcast. The audience could only persuade Wang Yi when they heard his complaints. After all, they had been watching Wang Yi eat for the past few days. It's just that the food does suck. Soybeans with fried moldy rice. They couldn't even begin to think about what it would taste like to eat. Ugh, bear with me, they eat the same thing. Yeah, there's really no way around that condition. At least there's something to eat. I don't know what would happen if there was nothing left to eat. I still remember that when my grandmother was a child, there was a famine like this. The world was hard then, and for several years in a row there was a great drought, and all the crops in the fields didn't yield much. There was a large population, but not enough food. My grandmother said that a lot of people starved to death in those days. Everything in the sky and on the ground that could be eaten was chewed up. My God, can't even imagine. That's not all. I heard there's cannibalism. The live feed was very lively. Wang Yi was also a little creeped out when he saw the pop-ups from the netizens. Cannibalism? That's too much? He hadn't understood any of this stuff at all. After all, he grew up with no clothes on his back. The state gives them security, and even if they do nothing, they won't starve or freeze to death. Of course, That would only maintain the most basic security of survival. If you want to have a good life, you still have to fight for it. Wang Yi came to the fortification by the gap, which was built temporarily. The result is simple. It can only be used as a cover, but that's enough to work with. Just after walking here, Wang Yi saw a warrior who seemed to be eating something. He walked over to see what it was. When he saw what was in the warrior's hand, his eyes directly widened. Meanwhile, the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned by this scene, for what that warrior held in his hand was, quite literally, a small section of belt. Chapter 054 Poison gas entered the city. Is this stuff edible? Did I read that right? He's actually eating the belt? You guys read that right. He eats belts. And belts are actually edible. Usually belts made from real cowhide are edible, but not recommended. You can get indigestion if you eat it, and the taste is not considered good because the belt has been processed. It's edible? It's really grown on me. I'll try it and see how the belt tastes. Don't go there. Most of our modern belts are imitation leather. Be careful of eating them and poisoning yourself. The netizens in the live stream were incredulous, because they couldn't even imagine that the belt could be used for eating. Wang Yi similarly froze in place. The scene irritated him deeply. That warrior noticed Wang Yi's gaze and subconsciously put away the piece of belt he was holding. When he saw that it was Wang Yi, he breathed a sigh of relief. Old Wang, how come it's you? Scared me. This warrior patted his chest. Then he picked up a tin kettle, all worn white, and took a few sips of water. That belt's so dry. It's going to take a few more sips of water down the line, the warrior said cheerfully. Old Lu, is this all you eat? Wang Yi held back the choke in his voice and opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong with eating this? You guys don't have it yet? Old Lu put away his kettle. Isn't there food in the camp? Why do you want to eat this? Wang Yi did not understand. There's no food left in the camp. Only half a bag of rice. Otherwise can I eat this? Old Lu sighed and said. Who would want to gnaw on this hard belt if they didn't have no choice? It's hard and unpalatable. It was at this time that Wang Yi realized that they seemed to be really out of ammunition now. I don't know how much ammo is left, but the food is really gone. Half a bag of rice, for a battalion of several hundred men, is not much of a share at all, not to mention the fact that there were several wounded in the battalion. If the wounded don't get enough to eat, their wounds certainly won't heal quickly. Before that, he was in another troop, and the food wasn't great, but at least there was something to eat. Being able to eat a few bites of hot food. Came here and only had good food the first 2 days. It got worse in the latter days. The last 2 days have been even less food. Care for a sip of water? I boiled this water, so don't worry about diarrhea. Old Lu saw Wang Yi's whitened and peeling lips and handed over his kettle. Wang Yi froze for a moment when he saw this, then only to feel a little thirsty. Looking at Old Lu's kettle, he eventually took it, then tilted his head back and took a couple sips. The water still smells funny though, but it was much lighter than the unburned. Just a few days ago, there were a lot of soldiers who had stomach problems for a long time because they drank directly from the unboiled water. After Wang Yi finished drinking the water, something seemed to fly down from the sky. The thing fell to the ground and immediately sent up red, rolling smoke. Seeing this thing, Wang Yi's face changed instantly. Asterisk. The little devils use poison gas. Old Lu, run, don't stay here, Wang Yi said, and pulled Old Lu to run towards a place away from the poisonous smoke. Why Wang Yi knows, it's because he majored in chemistry in college. After graduation, it was hard to find a job, and then it was all about anchoring. I haven't touched a chemistry book in years, but I still remember quite a bit from high school and college. As long as the gas is colored, no matter what it is, staying away is the right thing to do, because it's basically toxic. Old Lu also reacted, without the need for Wang Yi to grab him. He spread his legs and ran. After all, the red smoke wasn't a good thing at first glance. Inside the live broadcast room, the netizens went crazy when they saw the red smoke. Holy, heartless, the ghosts actually used gas bombs? A weapon against humanity that is explicitly banned in the world. And the ghosts actually used it? It's a vomit-inducing gas, diphenylcyanorcine. Once inhaled by a person it can cause violent coughing, vomiting, and temporary blindness. This ghost is really worse than to actually use gas bombs. This is not sanctioned? Where is this sanctioned? Even in our modern times, even though it's explicitly forbidden, it's not guaranteed that others are using it in private. As long as the body is disposed of and the poison gas disperses, there's no way for anyone to find tangible evidence. It's so disgusting. Equipment suppression and using such anti-human chemical weapons. Surely it's something that only the brats can do. The netizens were all outraged, but there was nothing they could do to stop it. At this moment, Wang Yi panicked and ran away with Old Lu. The only way to have any hope of surviving now is to run. They don't have any protection now. As for gas masks, don't even think about it. This kind of thing is not something they can afford to equip themselves with. After running for some distance, the sky dropped again, one after another. densely packed with gas bombs. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi was clear that there was no way to run. There's poison gas everywhere, and if he doesn't make an improvised gas mask, he's going to be accounted for here today. Old Lu, do you have any urine? Wang Yi looked at Old Lu and opened his mouth to inquire. Piss? What do you mean? When Old Lu heard Wang Yi say urine, he immediately gave him a wary look. Wang Yi ignored his expression and instead tore a strip of cloth from his own clothes. You tear a strip of cloth down too. Quickly pee on the cloth and cover your mouth and nose, the king said as he unbuckled his pants. What? What's the point? Old Lu wondered. Getting him to pee on a strip of cloth and put it on his nose and mouth was unimaginable to him. If you don't want to die, listen to me and hurry up and do as I say. Those are poisonous gases. Once you inhale your lungs, light vomiting and swollen eyes, serious direct death. Wang Yi's words were serious. When Old Lu saw Wang Yi's serious expression, he also put away the resistance in his heart. Tearing a strip of cloth from his body, he followed Wang Yi's example. Seeing that Wang Yi didn't hesitate, he put the cloth over his mouth and nose. Old Lu gritted his teeth and ruthlessly put it on as well. A nose-piercing smell of urine made Old Lu barely pass out. But it can't be helped. Who made it his own piss? Wang Yi is no better. The flavor is too strong. But he didn't want to die, so he had to endure it. The poisonous fumes quickly spread from the perimeter. Wang Yi led Old Lu to look for a place to hide. It was now imperative to find a confined space and hide in it. That's the way to survive. Otherwise, even with improvised gas masks, they would not have ended up any better. Just as the two were looking for a place to hide, elsewhere in the city, toxic smoke filled the air. Many of the warriors who were in the city smelled these poisonous fumes, foamed at the mouth, and fell straight to the ground. Yao Ziqing was originally getting up and preparing to go to the toilet, but the yellow smoke rising not far away suddenly made him feel uneasy in his heart. The next moment an adjutant ran up and reported to him. It's not good, battalion commander. Many warriors inhaled those yellow smoke and directly collapsed to the ground. The adjutant's expression was panicked. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. No good. That's the ghost's poison gas. Chapter 055, Behind us is our hometown. Swear to die to serve our country. Yao Ziqing looked at the two colored smoke not far away with an ugly face. Their battalion simply didn't have any supplies like gas masks, and once the fighters encountered these gases, it was hard to know whether they would live or die. Quickly tell everyone to wet a cloth with urine, cover their mouths and noses, and never inhale these colored fumes. After Yao Ziqing finished speaking, he hurriedly found a piece of cloth, then wet it with his own urine and covered his mouth and nose. The adjutant, seeing this, likewise learned to cover his mouth and nose, then rushed off to inform the other warriors of this method. However, just for this period of time, there were quite a number of fighters who inhaled the poisonous fumes, lightly vomiting, or their bodies swelling and collapsing to the ground. Not only that, but a number of local residents in the city inhaled these toxic fumes. They were all foaming at the mouth, struggling to crawl on the ground, and were eventually gassed. These residents were not given time to evacuate Treasure Hill City. Before the war started, there were still a lot of people in the city. Most of the latter left the city of Baoshan near the beginning of the war, but there were still a few residents who refused to leave and stayed in the city. At the moment, these residents are coughing as they inhale the poisonous gas fired by the devils. Others were exposed to yellow fumes and had skin ulcers. Once inhaled, it goes straight to the ground. Outside the city, the command headquarters of the Ghost 3rd Division, Fujitsugue listened to the adjutant's report. His Excellency the division commander, the red barrels have all been fired, and we are also using yellow bullets to prevent accidents. Not bad. After today, let's see how they can continue fighting with us. Fujitsugi's face had taken on a victorious smile that, it was as if Baoshan City was already in his pocket. In order to take down the castle of Baoshan, in addition to the red barrel, Fujitsugue had an extra yellow bomb added. With the two secret weapons working in tandem, Fujita too didn't believe that the defenders in the city would be able to hold out. Tomorrow, break through Baoshan City in one fell swoop, and after entering the city, kill them all for me. A bloodthirsty derangement flashed in Fujitsui's eyes. Inside the city, poisonous smoke kept filling the air. Even if you cover your mouth and nose with a urine-soaked cloth, you can't avoid other exposed areas. Many of the fighters had red eyes and were trying to find shelter. The wind is picking up. The wind blew away the poisonous smoke. It's good and it's bad. After all, the wind doesn't just blow away the poisonous smoke, it spreads it over a wider area. Wang Yi and Old Lu found a house and hid inside after sealing all the doors and windows. The imperative now is to survive. The poisonous smoke spread throughout the city, and wherever the poisonous gas went, people and animals died. Soon the day passed. The poisonous smoke finally cleared. At the moment, the city was unusually quiet. There were bodies all over the floor. These corpses were flooded with edema and looked appalling. Wang Yi and Old Lu left the room. Enduring the hunger in his stomach, he and Old Lu walked towards the camp in the city. As Wang Yi walked along, he was able to see corpses all over the place. Some of these bodies were those of their fellow warriors, some of the city's residents. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi felt his stomach roll. Many of these corpses are no longer recognizable as human beings. Their deaths were extremely tragic. Some of the corpses had angry eyes, which showed how much pain he was in during his life. Old Lu's eyes were red as he looked at these bodies on the ground. Many of these people lying on the ground he recognized. Looking at the once former comrade in arms lying on the ground with a miserable appearance, Old Lu's heart rises up a sadness. He would rather see his comrades fall on the charge than be killed by the inexplicable poisonous smoke. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all shocked when they saw this scene. They had only heard that poison gas was a weapon against humanity, but they had never seen it kill people. Now, look at the miserable-looking warriors. They felt the horror of the gas. There were no wounds on the bodies of these fighters, but the men died horribly. Are these the bodies that the gas killed? They died so horribly that it hurts me to look at them. The brats are so heartless. No wonder gas bombs are weapons against humanity. It's definitely not the first time this little kid has used this gas bomb. Why can't Huaxia return the favor? The China in this game is an agricultural country. There's no way to make gas bombs. You can't use them even if you want to. Wang Yi and Old Lu returned to the camp. At the moment, the camp was empty. Wang Yi had a bad feeling in his heart. Is the whole battalion dead? Thinking of this, Wang Yi wanted to go and look for any survivors. Just as he stepped out of the camp's entrance, a few warriors came sporadically outside. Old Lu, Wang Yi, you two are still alive. Those few warriors saw Wang Yi and Old Lu and immediately spoke in surprise. A day today. With the whole city gassed, they were almost desperate. He watched with his own eyes as his brethren foamed at the mouth and lost their lives due to inhalation of poisonous gases. Their hearts can't tell you how much it hurts. After all, it was their compatriots, all of them alive and well, but it was ruthlessly taken away by the brats' poison gas like this. Originally they thought they were going to fail to survive as well, but they turned out to be lucky enough to survive. Now that they saw that there were still acquaintances they knew alive, they couldn't be happier. Old Chen, you guys are also still alive. Great. Old Lu's face showed the same look of elation when he saw the few people. At this time, one after another, a dozen more people returned. Finally, Yao Zicheng and the adjutant also returned to the camp. Looking at the group of only a few dozen people left in the camp, Yao Zicheng's heart was filled with grief. That's a lot of lives of his own men, all killed by the kitty gas. This kind of heartless action made Yao Zicheng very angry in his heart. Back at the camp, Yao Zicheng gathered the warriors who had survived the gas. In the evening, the count was again reported. The number finally stopped at 57. Yesterday there were over 200 people, but today there are only 57 left. Seeing that there were only so many warriors left, Yao Zicheng knew in his heart, this Baoshan city, I'm afraid I won't be able to defend it. It's just that, since he said he'd live and die with Baoshan, then he will fight to the end. Today, the ghosts used gas bombs against us in a heartless manner. Many of our brothers were killed by the ghosts' gas bombs. Not only that, but this is hundreds of people in the city. Today, we are out of ammunition. Perhaps tomorrow, we will die here. But it's not just Treasure Hill we're guarding. It's the home behind us. What do you say? Can we back off? Swear to die. Seeing the warriors swearing to die, Yao Zicheng had a pleased smile on his face. Now, there was no way back for them. Back at the battalion headquarters, Yao Zicheng looked at the adjutant next to him, his eyes flickering with wavering candlelight under his glasses. Telegraph division for me. The officers and soldiers of the battalion are determined to die with the enemy. But the city is helpless and surrounded by Japanese invaders. The great swore to die to serve the country. Chapter 056, There is no way back. Live to the death. Wang Yi returned to the camp's dormitory. The dormitory that was once bustling with activity is now empty. The fighters that I was able to see the other day are no longer there. The netizens in the live stream also saw it. Baoshan City can't hold it. Some people tried to persuade Wang Yi to find a chance to leave. After all, it simply can't be defended. And now that the ghosts have used poison gas, tomorrow's attack will surely be even more ferocious. Walk, where can I go? I, Wang Yi, am still a man of bones. If we can't win, we won't fight? If one day our China is invaded, should we flee if we can't beat them? Where can I escape to? When Wang Yi saw the one who advised him, a wave of anger welled up in his heart. How come there are always so many weaklings? I won't run away even if I die. I can die on the battlefield defending my country, but never on the road to escape. After Wang Yi finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to the netizens in the live broadcast. Now he needed to save his strength. There's going to be a nasty fight tomorrow. At this moment, within the live broadcast, hearing Wang Yi's words, the netizens were very touched. They hadn't expected that Wang Yi would actually be able to say something like this. Well said. This is a war to protect the country. How can you run away lightly? If everyone thinks like that, how can there be hope for this country? The peace and stability that we have now is made possible by the silent guardianship of the military at the border where we cannot see them, so we respect them. But desertion is most shameful, and I would rather die than desert. If Wang becomes a deserter, I'll be the first to disagree. The hilarity of the live broadcast Wang Yi did not know. He had already closed his eyes and started to rest. I haven't eaten all day today, and even though it's within the game, it feels very real to do. By now he was starving and had little strength left. Just when Wang Yi was about to fall asleep, suddenly, someone pushed his shoulder. He snapped his eyes open and was relieved to find that it was old Lu. At that moment, old Lu took a small cloth bag and handed it over. Wang Yi, come and eat. He opened the small cloth bag, and inside was a few handfuls of brown rice. Old Lu grabbed a handful of brown rice and threw it into his mouth to chew. Wang Yi was stunned to see old Lu directly chewing raw rice. Old Lu, why do you eat raw ones directly? Don't you fry it? Where are the conditions? It's good enough that we can eat a handful of rice. And now the battalion is out of firewood that can be burned, so we'll make do with what we've got. Old Lu shook his head. Wang Yi sniffed and grabbed a handful of rice, putting it into his mouth to chew. Just as he entered his mouth, he was able to taste that the brown rice had a moldy flavor, and the rice was so hard that it took him a lot of effort to chew it. The rice flour mixed with saliva to form a rice paste, which he then swallowed into his stomach. Eating it made him frown. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all very surprised when they saw this. To say that eating fried rice and chewing soybeans before was grueling, now they just dry chew raw rice, which is too grueling. There are no more conditions for even eating cooked food. It's got to be cooked anyway, right? Aren't you afraid of diarrhea if you eat it raw? Yeah, this rice looks a bit moldy. I'm really afraid to give the anchor a bad stomach. And can you swallow it dry like that? Battlefield survival this is? It can't be helped. This isn't like our modern army after all. And there are all sorts of convenient foods during wartime. Weapons are so scarce and backward, let alone food. Eating brown rice, Wang Yi swallowed with difficulty. There's no way around it. This has to be eaten in order to keep fighting tomorrow. After eating the brown rice, old Lu took out another canned box from somewhere. Old Lu, what are you doing? Hiding something good? Wang Yi saw the canned box and immediately came over. Alas, Wang Yi, you kid, don't grab it from me. There's not much of it. If you want to eat it, go pick it up yourself. Old Lu covered the canned box in his hand to keep Wang Yi from seeing what was inside. No, where did you get the canned goods? Wang Yi asked suspiciously. He remembers, but he remembers very clearly, that there was no such thing as canned food in the camp. The canned goods are usually only available to the ghosts. It's no nonsense. Stripped from a ghost's corpse. Old Lu bristled. Wang Yi sniffed and his eyes glistened with gold. This is food. Anymore it tasted very good than the brown rice he was holding. Hey, Old Lu, share some with me. Wang Yi looked at old Lu with a burning gaze. When old Lu saw this, his heart hesitated for half a second, then took out the can he was holding. It was only then that Wang Yi saw clearly what the can in his hand was. Inside the can was canned meat, only the amount was pitifully small, and it looked like leftovers. But even so, Wang Yi couldn't help but swallow twice, because he was really hungry now. The brown rice you just swallowed doesn't even top the fullness. Well, there's no grease or saltiness. Now, smell the aroma coming from the canned meat. He didn't care if it was leftovers. He wanted to grab it and try a couple bites. Wang Yi, I'm telling you, don't even think about grabbing it. I haven't even eaten it myself yet. Old Lu looked at Wang Yi with a wary expression. Then he dug a small piece of canned meat out of the can and put it in his mouth, savoring it. Wang Yi saw old Lu eating so happily and couldn't help but go forward. Old Lu didn't care about him. Wang Yi similarly dug a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Feeling the salt flavor in his mouth, Wang Yi had the urge to cry. I've been starving for a couple days and I'm finally eating something decent. The two men then shared the bit of canned meat one at a time. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all frozen in shock when they saw this scene. Why do I feel the urge to cry just looking at it? Me too. Such tough conditions. Picking up leftover cans from the devils for a bite to eat. The ghosts throw away any canned food they can't finish. But our Chinese soldiers are the ones who only have brown rice to eat. Even if it's discarded by someone else, it's like a treasure. If this is our history, I can't imagine how much our forefathers suffered to get here. I very much hope that in the end, Huaxia is winning. So much suffering should not be in vain. Definitely win. The next day, Yao Zicheng gathered the remaining warriors. With their current troop strength, it was basically impossible to stop the ghosts from entering the city. Plus, they were about to run out of ammo. They had no choice but to let the ghosts enter the city and then engage the ghosts in a physical battle in the alley. Wang Yi held a light machine gun in his hand and carried an imitation Mauser rifle behind him. The machine gun still had some bullets, but not many. Guard the biggest gap. They waited for the ghosts to enter the city. Perhaps today was the day they would die, but they were not afraid. Wang Yi likewise had no fear in his heart. As the yellow figures of the ghost infantry appeared in the gap in the wall, the fighters were ready. Fight! With a command, snakes of machine gun fire continued to spray the ghosts. Grenades kept being thrown towards the gap. The same ghosts, too, are fighting back. After the initial confusion, they quickly regained their composure and organized a counterattack. Chapter 057, Killing the Enemy to Serve the Country. No regrets in death. The day the smoke clears is the day we give our lives. Today they were out of ammunition, and the ghosts were charging toward them fearlessly. Wang Yi finished shooting the bullets for the machine gun, took out the bayonet and mounted it on the gun. The same goes for old Lu. He looked at Wang Yi and grinned. I've killed several ghosts today, so I've already earned my money back. If there's an afterlife, we'll be comrades in the next. After saying that, he rushed towards the ghosts without looking back. On the battlefield, there were figures killing each other everywhere. Battalion commander, look out! With an explosion, a warrior tackled Yao Ziqing to the ground. Yao Ziqing was a bit confused by the blast. Muddled, he sat up. There was another man lying on top of him, his guard. At the moment the guard was not breathing. Too late to grieve. Yao Ziqing stood up. The ghosts are coming up. The battlefield was very dangerous at the moment, and no one knew if they would die next. Death is commonplace here. Battalion commander, hurry up, let's retreat into the city. The adjutant ran over at this time and shouted. Yao Ziqing also understood that there was no point in continuing to guard the gap, so he could only retreat to the city first. On the other side, Wang Yi saw old Lu rushing up. As a result, the next moment he was swept by the ghosts' machine guns and fell in a pool of blood. But before he died, he pulled the only 2 grenades left in his arms. The grenade blew down a couple of ghosts passing by. Wang Yi felt sadness in his heart when he saw this, but he couldn't rush up there, because that would be a death sentence. Retreat to the alley for a better chance. Wang Yi immediately retreated towards the city. The rifle in his hand still had some bullets, but that bullet won't last long, and ultimately it's the bayonet. Live in the booth, the audience has a god's perspective. Though he could not see far, he was able to see that the ghosts were swarming into the city through the gap. Thousands of ghosts rushed into the city, and there was no way for the remaining defenders to continue defending. These ghosts killed anyone they came across, not caring if they were soldiers or civilians. Some of the people in the city who had not yet left were killed by the devils with machine guns just by poking their heads in. Everywhere the ghosts went, there were no survivors. 2. This ghost even kills civilians. This is a foreign invasion. I remember so many ancient times when foreigners slaughtered cities after attacking them. Ghosts or wolves. It's normal to do this kind of behavior. It's just that it makes me so angry to watch. I want to go down the line and kill a little day in real life alone. Dude, don't be impulsive. The ghosts kept chasing the retreating fighters. Some of the fighters were hit and couldn't run away, so he pulled the grenade and went down with the ghosts that were coming after him. Yao Ziqing watched the number of warriors around him become smaller and smaller, his heart grieving. Behind them, the ghosts were still in hot pursuit. Because he was the battalion commander of the Chinese National Army, as long as he was dead, the rest of them were not enough to worry about. At this time, Yao Ziqing suddenly saw that there were also ghosts in front of him. He's surrounded. Looking at the approaching ghosts, Yao Ziqing laughed up at the sky. Kill the enemy and serve the country, and die without regret. He took the light machine gun in his hand and tried to kill a few more demons. Just, gunshots all around. Countless blood flowers bloomed from his body as his torso fell backwards. Beneath him were the remains of his comrades. Yao Ziqing closed his eyes forever. He was, as he had said before the battle, forever laid to rest in the city of Pershore. The ghosts around them suddenly spread out a path, and Fujitsugue walked over, looking at Yao Ziqing who fell on the ground. This Chinese battalion commander who had blocked him for 6 whole days, with more than 500 men, he blocked one of his divisions for such a long time. There was no retreat, even with the indiscriminate bombardment by airplanes and artillery. Such a soldier deserves my respect. Fujisui, he immediately ordered Yao Ziqing's remains to be collected and returned to the Chinese army. As for the few dozen remaining remnants, they could no longer stop them from occupying Baoshan City. Another day passes. Wang Yi looked at the dark image in front of him and closed his eyes tiredly. In the end, the city of Baoshan was not defended. More than 500 defenders, almost all of them martyred. End of story. This battle is lost, but the spirit is immortalized. The deaths of the 500 brave men of Baoshan have taught 40,000 people that their country cannot die. When Wang Yi saw these words, he took a deep breath and slowed down from the battle death he had just suffered. In the next moment, the image appeared in front of him again. As it turned out, he found himself in a humble room. It's just that he's a little hard all over. My hand. Wang Yi felt some pain in his right hand. Not only that, but he felt his brain buzzing. There seems to be something wrapped around his head. Hey, don't move. You've just had this wound bandaged. Another melodious voice. Wang Yi looked over. It was a female nurse. The nurse has a beautiful face. It was not extremely beautiful, but it was pretty enough for Wang Yi. After all, on this battlefield, it was as hard as hell to see a woman. Usually the female nurses and doctors, they stay in the back hospitals. Thinking of this, Wang Yi suddenly realized, could it be that he was now in the rear? Where is this place? He asked in a rush as he looked to the nurse. This is Wannan Hospital. Don't move around. You're seriously injured. Don't crack your wound again, the female nurse said with a worried face. She didn't look to be more than in her mid-20s, just the right age to be in her prime. Now working in the rear hospital, taking care of all these wounded men coming off the battlefield. This country is not just about the warriors who are out front bleeding, but also about the others who are quietly contributing at the back. They are all contributing to the national resistance with their abilities. South Anhui. Hearing this term, Wang Yi suddenly remembered the map he had seen. Wannan is a long way from Rodian. He had only been knocked out by the blast, only to open his eyes and be hundreds of miles away. At this time, he suddenly remembered Zhao Shang. Zhou Shang was hiding with him. Now that he's survived, what's happened to Zhou Shang? Hello, nurse, I would like to ask if there is a Zhao Shang here? Wang Yi asked in a hurry. Zhao Shang? I don't think so. I haven't heard of anyone named Zhao Shang. The nurse shook her head. Hearing the nurse's words, Wang Yi's heart sank. Everyone has their own destiny, but Wang Yi wished that it was he who died and Zhao Shang who lived. After all, he could still redeploy, but Zhao Shang couldn't. Nor was it right that he was now filling in for the same fighter. Maybe this warrior has family and friends too. Alas, Wang Yi sighed in his heart, didn't say another word. Seeing this, the nurse said reassuringly, maybe he didn't wake up, so I don't know if there is such a number one. Aha! Wang Yi nodded his head. Hearing the nurse's words, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart again. Maybe it really was what the nurse had said, and Zhou Shang just hadn't woken up yet. A few days passed in a flash. Wang Yi has been able to walk on the ground, but he still hadn't heard from Zhao Shang. He asked the nurse every day, but she shook her head. Chapter 058 Military Customization Model. Wang Yi asked again today, but looking at the nurse's expression, he vaguely guessed something in his heart. It just hasn't been willing to give up. Inside the live broadcast room, netizens also had mixed emotions when they saw the scene. Ugh, by the look on the nurse's face, odds are it's going to be a bad one. Yeah, asking every day, but it's the same result. Zhao Shang should have been sacrificed. Too many life and deaths in this game. Real wars aren't even this grueling, are they? Maybe this is just the tip of the iceberg in the war. Think about it, nearly 300,000 people died in a meeting. How many families and loved ones are behind them? Zhao Shang is just one of them, but he won't be the only one. I look at the background of the game, and this is just the starting point of the Great War of 14 years of resistance, and there are still 8 years of war behind it, and the number of people who died in those 8 years is simply unimaginable. If it's a real war, we ordinary people have no ability to sway at all. We can only give everything we have, and if we want to come out on top by war, how many people will die before one comes out? Compared to war, I still think it's better to live in peace. Netizens were overwhelmed with emotion, and the more they watched, the more they learned about the war. Even though a number of them still don't believe it and think it must be an exaggeration, but that's just self-deception. Since the beginning of time, wars have never been pretty, they've been brutal. Though times are tough, war is a disaster for most ordinary people, because what can survive to the end and cross the hierarchy is not only strength, but also luck. You can't have one without the other. When the people rise, they suffer. When they fall, they still suffer. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to hurt. Although Wang Yi's injuries weren't particularly serious, it still took so long to heal. So, he stayed in the rear hospital. Every day, the rear hospitals brought in a number of wounded. Some of the wounded were particularly badly injured, unconscious and looking like they were going to leave at any moment. There are also some wounded who have broken arms and legs, not fatal, but disabled for life. Wang Yi's body was a little better. His right hand was broken, but he could still move around after getting well. Wang Yi felt that he was probably going to nurse his wounds until the end of the Luodian battle. On this day, Wang Yi asked the wounded man who had just come down from the front about the situation at the front. He wanted to know how the front lines were doing now. He still had Li Yan's grave on his mind. Wanted to go back and retrieve that handkerchief. It's just that it's so far from Loden. On top of that, he learned, the division he was in before, the division commander was killed in action. The troops suffered excessive casualties and were forced to withdraw to the rear for rest and recuperation. This made Wang Yi, who stayed in the hospital, feel a little heavy. I wonder how Battalion Commander Lu was doing. In the evening, after a couple hours of busy work, Zhou Yang had finally gotten the customized model that the military needed done. Since it's a customized mode, there is a difference between this mode and the normal player's mode. For example, this mode supports battlefields with tens of thousands. or even hundreds of thousands of people. Fortunately, the servers in this world have long been able to support hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people online. Servers with tens of millions of people online at the same time can be messed with if you're willing to spend the money. And to the military for this model, the server's out of his hands. At best, he can provide servers for tens of thousands of people. If the military wanted to have some multi-million man battlefield, they'd have to pay for it themselves, and he couldn't afford the cost. When he was done, he left the virtual pod. Then he took out his cell phone and called someone in the military. "Hello, Mr. Zhou Yang, may I ask what's up?" The familiar voice sounded again. "I've already rushed out the new mode according to your requirements. I'll open up a separate login interface for you. All you need to do is download the game and use this login interface to log into the game." Zhou Yang replied, "That's great, Mr. Zhou Yang. If we get good feedback on the experience we show, we'll pay you a reasonable amount. By the way, if you guys have any special requirements, you can also speak to me." Zhou Yang suddenly remembered something and spoke. For example, individually customizing the plot. Zhou Yang thought of many classic battles during the war. These battles would be nothing more than a difference in how many times the player would experience them if they did. So he didn't have the idea of making it. But now with the military, he wanted to let the Chinese army of this world experience these battles and see what strength they could muster. "Is this okay?" The head of the military on the other side asked with some surprise. "Yes, I can make the plot battles first and then give an offer." "Okay, we'll talk about it." Zhou Yang then sent the login interface of the customized model to the military chief through the entertainment creation platform. On the other hand, the Eastern Military Region. The person in charge who interfaced with Zhou Yang received the login interface and immediately reported to his superiors. Soon after, the meeting was called. Inside the conference room, the Supreme Chief of the Eastern Military Region looked to the various senior generals underneath and began today's meeting. The meeting was about who was going to experience the model first. Many of them have already played World War II's Eastern Meat Grinder. It's just that once they're in there, they're going to go charging in just like the skirmishers. It made them dream of the battlefield all at once. To be able to get to this position, they must have experienced real combat, know how brutal war can be, survive to ascend to a higher position. Likewise, there are quite a few in the military that want war. They are hawks, eager to gain military honors through war. Only, the military stable is much stronger. They are well aware of the cost of war, and war is the last option unless they are forced to do so. More to the point, of course, is the fact that all nations are now scrambling for outer space. Right now the outer space cake is not being divided. The day we finish dividing it up, there might be a war. Which one of you is willing to try first? The supreme officer looked at the generals underneath and opened his mouth to ask. At that moment, the middle-aged general stood up. "I'm willing to give it a try." "Very well, Major General Huang Wei, then you will be the one to play this front." The supreme officer nodded in satisfaction. This Huang Wei is a famous hawkish general of the younger generation in their Eastern Military Region. This was normal. After all, if they of the younger generation wanted to continue to advance, there was no other choice but to battle merit. The older generation of generals relied on the military successes they had accumulated in the old days when there were still some localized wars, one step at a time to where we are now. But in recent years, the nations of the world have invested heavily in resources around space, and there has been little friction above the blue planet. Without friction, there is no war. Even if there was friction, it was in space, not a patch on their generals on the ground. Huang Wei took the task of playing the lead very seriously. He had to get off to a good start. If he lost face, he would not be able to hold his head up in the whole army. He immediately asked for the login interface, then gathered his think tank to work out how to fight it. It's best if you can win the battle, and it's best if you can't win the battle. Chapter 059, The First Battle of the Military. The following morning, Zhou Yang got up, then entered the virtual pod and opened the background of the game. Found the backend data for a new model customized for the military. At this moment, more than 30,000 people have logged into the game. It looked like they were starting to get their game on. Zhou Yang glanced at the battle they had challenged. The Honko battle. Zhou Yang hastily opened the game's real-time screen. The good thing about this backend is that he can check the progress of the game at any time, and it's still viewed from the perspective of God Almighty. At the moment, Huang Wei, as the chief commander of the exercise, was well prepared. In front of them in the Eastern Military Region's exclusive virtual network conference room was a holographic projection. The projected image was none other than this drill of Huang Wei's and theirs. The conference room was filled with various senior generals of the Eastern Military Region, both large and small. The supreme officer sat directly in front of him, looking at the projection in the screen. He had also watched quite a few videos about the game in the past few days. The hatred of the family and the country and the anti-invasion resistance in it all touched him deeply. They Chinese soldiers should be so. To protect the family and defend the country. Military vocation. It's been peaceful for too long nowadays, even for the military likewise. If it comes to a real war, it's not known how much fighting power the army can muster, so he's saving for a rainy day. There's never been a very big war these past few hundred years, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen thousands and thousands of years ago. It just so happens that there is such a game now. On weekdays those young men are high-minded and don't give a damn about anyone. There were even some young people who felt that it was useless for them to practice that much. After all, Huaxia was so powerful now, who would dare to beat them? It had been too long since they had experienced war, and many of the soldiers in the army had forgotten the horrors of war. Now throw it in and give them practice. Save yourself from complaining all day long. At the moment, in the middle of the Phantom game, most of the Huaxia fighters were exposed to the game for the first time. After all, they had no means of entertainment at all during the week and needed to train all day long. At this point, their characters are scanned for them personally. Physical fitness. These are also scanned based on realistic data. This game pain is so real. One of the fighters pinched his arm, and the clear pain that traveled from his nerves to his brain was very real. Others have found this to be the case. At that moment, a panel appeared in front of all of them. Mission: annihilate the Japanese Marines at Honko and prevent the landing of Japanese land forces. Since it was a customized model for the military, Zhou Yang did not include personal missions for these. They were only given a clear game mission, and any failure to complete this mission was a failure, and then they were scored based on the outcome of the battle. In reality, Zhou Yang did not hold much hope for them, because the equipment gap was too great, plus the Japanese had repaired their fortifications in advance. They couldn't do much better than to charge with human lives. Maybe a couple more tries could work, but you definitely can't beat it the first time. And even if you succeed in capturing it, odds are that you won't be able to stop the Japanese from landing, because the battleships along the Ghost Coast aren't vegetarians. As long as the ship's guns were suppressed, there was no way to stop a mass landing of Ghost infantry. At this moment, at the operational command, Huang Wei and a group of staff officers were holding battle maps to study how to eliminate the Ghosts entrenched in Honko. General, our army now totals more than 30,000 men. Excluding artillery and logistics, there are more than 25,000 men available for battle, and the enemy, if you will, are about 4,000 men, who are entrenched in the fortifications at Honko. On top of that, they have battleship gun support, air support. We have a mere 2,000-man artillery regiment and limited firepower. No air force, which can be ignored, and no battleships, which can be ignored. The chief of staff on the side read the gap between the enemy and us. Although the enemy only had 4,000 men, they had a three-way advantage by land, sea and air. On top of that, our army is extremely poorly equipped and lacks heavy firepower, whereas the enemy, judging by our previous research, are all equipped with equipment configurations that are way better than ours. And the food rations for our troops were limited to rice and carbohydrates, with very little meat rationed. It was only after this line was read that Huang Wei felt as if this battle was a bit difficult to fight. Originally, he thought that his side was outnumbered, which was an advantage. After all, they were 30,000 soldiers who had received modern military training, and the quality of the soldiers was extremely high. But that equipment gap is just too big, even with so many well-trained soldiers, but without weapons. Isn't this a tricky situation? But it can't be helped. He's already bragged about it in front of the supreme officer. Even if it's hard, it's still a fight. We can't afford to be cowed before the battle. Before, he thought, how could so many people die in this game's army? Just this situation, without piling up human lives, it simply wouldn't work. Soon, Huang Wei began to discuss the strategic deployment with his staff. Now they're on the offense and the Ghosts are on the defense. As an offense, they have plenty of initiative. It's up to them to say when to go to war. In a few moments, however, the first order was issued. Have the ministries start rushing to the front lines to prepare for the attack. These fighters immediately rushed to the front line positions in an orderly manner. Their faces didn't fluctuate a bit, as if this war was nothing. They have absolute confidence in themselves in their hearts. Believe in yourself for ultimate victory. Somewhere in the forward positions, ahead is the Ghost-occupied Honko airfield. One soldier wiped the bolt-action rifle in his hand and chatted with the soldier next to him. This gun is too retro. It's over 100 years old. It's a little uncomfortable. Indeed, it's good to use it, but it's too hard to use. The warrior next to him nodded empathetically. They usually train with semi-automatic, fully automatic rifles. This bolt-action oldie has only been used a couple of times in presentations on the history of firearm development. Now it's being used in a game, and it's going to be used in a war. As time passed, the troops under Huang Wei's command engaged the Ghosts on for the first time. At the Bazajio Bridge, the Chinese soldiers stationed there were attacked by the devils. Same event, same start to fight back. Learning of this news, Huang Wei resisted the idea of ordering reinforcements. It looked like it was not allowed to allow him to delay the start of the war. As soon as that time comes, the ghosts will be actively courting. Ignoring it is definitely not an option. Just have to make them stick. Now, they had some ideas about attacking and wiping out the ghost marines. The first step is to enter through Hongkou Airport and attack the Japanese naval headquarters within 48 hours. And it has to be done quickly. Once it's dragged out, the ghost ship's guns and airplanes would then react and fire on them. The ghosts' naval guns are not to be trifled with. On top of that, it's necessary to cut off the ghosts' communication network. Otherwise, once the ghosts were allowed to summon ship gun support, casualties would rise dramatically and would be very unfavorable to the battle. Chapter 060. Zhou Yang watched them in action. Compared to those ordinary players, the combat quality of the soldiers of the Chinese military was indeed much higher. On the battlefield, they worked in groups of 3, using alleyway cover to interact in advance, rather than charging forward one after the other. This can reduce casualties quite a bit, but even so, there were fewer casualties than there should have been. Facing the ghosts' machine guns, artillery, always unlucky to get hit. Inside the virtual conference room of the Eastern Military Region, a group of senior generals watched Huang Wei's command. The Battle of the 8 Bridges has begun. Not only that, but Hongkou Airport on the other side of the country is ready to start the offensive. In order to quickly resolve the ghosts at Hongkou Airport, an entire independent brigade has been arranged on this side. The scouts reconnoitered the airfield's fire points, most of which were bunker fortifications, with only a few machine gun fire points on the open ground. Seeing these bunker fortifications through the binoculars, Brigade Commander Qian Hong frowned slightly. These bunker fire points will be hard for them to attack if they don't get rid of them. Even if we attacked, it would cause a lot of casualties. The brats must be forced out of these bunker fortifications. Is there any way you guys can get rid of the ghosts in the bunker? Or forcing them out is fine. Qian Hong looked at his chief of staff and opened his mouth to inquire. My suggestion is to send out death squads with grenades and throw them into the bunkers. Of course, it would be nice to have tear gas, but unfortunately we don't have any here. But that's able to be replaced with chili powder. The chief of staff continued. Alright, immediately send someone to collect our brigade's chili powder. Qian Hong gave the order. Although the Chinese army was short of supplies during this period, chili powder was still available. After all, it wasn't a scarce strategic resource, but a flavor that was normally found in people's homes. Soon the whole brigade was collected in chili powder. The chili powder has been collected. How should this be used? Qian Hong looked at the chief of staff and opened his mouth to inquire. I've seen some videos before that documented the ability to make chili powder tear gas bombs by mixing it with grenade explosives. The chief of staff replied. You still read this? Qian Hong was a bit surprised. He doesn't really understand this. After all, they had specialized tear gas canisters, and there was no need to make such clay tear gas canisters. But that was with the modern military industry intact. In this case now, they have no choice but to do it themselves. Right. The chief of staff nodded. If this earthen tear gas canister is made now, how long will it take to make it? Qian Hong was now concerned about whether it would take time to make this earthen tear gas canister. After all, there wasn't much time left for them to prepare. If you make all of this chili powder into earthen tear gas canisters, the main thing is to give me 200 people to be able to make all of them within 3 hours. The chief of staff spoke. 3 hours is still too long. I'll give you 2 hours. Qian Hong shook his head and said, he was given a mission from above that he must launch an attack in 3 hours. If you give the chief of staff 3 hours, that's not enough time. Are you able to take it? No problem. The chief of staff nodded. Okay, then hurry up. The chief of staff sniffed, and at once left to go about his business. Less than 2 hours. All the paprika was made into clay tear gas. Looking at the 400 or so clay tear gas canisters in front of him, it was up to him to play behind him to minimize casualties. Looking at the ghost positions in the distance, Qian Hong requested artillery support from Huang Wei. He needed to use artillery fire to drive all the ghosts in the ground positions inside the bunker shelters. After all, these ground fortifications are not vegetarian fire points, if not driven away by artillery fire. Once the attack started, it was bound to cause a lot of casualties to them. Soon, Qian Hong's artillery support was requested. As loud bangs continued to come from the sky, dozens of shells landed on the ghost positions at the airfield. These shells instantly killed many ghosts. The remaining ghosts who were not killed by the bombing all fled in a panic into the bunker shelter. After all, none of them were stupid, and if they didn't find cover in the face of artillery fire, they were living targets. This sudden barrage of artillery fire left them all confused. It was only after they came back to their senses that they dared to believe that this was an active attack by the Chinese army. At this point, Qian Hong ordered the death squads to charge and quickly enter the airfield to make way for the attack. The airport has 2 fences, one barbed wire and one electric. Soon the 2 fences were blown apart. the daredevils rushed into the middle of the airfield, and with their athletic forms, they rushed to the bunkers. Only, the ghosts in the middle of the carved fortress were no slouches. They quickly organized a counterattack after a wave of artillery fire. Heavy machine guns continued to pour bullets out of the bunker's fire ports. Many of the fighters who had not yet had time to rush to the bunker were swept by machine guns and fell straight to the ground. Such a bloody scene irritated the others who survived. But instead of fear, their hearts were filled with anger. Seeing a comrade they knew and knew well die in front of them, even though they knew it was a game, they went into it vicariously. NND, kiddies, please eat a tear grenade. A dusty warrior crawled to the side of the bunker, and seeing the fire ports that were constantly sprouting fire snakes from the side, he pulled a homemade tear gas grenade, timed it, and threw it in towards the hole. As soon as the grenade was thrown in, it immediately exploded. The ghost who was manning the machine gun inside was blown up on the spot, and in addition to that, several other ghosts were seriously wounded. Thick red smoke lingered in the confined space inside the bunker. Little brats, reward you with a few more. Outside the bunker, the soldier pulled off a few more tear grenades, and then it was all thrown in. One of the ghosts had just run to the machine gun, picked it up and was going to continue firing. As a result, 2 tear gas grenades exploded against his face. Blood splattered in all directions for a while, staining the walls of the bunker's interior. The smoke lingered inside the fort, and coupled with the windy conditions outside, strong winds blew the smoke mixed with chili powder from the machine gun ports into the interior of the bunker. The ghosts in the bunker smelled all this smoke and each one coughed violently. This one point of fire ceased firing, and the members of the death squad immediately rushed to the next bunker. In the back, Xian Hong had a smile on his face when he saw that it was going well. By this time, the brigade had pressed in. As soon as the fire from these bunkers ceased, they were able to make a long drive into the airfield. At the moment in the bunker a lot of ghosts were choking and fled out of the bunker. Just ran out of the bunker before they could slow down. Countless bullets poured towards them. The ghosts inside the bunker took a look, and at once there were no more that dared to run out. Inside the bunker is at most choking some. Covering the mouth and nose can still last a while, but running out is death. But the Chinese warriors catching up behind them would not be polite to them. Find the entrance to the bunker and throw grenades into it. Chapter 061 Occupation of Airports. Some of the ghosts tried to counterattack, but the smoke inside the bunker was not only choking, but also spicy to the eyes. They had been there but a few minutes before their eyes began to redden in water. Outside, the long-suppressed Chinese warriors saw a ghost and killed one. The bloody scene didn't scare them, but on the contrary, it made them even more exuberant. Kill. The ghosts in the bunker were wiped out. Some fighters rushed inside the bunker and removed the ghosts' weapons and ammunition. A soldier saw the heavy machine gun inside the bunker and immediately greeted the men to move it along. It's only cool to use this heavy and light machine gun than the old antiques you use in your hands. Although this heavy machine gun was heavy, 3 or 4 people were able to move it. At the moment, this image was clearly seen by the senior generals of the Eastern Military Region. They were satisfied with the performance of the fighters, because although they were young and hadn't experienced war, the bloodlust was there. Only, there were still some big casualties in this wave. A number of the charging fighters were hit by machine gun fire. Although they fought a 1-to-2 battle damage ratio, this was still in the context of a surprise attack, coupled with artillery suppression. There was no artillery support behind them, and if they were not able to cut off the ghosts' means of communication in time, they would be the ones to be shelled. A few soldiers carried heavy machine guns and came outside the bunker. Their company commander's eyes lit up at the sight. That's good. Moved out of a ghost bunker? Now that's the kind of heavy weapon they're short of. 1 or 2 heavy machine guns in a company. It's the same as nothing. And because of the charge, this heavy machine gun can't be brought out yet. Now with this heavy machine gun of the ghosts, the firepower can be strengthened a lot. Yes, these little devils are really rich. 2 or 3 heavy machine guns inside a bunker. And there are quite a few light machine guns as well. Just like an ammunition depot. One of the soldiers replied with a smile. The equipment they opened with was a dog's head shaking when you look at it compared to the kiddies. Well, there's no need to move this heavy machine gun now. It's so heavy, you can't lose it if you leave it, so you can come back and move it later when you withdraw. The company commander waved his hand. There was still a charge going on. He couldn't afford to lose time on this. Good. These few warriors sniffed and lowered the heavy machine guns they were carrying in their hands. In addition to the heavy machine gun, they carried a light machine gun on their backs. In front, the warriors at the forefront had already broken through the Ghost's second line of defense, coming to the runway of the airport. At the moment, there were a lot of ghost planes on the airport. There were a number of ghost planes trying to take off, but at this time a number of fighters rushed to the face. By now it was evening and it was dark. They didn't see it. A number of ghosts were blown up along with the planes before they could take off. Quick! Find the Ghost's communication phone line and cut it. There was a group of obviously elite Chinese fighters looking for the Ghost's communication lines. Their mission was to cut off the airfield Ghost's communication links with the outside world, especially with the battleships on the beach. Prevent the ship's guns from posing a threat to your team. The caliber of the ship's guns is too big. If you take a shot, the casualties will be high. On top of that, they're looking for the Ghost's communications room. It would be best if we could find the calm room. If you can't, then you'll have to find the Ghost's communication lines and cut them off. Soon, they found the Ghost's communication lines and cut them off. Just cut it off for just a moment. Suddenly, there was a shocking roar from the sky. The captain at the head of the group looked at the fire in the distance. The Ghost's ship's guns opened fire. They were still a step too late. The heart of the captain in charge sank. Not far away, the Ghost battleships on the beach were bombarding continuously according to the coordinates reported by phone. It's just that their communication with the airport was suddenly cut off. There's no way to give them real-time coordinates anymore. In the Ghost communications room at the airfield, they also found out about this and immediately had someone check the lines. At this moment, the Chinese special forces that cut the call line had already left the spot. They moved forward along the communication lines, cutting off a few more to keep the Ghosts from being able to pick up easily. At the command headquarters of the Independent Brigade, Qian Hong's face was a bit gloomy when he saw the fire not far away. It still didn't stop the Ghosts from covering the ship's guns. Now he could only pray in his heart for fewer casualties. If too many people die now, the fight behind them will be even harder. In the virtual conference room of the Eastern Military District, they could see more clearly than Qian Hong. Because it was a god's view, they were able to see the ship's guns bombarding the position. One by one, gun craters of several meters or even a dozen meters appeared on the airfield positions. A number of fighters were killed by these shells, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Even though they had seen the cruelty and bloodshed of the battlefield before, they were still shocked by such a tragic scene. A naval bombardment, the likes of which they had never seen before. It's like they've never seen an anti-aircraft gun leveled. Again, this is something they hadn't thought about. Ship's guns can be so much more powerful than regular land guns. Zhou Yang was likewise observing the performance of these warriors. The caliber of this ship's cannon was not comparable to a land cannon. He could think of nothing larger in caliber than a ship's gun, except for the giant Gustavian cannon that Germany had built back in the day, and then there was a car mortar. But that Gustav cannon was too heavy, over 1,300 tons, and it was impossible to move it around after it was loaded. But accordingly, this giant cannon has a long range, up to 48 kilometers. The power is capable of penetrating 7 meters of concrete fortifications. The blast from the ship's guns didn't last long. After all, the guns needed to cool their barrels as well. And now without coordinates, they have no idea where anyone is. The communication has been in an interrupted state. The battle lasted all night. At dawn, Qian Hong received a battle report from his men. Has taken the Hongkou airport area, but there were constant reinforcements of Ghosts, fighting them for the battlefield. Not only that, but the casualties among his men have been inventoried. The Independent Brigade, with more than 3,000 men, suffered more than half of its casualties after one night's fighting, and a large portion of the casualties were caused by last night's attack by the Ghost ship's guns. It's only been one night. The casualties are just so huge, and it's still in the night time. If it's daytime, the Ghosts have vision. The bombardment of the ship's guns will be more frequent, and the bombing by Ghost planes is about to begin. The task is even more difficult during the day. Qian Hong was not ambiguous, and immediately applied for support from his superiors. At the general headquarters, Huang Wei received a request for support from Qian Hong. Glancing at the map, the closest team to Qian Hong, it's a reinforced regiment with over 2,000 men, telegraphed the 236th Regiment to reinforce Hongkou Airport. Huang Wei looked at the chief of staff and spoke. In the midst of this game, their conversations are still a continuation of the realities of the establishment Fandango, because they're more familiar that way. Yes, the chief of staff immediately ordered orders to be given to the 236th Regiment. Huang Wei looked to the map. Last night, they were all over the place. Hold the Ghosts in the other direction, wanting a quick battle. Then they couldn't keep their hands off. Chapter 062 Passive Situation. The entire line pressed on, leaving only a portion of the reserve force for reinforcements. All of these fighters are trained in modern tactics. Huang Wei thought to himself that their fighters could not be said to defy everything in terms of single soldier quality, but it was high enough. Except that, in the face of naval bombardment, that really doesn't help. Air superiority is all but gone. This is too passive. As far as he knew from the information he had seen, there were less than 100 Chinese airplanes in total that could be used at this time, and most of these airplanes are old and worn-out models. There weren't many pilots either, and they needed to fight Ghost planes elsewhere. As for this side, couldn't care less, not to mention seizing control of the air. Used to fighting the Battle of Affluence, he was particularly helpless in the face of this situation. However, the more he did, the more he felt challenged. With such an absolute disadvantage, wouldn't it be a testament to his ability if he could defeat the strong ghosts? If he performed well this time, his future might be able to become a little better in the future. During the day, the ghosts counterattacked even harder. In order for the Marines to hold out until the army landed, the ghosts' navy pulled out all the stops. Not only did the ship's guns not stop for a moment, but bombers and fighters passed over the battlefield in turn. In just one day's time, a large number of casualties were inflicted on the Chinese fighters. Throughout the day, they were forced to remain in their positions in bunkers. There's no way to attack. For every 100 meters of forward advance, an equal number of fighters had to be killed or injured. But if you don't attack, the number of casualties plummets. The ghosts were too pressed to take the initiative. After all, they were at an absolute disadvantage above their numbers. It could only be suppressed by ship's guns and aircraft support from Nagasaki and from the carriers. At night, take advantage of the fact that ghost planes can't fight at night. Only then did they dare to continue their attack. After a night of attacking, they had only advanced 500 meters or so. This way required the capture of numerous bunker fortifications, which the devils had been operating for a long time. Numerous fortifications were built. For example, the 5-story building where the Ghost Navy Command is located. The surrounding area was made into an iron barrel, and although there were only about 4,000 men, they were still able to hold out against the total of over 30,000 men from the German armored divisions. Command. Huang Wei's eyes were full of blood. He had been following the battle ahead all night. Only the war reports coming in were one more unfavorable than the other. This side suffered a frantic counterattack from the devils, and that side was shelled by the devils' naval guns. The price of pressing in all the way was that casualties were also high. It was just that if he didn't fight quickly, Huang Wei was clear that the probability of losing was even higher. If we can't wipe out these devils in 3-5 days, then there's no point in continuing the fight later. General, it's time to rest. You've been up all night, the chief of staff next to him reminded. There's no rush. Huang Wei waved his hand. It was now the third day since the battle had begun. The battle remains bleak. How can he sleep? The chief of staff saw this and did not advise further. He could understand Huang Wei's thoughts, because he was the same. During the day, the ghost planes came again. The fighters, who lacked the means to respond to the air defense, were again forced to hide in bunkers, dodge the bombardment from the airplane ship's guns. After these 2 or 3 days of fighting, they have completely subbed into the game. Think of this war as a real war. Watching the comrades you know leave one by one in front of you, they were holding their breath. This breath sustained them as they kept charging forward. Zhou Yang watched them fight from a god's perspective. They are so much better than the average player. It's just a shame that netizens can't see the combat footage of the Chinese warriors. Zhou Yang thought to himself that perhaps he could discuss with the people from the Eastern Military Region and ask them to turn on the live broadcast to show the netizens the style of the Chinese soldiers. On top of that, he thought he could get a leaderboard just for them, but that would have to wait until they were done with this drill. Zhou Yang continued to read on. It was during this moment when he froze. The battle has taken a new turn. One unit actually stormed the perimeter of the 5-story building that housed the Japanese Naval Command. The force numbered no more than a battalion, and a battalion that was not fully organized, with over 300 men by the look of it. At this moment, Battalion Commander Lu Huaqing saw the 5-story building in the distance and took out a map. After getting his bearings, he was a little surprised. I can't believe I ran into the Ghost's Naval Command, but the next moment he had some sorrow, because with their 300 or so men, it was obviously a very difficult thing to break through this Ghost's naval headquarters. Lu Huaqing took out his binoculars, looked to the 5-story building. He noticed that there were a number of openings in the building, and among these openings were a number of heavy machine guns. On top of that, he even saw heavy artillery. Through the window, he noticed a number of ghosts walking around the building. There are at least 500 or more heads of ghosts in this building. Not only that, but outside the building, there are also perimeter positions made up of sandbags and barbed wire. There are also a lot of ghosts on top of these positions. There were heavy machine guns every 100 meters or so. Seeing this, Lu Huaqing's heart sank. This situation was not at all something that could be attacked by the 300 or so remnants of his district. He felt it would be more reliable to scout out the fire distribution of this command than to attack down. Battalion Commander, is this the Ghost's naval headquarters? His adjutant next to him glanced at the map and asked with some disbelief. Right. I just took a look. There are quite a few ghosts inside, together with the ones outside. I feel that thousands of ghosts are no less. It's not something we can chew on. Let's just call for backup. Lu Huaqing nodded. After scouting the fire points of this building, Lu Huaqing immediately sent someone to send this message back. For their part, they continue to squat here. After all, the ghosts of their existence had no idea. Maybe it'll work wonders. On the other side, Huang Wei received this message. His heart sank a little when he learned of the firepower configuration of the Japanese Naval Command. At that moment, the Chief of Staff suddenly approached. "General, we've requested bomber support." Huang Wei sniffed and a smile appeared on his face. "Very well, I have a piece of information here for you to look at." With that, he handed the intelligence paper in his hand to the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff also frowned slightly when he read it. "A wall at least a meter thick? This fortification is built too thick. Concrete walls a meter or more thick. With the means available to them, the only way to penetrate it would be a 150mm caliber heavy artillery bombardment. But this heavy artillery they were not equipped with much, only about 20 in total. But it was the only means they had to deal with it, even if they had no choice. The only means we currently have to penetrate such fortifications are the few guns we have in hand, and they need to hit the same spot multiple times." The Chief of Staff spoke up. "Just have a way. Bombard the Kid Naval Command hard for me." Chapter 063, Do you think this is an anti-war game? Huang Wei looked at the map in front of him. On the map, a chess piece was placed. That's a battalion that broke into the Japanese Naval Command. With the strength of this battalion, it was obviously impossible to attack the Japanese command. First we have to clear the fortifications and enemy troops around the perimeter of the Ghost Command. Then we'll concentrate our forces on attacking the Ghost Command building. In addition to this, the fortification in which the building is located has numerous heavy weapons, and most of them are condescending points of fire. If you can't get these fire points out of the way, casualties will be very high if you try to attack. If too many casualties were incurred, even if the Ghost Command was captured, the loss might not be worth the gain. Staff Sergeant Chen, get the artillery units ready. Huang Wei frowned slightly and looked to the Chief of Staff next to him and spoke. "Yes." Counselor Chen sniffed and immediately stood still. At this moment, at the front line, the soldiers are still struggling to hold on. They were short on weapons and ammunition for this battle. The strongest German armored division at this time, though, but the equipment is still much worse than the Ghosts. It can be said that the only time in history that the National Army was better equipped than the Devils was when they counterattacked the Devils in Burma. In those days the National Army in India was equipped with American weapons and ate food sent from England. It was not as good as the British Army, but it was better than what was at home at the time. Not only that, but that battle was one of the few battles against the Ghosts that had a positive battle-loss ratio. These fighters were somewhat numb as they watched the Ghost fighters flying overhead. Now as long as you hear the sound of an airplane it goes without saying that it must be a ghost plane. This feeling of being held down is really bad. Company Commander, this ghost airplane is so disgusting. It's really hard without air control. Inside one of the bunkers that the Ghosts had flown over, a young soldier couldn't help but grumble when he heard the sound of an airplane engine coming from overhead. It can't be helped. Our weapons are so lousy that we have to rely on human lives to fill them. And we don't even have many decent weapons for air defense. A warrior whose face looked a bit older spoke. He was wearing a dark officer's uniform and had a stoic face. "Our company is left with this half of our brothers," the young warrior said with a somewhat bitter face. "What's this? This is a battlefield. It's perfectly normal for people to die. Don't you dare think of this place still as a game. It's a battlefield, and you have to treat it as a real battlefield. If we go to the real battlefield, life and death is up to God. There is no time for you to be sad. Just do your own thing." The company commander's face was serious. After days of fighting, their faces were covered in pitch-black filth. But, the young soldier tried to say something, but was interrupted by the company commander the next second. "Don't say anything but, the Ghosts won't reason with you. That is, this is a game. If this is a real battlefield, dead is dead. Let you train seriously in normal times. Sweat more in training and bleed less in wartime. Just your kid likes to be lazy the most. In case you really go to the battlefield one day, your kid can't even run fast enough." The company commander's words made the young soldier blush. Embarrassed, he lowered his head. "But our equipment isn't that bad. The equipment of other countries isn't bad either. And since the equipment is similar, what do you fight for on the battlefield? Besides equipment, isn't it just fighting for physical strength and willpower?" The company commander, hearing that the young warrior was actually making excuses, immediately continued to say in a lecturing manner. "Back then, he was trained hard for years after he was recruited into the army. Don't look for any particularly big wars in this world. But there are quite a few localized conflicts. Dozens or hundreds of people die at a time. Day by day, it's a fight. Hardly a day goes by without a fight. By and large, it was peaceful. But there have always been localized conflicts. There have been many conflicts around China. Moreover, the territory of China in this world is much larger, with a national border that stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers. There are more bordering countries, and from time to time there are border offenders. In the bunker, the young soldier immediately bowed his head when he heard the company commander's reprimand. "I understand, company commander. Our duty as soldiers is to protect our country. Treat this place as a real battlefield. Those devils are the enemies who invaded us. the company commander said, suddenly pulling a newspaper out of his pocket. What's this? The young warrior asked, puzzled at the sight of the paper. Look at the things recorded on it. The company commander handed him the paper. He wound up looking at it and realized that the writing on it was in traditional Chinese. Now that all the fonts in China were slowly simplified into simplified characters, he was a bit unable to react for a moment when he saw the traditional characters, but soon he recognized the words on it. After reading the newspaper, the young warrior was a little surprised. Company commander, where did you find this? It was left in the office before the opening and I brought it along. Is this game done in such detail? This newspaper actually recorded the news. Through the newspaper, the young warrior also got some background on the game. The ghosts invaded China a few years ago and occupied the northeast. Yan Zhe, how do you feel after reading this? The company commander opened his mouth to inquire. Exasperated. Angry about what? How dare the brats invade us? Well, good. You have the same idea as me. What if we were to switch to reality, and the demons invaded us? What should we do? The company commander smiled and continued to ask. Kill him, damn it. Yan Zhe said with a firm face. Well, good. That's it. I hear it's an anti-war game. The company commander suddenly spoke up at this point. An anti-war game? Yanzer froze. He didn't really realize it was an anti-war game. All he knew was that their superiors had asked them to enter a virtual pod and participate in a drill. They've been to a few of these drills before, so see it for what it is. There was just something different about this drill. Everything was extra real. Not only will he be able to feel pain, but he will also feel hunger. From the feel of it, it's basically indistinguishable from reality. Now the company commander told him that it was an anti-war game. They don't normally have access to cell phones, only on weekends. So he pressed on. Yeah, I heard it was a game that stood out from the recent anti-war tournament held by the state, and the heat is on. The company commander continued. It's rumored to be ranked number 1. That good? Well, now that you've played the game, do you think it's an anti-war game? The company commander looked at Yanze and asked with a smile. I can't tell. Yanzer shook his head. It was only his first time playing the game, and he went straight into it vicariously. As for why this game is an anti-war game, he's not feeling it right now. Company commander, do you think so then? Yanzer asked in turn. I must have the answer in my mind. That's why I'm asking you. The company commander was not very happy with Yanze's performance. Then I have a feeling it should be. Yanzer replied in a small voice. There's something about that answer that I can't believe you're not serious. Chapter 064, This is a war against aggression. The company commander looked at Yanze, whose answer was very much a perfunctory one for the sake of answering. Well, company commander, I don't know. Yanzer shook his head. He's not as brainy as the company commander. Didn't understand what the company commander meant. The background setting of this game is that our China is an agricultural country, and it's still 100 years old. The company commander told Yanze what he had learned about the background of the game. This background setting is too heavenly, isn't it? We were still an industrialized country even if we were bad 100 years ago, and our industrial capacity is not much stronger than in the small days. Yanze frowned slightly. If we don't set it up like this, how can the little devils dare to fight us in China? It's enough that the little devil's wolfishness is real. If our Huaxia declines one day, they will definitely come up and take a bite. The company commander laughed lightly. He didn't react as violently as Yanze did. Of course, he was a little unable to understand the background setting when he first learned about it, but now that he had entered the game, he realized that the game was really well designed. There must be a whole worldview. So many things he hadn't seen before. For example, the German equipment used by the Chinese army in the game, as well as the weapons and equipment of the little kids. Even the weapons that the Chinese army built itself he had never seen. But I always feel like there's a lot more to this background setting that hasn't been told. And if it's all told, it should make a lot more sense. The company commander continued. So why is it an anti-war game? Because we're the ones fighting back against the invasion. And if we're invaded and the war comes to our land, can you accept that? Can't take it. Yanzer replied. In reality, he still didn't get it. The whole being invaded thing was too far away for him. But he had heard of many other small countries being invaded. They were powerless against a powerful enemy. The company commander's reaction to seeing Yanze was expected. After all, it had only been 2 years since Yanze had joined the army. Not much of a concept of war. It's been over 10 years since he joined the army. There was a small battle back in the day too. No one died in that battle, but several were on the verge of death. When one reaches middle age, one sees things much deeper. Well, so now you have to play the game as if the brats were the aggressors to get a feel for it. Instead of just treating this war as an exercise, the two kept talking for over half an hour. Then it rested, because the offense will continue at night. Since it's difficult to advance during the day, rest, wait until the night before you go out. At night, Yanzei followed the company commander and charged forward. Judging by the map, they were almost close to the Ghost's command building. Only the closer they got to the Ghost's command building, the more Ghost fortifications there were. These fortifications intersected each other, and in the event of an attack on one bunker, the bunkers on the other side were able to assist. It's basically hard for them to repeat now what they did in the beginning. Those daredevil fighters from before have basically all been sacrificed now. In the sky, the ship's cannons continued to fall behind Yanzei and the others. At this time, in front of him, the machine guns of the Ghost bunker kept sweeping toward them through the narrow firing holes. Many of the fighters were on the ground, creeping toward the Ghost bunkers. They were holding bundles of grenades, facing the Ghost's machine gun bullets. They kept approaching the bunker, but the Ghosts saw them at once, frantically strafing towards them. The dozen or so men who had just rushed up sacrificed most of them at once. All that was left was to use the bodies of the dead comrades in front of them as cover and continue to advance towards the Ghost bunkers. Yanzei watched as they brazenly crawled forward. The mind suddenly realized what the company commander meant by that. In the face of an aggressor, one must have the determination to kill. These brats are invaders, occupying the rivers and mountains of China. A vain attempt to overthrow China. Up ahead, a soldier climbed up next to the bunker. He pulled back the grenade, then shoved it into the Ghost's firing port. This firing port is not big, but it's still no problem to stuff a grenade. The space inside the bunker is very narrow and easy to defend. But again, a grenade explosion will be more powerful in a confined space. This soldier had just shoved the grenade in, and the Ghosts inside immediately picked it up and tried to throw it out of the bunker. But the firing holes were deadlocked by the fighters outside. Inside, the Ghosts were jealously guarded. With a loud bang, the fighter was blown away by the impact coming from the firing port and rolled on the ground several times. A sharp pain from his stomach swept through his body. But, through the firing ports, he saw the interior of the bunker that was smoking with fire and smoke. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth and a smile appeared on his face. Only, he was unlucky. The Ghosts in the other bunkers noticed the commotion and machine gun towards the side. Several bullets pierced his body, causing his consciousness to fade into darkness. Immediately after that, there were constant explosions. Yanzei watched from the back as his company's comrades continued to charge forward, constantly swept by machine guns. The company commander saw Yanzer's reaction. Yanzei, it's our turn. After the company commander finished speaking, he stood up and charged towards the Ghost bunker. Yanzer followed closely behind. Several of the Ghost bunkers went out. It was the perfect time to charge. Quickly take down these bunkers before the Ghosts can react. Rush to the bunker and find the junction to drop the pack. Yanzer discreetly threw a grenade towards it. After making sure there was no movement inside, he dared to enter. Then he saw bodies all over the place. The Ghosts inside this bunker were unlucky. A bundle of grenades all blew up, but there were still alive Ghosts elsewhere. And when they stormed the bunker, they were sneak attacked by these surviving Ghosts. But the Ghosts inside didn't struggle for long before they were wiped out. After an hour of fighting, they advanced more than 200 meters, occupied several Ghost bunkers, but they also sacrificed nearly 100 men. Yanzei and his company's numbers were instantly reduced by another half. The company next door isn't much better. Yanzei was lucky that he survived until now. Just then the sound of the ship's guns rang out again outside. Yanzei felt the bunker above his head vibrate. The Ghosts, who were aware that they had captured the area, had their ship's guns blasting continuously towards the side. Many of the fighters who remained outside were caught in the wave of the ship's artillery and sacrificed themselves outright. It continued until dawn, and they did not continue to advance much further. The closer we get to the Ghost command, the slower we advance. This is the 5th day. At the command post, Huang Wei's eyes were bloodshot. The result was beyond his expectations. He hadn't thought that these brats would be so difficult to chew on. And it's getting tougher the further back you go. Looking at the advance of the troops on the top of the map, Huang Wei only felt a bit of a headache. This performance can only be described as underwhelming. Chapter 065, Don't be afraid. I'll rush in front of you. How's the push coming along now? Huang Wei looked to the nearby staff officer Chen and opened his mouth to inquire. It's almost close to the Ghost's naval command building. Staff Sergeant Chen replied. After so many days of depletion, the Ghosts had suffered heavy casualties. Except for the Ghosts in the command building and the surrounding fortifications, they had basically cleared out the Ghosts everywhere else. But the price paid was not small. The Ghosts were backed up by airplanes and ship's guns, and it often cost them several men to kill them. It wasn't that their fighters weren't good individually. Rather, a single soldier has no power to fight back in the face of aircraft and naval artillery. After all, they weren't cyber gods, they were all flesh and blood. How could they carry a steel cannonball? Alas, it took so many casualties to rush to the Ghost command. Huang Wei sighed. When the drill first started, he was confident. Now, things were going far beyond his expectations. In these few short days, their casualties exceeded 7,000. A follow-up attack on the Ghost Command building would most likely result in more battle losses, but having fought this far, giving up was definitely out of the question. Early in the morning, the gloomy weather outside wasn't very nice. Yanzer looked at the top of his head. Last night he followed his company commander to the front line. Beyond the street on the other side of the house he was in was the Ghost Command building. There was a vacant lot between the building and that street, and this vacant lot was devoid of any buildings, as if it had been deliberately left empty. He had just gone to observe and found that the clearing was more than 100 meters away from the Ghost's fortifications and the command building. If you want to rush up, you will first be exposed to the Ghost's view. Again, this area was within the range of fire of the Ghosts. Those blackened machine gun muzzles were able to stand tall and sweep toward the bottom, but there's no way around it. This situation, without heavy weapons, they can only charge with human lives. Originally, he had thought that this drill was a demonstration of their individual strength. As it turns out, individual strength does make a difference on the battlefield, but that's them in the middle of a modern skirmish. In a large-scale charge like this one, the individual single strength simply cannot make up for the gap between the enemies and our weapons. In front of a machine gun, anyone is the same, all flesh and blood. At this time, Yanzei suddenly heard the sound of a rumbling airplane coming from overhead. Hearing this sound, he subconsciously tried to find cover to hide. In the past few days, the Ghost's planes bombed every day, and he was almost psychologized. But with the loud rumbling, Yanzei did not feel the vibrations around him. He peeked out the window slightly and noticed a plume of smoke rising from the sky, and the direction where this smoke is located is at the Ghost's command building. A thought suddenly arose in Yanzei's mind. Could this be an airplane of his own people? With that thought, he immediately walked out of the house, looking up towards the sky, only to see an airplane skimming through the sky. The plane was flying so low that it was visible to the naked eye. He was even able to make out the number on top of the plane, and the flag on it. He didn't recognize the flag, but he could see clearly that it wasn't the anointed flag of the devils. The company commander walked up to him as well. Company commander, is that our airplane? Yanzei excitedly opened his mouth to inquire. Yes, do you see that the flag on it looks similar to the one on the shoulder of the clothes we're wearing? The company commander said with a smile. It was the first time he felt very excited about seeing his own airplane. After all, they had been killed by the Ghost's planes and naval guns these days. It would be better if we had warship support as well, sinking the brats' battleships and making them, the sons of ES, fire their cannons every day. Yanzei complained. What are you thinking? It would be nice to have airplanes. The odds are that battleships are out. The company commander laughed softly and shook his head. They were lucky enough these days. It's been on the front lines, but it's still alive. They're losing their company. A temporary company formation was formed with men from other companies. At this moment, in the distant sky, the Ghost's anti-aircraft machine guns were firing continuously towards the sky. At this time there was a bomber, because it was flying too low, just dropped the bomb, and the result was hit in the wing. The plane's side was on fire, with rolling black smoke, towards the ground sliding down to crash. Yanzei's heart tightened when he saw this, some concern for the safety of the pilots. He then realized that some of the bombers were bombing at pretty low altitudes. Even he on the opposite side was able to see it with the naked eye. Not to mention the Ghosts on the 5-story building. Shouldn't normal bomber bombing be at altitudes of several thousand meters? The bombers in the sky were still bombing towards the Ghost command building below. On the other side, Huang Wei's face darkened as he heard the results of the bombers bombing, because this bombing was unsatisfactory. Not only did one bomber crash, but the bombing target was largely undamaged. Most of the bombs missed their targets. Huang Wei had hoped that the bombers would be able to destroy the target, but now it seemed that it was still only possible to rely on the artillery to bombard it. But it requires a high degree of precision, and if you can't open the Ghost's fortifications, you'll have to rely on a human charge. But the location of the Ghost command building really rely on people fully that casualties will be very large. The Ghosts seem to have prepared for this day early on, knowing it would come. On the contrary, they were not prepared for anything. This kind of fight was so frustrating for him. Have the artillery units prepare for the shelling, at the same time, have the troops on the front line prepare for the attack, and when the shelling is over, attack immediately. Huang Wei opened his mouth. Now that he had all the means at his disposal, he could only rely on the simplest and most brutal method of fighting, piling on human lives. Up ahead, Yanzer watched the bombers in the distance as they finished their bombardment and moved away from this side of the building. This location is not far from the beach, and the Ghost's battleships are nearby. New orders have arrived. There will be an artillery barrage later, and we're going to attack after that. The company commander suddenly walked over at this time and spoke. Attacking during the day? Yanzei was a bit stunned. Yeah, odds are it's going to be up to us to attack. We lack the weaponry. We'll have to rely on a human charge. The company commander saw it clearly, but it can't be helped. If the equipment is good enough, No one wants to send someone charging to their death. With this scene, there's a high probability that you're going to die if you rush up there. I'm afraid this time we won't have the good fortune we had earlier. So, Yanzei, are you afraid? The company commander looked at Yanzei and asked with a smile. Report, company commander. I'm not afraid. Well, that's good. It's nothing to be afraid of. I'll rush in front of you. The company commander smiled. Soon there was a rumble of artillery fire in the sky. Shell after shell hit the ghost building. The shells hit the target location, which is all firing ports and shelling ports. The ghosts standing behind the firing ports and shelling ports were lifted off the ground and fell to the ground by such a sudden explosion. Many of the unlucky ones were even directly blown up. Chapter 066 Heavy Casualties. The sound of artillery fire was heard constantly. Yanzei was a little nervous in his heart. Maybe later on the way to the charge after the sound of artillery fire had ended, he would be hit by a ghost bullet and fall to the ground. The artillery fire continued for a good 7 or 8 minutes. Then the ghost ship's guns fired. Only, the ghost ship's guns were not shelling their front line. Instead, it's the artillery position that just shelled the ghost command building. In artillery positions, in the sky, shells from the ghost ship's guns shot toward them. With an explosion, a huge crater more than 10 meters in diameter was blown out of the ground. This huge pit was only a few dozen meters away from their position. However, a follow-up barrage from the ghost ship's guns followed. Duck! A constant stream of officers yelled from the position. It's just that where their position is located is an open field. There was no place to be able to hide. In the face of the shelling from the ghost ship's guns, they could only do as they were told. The ghost artillery lasted for several minutes. The artillery positions were all over the place at the moment. A number of artillerymen had the misfortune to be caught in the crossfire, and their limbs were scattered all over the position. There are even corpses. Continue to prepare the artillery barrage, the artillery commander shouted. They had just been hit by the ghost ship's guns for a few minutes on end, causing them to lose a lot of manpower. Even the cannons were damaged by 2 explosions. But then came the order from the higher-ups. They were asked to provide artillery suppression to the fighters in the forefront. Shifting positions is definitely out of the question. The battle is now 100,000% urgent. By the time they shift positions, there's no telling what the frontline casualties will be. On top of that, there was no way for them to easily shift positions. These heavy guns were very heavy, but the ones they used to pull them were mules and horses. It's even pulled by human power. Each shift in position takes a lot of time. By the time they finished shifting positions, the yellow flowers were almost cold, so they could only continue to stay in this position at the risk of being shelled by the ghost's naval guns. Don't leave ammunition. Shoot all of it and suppress the enemy. The artillery commander kept yelling. The artillerymen started aiming, loading, and firing. At this moment on the front line, a company of fighters was sent out, charged towards the ghosts building, trying to annihilate the ghosts inside the ghost naval command building. They had to enter the building to do that. Even if the casualties are high, we must attack. The ghosts soon spotted the company's fighters, and the machine guns kept pouring bullets downward. But in 10 minutes or so, an entire company of warriors fell to the ground. The clearing was littered with corpses. The fastest among them rushed to the center of the room. The sky was a little overcast. Yanzei's face turned slightly white as he looked at the earthly tragedy in the distance. Too many people die from this kind of charge. It's just too hard to rush through during the day. You have to wait until night. Otherwise it's useless to have more people. That's when the artillery support arrived. The 150mm heavy artillery shells kept pouring onto the building, and the ghost machine guns that had just kept outputting instantly went mute. Charge! At this time, a shout came from behind Yanzei. Then another company of fighters rushed towards the ghost building, borrowing the suppression of artillery fire. They rushed halfway to the point where the ghost's machine guns hadn't even reacted yet. Only, explosions suddenly rang out in the clearing. That's a mine. The ghosts planted a lot of mines in the clearing. Most of the fighters who rushed up stepped on these mines. The explosions of landmines continued to ring out. Yanzei's eyes reddened at the sight, and the whites of his eyes were covered with blood. NND, the brats even planted mines. Yanzei pounded his fist hard on the ground. The company commander next to him hadn't thought that the ghosts had actually planted mines in this side of the clearing. If that happens, their casualties will be even higher, because no one knows how many more mines there are above this open space. It was hard enough trying to get up there in the first place. Now add mines. The difficulty has gone up another notch. The main thing is that it takes one life to fill. Those who died were their comrades. Rear command. Huang Wei learned the news. A frown creased his brow. The ghosts didn't lay mines anywhere else, favoring the perimeter of the building. They were this ready to die in the command building from the start. But they can't help the mine, because the mines were planted close to the building. They would have to rush close to the building if they wanted to clear the mines. But the ghosts' machine guns and artillery are not for show. There was no way the ghosts were going to watch them defuse those mines. There's no way around it. no solution but to pile on the lives. The fighters who rushed up in front of them tripped the mines so that the fighters behind them could pass through safely. It was cruel in that way, but he couldn't help it. If this were a real war, sacrifice would be compelling. In the virtual conference room of the Eastern Military District, the performance of Huang Wei's leadership made them all unable to resist frowning. The game is indeed expressive enough to be indistinguishable from reality. It's just that the level of ghostly eliteness in the middle of this game is somewhat beyond their expectations. Plus those fortifications, without heavy weapons, a purely infantry attack. The difficulty was much more than they expected. Originally, they thought that even if Huang Wei was no good, he would be able to fight through this battle. But now it seems to be a little bit up in the air. Over 7,000 men were lost in the preceding battle. Now the last command building, no doubt, is where the defense will inevitably be focused. Seeing those machine guns and heavy artillery in the ghost buildings, they sweated in their hearts for the fighters. Their perspective is a god's view, and they can see not only what is happening to their own people, but also what is happening to the enemy. But they can't send messages to people in the middle of the game. What do you guys say is the success rate of this exercise? The Supreme Officer looked at the group of senior generals at the bottom and opened his mouth to ask. I feel that the success rate this time is less than 0.5%. A general with a slightly white beard spoke up and replied. I think it's less than 30%. Another middle-aged general spoke up. Oh, why do you think it's only 30%? The Supreme Officer sniffed with some curiosity. The casualties of Major General Huang's men are currently close to 1/3, and there are at least another 1,000 to 1,500 enemy inside this building. The enemy is defending with the help of fortifications, and Major General Huang's men will suffer at least exponentially more casualties if they want to take down this building. If the casualty rate of the troops exceeds half or more, the battle can basically be declared a failure. This middle-aged general was called Lin Chang, and he and Huang Wei were considered rivals. His comments are also rather sharp, but not without merit. 30,000 men fighting for 000 men. If there are more than half casualties, it's a lost cause. Even if it is attacked, there is no strength to hold it afterwards. Real war surely cannot be attacked without regard to casualties and losses. After all, in a troop, talent is the most important thing. If the person is gone, it takes a lot of time and money to try to train them again. Chapter 067, The Congealed Okawachi. The Supreme Officer nodded slightly when he heard Lin Chang's words. Not bad, Admiral Meng. What is your basis for 50%? The Supreme Officer said, looking towards the veteran general with slightly gray hair in the party. My party's thoughts were in the context of not taking losses into account. If losses were to be considered, this success rate would be even lower. Meng Yi paused for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth to answer the Supreme Officer's words. If losses were not counted, then this success rate would certainly be high. But in the middle of a war, how can losses not be counted? After all, it's not easy to train a soldier. If a battle consumed more than half of the elites just to destroy 4,000 enemies, it would inevitably be more than worth it. In truth, the battle is a lost cause. All their modern weapons are designed to maximize the annihilation of the enemy. Likewise, to protect the soldiers on their side. Well, now let's see what Major General Huang does later. The Supreme Officer nodded. Though they had held these virtual online exercises many times before in the Eastern Military Region, but none of the results were satisfactory. And both sides of the drill are either sparring within the military district or cutting their teeth with other military districts. Hasn't really faced an enemy from another country. Now this game sets them up with an enemy, and they are on the anti-invasion side. It's tough, but it's great for practicing. Soldiers need to understand what they are fighting for and who they are fighting for. At this time, at the Ghost Navy Command in Honko, the fighters in front of them stepped over the minefield and rushed towards the ghostly building. When one warrior fell, the warriors behind him then followed, and they had to use their lives and flesh and blood to make a path for their comrades behind them. It's a bloody road. The battle was fought into the afternoon. They stopped charging. There were too many casualties during the day. The minefield had now been opened up, and for this road they had sacrificed hundreds of their comrades. At this moment, the perimeter of this building has long been surrounded. There were men all around, assisting in the attack on several other sides in addition to the one frontal main attack direction. There are ghost minefields in all directions here. The fighters used every trick in the book to clear a path. If they were better equipped, it wouldn't be so hard to give a couple of large caliber heavy guns, not to mention other things. Night, Yanzer leaned against the wall. In the afternoon, they went for a charge, but the ghosts had too much firepower and had to retreat. The company commander was wounded, fortunately by a scare, only grazed by a bullet, suffered some superficial wounds. After a simple bandage, he was able to resume his activities again. Time to go. The company commander walked over and opened his mouth to speak softly. When he finished, Yen Zhe stood up, then followed him toward the front. There were over 100 others with him. Night is the time for the general assault. Inside the Ghost Command Building, the Ghost's top marine officer, Okawachi, looked grave. They didn't expect that the enemy would actually hit under their command building so quickly. However, their reinforcements would not arrive for another 10 days. He had sent a plea for help to the Navy at home, asking them to bring in the land forces as soon as possible. Otherwise, all of the Marines stationed at Honko will die here. Even with the help of the Navy's airplanes and guns, the enemy hit them. His Excellency the Commander, the Army called back. It will take them at least 5 days to reach the battlefield, and they are asking us to hold out for at least 5 days. The Ghost's communications officer ran over, holding a telegram, which he read word for word as he looked at its contents. 5 days? Give the 5 days and they hit here. And now that we're besieged and we don't know if we can hold out for 3 days, they're saying 5 days? It's been said for a long time that they should come here in a hurry, and they're dragging their feet. Okawachi was in a hurry. If there were no reinforcements, and the enemy held no fear of loss, and used such a desperate method of fighting, they would not have lasted beyond 5 days. Even if they were able to hold out until then they were almost all dead. Okawachi doesn't want to die here. It would be a loss for him to die as a general of the rank of Major General. The moment of necessity, if it was really impossible to defend, then he would not stay here. Just then, the sound of gunfire suddenly came from outside. His Excellency the Commander, they have launched an attack. Another officer ran in panicked. Having fought to this point, these officers of the Ghosts were also aware of how difficult the battle was. If the army's support doesn't come, they'll be accounted for. Originally they thought they could hold out for 10 days or so. As a result, after only 5 days of holding out, everything except the command building was captured. These are really strong. It's just a pity. Is it worth fighting like this? Okawachi's eyes were obscure. Without the advantage of equipment, it was hard for him to imagine that his own soldiers could have fought them if they had run into them. Shells from the 150mm heavy artillery slammed into the building's facade. This exterior wall is over a meter thick and is all concrete wall construction. The Ghosts built this building, anticipating this day. The shells hit this concrete wall and only blew off one layer of cement. It takes constant bombardment to completely blow up. From their sandbagging position outside the first floor of the building, the Ghosts with machine guns mounted saw dark shadows flashing not far away. Enemy attack! The Ghosts shouted, then swept toward that side. After strafing for several minutes, the Ghost machine gunners stopped. Looking over again, there was no movement. But just then, a gunshot rang out abruptly in the silence of the dark night. A bolt of fire cut through the machine gunner's head. One of the corpses, which was not far away at the moment, immediately stood up and rushed towards the foot of the building. After rushing to the foot of the building, the man immediately slumped down. At the Ghost's machine gun position, another Ghost took over the machine gunner from earlier and swept toward the darkness. On the top floor, a Ghost tried to turn on a searchlight, but just as it opened, it was extinguished by a sniper. Just for a moment, a number of Ghosts saw the position, but nothing unusual was discernible. Amidst a sea of corpses at the bottom, Yenzei was lying on his back amongst the pile of corpses, smelling the blood and rotting odor emanating from the corpses. His brows furrowed, but he didn't dare to move at all. It's hot right now. It was overcast today, but the dry heat was very evident in the air. This body has been lying there for almost a day. The corruption started long ago. If not dealt with at the earliest possible time, it is bound to produce all sorts of germs. As soon as the Ghost searchlights went out, he immediately climbed up and rushed towards the bottom of the Ghost building. On the Ghost positions, those Ghost machine gunners had blackness in front of their eyes. The blinding light had just flickered away, leaving their eyes unadjusted for a moment. Chapter 068 Attacking the Command Building. Taking advantage of this, a large number of fighters bypassed the Ghost's machine gun positions and rushed under the building. By the time the Ghost's eyes readjusted to the darkness, it was too late. They were still staring intently in front of them, unaware that several people were quietly feeling their way up behind them. Ghosts with machine guns mounted try to find the enemy. At that moment footsteps came to his ears. He thought it was one of his own, but the next moment he was suddenly covered. Immediately afterward, there was a coolness at the neck and a hot stream trickled down. Sharp pain invaded his mind, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Yenzei's eyes were ice cold as he looked at the fallen Ghosts on the ground. It was the first time he had ever killed someone with a knife with his own hands. Even though this is in the middle of a game, the kills are no less real. Yet he wasn't the least bit uncomfortable. The tragic images of the battlefield these days had long ago acclimatized him to such bloody scenes. Human life is like grass on the battlefield, falling at the slightest blow of the wind. Soon the position was cleared of Ghosts, but elsewhere, gunfire continued. Obviously, it didn't go as well over there as it did for them here. Yenzei, how are you feeling? The company commander looked at Yenzei and asked with a smile. It was equally the first time he had felt what it was like to kill someone with a knife. Earlier they were killing people with guns, with grenades. This kind of white-knuckle combat is not something they have experienced, where you can move a gun, never a knife. It feels soothing. Yanzer replied with a smile. All the stuffiness that had been suppressed over the past few days seemed to have been released. They then walked towards the building. Upon walking in, they realized that the door to the building was actually open. The lights inside were weak and you couldn't see who was inside. As they took a step forward, the company commander felt as if something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. Let's not go in yet. The company commander stopped and whispered. The other warriors sniffed and likewise stopped. What's going on? The company commander's words put them on alert. I have a feeling something's not right here, the company commander said softly. Hearing his words, Yanze raised his head and examined the open door. Suddenly, he realized something. The roll-up door seems to be motorized. Yanze voiced. The company commander sniffed and reacted in the same way. We can't go in now. In case the brats wait for us to go in and close the door, then we'll really be shut down. The company commander's words were a bit rough, but they sent chills down the backs of all the soldiers. So what do we do? A warrior asked. Wait, just find something to jam this door. The company commander spoke up. Now that you know it's electric, it's certainly impossible to say you're going in without preparation. After searching for a while, the company commander didn't find anything suitable. After a moment's thought, he motioned for everyone to take a few steps back, then fired directly at the motor of the roll-up door. The ghosts who were inside heard gunshots, but no one was to be seen. It made them very confused. They then saw that the motor of the gate had been knocked out. Their original intentions were all in vain. Baka, an exasperated ghost, pulled a grenade and threw it toward the door. Yanze, who was watching the doorway, saw a grenade pop up and immediately pulled the company commander back. An explosion went off, and fragments of the exploding grenade grazed Yanzer's face. Luckily, he was several meters away from the company grenade, or it would have been a disaster. Holy, the brats actually dared to throw grenades out. A warrior cursed with a palpitating heart. Then he took out a grenade, pulled it and threw it in. Give you guys a taste of grenades too. Yanze similarly took out a grenade from his waist and pulled it off before throwing it into the building. Give them a taste of a hard one. The company commander pulled out a special grenade. The grenades were tear grenades from the last production, and he had touched a few of them and kept them with him, just in time to use it now. The first few grenades didn't do much damage to the ghosts inside, but the grenade was thrown in, and a thick reddish smoke lingered inside. Immediately a ghostly cough rang out from inside. Apparently, the grenade did the trick. The ghosts inside didn't even think that Yanze and the others outside had actually dropped a tear gas canister. They immediately pulled back. They are equipped with supplies like gas masks, but they don't carry them with them. The wind from outside kept pouring in. Seeing this, Yanze picked up and covered his mouth and nose and walked inside the building. You guys, do you think there will be such motorized rolling doors in other places? At this time, a warrior spoke up and asked. There should be. It's not clear. Let's just hold this place for now. Yanze shook his head slightly. Now storming the building. They kind of scored a milestone. As long as we guard this exit, the ghosts are bound to get anxious. Which one of you is running fast? Go back and call for backup. The company commander looked to the group of warriors and opened his mouth to ask. At that moment a soldier raised his hand. I run fast. Okay, you're it. Get going and get back. Don't take too much time. The company commander nodded. Then that warrior ran back to ask for backup without looking back. That warrior hadn't been gone long before those ghosts came back, only to be hit by a few bullets just as they ventured out and went straight to their Amaterasu Amikami. The machine guns from the ghost positions just now were moved over by Yanze and the others. Use the ghosts' weapons against the ghosts. It can't be beat. The ghosts were pinned down dead in the passage. The fortifications that were originally used to deal with Yanze and the others immediately reversed into fortifications that blocked the ghosts themselves. Baka Yalu, the ghost squad leader inside, was furious. He'd have to commit harakiri if his superiors found out what he'd done. Charge up and take back the position or you're all dead. The ghost squad leader pressured the ghosts under his command. It's just that they have the intention to take it back, but they are powerless to act. As soon as you venture out, you'll be pinned down by fire. They faced off for 10 minutes before reinforcements arrived. The squad leader immediately called for backup. Likewise, support came from Yanze's side. The troops in the rear immediately became excited when they realized that a gap had been opened in the front line. That gap had to be maintained at all costs. After all, it was the key node for breaching the entire building. With attacks elsewhere severely thwarted, this one gap became the only hope. At the rear command headquarters, Huang Wei was informed of the situation, and his face showed joy. Well done, Staff Sergeant Chun complimented with a smile. Without this company's breakthrough, they would have inevitably had to sacrifice many more men to be able to storm the building. The number of people gathered in this gap grew while the night was still young. Likewise, the ghosts were doing their best to plug the gap. As the defense, they were very familiar with the building. It wasn't easy for the fighters to attack and stand the building completely. As they continued to advance, the casualties on both sides increased. Chapter 069 Sacrifice. At this moment, this small position has become a small meat grinder. The corpses were strewn all over the place, and there was no way to get down, so the fighters could only step on the corpses and charge forward. All the same, the ghosts don't dare let anyone in. Where this position was located was too important for them to let go. Now the two sides are competing in numbers. In a confined space, there's no other way but to fight in close quarters. At this moment, inside the building, the ghost command. Okawachi's face wore an exasperated expression as he heard the news reported by his subordinates. Baka! Rubbish! You're all rubbish! How dare you let them in? Okawachi overturned the things on the table in front of him to the ground, his whole body like a furious lion. The mistakes of his own men were too fatal. His Excellency the Commander rest his anger. There's a reason for this. Those knew that our gate was motorized, and they sabotaged the motor of the motorized gate, making it impossible to close the gate. The adjutant next to him hurriedly explained in fear. Baka! How did they feel their way to the side of our building? Where are the soldiers in the outer positions? How are we, the elite of the Imperial Navy, such losers? Okawachi was furious. If he can't hold this building, even if he goes back, he'll lose face, and maybe he'll have to commit harakiri. Only, it was too late. Now the Chinese fighters have attacked the building. It's certainly not easy to quit when you've paid such a big price. Your Excellency Commander, why don't we retreat backward, ask for ship gun support, and draw the Chinese soldiers in and kill them all in one fell swoop? Okawachi sniffed and pondered the possibilities in his mind. Ship's gun support, definitely useful. But this is easy to accidentally hurt your own people if you don't get it right. But there was nothing else he could do now. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated if they continued to spend so much time. Might as well give it a try. Good. I'll leave this matter in your hands, Yamamoto-kun. Yamamoto Mori nodded quickly, then went to give orders and request ship gun support. Nowadays they couldn't care less if they would be mistaken. One can only improvise and hope that this ship's guns can suppress the enemy's attack. Inside the building's hallway, Yenzei looked at the blood-scented hallway and frowned slightly. They've stormed the building. It's just that the passages inside this building are so intricate that they don't know where they lead. A constant stream of ghosts suddenly emerged from the corner of some building and engaged on, inflicted a large number of casualties on them. Even Yenzei was hit by a bullet in his arm just now, but fortunately it only grazed off a piece of flesh and was not fatal. Yenzei, are you kid alright? The company commander ran over and asked with concern when he saw the blood seeping from Yenzei's arm straps. It's fine, lost a piece of flesh, can't die. Yenzei shook his head. Other than a little bit of pain, it was fine. Their pain values are unmodified. This real pain is clearly palpable. According to the OP, it means that the pain you experience now in the virtual world is the pain you will experience in the future when you are actually injured on the battlefield. Now drills are not valued without a little pain. When it comes to the real battlefield, there is only one life, but you can't be resurrected and reborn. Now, just dropping a piece of meat, that's a lot of pain for that. How much would it hurt to break an arm or a leg? Yenzei thought of the fallen comrades. When faced with bullet cannons, they don't have eyes, and when they hit people, it's fatal. Continuing on, the building was dimly lit as it was night. There was a light, but it was as weak as nothing. There were lights at intervals. Suddenly, a bullet grazed Yenzei's body. Immediately afterward, intense gunfire erupted. Up ahead, several ghosts had light machine guns in their hands, strafing Yenzei and the others at the intersection. Soon, several warriors fell in a pool of blood. Yenzei was no exception, as he felt an immense pain in his body. The bone-chilling pain of the bullet running through his body made his eyes widen. He was uncannily conscious. The adrenaline made him forget the pain for a while. He gritted his teeth and crawled into the nearby bunker. The wounds on his body were still bleeding. The bullet didn't reach his vitals. There was a lot of blood, but it wasn't fatal. Only, if he didn't stop the bleeding in time, he would eventually die as much as he could from the bleeding. Company commander. Yenzei lay on the ground, his head turned sideways to look at the several soldiers lying next to him. Among them was the company commander. At the moment the company commander's eyes were shut tight and bright red blood dripped from beneath him. The company commander had accompanied him all the way to this point, not realizing that he would end up collapsing here, while knowing that the company commander wasn't really dead. Still, a wave of sadness welled up in him. Brother, are you alright? At this time, a warrior ran over. He was followed by a dozen others. He saw the remains of his comrades in a field in front of him and immediately knew what was going on. When he approached, he realized that Yenzei was still alive. Little kid machine gun, Yenzei said, and then he felt a heat in his throat, and a fishy sweet liquid was spat out. What's this? Is it blood? Yenzei felt a little groggy in the head and wanted to sleep so badly. Dude, don't sleep. The warrior's anxious voice rang in his ears, but Yanzei felt the sound getting smaller and smaller and smaller, until finally, it was completely inaudible. Qian Yuan looked at Yanzei, who had fallen into unconsciousness on the ground, and hurriedly shouted toward the warriors behind him, "Is there any medicine to stop the bleeding?" "No, we only have bandages." Qian Yuan looked at the bandage in his hand and wanted to bandage Yanzei's wound. Just as soon as he touched Yanzei's body, he realized that the ground was already blood red at some point. He tested Yanzer's breathing. Breathing is almost non-existent. Heartbeat. And no. Qian Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back the reddening of the corners of his eyes. Can't be saved. Can't be saved from anything. No weapons, no medicine. This feeling of powerlessness is too torturous. But now is not the time to be sad. The ghosts are still here. Kill these devils. Qian Yuan and the warriors behind him exchanged glances. The meaning in his eyes spoke for itself. Let the devils pay in blood. The sound of gunfire and explosions continued to ring out. Inside the building, the battle became intense. In the rear, Huang Wei looked at the troop deployment map in front of him. At this time, Staff Sergeant Chen came over. "General, the progress of the advance so far, everything is going well. About half of the building has been captured." Hearing this good news, a smile involuntarily appeared on Huang Wei's face. After fighting for so long, it's finally coming to an end. Very well, by the looks of it, we should be able to completely take it down tomorrow. Senator Chen smiled and nodded with the same slight smile. Only, at that moment, an anxious voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Not good. The ghost ship's artillery shelled the building directly. Our reinforcements suffered heavy losses." Upon hearing this news, the smile on Huang Wei's face disappeared. It immediately became ugly. Chapter 070, Falling Behind Will Be Beaten. Good news came in one foot, only to be followed by bad news in the next. It's really a mixed blessing. Behind, Huang Wei kept an eye on the ghost's naval bombardment. What are the casualties now? An hour later, Huang Wei opened his eyes, looked at Staff Officer Chen next to him, and opened his mouth to inquire. The situation is not objective. The ghost's naval guns were able to cause extensive damage to the building. It's a good thing it's still nighttime. The ghosts have poor visibility and the shelling is all in the same area. It's just that there are tons of our warriors in this area. You report the casualty figures. The bombing is still going on over there. The exact number is unclear for now, but the estimate is that thousands are there. Staff Sergeant Chen replied. That's still just being blasted by the ship's guns. More losses were incurred in the fighting that followed the assault on the building. Ugh. Huang Wei sighed and didn't speak again. He hadn't expected that the ghosts would be so bold as to directly bomb the command building. The move did result in significant casualties. Now that they had attacked the ghost command building, it was only a matter of time before they eliminated the people inside. At the moment the ghosts' forces on the shore were basically cleared out by them. At dawn, the sun came out on a rare occasion today. The dazzling sunrise lit up the entire Honko from the end of the sky. After a night of fighting, most of the area of the ghost command building had been captured. Now only the last piece remains. That's the ghost commander's command post. Okawachi heard the report from his men and knew that there was no point in continuing to resist now. So he fled the command with the remaining ghosts through a secret passage. A fire set the command post on fire before leaving. There's nothing left. When the Chinese soldiers who arrived here saw a sea of fire, they knew that the ghosts had escaped. They fought and won. They don't seem to be feeling very happy. Though, there was just a sense of relief. It's like it's all over. On the other side, the coast, Okawachi and the others came through a concrete-built exit. At the exit, a group of navy blue-clad ghost admirals saw Okawachi and the others come out with a mocking expression on their faces. His Excellency the Commander, how are we going to explain to the War Office that the command has been lost? Humph, no need for you to worry. Waikawa Nei saw the mocking look on the general's face and snorted coldly. After they boarded the Izumo, which was docked off the coast, the end of the game appeared before the eyes of Huang Wei and a group of other Chinese soldiers and generals. Game over. The mission to annihilate the Japanese Marines was successful and to prevent the landing of the Ghost Army was successful. Battle casualty rate 58%, annihilation rate 98%, overall rating 75. Seeing a rating of 75, Huang Wei felt high, sacrificed nearly half of his troops, though successful, but the casualties are too great. Although he won, Huang Wei couldn't feel that joy of victory. 30,000 men fighting 4,000, with over half the casualties. Such a record was not something to be happy about in his opinion. It was so hard to win that it was basically won by fighters fighting for their lives. If this is what the real battlefield looks like, it's too gruesome. Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his heart after watching the performance of the military department. It's true, even if it's an otherworldly world, you can't underestimate others. The Chinese warriors of this world hadn't been exposed to much war though, but their desperation is not weak at all. Closing the backstage, Zhou Yang immediately went to busy himself with something else. On the other hand, in the middle of the Eastern Military Region Wind Virtual Conference Room, Huang Wei, who had just quit the game, entered the conference room. Seeing the crowd of high-ranking generals present and the top officer above the chief seat, Huang Wei felt a bit ashamed of this maneuver. He felt he had performed poorly, but unexpectedly, at that moment, the supreme officer suddenly led a round of applause. Huang Wei was flabbergasted. Major General Huang, you performed well in this virtual exercise. Successfully took the first battle victory, the supreme officer said with a kind smile. Huang Wei sniffed, and the original worry in his heart was instantly let go. He was all ready to be criticized, and he wasn't. Instead, he got some praise. After Huang Wei took his seat, the supreme officer looked up at the group of senior generals underneath and slowly opened his mouth. Now that the first battle is over, you can all say what you think. The first game was not bad, but I think it could have been better. As soon as the supreme officer's words fell, Maggie spoke up. In this battle, from the beginning, our disadvantage was too great. We are behind in equipment and behind in medical treatment. Timing basically didn't take advantage of it. Only the people and the people. This victory, we got it by the desperate fight of the fighters. I have seen the spirit of our warriors who are not afraid of sacrifice down in this battle, and I think the process of the battle is more important than the result. Even if there is no victory, the whole battle is more rewarding in the course of the fight than the victory. After Meng Yi finished speaking, the supreme officer nodded slightly and said the word good. Major General Huang, how do you feel about yourself after this battle? The supreme officer suddenly looked at Huang Wei and inquired. My biggest feeling is that falling behind will lead to defeat. Huang Wei finished and paused for a moment. The entire conference room fell silent. All the generals present showed a thoughtful look. It was a phrase they had never thought of before, but after watching this battle, they were touched by Huang Wei's words. Yeah, the gap is so wide, it's not just backward. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. For them, Huaxia had once experienced such a history. It just hasn't been the case in recent times. Too peaceful for too long, too powerful for too long. They were going to forget that. It was only now that Huang Wei mentioned it so much that they sort of remembered it again. The backwardness of equipment. The backwardness of medical treatment. All can only watch the soldiers under their command go to their deaths. If the equipment is advanced and the medical treatment is advanced, our soldiers will be able to have a little more security and won't have to charge against enemy fire. Huang Wei said several words in one breath. He had been holding his breath in his heart after this battle. This feeling of being behind and being beaten is just too much. The other generals listened and were equally able to understand Huang Wei's thoughts. Just now they watched from God's perspective as their own fighters kept charging forward against ship's guns, airplane bombardment, and machine gun fire. The frown was a constant frown. This fight is not even on the same level. To put it mildly, it's like modern man fighting primitive man. The supreme officer then looked to the generals. Let them summarize the improvements. Also prepare for the next drill. After the meeting, the Supreme Chief contacted the Supreme Chiefs of several other military regions. A combat video of this exercise was shared with them. Southern Military Region. A group of senior generals from the military region watched the video afterward. They all looked at each other. The Eastern Military Region has made a big deal out of this without saying a word? Chapter 071, The Future of China Depends on You. Inside the conference room of the Southern Military Region, the Supreme Officer looked to the generals underneath. How do you guys feel after watching the video? He had heard of this game recently. After all, it was an official anti-war tournament organized by Huaxia. He had been informed of the competition policy as soon as it came out. The game has something to do with their military district as well. The military serves as the sharpest weapon in the war of national defense. An anti-war match would certainly have implications for their military region as well. And now the game is high on the charts and very hot. He had heard his own young grandson talk about this game before. It's just that he's busy and doesn't care specifically how a game is. As a result, now the Eastern Military Region sent them a video like this. After reading it, he was surprised. The game was more realistic than he could have imagined. And more importantly, the combat performance of the Eastern Military Region in it. He hadn't expected that the elite troops of the Eastern Military Region had actually been hit with a battle loss of up to 58% in the midst of this maneuver. Granted, the equipment gap between this enemy and ours is really big, but it still surprised him a bit. At this moment, he looked at the various senior generals at the bottom. Would like to hear what they have to say. Chief, I think we should introduce this game as well. It will help strengthen our military region's army. Oh, how so? The Supreme Officer smiled and nodded at his words. There was no need for this general to say that he had the idea of introducing this game in his mind. This game can test the results of our army warriors' usual training. In addition to exercising our warriors' guts, mind and perseverance, the spirit that is preached in it is very good. Our military is to protect our country. We need to save for a rainy day. We've been at peace for so long. We can't be without war forever. but we need to be ready at all times and not let the war burn above our soil. War only brings disaster to people, so we can't bring it within our country in any way. Well said. The Supreme Officer nodded in satisfaction. Nowadays, most of our warriors have never seen a real battlefield, and the war graphics of this game exceeded my expectations. It's not unlike a real battlefield. Back when I followed my company commander to drive the little devils back to the island, I fought a skirmish, and even though the numbers were small, the scene is something I'll never forget in this life. The Supreme Officer lamented. It's just that the longer we are at peace, the clearer it becomes to me that peace is not easy, and that war can break out at any time. And now that we, Huaxia, are competing for space resources in outer space with a few other powerful countries, we will definitely have to fight in less than a few decades. That's why today's WAC is hosting anti-war tournaments. Civil wars are always the deadliest, and right now the countries are dumbed down internally, so they shifted the conflict to the expansion of outer space. But with the current technological level of the Blue Star countries, at most they could only develop the resources within the galaxy. If we wait for all the resources within the galaxy to be divided up, the thunder will still have to explode. The future depends on you, and our China needs to rely on you to guard it. This game must be introduced to popularize the entire military region. We can also conduct joint drills with the Eastern Military Region to keep everyone moving and always in the fight. The Supreme Officer finished. The group of senior generals at the bottom applauded in unison. After agreeing on it, they immediately sent someone to contact Zhou Yang. At this moment, Zhou Yang was still resting. The day's exertions had left him mentally and physically exhausted. As a result of this one call, he woke up immediately. Originally he wanted to see who was calling and disturbing his rest. As it turned out, one look at the short number and his get-up and go was immediately gone. The cornet looks very familiar. It seems to be a military district. He immediately picked up the phone. A male voice then came from the other end. After hearing the man speak, Zhou Yang nodded his head repeatedly. Oh, well, I know. It can take a day or two. The call lasted a few minutes and then ended. Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed, still a little confused. Southern Military District? Developing a new model as well? And it's going to be the same as the Eastern Military District. If you do that, there won't be any Western Military Region or Northern Military Region behind it. Or even the TAF, right? Nope, TAF doesn't seem to work. After all, this thing flies space battleships. But now that the Southern Military Region had said so, he could only agree. On top of that, Zhou Yang felt that he had to prepare the other two military regions in advance as well, in case they wanted it too. He wouldn't have to toss it around so much. That's a pretty good probability after all. Of the 4 major military regions in China, 2 had come to him, and there was a high probability that the remaining 2 would also look for him. And their purpose for wanting this could be guessed by Zhou Yang. It must be used to train soldiers. There might even be a joint exercise of the 4 major military regions at some point. It would be interesting to see if it was actually organized. Zhou Yang was still quite expectant in his heart. In Wang Ye's live broadcast, at the moment he had no idea where he was. He was no longer wearing a military uniform, but plain old civilian clothes. At this moment, he came to a station entrance, asked a passerby, "Grandpa, excuse me, do you know which way Raozhou goes?" "What?" The passerby Moncler outlet store seemed not to have heard and blurted out a sentence. "I said, which way is Raozhou?" Wang Yi pulled up his volume and asked again. "Going south." The passerby grinned, revealing rows of large yellow teeth. Moncler outlet online. The clothes on his body look a little worn. With a simple smile on his face, Wang Yi sniffed and had a bit of a headache. He also knew to go south, but which way to go he wasn't sure. After all, this isn't reality. The map doesn't work. Even in reality, things change in the past and present. He's just open-eyed right now. He asked quite a few people along the way, stumbled and walked. He is not sure what this place is called, but only knows that it goes to Raozhou. There was an address on the handkerchief, but he didn't know where it was. The NPCs in this game were wise beyond his imagination. Just like real people, any random passerby is able to answer his questions with his own personality, emotions and life. Where he is now is a small county. This little county looks pretty prosperous. At least it was much more prosperous than the rural and uninhabited areas he had passed through along the way. There were stalls and vendors selling things on the street, and Wang Yi touched the money in his pocket. Luckily he had some money in his pocket when he left, otherwise he couldn't have gotten here. All this time, he thought the game was just a small map. They can only operate at battlefield range. As it turned out, he didn't expect the game's map to be ridiculously large. He wouldn't have found this if he hadn't had to deliver the handkerchief. As to how he got the handkerchief, this can only mean that he was lucky that someone took him back to the neighborhood of Loden. Then he dug out the handkerchief. Again, it followed the line of battle all the way south out of the battlefield. Chapter 072. When the country is in trouble, no egg is left intact. Brothers, this is a long way to go. After moving away from the Roadrunner boss, Wang Yi complained to the audience in the live broadcast. He's been gone for days. Now I don't even know where I am or how far my destination is. Everywhere he went on this journey, he saw a dilapidated and backward scene. Wang Yi had never seen such a backward village or town. Even this county looks backward. The whole city was able to be seen at a glance. The low walls surprised him a bit. As this kind of wall he could only see some scenic spots to see, and mostly incomplete. The ancient city walls of many cities have gradually disappeared into history with the continuous development of urban society. Brother Wang, hang in there, think of it as traveling. Yeah, not to mention, it's not a bad view to see along the way. I really didn't think that this game is so big. This map shouldn't be made in realistic proportions, right? It's really possible. It's getting more and more like this game is actually a parallel world. All this is real history for this parallel world. It's hard to imagine how people living in this world are supposed to defeat the little kids. Wang Yi sighed similarly in his heart when he saw the audience's words. When he first started playing this game, he couldn't believe it either. How could China not beat a small day? But after experiencing the game and reading its backstory, along with all the things he'd seen along the way, he truly understood what that agricultural country meant. How can such a backward country beat an industrialized country? But in his heart of hearts, he did not want to see Huaxia lose the war. Not why, but he was convinced that the Chinese nation could not be defeated. Even though the Middle Kingdom was invaded by foreigners a few hundred years ago, China eventually got back on track. After Wang Yi asked the oldest man, a glance at the sun in the sky, high overhead. It was a hot sunny time and he was often hot and sweaty as he rushed along. He came to a tea house and sat down for a cup of tea. Life in this small county made him feel very peaceful. If there was no war, it would all be wonderful, wouldn't it? Just before the war has started, if it can't be resisted, no egg is left intact under the sky. This side will not escape the ravages of war. There were quite a few customers drinking tea in the tea house. Wang Yi sipped his tea while listening to them chat. Have you heard? It's a fierce fight over there in Shanghai. They say a lot of people died. The kids' airplanes and artillery are too powerful. Ugh, I'm sure I can't beat it. Don't ever come to our side. The chatter was three middle-aged men in rough shirts. One of the gray cloth-shirt men suddenly spoke. I'm ready to flee south. Escape to the south? Where can you escape to? There are quite a few brats to the south as well. The other man in the black lab coat was stunned and inquired suspiciously. Go out to sea. I've heard people say they can escape to the United States of America, and there's no more war over there. It can't be a scammer, can it? You don't want to be fooled. I have a feeling not. I heard that the governor's son was given refuge in the United States of America by him. Really? If you say so, I'd like to escape too, with my whole family, as long as I don't stay over here anymore. Wang Yi listened to the chatting of a few people. He hadn't reacted much yet. However, the audience in the live stream was buzzing. Are they talking about escaping overseas? The country is in trouble and they are actually thinking of him taking refuge abroad. I feel that they have the right idea too. As common people, there is simply nothing they can do in the face of war. Fleeing anywhere is fleeing, and no one wants war to come to them. If you flee abroad, don't you become rootless? If everyone thought that way, where would there be a country? What can we do if we don't run away? If you don't run, you're just staying where you are and waiting to die, aren't you? What's the use of having a country if the people are gone? If everyone thought like you, China would have died long ago. There is no place for you in the world if you are not willing to guard your own motherland. Those who think like you are parasites, only wanting to suck blood, not wanting to give. If you are as selfish as you are, everything is for yourself, and there is no room for you anywhere. There's a country before there's a home, and if the country is gone, there's no home for you. Seeing that the live broadcast was noisy, Wang Yi was helpless. He didn't interject, but he actually favored the side of having a country before a family. The reason why there are nations in this world, why there are countries, it's all because of identity. If a person, who has no sense of identity with his country, has no sense of identity with his nation, then he is a stray dog. A lone wolf who leaves the pack will only end up perishing alone. There is no room for him anywhere without a sense of identity. It's trust that comes from identification. Trust is the cornerstone of communication between human beings. In the face of war, there was the idea of fleeing which he could understand. But it's not okay to preach such ideas. If everyone thought that way, where would be the resistance? When the enemy came, he himself fled first. You can't go anywhere and live if you're afraid to even defend what's yours. After finishing his tea, he left the tea house. He then approached a man driving a wagon. Ask him where to go in Raozhou. Raozhou, I just happened to be heading that way. The coachman replied with a smile. Really? Can you give me a ride? Wang Yi's eyes lit up. After searching for so long, now he actually came across a carriage going to Raozhou. This is certainly possible, but it will require a fare. The coachman nodded. No problem. How much fare is needed? Wang Yi directly agreed. the driver negotiated the fare with him. Wang Yi pulled out all the money he had on him and found that it was just enough. After paying the fare, he followed the driver to Raozhou that day. In the car, the driver saw that Wang Yi was carrying a traveling bag and one arm seemed to be injured. "Little brother, what's wrong with your hand?" the bored cart driver inquired curiously. "Nothing, broke my hand." "Broken hand? Broken in a fall?" The coachman was surprised. "No, it was blown off." Wang Yi shook his head. "Blown off? Did you come down from the battlefield?" the coachman asked in surprise. "Yes, I came down from the battlefield a few days ago and blew my hand off, so there's no way I can go to the battlefield." Wang Yi did not avoid the coachman and told him directly. "So you're a little hero. How's the frontline battlefield?" the coachman inquired curiously. "Not good, a lot of people died." Wang Yi nagged the carter. "Alas, those little devils really heck. They hit the northeast some years ago, and this year they hit again. I heard many people say that they want to hit our capital." "Capital? Yeah, the capital is right behind Shanghai." The coachman nodded. It was Wang Yi's turn to be a bit stunned. "Isn't the capital of China in Yanjing? Behind Shanghai, there's only one Jinling behind it." This Jinling was the capital several hundred years ago, but later moved to Yanjing in the north. Chapter 073, What is the Manchurian Qing Dynasty? What is the Eight-Nation Alliance? Little brother, don't you know? I don't know. No one told me. I just know there's going to be a war. Wang Yi shook his head. There's nothing wrong with him saying that. After all, when he started out in the game, he didn't know anything but to fight. Now, while I've learned a lot about the game's story background, it's only superficial. Alas, I used to meet a lot of soldiers, and they were just like you. They didn't know what was going on. They only knew that there was going to be a war, and they were going to the battlefield. The cart driver sighed and said. Wang Yi sniffed and didn't know what to say. Only the coachman continued to speak to himself. A lot of those soldiers look about your age. You're all sons of farmers, aren't you? Aha. Wang Yi subconsciously responded. Alas, when it comes to war, it's us common people who suffer the most, and all those rich people have run away to take refuge abroad. The car driver couldn't help but speak a couple sentences, his tone full of indignation. Really? Wang Yi sniffed, feeling that it was not so. How can it still be fake? It's not like one or two people know about it. The whole group knows. To be honest, if we weren't a poor family, I'd want to run away to safety. We've been fighting for decades. We just finished fighting the Manchu lords, then the warlord lords, and now the little devils are here again. I don't know when we can have a peaceful life. The coachman looked at the dirt road in the distance. The weather was dry and hot and the sun was shining, but the haze of war lingered. Wang Yi's heart was filled with doubts after hearing the words of the car driver. What is a Manchu lord? And what is a warlord lord? The little kid he knew, but the first two he was really not sure about. Inside the broadcast room, viewers also noticed something in the chevron's words. Do you know what the carney said? I only understood one little kid. I'm not sure. It feels like a game setting. Brother Wang, ask the driver what he means by that. Yes, said a word. Brother's curious. Let him tell us. What is the Manchu Qing dynasty? And what is a warlord? Wang Yi was equally curious in his heart when he saw the pop-ups from the netizens, so he didn't talk nonsense and looked at the car driver. Uncle, what is this Manchu you speak of? As soon as his words were uttered, the driver immediately looked at Wang Yi suspiciously. You waifs don't know? I don't know. My family lives in the middle of nowhere, and I joined the army in the first place just to make a living. Wang Yi hastily uttered the wording of his explanation. I learned this phrasing from my comrades. When he first asked his comrades in arms, he found that most of them could only tell about their own villages and nearby villages, and at best about the county. Most of their comrades they would have been unlikely to get out of their own county in their lives if they hadn't been sent to fight in Songhu. Ugh, I'll tell you about it then. The coachman didn't suspect anything. He's seen a lot of this. Most of the people only know the landlords over their heads. As for any Manchu warlords, they basically don't know. The people mostly live their own hard lives at sunrise and sunset if it didn't hit them. He also just has a wagon and has traveled a lot over the years and seen a lot of things. Then the carter told Wang Yi about this. Just the more he listened, the more surprised Wang Yi became. Guys, something's not right. This uncle tells us that it is now the Republic of China, having overthrown the Qing dynasty. What kind of dynasty is this Qing dynasty? Is it also overhead? The audience in the live broadcast room sniffed and immediately talked. I guess so. I thought this game was all about experiencing war. I didn't realize there was so much backstory to dig up. You guys say, will this game be a hollowed-out history of several hundred years? I've seen people write that kind of overhead history text before. This game planner is really a genius. It feels like there's a huge amount of backstory. So I suggest that the game planners come up with a novel that tells the background and plot of the game. And it's sure to catch fire. You guys don't say. I'm really curious about the history before this Songhu battle. The plot introductions that come with the game are all too sketchy. Gotta dig deeper into the plot in the game. If it wasn't for Wang delivering the letter, I wouldn't have thought about the backstory before this. The game plan is stuffing a lot into this. After Wang Yi spoke to the audience, he continued to talk to the carny, chatting from the history of the Manchu Qing dynasty to today's international situation. Although the car driver didn't tell much, these things were enough for Wang Yi to understand the general background of the story. Boy, it's good that there's an uncle. Is this uncle an intellectual? Knows quite a lot of things. Uncle looks like he's traveled around a lot, met a lot of people, and has seen a lot of things. It's lucky that Wang ran into uncle, otherwise we really don't know how to get this information. At this moment, Wang Yi looked at the older uncle and asked with a smile, "Uncle, what are the great powers? I'm a little curious." There are a lot of when the 8 powers invaded our China, robbed us of a lot of things, almost 100 years. This is also someone else said to me, otherwise I do not know Lu. These countries have what England, France, brats seem to be, and what is called Germany, the United States of America. I cannot remember. Anyway, the old Moor. The car driver scratched his head. He had heard all of this from others as well. He's hauled people over the years, farmers and merchants, readers and all, even pulled foreigners. He came across a lot of things and a lot of people telling him about what's going on in the country. He chatters a few words if he understands them, and memorizes them silently if he doesn't. So much? Wang Yi was a bit surprised. Many of the names of the countries that the driver pronounced, he had heard of. In reality there is also. It's just that, in reality, these countries haven't invaded Huaxia at all. The relationship between China and these countries is also okay. After all, it's far enough away that there's rarely any conflict. Instead, there are more frictional conflicts with neighboring countries. Yeah, anyone can beat us up a bit, even the brats. The coachman sighed. Uncle, do you think this battle can be won? Wang Yi asked. Which, this year's battle? It's hard to say. I hope to win the fight. Hearing the driver's reply, Wang Yi was able to see from his face that he didn't hold much hope that this could be a victory. But when you think about it, it's only natural that the coachman would react this way. For fighting for so many years and losing repeatedly, even without fighting, Wang Yi remembered the newspaper he used to read. Those newspapers reported a lot of news about the invasion of China by the brats. Just by reading the newspaper reports, he could feel the anger of the people at that time. Only they retreated and retreated, while the brats advanced and advanced. The wolf is never satisfied. It is such a simple truth, but it takes the loss of countless territories and the loss of countless people to bring about an awakening. Wang Yi could only say that he hated it. Chapter 074, Letter from Home. Suicide note. Netizens watched as the two conversed. They heard the same lack of confidence in the coachman's words. They shuddered to think what they had been through. It takes an ordinary citizen to lose all confidence in winning a battle. If such a mentality pervaded the minds of all, wouldn't the fall of the nation be the next moment? Wang Yi didn't know what to say. It's a good thing the carny has a good heart. After all, it's better to live and let live after all. He then chatted with Wang Yi about the interesting things he had learned over the years on his way to travel the world. Through these things, a different world was constituted in Wang Yi's mind. So that's how people lived in this era. Even in the face of such difficulties, they are still struggling to stay alive. 2 days passed in a flash, and they finally arrived in Raozhou. However, they only just entered Raozhou. Raozhou is not a small place, and as soon as he entered Raozhou, Wang Yi asked passers-by where the place on the handkerchief was. After asking several passers-by, a man in the know gave him directions. To continue south. Did you ask for directions? The driver of the car asked with a smile when he saw the returning netizen. Asked, shall I go on and take you there? I'm on my way too. The coachman asked kindly. After all, the money Wang Yi had given was quite a lot, and at first he had wanted to pit Wang Yi against him, but after 2 days of talking, he had some guilt in his heart. Good, then I'll trouble Uncle Fong. Wang Yi's eyes lit up when he heard the uncle's words. If there was a carriage, it would certainly be so much better than walking there on your own. He didn't want to be experiencing what it felt like to walk before. Walking dozens of miles a day, that just kills me. After experiencing the wagon, he said nothing about continuing to travel by foot. Not only is it tiring but it's also slow going. He was afraid this game would be over before he even got to his destination. With that, the two headed further south together. Uncle Fong, have you been over here? Been here, years ago. By the way, what are you doing over here? Going home? The driver of the carriage asked with a smile. No, I'm here to deliver something for my comrades. Deliver something. The driver suddenly realized something when he heard Wang Yi's words. Is he gone? Well, he gave this to me before the war, saying that he was giving it to his family. Wang Yi said, taking out the handkerchief from his arms. Seeing the handkerchief, Wang Yi thought of Li Yan again. Without realizing it, so many days have passed. I wonder how that lonely grave is doing today. The coachman sniffed, not knowing what to say for a moment. These days, people die everywhere, and most of them die on the battlefield. My condolences. There's no such thing as a war where people don't die. These days, too many people die. The cart driver sighed. He was even younger than me. It's just a shame he died there, Wang Yi told. When he talks about this, he can't stop talking. It was as if he wanted to get all the boredom out of his mind. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience heard Wang Yi's complaint. Many viewers couldn't hold back their tears. Most of them have seen it all the way to the present, and it's not too much to say that these are things they've experienced firsthand. Hey, it's just like what Uncle said. There's no such thing as a war where people don't die, but if it can be done without death, then it's definitely the best. It is human nature to live and die, but death caused by war is human greed. We have a good enough life now, without the war, as long as we are willing to work. Yeah, even if you don't work, you can't starve. Life like this is good enough. Where are all the heavenly beings? In front of the war, everyone is powerless. Those who advocate war all day should be thrown out on the front lines to experience it. Not having experienced war, I don't know the cruelty of war, but this kind of south wall can't be hit. Most of the internet is still relatively sober. In today's world, where information is very transparent, the desire to seek knowledge has become much stronger than in ancient times. Anyone who cares to look into it knows that since the beginning of time, war has brought nothing but suffering. Those whose lives are not as good as they should be are actually in the minority. Time rushed by. After 2 more days of rushing, Wang Yi finally found the address on the handkerchief. He came to a village. The coachman has left. He had his own life and wouldn't delay too much with Wang Yi. Walking into the village, Wang Yi asked people along the way, came to an alley. The alley looked a little run down, but it was clean and tidy. Knocking on the courtyard door, a clear female voice came from within the courtyard. Immediately afterward, the door opened. Inside the door was a girl in a rough shirt. The girl's skin was a bit tan and her eyes were large and sparkling. When she saw Wang Yi, she froze for a moment, then somewhat shyly lowered her head and asked in a small voice, "Big brother, who are you?" Wang Yi saw the teenage girl in front of him and immediately replied, "I'm here to deliver something." "Delivery?" The girl sniffed and raised her head, a little doubt in her eyes. "Right," Wang Yi said, taking out his handkerchief from his pocket. The girl froze when she saw the handkerchief. This handkerchief, it's familiar. She remembered that it was something she had slipped into her brother's hand before he left as a soldier. Before she left, she told her brother, "Take this handkerchief with you, and when you're homesick outside, you'll be able to see it and think of me and mother." Now the handkerchief appeared in the hands of a stranger, but he didn't come back. Just for a moment, she understood something. Only, in her mind, she didn't want to believe it. "This handkerchief of yours, where did you get it?" Her voice trembled a little. How she wished at the moment that the handkerchief had been picked up by the stranger before her, instead of his own brother handing it to this man to send it back. But she knew in her heart that her brother would never throw away what she and her mother gave him. He would treasure it. "This is, Brother Li Yan asked me to give it to you." Wang Yi felt his chest tighten when he saw the girl's reddened eyes. It's as if there's a pent-up air blocking his heart. He, the girl said, but she couldn't stop the tears from falling in big drops. She couldn't ask that question. Although he had an answer in his mind, he did not want to hear the person in front of him say it. Wang Yi looked on. His heart was not in the right place. He opened his mouth to say a word of condolence, but it wouldn't come out. He had seen episodes before where letters were delivered to the families of fallen soldiers, but now, it was really his turn to do so. Looking at the sad and snotty appearance of Li Yan's relatives in front of him, his heart was also filled with sadness. Inside the live room, all the viewers were silent. They saw the girl in tears, a look of wanting to know the truth, but afraid to ask. It was not in their hearts either. They gave up their lives to take their place, thinking of what they would do if they saw what was left of their loved ones. Learning of the loss of a loved one, how sad that would be. Wang Yi didn't say anything, and the girl was still in tears. She covered her mouth, refusing to cry out. A letter from home is worth $10,000, but at this moment this letter from home is the last testament. Chapter 075, A Look at the World. When the news of a loved one's death reaches home, it is undoubtedly the most painful blow of all. Just then, a woman came out of the yard. The women's faces looked a bit weathered, their faces full of wind and sun. When she saw the courtyard door wide open, as well as Wang Yi who was standing outside the courtyard door, her face showed doubt. Then she saw the girl who was crying, the girl's shoulders shaking slightly. Unsure, the woman walked up and asked, "Near, is this a guest? Why are you still standing at the courtyard entrance and not invited in?" The girl sniffed and wiped her tears in panic. Only the reddening of her eyes was clearly hiding her feelings. The women saw at once that something was wrong with the girl. She looked at Wang Yi. Although Wang Yi was wearing ordinary rough linen clothes, she could see that Wang Yi had a unique aura about him. It was an aura she once seemed to have seen before. The women thought about it carefully, and it quickly occurred to them where they had seen it before. It was as if she had seen it in those of her son's comrades. The woman suddenly froze at the thought of her son. She glanced at Wang Yi and then at the girl who stopped crying next to her, as if she had vaguely guessed something in her mind. She froze in place. The girl next to her finally burst into tears when she saw her mother like this. Mother! The girl threw herself into her mother's arms and began to cry. In her hand was the handkerchief, and her mother's eyes reddened slightly at the sight of it. Seeing this situation, Wang Yi stood still with a very somber mood. An inexplicable irritation welled up. The scene touched his heartstrings. He didn't want to see such a scene. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers saw this scene, and they all had mixed feelings and sullen moods. It's just too hard to look at and it bothers me. Learning of the death of a family member would make anyone else so sad. I just subbed in and had a straight tearjerker. There's no way I can even imagine what I would do if my loved ones left me. Is this the price of war? Every soldier who dies on the battlefield has millions of families behind them. Millions of loved ones. War is truly terrible. And if it does happen, we are part of that picture. In the face of the loss of our loved ones, we can only be powerless to grieve. All the deaths we see now are just a number, but very few people will speak about the grief and suffering behind those numbers. Some of these dead warriors were the only child in the family, the child of their parents, someone else's husband, the father of their children, or someone else's childhood playmate, a like-minded friend. Each one of these deaths leaves many people sad and grieving. The audience in the live room had mixed emotions. A lot of the truth they do understand. It's just that no amount of reasoning is just reasoning if you don't experience it firsthand. Only things can make people remember. Li Yan seems to be only 19, right? Has he not even been in love? Seems like it. Never heard him say which girl he liked, much less married. Wouldn't he have no offspring then? The audience in the live broadcast room all fell silent when they saw these words. Passing on the family name is very important to most Chinese people, especially for the soldiers who go to war. If they have an offspring, even if they die, they have no regrets. At least the loved ones at home have children to hold on to. His bloodline lives on. Even if he dies, his descendants are endless. Wang Yi's annoyance increased when he saw the audience's words. By this time, the girl had stopped crying. She left her mother's arms and then looked at Wang Yi. Big brother, are you my brother's comrade? The girl's voice took on a slightly choked tone. Yes, I was his comrade in arms. That handkerchief, he asked me to bring it to you. My brother, did he ask you to bring us a message? The girl clutched her handkerchief tightly in her hand. There were words on the handkerchief. It was a suicide note that Li Yan had prepared long ago, the day after he arrived on the battlefield. He watched countless comrades he knew die in front of him. It then became clear to him that he wanted to leave alive. It's hard. So, he had his suicide note ready. After he met Wang Yi, he had a feeling in his heart. That is, the man in front of him was able to help him bring the family letter home. If he could send the family letter home, then even if he died, he would have no regrets. He said that he didn't disgrace you guys by dying for his country. Wang Yi didn't know how to answer and could only say so. The girl's eyes reddened once more as she sniffed. That one sentence carries so much weight. When the women heard Wang Yi's words, they couldn't stop their tears from flowing. I was on my way to see my mother off, but I didn't want to say goodbye for good. She remembered her own son's words before he left. Mother, I won't disgrace our family. That's the way it is when you go into the military. One never knows if death will come the next moment. They had thought about this day in their minds for a long time, but when the day did come, the hurt in my heart was still too much to overcome. The time was gradually approaching noon. The women and girls seemed to have dried their tears. Wang Yi searched from his body and took out a few silver dollars. And a watch. It was all he had on him. He shoved these into the girl's hands. When the girl looked back, she saw Wang Yi turn around and leave. Wang Yi has finished delivering the handkerchiefs. He didn't want to stay on. His presence only made both of them sadder. The son's comrade in arms has returned, but their son, the brother, did not return. Wait, the girl tried to catch up, but Wang Yi had already left their home. The girl went after him, but there was no sign of Wang Yi. Looking at the few silver dollars in his hand, and the watch, the girl stood at the entrance to the courtyard, wondering what she was thinking. Left Li Yan's house, Wang Yi let out a breath. He walked aimlessly through the village. Now that he had fulfilled Li Yan's last wish, he didn't know what to do. There wasn't really much he could do, unless he kills himself, which would enable him to return to the battlefield. It's just that there doesn't seem to be much point in killing yourself anymore. Repeat the brutality of the battlefield? If that's the case, Wang Yi is already tired of all this. He wanted to understand the game world more than the war. This game world is too big, so big that it seems like a real world. Brothers, I'm lost and don't know what else to do. Wang Yi spoke to the audience. The viewers in the live broadcast room heard Wang Yi's words and all began to give him ideas. Brother Wang, why don't you go and learn about the world? Yeah, I'm genuinely curious about what Wasia is really like in a world like this. The war is getting tiresome to watch. It's too depressing. The audience's suggestions were the same as Wang Yi's thoughts. He instantly agreed to the audience's suggestion. Chapter 076 Wives and Children Left in an Orphan Village. Men Going to War. After settling on the idea of wandering around, Wang Yi suddenly realized a problem. That is, he's broke. When he first came out to bring the money on the road to spend part of the money, the rest even with his body before the watch also gave Li Yan's family. Now he could almost be considered penniless. His family didn't think about what would follow when those things were taken out. They just felt they wanted to do their part to help Li Yan's family. After all, they lost their loved ones. If Li Yan was still alive and had returned home, then their lives should have been better. Only, there are no ifs. Li Yan sacrificed himself. On the battlefield, no one can guarantee that they won't have any accidents. If Wang Yi wasn't a player, he wouldn't have survived that battle. Wang Yi is self-aware. He was nothing compared to Li Yan and the others. Guys, I don't seem to have any money, Wang Yi said helplessly to the audience. I gave all the money to Li Yan's family just now. The audience in the live broadcast room sniffed and reacted. It's hard to get around without money, no matter where you are. Wang Yi was able to come here, also by paying for a carriage ride. It would have taken him several, if not a dozen times longer to walk on his own. It's finished, there's really no way. It's hard to get around without money. Sure enough, no matter where you are, you can't escape two words: lack of money. It feels as if there isn't enough time either. This war has been going on for quite some time. Indeed, it's been too long. I shudder to think how many will die on the battlefield in so many days. Can't get money. If the anchor walks on his feet, he won't be able to walk back even if he's exhausted. Wang Yi was somewhat helpless when he saw this. Since there's no way to run around, let's find out about Li Yan's family in this village. Wang Yi walked around the village. The village looked shabby, and as Wang Yi looked on, he remembered the previous villages in Huaxia, which seemed to be like this. But the village, though run down, is neat and tidy and doesn't look dirty. Walking along the village paths, he was able to see quite a few children as well as women, and a few old men, but very few young and strong men. Wang Yi walked to a large tree in the village. There were some stone benches and stone tables under this big tree. Wang Yi looked at the big tree and felt a little affectionate. Every village in China seems to have such a big tree. People cool off and entertain themselves under the big trees. Only a few old people and children were cooling off under the big trees in this village. Wang Yi walked over. When the children saw Wang Yi, their eyes stared straight at him. An old man also noticed Wang Yi, and the old man was a bit surprised to see him. For, it had been a long time since they had seen a young man in their village. Young man, you're not from my village, the old man voiced. Wang Yi sniffed and nodded slightly. I was on business, passing through our village. Wang Yi did not tell the old man what his purpose of coming to the village was. It's not something that's easy to talk about out in the open. In that case, you're also one of the few young people I've seen, the old man said with a smile. Wang Yi sniffed, smiled at the old man, and opened his mouth to ask. In that case, I see that there aren't many young and strong men in this village. Where did they all run off to? They all went to war, the old man said with a slight sigh when he heard Wang Yi's question. A war? Wang Yi was surprised. He shuddered to think what circumstances would cause an entire village of young, strong men to enlist and fight in the war. He quickly thought of the invading ghosts. That's a reasonable explanation. But then he was a little puzzled. Even if it is to fight the devils, it is not so bad that all the young and strong people of the whole village have run away to become soldiers. Did the whole village of men go to the army? Yes, years ago, they went out to war. In the past few years the remaining young people also went out to fight again, and the village became empty, the old man said, his brows filled with helplessness. There are fewer men in the village, only old people, children and women. The fields of the village are cultivated by the women and the old men. It's just that there's less labor for these young adults. They have a hard life. The village is also not as lively as it used to be. Every year, news would come back that a man's son of that family had died. Some will send back some letters and some will send something back, but more are nowhere to be found. None of them have returned? Wang Yi frowned slightly. Almost all the young men of the entire village have gone out to join the army. It was the kind of thing he didn't even dare to think about. The viewers in the live studio were also surprised to hear the old man's words. It's too much to say that the entire village's young and strong men have gone out to become soldiers. This would be basically impossible if we were to put it in our present time, right? I have to be screened to be a soldier here. Not just because I want to be. What would the village do if the whole village of men didn't come back and were sacrificed out there? Without the young adults, whenever they are bullied by people from other villages, there is no one to stand up for them, right? Could there be a possibility that the other villages are all the same as this one? The young and strong men have all gone out to become soldiers. The rest of the audience fell silent as soon as this netizen's words came out, because that's a big possibility. Come back? Where's the one that came back? I've heard of one coming back from next door in Obak, but it's all disabled, without an arm and a leg, but with a life. The old man shook his head. Wang Yi was silent for a moment when he heard the old man's words, then continued to ask, "Are all the other villages like yours? The men have all gone out to become soldiers and fight. It's all some years ago, they followed to play the name of the song. In the past 2 years, some have gone to become soldiers again, saying they want to fight the little devils." The old man nodded. Playing song titles? Wang Yi somewhat didn't understand the old man's words. The old man spoke with an accent. He could barely understand it, but not fully. "Yeah, 4 years. The old man seemed to be remembering something, muttering as he reminisced. Wang Yi listened carefully, trying to hear what he was saying. Inside the live room, the audience was also confused. The old man's words they heard in a half-hearted way. This old man's dialect sounds a little familiar. I was able to understand some of it, but I couldn't understand some of the words. What's the title of the song? A song? Wang Yi wanted to continue asking, only the old man wouldn't talk about it. Posterior, where did you come from? The old man looked at Wang Yi and voiced his question. Wang Yi sniffed and could only reply, "I'm from the north." "North? Right. Is there a war going on up north?" The old man suddenly asked. "Yeah, how did you know?" "I remember several in our village went to fight in the north," the old man recalled. He doesn't seem to have a good memory. Chapter 077, this battle is fought for the sake of future generations. Backwoods man, do you know what's going on up north? The old man opened his eyes slightly, his wrinkled face showing a rare expression. The north? Ah, the war in the north is fierce. Wang Yi didn't know what to say. The war in the north is too fierce, not to mention the rest. People alone. A lot of them died. A battle of Songhu buried nearly 300,000 Chinese men and women. Wang Yi knew very well that he couldn't change anything at all. He's no superhero in the face of a war of this magnitude. Can't save anyone else? Can't save myself. Even a superhero can't change anything when faced with such a situation. A lot of fighting? Did a lot of people die? The old man's ears were good and heard Wang Yi's words clearly. A worried look came over his face. A lot of it. I came down from there too. Look at my hand. It was blown off. Wang Yi said with a bitter smile. The old man had long since seen Wang Yi's hand hanging on his chest, but he just didn't ask. Now that Wang Yi took the initiative to say it, the old man got curious. So what brings you to our side? Is the war over? It shouldn't be yet. Wang Yi replied. If the battle is over, he should be game over. Instead of still standing here. This battle is different from all the previous ones in that the game will only end when you reach 5 deaths. If you are very lucky and never die, the game will end automatically after you fight this battle. That's what's happening to him now. Staying in the rear hospital to recover from his wounds. The original troops are resting because there are too many casualties. There are no more than 10 surviving troops. If there are no new recruits to replenish, and weapon supplies to replenish, their establishment is basically in name only. I don't know when this battle will be over. The old man sighed. Old man, how many years has it been since the earliest person in your village went out to become a soldier? Wang Yi inquired. It's been years, 4 or 5 years. None of them came back. So did any of them send a letter back? Send a letter. Where is there a letter? Not even a message. Don't even know where it went. The old man shook his head. Wang Yi saw the old man shaking his head and sighing, not daring to think about what kind of situation could make so many people from the village leave the village where they had lived for many years together and run outside to become soldiers and fight in the war. Old man, does anyone in your family follow you out? Yes, my 3 sons. 2 of them went with me, and the youngest son went to the army this year. The old man said. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes, but also with a hint of despondency. They can't be reunited because of the war. There's even the risk of dying on the road. They've all gone to defend their country. The old man remembered what his son had said when he left. This battle is fought for future generations. Wang Yi looked at the children playing around him. Kids are a little scared when they see strangers. Only dared to watch from afar, far away, not daring to come forward. They are all my grandchildren. The old man noticed Wang Yi looking at the children and immediately spoke out to introduce them. Quite cute. Wang Yi smiled and complimented. Their fathers had to leave them at a time when they clearly needed their parents the most. Wang Yi even saw a child who seemed to be only 2 or 3 years old. So young a child. And his father has already left him. If father never comes back, there is a high probability that when he grows up, he won't even remember his father's face. This scene is so heartbreaking to watch. Yes, their fathers have gone to war, and these children are so young. This village is empty, with only old men and children and women left. If it goes on like this, isn't it true that even women will have to go to war by then? Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers felt a little heartbroken when they saw this scene. Their fathers chose to go to war to resist the invasion of the devils and to save their country, leaving their small families behind and choosing their country. Li Yan is still lucky. Wang fulfilled his last wish for him, but there are more people who even if they die, their families don't know about it. Yeah, how long would their loved ones wait if that happened? Would it be a lifetime? At this moment, within the live broadcast, netizens were voicing their feelings. It was at this point that they really realized what war brings. It's the parting of loved ones. It's death on the road. It's sacrifice and compromise. So, what are they for? It's for the family to be safe from the war, I guess. More than that, there is freedom from the humiliation of other nations and from the destruction of the nation. Since ancient times, although our Huaxia has had alternating dynasties, we have always survived. But the invasion of foreign races, the light is slaughter, the heavy is the death of the country and the destruction of the race. These are the lessons of history. Those who are not of our clan will have different hearts. This saying has been spoken by our old ancestors for thousands of years. Wang Yi chatted with the old man. The time was unconsciously noon. Wang Yi's stomach rumbled. The old man smiled as he spoke. Young man, you're hungry. Why don't you come to my house for lunch? Old man, how can this be good? Wang Yi scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. It's fine. It's just a meal. As long as you don't mind the bad food in my house. The old man waved his hand. He then greeted the kids and called them home. Wang Yi then followed them. He had no money on him right now, and this was not really something he could do if he was hungry. There was some dry food, but the stuff wouldn't last 2 days. It would be nice to rub it in. When he came to the old man's house, Wang Yi felt the feeling of being a family man for the first time. The houses were earth huts, the likes of which he had never seen before. Although I've seen a number of these houses along the way, I don't even know what's going on inside. Now that I look at it, it almost feels homely inside, except for the simple table. The ground was a dirt floor, and the loose dirt was compacted by the many people who stepped on it. The top of a wooden table was covered in cladding and looked to have some history to it. The old man returned home with his children. At home, lunch is ready. This one is? A young woman saw Wang Yi and looked at the old man with some confusion. He's a hero who went to the north and came back from the war. The old man replied with a smile. Wang Yi sniffed and quickly waved his hand. Hey, I'm not considered a hero, just an ordinary warrior. However, the young woman didn't care. A smile appeared on her face when she heard that Wang Yi was a soldier. Please sit down quickly. My husband also went to fight in the north. Do you know the head of my family? This, I shouldn't recognize. Wang Yi could only answer truthfully when he heard the young woman ask this. That's right, he just went out this year. I was the one in a hurry. He hasn't heard back in such a long time. And those of us at home are worried. The woman sighed. Sitting at the table, Wang Yi looked at the bowl of rough tea. It's hard to imagine that this is what the average family in this village eats. This looks a lot worse than what they ate as soldiers. Chapter 078. It's not a game anymore. Look at the bowl of brown rice. Wang Yi was silent. The heart is a bit of a bad place to be. Seeing the old man and the woman's expectant eyes, Wang Yi lowered his head and picked at the bowl of brown rice. Even when he ate the stone, he didn't show anything unusual. Instead, I forced myself to endure the toothache and discomfort and ate it in. He looked up at the two with a smile and spoke. Why don't you eat? It's alright, Ho Shang. You eat first, we'll eat later. The old man shook his head and said. Wang Yi sniffed and looked at the desktop before realizing. Except for his bowl, which was full of brown rice, the bowls of the old man and the young woman were less than half full of brown rice. He thought about the kids, who didn't seem to have eaten yet. Where are the children? Old man? Aren't they coming to the table? We have a custom on our side that when guests come, children don't come to the table, the old man explained. Wang Yi saw this and nodded. Finish your bowl of rice in silence. When he was almost finished, the old man and the young woman began to eat. They ate their meals in small bites. It's slow. At this time, Wang Yi suddenly realized that he didn't seem to see the old man's old companion. He wanted to open his mouth to ask, but suddenly realized something and closed his open mouth. Wang Yi finished his meal and saw that the two were still eating, so he didn't have the heart to continue sitting. He stepped out of the dirt hut and was outside in the sun. The weather was beautiful, and Wang Yi unconsciously remembered the days in the Shanghu battlefield. The weather over there is not so good. It's been rainy. Occasionally the sky clears, cold and hot at times. Wang Yi turned back, and suddenly saw that a few children in the house came out and plopped down in front of the wooden table. The old man and the woman shared their bowls of food with the children. They didn't take more than a few bites. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi froze. He realized something, and guilt flooded his heart. His own behavior seems to have caused some difficulties for this family. He should have thought of that. All the young and strong men of this village have gone to join the army, and only old men, children and women remain in the village. They have to live and work too. Originally the old man's family had enough of these meals for one meal. Now when he came, they gave him a large portion of the food, while they ate a little themselves, even chose to hide it so he wouldn't know. They must not have had much food either, which is why they were so frugal with each meal. His arrival meant they needed to eat less or consume more food. He had wanted to dabble in a few meals, but now he was ashamed in his heart for his thoughts. Brothers, I'll be damned. The viewers in the live broadcast room were a bit confused for a moment when they heard Wang Yi scolding himself like that. They don't really know what's going on. There were pop-ups asking what happened. Wang Yi saw this and explained it to them. The audience listened and thought, damn it too. No, do you have to receive guests properly when you can't feed yourself? This is the simplicity and hospitality of our Chinese people. I've been to some backward areas before. They're not very rich, but they'll bring out their best to entertain their guests. That's right, it's their intention. Don't get too stressed out about it. It's a pity that Wang doesn't have anything left in his pockets, or else the whole return gift would have been fine. Seeing the pop-ups from the audience, the guilt in Wang Yi's heart lessened a bit. He would like to help the old man and the others now, but there was really nothing left on him. After eating, Wang Yi saw the young woman carrying a hoe and getting ready to go out. Wang Yi saw this and had never seen this before. I don't know what it is. He immediately asked the audience. Brother Wang, you don't even recognize this? This is a hoe? Don't blame Wang. He's from the city and hasn't seen normal. Plus a lot of it is mechanized now, and it's something you don't see much of anymore, if not in less developed rural areas. I wouldn't have recognized this if I hadn't studied agriculture, and since I've learned it, it's easier to work the fields carrying this than a machine, and it's good exercise. Wang Yi saw this and nodded slightly. Can I use this thing? I want to go help. Wang Yi inquired. Brother Wang, it's better to forget about it. You can't do it with one arm. You'd be helping if you went. It's just as well to try it. It's just a little less convenient and slower to hoe. Wang Yi nodded and then walked towards the young woman. Can I help? The women were a bit shocked when they heard Wang Yi's words, but seeing Wang Yi's injured arm, she quickly waved her hand and said, no need, little brother. It's inconvenient for you to have an injured hand. What's more, you are a guest. How can we let you help us work? With that, the women left. Wang Yi thought about it and followed. He would still feel a little bad in his heart if he couldn't help. It's just that he's only gone a little way. A sudden blur came over him. Then a big 4-letter word appeared before his eyes. Game over. Game over? Wang Yi was in a bit of disbelief. He was trying to help. Why is the game over? The battle at Rodney's is over. Survival mission complete. Deaths, 1. Kills, 23. Moment of glory, kill a senior officer of the ghosts. You managed to survive to the end. And you did well. Game rating, 60. See that rating number. Wang Yi wasn't very surprised. As good as his record is up front, there's no denying that he's just playing okay those days up front. The latter 10 days or so, he's all on his way to deliver handkerchiefs, but he thought it would be worth it. This game has long since ceased to be a game. More than the game evaluation, Wang Yi feels that the game process is more important. Win or lose. These experiences have stuck with him very well. Many of the viewers in the live room didn't react either. That's the end of this game. The war was fought for almost a month. They also watched it for almost a month. It was also fortunate that it was watched in a virtual warehouse, and the time flow was the same as the time of Wang Yi's game broadcast. Nowadays, with virtual pods, much of their work life and entertainment is spent amongst the virtual world. People are getting less and less inclined to go out. After all, there's no need to go offline when you can do it online. Not only will this save money on attendance, but the company will even save money on venue costs. Wang Yi let out a deep breath. After playing for such a long time, he was somewhat physically and mentally exhausted. But finally the battle is over. It wasn't rated well, but he'd stopped caring about game ratings long ago now. All these things he had experienced these days had made him realize a lot of things. Brothers, off the air. I'll be back tomorrow to give you guys a new fight live. After that, he went offline. Inside some rented house, a young man in casual clothes emerged from a virtual pod. His hair was a little messed up. He is Wang Yi. Wang Yi saw the familiar room, the familiar arrangement. It feels like it's been a long time since I've been back. After spending too much time in the game, he felt that reality and the game were somewhat cut off. For a while it was hard to tell which side was real.